Azure Kingdom Royal Ship Spirit Academy Awakening Plaza. The crowd buzzed with noise. Lin Fan stood at the end of the commoner queue awaiting awakening, his expression calm, but the whitening of his knuckles betrayed his extreme inner tension. He was not a denizen of this world. More precisely, his soul hailed from a cerulean planet, Earth, yet he had not crossed over on the spur of the moment. He had arrived in this ocean-covered azure world over a decade ago. In this world, every person upon reaching 18 must awaken a unique special ability. The ships, to put it plainly, one awakens a special warship belonging solely to oneself. This warship is not a traditional industrial steel behemoth, but an energy-infused warship in a fantasy punk style. Whether one could awaken a ship's spirit determined whether they could escape the fate of being the most wretched commoner. Today was the day that decided his destiny. Silence! On the high platform of the plaza, an academy mentor in splendid robes cried out loudly. The awakening ceremony begins. Proceed according to the sequence. First, Wang Tung. From the VIP seats, a young man, with exquisite attire and haughty expression, rose. He was the heir of one of the 4 Grand Dukes of the Azure Kingdom, Wang Tung, known as Young Master Wang. Wang Tung slowly stepped down from the VIP seats. As he passed the commoner queue, he suddenly stopped in front of Lin Fan. The clamor of the plaza instantly fell silent, all eyes focused on this spot. Lin Fan's eyelids drooped slightly, making no sound. Lin Fan! Wang Tung's voice was not loud but filled with undisguised contempt. I heard you scored first in the entire academy for the theory exam again. Just luck. Lin Fan's tone revealed neither joy nor anger. How luck? Wang Tung smiled. Wang Tung leaned forward slightly, saying in a voice only the two of them could hear. What use is your perfect theory, you scum from the lower district? Awakening depends on bloodline. He used a handkerchief to disdainfully flick off a speck of non-existent dust from his shoulder. You'd better pray you awaken a drank, so you can come to my Wang clan fleet as a support ship. I might throw you a scrap of food. Otherwise. Wang Tung's gaze turned to a corner of the spectator stands. Your younger sister, who works in the textile mill, will probably spend the rest of her life paying off debts in the slums. Lin Fan's pupils abruptly constricted. Wang Tung. The mentor on the high platform rebuked. No disturbances during the ceremony. Come quickly to awaken. Wang Tung straightened up and shot Lin Fan one last glance, a look as if he were an ant already crushed underfoot. He sauntered over to the ether awakening stone in the center of the plaza and pressed his hand onto it. Buzz! A dazzling blue pillar of light shot into the sky. It's the radiance of etheric energy. Such pure energy. Worthy of young Master Wang. Within the radiance, the phantom of a 3-masted warship condensed over the sea trial area behind the plaza. Its hull was completely covered in runic armor. 3 pitch-black kinetic ether cannons gleamed with dangerous magical light. Crank! Ironclad battle cruiser. Heavens! Young Master Wang awakened at Crank right away. Boundless prospects. Amidst the ovation, Wang Tung basked in the attention, turning his head to look at Lin Fan, a cruel sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Lin Fan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in his heart. He knew Wang Tung's threat was real. In this world without strength, one was no different from an ant. Next, Lin Fan. The mentor's voice rang out. Lin Fan stepped forward. All eyes in the plaza focused on him again. The attack by young Master Wang just now had made everyone recognize this ungrateful commoner, first-rank student. A commoner, no matter how good his theory, his bloodline isn't pure. At most, drank. Drank is a stretch, he'll probably be in a rank scout boat. On the VIP seats, Wang Tung crossed his legs, raised a glass of red wine, and watched the scene with mockery. The noble youths beside him also burst into derisive laughter, waiting to see Lin Fan make a fool of himself. Lin Fan shielded out all the noise and walked up to the icy awakening stone. This was his only chance. He pressed his hand fiercely onto the stone. There was no expected blue radiance, no surge of etheric energy. The awakening stone was dead silent. Ha ha! This is hilarious! Failed awakening! I told you a commoner is just a commoner! Wang Tung's laughter abruptly stopped. Boom! A will entirely different from etheric energy, barbaric and overbearing, erupted from Lin Fan. Behind the plaza, the calm sea in the trial area suddenly began to churn violently. A shadow that blotted out the sun broke through the water's surface, slowly rising. It was too enormous. So enormous that it surpassed everyone's comprehension. Wang Tung's Crank ironclad battle cruiser just now seemed like a laughable bathtub toy before the shadow. It had no three masts, no runic armor, and no ether cannons. What it had was a flat, wide, endless deck and the superstructure on the side that rose high into the clouds like a steel mountain range. What? What is that? So big? Is this a rank? No. At this volume, could it be the legendary Srank mobile fortress? A commoner. Awakened in Srank. On the VIP seat, Wang Tung shattered the wine glass in his hand, with a clang red wine splashing all over his hand, but he was oblivious, staring fixedly at the massive warship. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Meanwhile, Lin Fan was caught in an even deeper shock than everyone else. In his consciousness, there was no standard ship spirit of this world. He only saw an emblem, a huge iron anchor, and two glaring numbers. 18. A memory from the depths of his soul was awakened, and Lin Fan's body even began to tremble slightly. Fujian. Type 003 aircraft carrier. CV-18. Electromagnetic catapult. Full load 80000 tons. How? Is this possible? Why is it this? His bewilderment came from Earth China. The spectators' bewilderment came from the Azure world. As the entire plaza fell into dead silence, and even the Academy higher-ups on the platform stood up with expressions of shock and confusion. The awakening stone at the center finally completed its judgment. A faint, almost invisible gray light flickered. On the stone tablet, a line of cold large characters appeared: awakened hull, unknown model, energy judgment, Frank, scrap target ship. Frank. From F to A, so many ranks, only Frank was the most useless, the most worthless. This letter was like a heavy hammer smashing into the hearts of everyone. Silence. A deathly silence. 3 seconds later it erupted into volcanic mockery. Ha ha ha. Frank. Frank. Am I seeing this right? The biggest in history. And the most useless in history. A hunk of Frank scrap. It's killing me. I thought it was Frank. Turns out it's just a piece of eye candy. Useless waste target ship. On the VIP seats, Wang Tung was stunned for a full 5 seconds, then burst into a roaring laughter louder than anyone else. Frank. Ha ha ha. Lin Fan. You are the biggest joke. And Frank target ship worse than in a rank scout boat. You don't even have an ether shield. On the high platform, the Academy elder, who had ties with the Wang family, also changed from shock to iciness and disgust. He gave a heavy snort. Frank Awakener Lin Fan. You have wasted the Academy's resources and defiled the awakening stone. Lin Fan stood still, his whole body cold. Frank. He knew better than anyone what this rating meant. Unable to use etheric energy, no shield, no magical energy weapons, and unable to draw power from the deep rifts. It was simply a piece of scrap iron. A piece of scrap iron that could only be used as a target for others. Elder. Wang Tung stood up and cried loudly. According to the Iron Law of the Academy, and Frank Awakener is not qualified to be a student. The hull he awakened must be destroyed during testing to avoid wasting precious birthing space. A flicker of venomous malice passed through his eyes. I propose to immediately initiate the Death Sea trial. The moment these 4 words were uttered, the entire audience gasped. That was the gladiatorial arena used by the Academy to deal with the most ferocious sea monsters, a true death test. Has young Master Wang gone mad? That's a Drake arena. And Frank target ship would be torn to shreds in 1 second, right? Shh! Keep your voice down, young Master Wang is making an example. Lin Fan is finished. Lin Fan abruptly raised his head, staring at Wang Tung. Wang Tung returned a cruel smile from on high. The Academy elder spoke coldly and with authority. Wang Tung's proposal conforms to Academy regulations. Frank Hull must verify its tolerance. Ruling passed. Immediately send Frank Awakener Lin Fan into the Drank Coliseum. Live broadcast as a deterrent. No opportunity to argue. 2 enforcers escorted Lin Fan, and through spatial jump instantly teleported him onto that gigantic steel warship. 003 The Fujian. Lin Fan stood on the wide cold flight deck surrounded by towering alloy walls. This was the Coliseum that sealed off the sea. On the plaza and the Academy's giant ether screens, the figure of Lin Fan standing alone on the deck appeared. Death Sea trial. Live. Wang Tung wanted him to be torn apart by sea monsters in front of the entire Academy. Lin Fan clenched his fists, nails digging deep into his palms. He refused to accept this. He had the soul of 2 lifetimes, he had knowledge far surpassing this era. He didn't want to die here. Why? The Fujin. Why is it frank? It has no ether cannons, no arcane core. In this world, is it really just a piece of scrap? Despair? Cold despair drowned his heart. The Academy Elder's ice-cold voice echoed over the arena. Frank, target ship is in position. Open the Dranxy monster gate. In the distance, 100 turtle steel door carved with magic runes began to rise, with a grating scream. Behind the dark seawater were countless bloodshot, famished eyes. It's all over. Just as Lin Fan's consciousness was about to be swallowed by despair, detected host soul returning. Detected host in extreme peril. Shinjo Military Industry System activating. AI Pangu reporting for duty. Lin Fan was startled. System. Host Lin Fan. Bound hull type 003 Fujin CV-18. Host determination insulator unable to use etheric energy detected special attribute insulator triggering compensation mechanism. Issuing newbie initial energy pack 100 points. A pale blue technological interface appeared before Lin Fan's eyes, visible only to him. Energy points 100. At the same moment, the Colosseum's gate opened completely. Roar! From the murky seawater, over 100 rank blade crab swarms surged out, carrying a bloody wind. In front of the live screen, Wang Tung revealed a sinister grin. Here it comes! Enjoy your funeral, scum! Warning. Hostile targets detected. Warning. Detected guided arcane core identified as missile energy reaction. Pangu! Lin Fan stared at the oncoming beast, tide roaring inwardly. Unlock! Unlock defense! T0 level Closian defense HPJ 1111 barrel 30mm Closian weapon system type 1130 CIWS. Features 10000 rounds per minute terminal interception. Unlock cost 40 energy. T0 level short range air defense HHQ 1024 cell short range air defense missile system CHQ 10. Features infrared guidance precision targeting. Unlock cost 60 energy. 100 points. Just right. A startling light burst from Lin Fan's eyes. No hesitation. Unlock all. Now! Energy points cleared. Type 1130 CIWS unlocked. HHU-10 unlocked. HHU-10 unlocked. Boom. 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 On all the Academy's live screens on that giant Frank scrap target ship, at the 4 originally empty platforms around the superstructure, and stern light flashed. 2 gray turrets with 11 ferocious barrels, and 2 24-cell missile launchers glinting with metallic cold light materialized out of thin air. What? What is that? New runic arrays. No ether fluctuation. Still scrap. Wang Tung's smile froze on his face, a bad premonition crept over him. At that moment in the arena, over 100 blade crabs had already locked onto the 003. Their arcane cores on their backs lit up simultaneously. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Over 100 magic missiles trailing blue tails streaked across the sky, raining down on the Fujin like a hailstorm. He's dead. On the VIP seat, someone declared. Without an ether shield, hell be instantly vaporized. Lin Fan stood in the bridge command room on the superstructure, watching the incoming death volley, and issued his first combat order since crossing into this world coldly. Pangu! Fire! Lin Fan's command to open fire was like an insignificant signal. Outside the arena, in front of the ether screen of the Royal Ship Spirit Academy, everyone wore expressions of cruelty or pity. Is he crazy? Who is he firing at? He doesn't have an ether cannon. He has no weapons at all. Oh, I see those newly grown iron lumps. No ether fluctuation. Is he trying to kill the sea monster with iron blocks? In the VIP seats, Wang Tung's sneer had reached its peak. Just watch. Watch this scum along with his pile of great scrap metal be torn apart by the arcane core. His words stopped. Because at the very moment when hundreds of guided arcane cores were about to hit the 003 hull, ZZZZ, it was not a cannon blast. It was a screech 10,000 times more terrifying than a cannon blast, as if tens of thousands of chainsaws were tearing through the air at once. On the live-stream screens of the entire Academy, the 4 iron lumps on the 003's island and stern suddenly burst into dazzling flames. 2 of them were monstrous 11-barrel turrets. They didn't aim, they just faced the sky where the barrage was coming. The next second, a metal storm of 30mm tungsten core armor-piercing shells at a terrifying rate of over 10,000 rounds per minute turned into scorching red, whips, lashing at the sky. What is that? A noble student shrieked. The battle rules of the Azure world were clear. Sea monsters came from the deep sea rifts. They were pure embodiments of destruction, but after death they left behind monster cores. Humans absorbed cores, or crystals, and converted them into ether energy. Captains used ether energy to drive warships. The core offensive and defensive systems were only two. First, the guided arcane core. This was the most common weapon for all captains and sea monsters. They were physical entity, missiles locked by magic, the foundation of the ship's spirit system. The second was the only means to counter the arcane core, the ether shield. Every warship driven by ether energy would unfold an energy shield using magic against magic. This was Iron Law. He doesn't have an ether shield. He's dead. Wang Tung's follower shrieked. Yes. What the hell is that thing? No ether fluctuation. He wants to use iron blocks to hit the arcane core. Foolish. However, on the live stream screen, the foolish iron blocks hit the magic arcane core. Boom, 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 boom. The deafening explosion sound reached the square a second later. The scene in everyone's eyes was completely engulfed by flames. Hundreds of arcane cores crashed into an invisible wall of steel, a wall of size. The web of fire formed by the CIWS was not interception, but annihilation. The 30mm tungsten core warheads at multiples of the speed of sound precisely and brutally drilled into the arcane cores. There was no magical counteraction, no energy annihilation. There was only the purest, holy sort of physics. Kinetic energy detonating magical energy. 110-50-100. The sky seemed to be filled with a grand fireworks display. The salvo of the Agrade Blade Crab Swarm, known as Captain Killers, couldn't even get within 100 meters of the Fujin ship's hull. Impossible, a mentor muttered. How did he do it? How did his magic circle lock onto all the arcane cores? Before he finished, an even more horrifying scene appeared. A dozen arcane cores, with tricky angles relying on the erratic maneuvers of Agrade sea monsters, tried to bypass the metal storm. Just as they were about to break through the fire net, whiz, 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 the other two 24-barreled launchers on the 003 ship moved. Without earth-shattering momentum, only a dozen white smoke trails several times faster than the arcane cores, launched later but arrived first. See Red Flag 10. Infrared guided precise targeting. If the CIWS was an area lockdown, then the C Red Flag 10 was a point elimination. Boom, boom, boom. The last dozen fireballs exploded in the sky. The smoke slowly dissipated. The sky above the arena was empty of any arcane core. The huge grade scrap target ship floated quietly on the sea. The hull was completely unscathed. Dead silence. The Royal Ship Spirit Academy, an ancient institution that had existed for over 100 years, fell into a deathly silence for the first time, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. In front of the live stream screens, tens of thousands of students and mentors, both commoners and nobles, all had mouths wide open, eyes nearly popping out. In the VIP seats, the sneer on Wang Ting's face froze at the corners of his mouth. The newly picked up wine glass in his hand also paused in midair. The noble followers around him looked as if they had collectively witnessed a god descending. Wah! What was that? Am I seeing things? Hundreds, all intercepted. Without an ether shield, he used that iron lump to blow up all the arcane cores. What kind of defense magic circle is this? Why have I never seen it before? Could it be the lost ancient inscription? Fear. A fear born from the unknown began to spread through the crowd. They were not afraid of powerful Agrade captains, because they understood Agrade. But they couldn't understand the scene. This great scrap metal ship without a trace of ether fluctuation displayed an absolute defense that even grade or even Agrade captains could not achieve. This was a public trampling of the ship spirit system of the Azure world. On the high platform, the hand of the Academy elder, who had sentenced Lin Fan to death sea trial, began to tremble. He was not shocked, he was angry, and a little frightened. He wanted to rebuke, but found his throat dry from extreme shock, unable to utter a word. It wasn't an Agrade shield, but it surpassed an Agrade shield. What terrified him most was that this ship from start to finish hadn't a trace of ether fluctuation. Zero consumption, absolute defense. This wasn't heresy anymore, this was miracle. Dead silence spread across the square. Those noble students who had been mocking moments ago were now like choked geese, faces pale. The followers around Wang Tung could no longer laugh. They suddenly thought of the term, Iron Turtle, they had used to mock him, which now became so fitting to describe a miracle. Crash! The sound of breaking glass shattered the suffocating silence. The wine glass in Wang Tung's hand fell to the ground. He stood up abruptly, his face twisted with jealousy and rage. He absolutely could not accept that this commoner had awakened a power even he couldn't understand. What's there to panic about? He forced down the tremor in his voice and growled. An air defense Iron Turtle. He's only strong in defense. He doesn't have an ether cannon. How can he attack? Wang Tung's words awakened the crowd. That's right. In this world, warships needed both offense and defense. Arcane cores were just missiles to clear minions and break shields. The real core output was the kinetic ether cannon. That was the main gun of a warship, compressing ether energy to fire physical heavy shells specifically for dealing with sea monsters. High armor resistance. Young Master Wang is right. This ship doesn't even have a single ether cannon barrel. So what if he blocked the arcane cores? He can't kill any sea monster. Exactly. He has no main gun. When those great blade crab swarms get close, what is he going to hit them with? With the deck. The crowd's emotions calmed a little, and the mockery rose again, but this time it was noticeably weaker. However, Lin Fan seemed to have heard their mockery. In the arena, the hundreds of grade blade crab swarms had already broken through the explosion smoke and approached within 300 meters of the 003 hull. They had no more arcane cores, but they had sharp giant claws. ZZZZ! The deadly chainsaw sound rang out again. The CIWS barrel suddenly lowered, shifting from air defense to direct fire. The scorching metal storm descended upon the sea for the first time. The 30mm tungsten core armor-piercing shells, which were for pulverizing arcane cores, became a massacre against the thin shells of these grade sea monsters. It wasn't a battle at all. It was an industrial assembly line grinding down living creatures. The red barrage swept through, and the blade crab swarms at the front were instantly turned into flying mincemeat and carapace fragments. Killed a level C monster. Energy points 0. 2. Killed a level C monster. Energy points 0. 2. The prompt tone of the AI, Pangu, flashed wildly in Lin Fan's mind. In just 10 seconds, hundreds of grade blade crab swarms were completely annihilated. On the sea's surface, only floating remains and twinkling grade monster cores remained. In front of the livestream screens, the students who had mocked "He has no attack power" once again shut their mouths. Wang Ting's face was as black as a pot. Enough, he squeezed out through gritted teeth. Boom! A loud noise interrupted Wang Tung. At the gate of the arena, a huge object slammed through the crab remains and charged out. It was a giant sea turtle over 30 meters long. Its body was covered with nearly 1 meter thick carapace engraved with natural magic patterns emitting a terrifying grade pressure. The Great Boss. Heavy armor sea turtle. Great Boss. It's out. Now that Lin Fan is dead for sure. Grade sea monsters have thin shells, he can penetrate them. But this is a grade heavy armor sea turtle, known for its armor resistance. Exactly. Look at its magic patterns. Its armor resistance is at least grade standard. Without a kinetic ether cannon, it's absolutely impossible to break its defense. In the VIP seats, Wang Tung saw this turtle, and finally showed his first genuine smile today. Lin Fan, your performance is over. Your Iron Turtle isn't even worthy of giving it a scratch. In the arena, the heavy armor sea turtle let out a roar, ignored the floating grade cores, and locked its bloodshot eyes on the 003 carrier. It began to charge. It would use its most proud heavy armor to smash this grade scrap ship along with Lin Fan on it into pieces. Warning. Grade high red target detected. Target characteristic high armor resistance. Lin Fan's gaze was ice cold. Pangu CIWS free fire. ZZZZ. The Silva's tongues of flame spewed again. The dense rain of bullets instantly covered the heavy armor sea turtle. However, clang, 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 clang. A series of harsh metallic sounds, like hammering on an anvil, erupted. The 30mm tungsten core armor-piercing shells upon hitting the thick carapace of the heavy armor sea turtle. All were deflected. Except for a series of dazzling sparks, not a single one penetrated. Scratching. Truly scratching. In front of the live stream screens, Wang Tung burst into unbridled laughter. Ha ha ha. I told you. He's just an air defense iron turtle. Without a main gun, he's doomed. The heavy armor sea turtle. Withstanding the scratching, barrage did not slow down, but accelerated, leaving only 100 meters to the 003 carrier. Riot. Facing the deadly charge of the Drank heavy armor sea turtle, the Type 1130 CIWS once again spat out a tongue of fire that tore through the air. The metal storm that had shattered the arcane core and slaughtered the errant crabs once again engulfed the enemy. However, clang, 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 clang. The deafening clash of metal resounded throughout the entire arena. Before the live stream screen, tens of thousands of spectators witnessed a scene they would never forget. Those 30mm red-hot tungsten core armor-piercing rounds upon hitting the heavy armor sea turtle's ring-covered shell were like cheap BB pellets striking the frontal armor of a main battle tank. Sparks flew in all directions. The instant they struck, the projectiles were torn apart and ricocheted by the recoil force. Far from penetrating, they couldn't even leave a scratch deeper than half a centimeter on the turtle's shell. The only result was that the turtle's charging speed was slowed down by the slightest fraction of a second. This was the very definition of a scratch. This was one of the most fundamental combat laws of this Azure world: armor resistance. The higher a sea monster's rank, the stronger the ether energy resistance of its shell. The only way to deal with such a high armor resistance unit was to use a kinetic ether cannon, to shatter it on the physical level with a concentrated magical heavy cannon. But Lin Fan's Fujian-class aircraft carrier had no ether cannon. Ha 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 ha. In the VIP seats, after a brief moment of shock, Wang Tung burst into a laugh even more arrogant than before. His laughter transmitted through the amplification rune array spread across the entire square, drowning out all other discussions. I told you. I told you. He's nothing but trash. Wang Tung pointed excitedly at the screen, his face flushed, his expression manic. He's just a floating iron tortoise. His array can only take down a rank weaklings. The moment he faces Drank heavy armor, his true colors show. He has no main cannon. He's not even worthy of scratching the heavy armor sea turtle. He's dead. Wang Tung's roar awakened all the spectators, who had been awed by the divine forbidden zone. That's right. Young Master Wang is right. I remember now. That ship has no ether cannon structure. Oh heavens, so he really is just an iron tortoise. Invincible defense, zero attack. Then he's doomed. The heavy armor sea turtle is about to ram him. That frank scrap iron hull will shatter on impact. Mockery. Pity. Schadenfreude. All kinds of gazes once again focused on the screen, showing Lin Fan standing alone on the deck, seemingly helpless. In the arena, the heavy armor sea turtle seemed to sense the futility of its opponent's attack. It let out a deafening roar, and braving the scratching rain of bullets, suddenly accelerated. 100 meters. 80 meters. 60 meters. Inside the island command room, Lin Fan's expression remained icy, as if the raging storm outside had nothing to do with him. Of course he knew the limitations of the CIWS. It was a close-in weapon system, the last line of defense for a warship. Using it against a Drank heavy armor boss was nothing short of a fool's dream. He had opened fire just now to test the limits of this body, just how strong the Drank boss's armor resistance was. Now he had the data. The heavy armor sea turtle's charge kicked up waves several meters high, and its shadow already loomed over the bow of the 003 aircraft carrier. Before the live stream screen, some spectators had already covered their eyes, unable to bear watching the bloody scene of ship destruction and death. Wang Tung clenched his fists in excitement, waiting for the moment Lin Fan would be crushed into pulp. However, Lin Fan's next move stunned everyone once again. He didn't try to flee. He didn't even spare another glance at the Drank boss. His gaze was locked onto the Pangu interface that only he could see. Just now, as the Zuza scratching failed, a prompt box popped up: detected battlefield residual rank cores 150,150. Shinjo Arsenal System automatic spoils recovery protocol initiated. Recovering. Energy points 0. 2. Recovering. Energy points 0. 2. The energy points were ticking up. Lin Fan's heart was pounding too. He was betting that before the boss crashed into him, the energy recovered from these rank cores would be enough to unlock the minimum threshold for the T1 tech tree. Before Lin Fan's eyes, the pale blue energy point number began to tick up slowly and steadily. What is he doing? He's scavenging the battlefield. A noble student before the live stream screen cried out in disbelief. He's insane. Completely insane. With death staring him in the face, instead of figuring out how to escape, he actually cares about those rank trash cores. It's over. The guy has been scared witless. He's given up. Wang Tung was dumbfounded too. He had imagined countless ways Lin Fan might die, jumping into the sea in terror, putting up a futile fight, kneeling and begging for mercy. But this he had never imagined. Lin Fan in the face of a drank boss's death charged calmly, sweeping the battlefield. What kind of humiliation was this? You scum. Wang Tung trembled with rage. Do you think you, 40 meters? The heavy armor sea turtle was almost upon him. Its fearsome head the size of a truck lunged forward, opening a gaping maw lined with teeth. Energy points 0. 2. Energy points 0. 1. 30 meters. The waves were already crashing against the bow of the 003 carrier. The piercing fishy wind made Lin Fan's hair whip wildly. Energy points 0. 2. Enough. Faster. Faster. The turtle's crimson eyes reflected in Lin Fan's pupils. His heart was racing, but he knew this was his only chance to survive. 20 meters. Recovering a rank core. Energy points 0. 2. Bang. The glass of the command room began to crack from the terrifying pressure brought by the turtle. He's done for. It's going to hit. Wang Tung jumped to his feet and raised his arm in triumph. 10 meters. Recovering a rank core. Energy points 0. 2. All rank cores recovered. Total energy points gained 30. It worked. Just as the heavy armor sea turtle's head was about to shatter the command room glass, the very last instant. A stunning brilliance burst from Lin Fan's eyes. He roared with all his might at the system interface Pangu. 30 energy points. What can I unlock? Give me something I can use. Energy points 30. Now searching T1 tech tree. One matching item found. Retrieve T1 tech tree carrier-based aviation helicopter. Unlockable unit Haiji 20Z20 multipurpose tactical helicopter. Features air support, anti-submarine warfare, precision strike. Unlock cost 30 energy points. That's it. In that moment, as the putrid maw of the great heavy armor sea turtle was about to crush the command room, Lin Fan's pupils reflected the system interface, and with his last ounce of strength, he roared, unlock. Energy points cleared. T1 unit Haiji 20 unlocked. Boom. A thunderous sound. But it was not the sound of the 003 carrier being shattered. It was the unstoppable charge of the heavy armor sea turtle halting less than 3 meters from the bow, ceasing abruptly. It could not ram further. No. It dared not ram further. This great beast in its bloodshot eyes revealed, for the first time, confusion and a trace of fear. Because it heard a sound it had never heard before. A droning hum. Not the roar of cannon fire nor the howl of magical energy. It was a dull, oppressive sound, as if a swarm of giant insects was vibrating the air. On the broad flat deck of the 003 carrier, at its midsection, an elevator platform slowly rose. A ferocious iron bird coated in dark gray paint was spinning the 4 massive blades atop its head, slowly ascending into the sky. What is that? It flies. What is that thing? Before the live broadcast screens, tens of thousands of viewers froze again. They had seen the Sky Fortress in a great vessel of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance, but it floated on colossal ether levitation stones. But this thing before them had no ether fluctuations. No levitation arrays. It relied solely on those 4 rotating iron leaves to brute force, in an utterly anti-intuitive manner, shove aside the air and ascend. A flying golem, stammered Wang Tung's lackey in the VIP seats. Shut up. Wang Tung's face turned ashen. And great flying golem. What can it do? Even more ridiculous than Silza's iron pellets. What use is it? The heavy armor sea turtle evidently thought the same. It was enraged by this buzzing little insect hovering overhead. Abandoning its ramming of the carrier, it reared its head, opened its massive maw, and spewed great ether water cannon toward the Z-20. It's over. ITLL be shot down. It doesn't even have an ether shield. Yet the Z-20's maneuverability far exceeded the turtle's expectations. With a simple sideways drift, a maneuver impossible for any ship of the Azure world, it effortlessly dodged the water cannon's blast. Then its menacing nose aimed at the heavy armor sea turtle. In the command room, Lin Fan gazed through the shattered glass, his eyes cold. Panga lock onto its weakness. High G-20 fire control radar activated. Scanning target, grade heavy armor sea turtle. Analyzing structure. High armor. High armor. Fatal weakness detected. Weakness eyes. Armor 0. Z-20 armed with T-1 weapon, AKD-10 anti-tank missile shaped charge. Fire control locked onto target eyes. Fire. The Z-20, this iron bird from Shinjo military industry, revealed its true nature as a treetop killer. On the short wing pylons flanking its fuselage, 2 anti-tank missiles ignited instantaneously. Whoosh. Whoosh. 2 streaks of fire trailing long exhaust plumes did not strike the turtle's thick shell, but curved into its head with a cunning arc. Ha ha ha. Wang Tung roared with laughter again. Foolish. He's really just scratching the surface. He thinks such tiny toys can take down a boss. This is... His laughter choked in his throat for the 3rd time. Because the 2 missiles at the moment they were about to hit, the turtle's head swerved abruptly. They were guided. They were like nothing less than an arcane core. No! The heavy armor sea turtle sensed lethal danger and tried to close its eyes. But too late. A shape-charged warhead does not need unstoppable kinetic force, it only needs contact. Thud. Thud. The 2 anti-tank missiles, with extreme precision and utter humiliation, met no resistance and plunged directly into the turtle's lantern-sized eyes. A blood-curdling roar unlike any living creature pierced the entire arena. The explosion came not from outside but from inside the turtle's skull. The metallic jet from the shape charge detonated instantly within its brain. The great boss, which moments ago had swaggered under the CIWS barrage, now thrashed madly on the sea surface, slamming against the alloy walls. Green blood mixed with brain matter spurted from its mangled eye sockets. Critical damage. 1 strike. Just 1 strike. This great target ship had unleashed a flying golem that with 2 bizarre little missiles achieved what Wang Tung's great ironclad battle cruiser might not have accomplished with a full volley of ether cannons. The entire arena fell silent once more. If the first divine exclusion zone had shocked them with defense, this time it was the terror of offense. He broke through the defense. With that little iron bird. It broke through a great boss defense. What kind of missile is that? Why can't it turn? How can it precisely hit the eyes? In the VIP seats, Wang Tung slumped into his chair, his face a mix of disbelief and fear. The anti-air iron turtle. The flying main gun. What kind of monster is this grade? In the arena, Lin Fan coldly watched the dying heavy armor sea turtle. Warning. Target not yet dead. Lin Fan did not order a finishing blow. Not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't. Just then Panda's warning tone spiked dramatically. Detecting unauthorized ether space jump fluctuations. Detecting energy signatures of 3 Kraid warships. They are forcibly entering the arena. This level boss along with that level iron ship and its little toys. Our 7 Seas Trade Alliance will take them all. The pirate captain's arrogant proclamation, amplified through the broadcast formation, echoed not only within the arena, but also clearly reached every live screen of the Royal Ship Spirit Academy. After experiencing a series of cognitive upheavals, the level verdict, the divine forbidden zone, and the flying puppet breaking defenses, the tens of thousands of spectators in the venue were once again struck by a mental hammer. But this time it was not shock. It was pure terror. As 7 Seas Trade Alliance. It's those hyenas. It's the privateer fleet of the 7 Seas Trade Alliance. How dare they intrude into the Royal Academy's arena? Are they insane? Are they declaring war on the Azure Kingdom? If the Iron-Blood Empire was the Northern Wolf, the sworn enemy of the Azure Kingdom, then the 7 Seas Trade Alliance was a pack of venomous snakes and hyenas lurking in the shadows. They were merchants and also pirates. They worship profit above all else, mastered asymmetric warfare. One moment, they would be signing a commercial contract with you, and the next, for higher profits, they would send your warship and crew to the bottom of the sea. They were one of the most unwelcome yet most dreaded factions in the Azure world. On the VIP seat, the moment Wang Tung saw the flag of skull and scimitar, the jealousy and distortion on his face were instantly replaced by a morbid ecstasy. He trembled slightly from fear of the pirates, yet was extremely exhilarated by Lin Fan's impending tragic fate. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Wang Tung let out a suppressed growl. 7 Seas Trade Alliance. Clevel main ships. 3 whole ships. Lin Fan. You bastard. You're finished. Wang Tung suddenly stood up pointing at the screen, as if venting all the humiliation he had just suffered. Your iron turtle could fend off the level sea monsters. Your little iron bird could ambush a level boss. But now you're facing 3 fully crewed Clevel pirate ships. 3 genuine Clevel captains. They'll smash that turtle shell of yours along with your bones. Wang Ting's ecstasy echoed the sentiments of all Order-side spectators. The heretical technology Lin Fan had just displayed had already unsettled and terrified them. And now a stronger, more chaotic malice descended. On the high platform, the Academy Elder, who had earlier pronounced Lin Fan's death trial, now wore an expression even uglier than Wang Tung's. But he was not excited, he was panicked. How is this possible? His lips turned white, his body swaying. How dare they barge in now? Elder! The mentor beside him also panicked. Quick! The elder grabbed the mentor's collar, his face twisted in a snarl. Shut down the live broadcast. Shut down all ether screens immediately. Why wise? In the arena, Lin Fan coldly watched the 3 slowly approaching pirate ships. His soul from Earth allowed him to see through the essence of the 7 Seas Trade Alliance far earlier than anyone else in this world. They were not pirates, they were pure embodiments of capital. Greedy, cold-blooded, and extremely shrewd. Aboard the leading pirate ship, the captain, a one-eyed man, let's call him Black Shark, was observing the 003 carrier with interest through an ether telescope. Tis tsk. Black Shark licked his cracked lips, his eyes gleaming with a savagery fiercer than that of a level sea monster. What a big ship! A true work of art. Too bad it's in Flevel without an ether shield. Captain, asked the first mate, that level turtle isn't dead yet. Shall we grab the core first? Not so fast. Black Shark lowered the telescope, his gaze fixed firmly on the Z-20 Hi-G-20 hovering midair, with its nose pointed at them. That flying puppet is rather interesting. Black Shark narrowed his lone eye. I saw it clearly just now. Those 2 small missiles it fired actually broke through the level turtle's defenses. Precision-guided warheads targeting weaknesses. He paused and pointed at the 1130 Closian weapon system on the 003 carrier's island. And that anti-air inscription. It could instantly blow apart hundreds of level arcane cores. The interception efficiency is simply unheard of. The first mate understood at once. Captain, do you mean? A level core is certainly valuable. Black Shark revealed a cruel grin. But the anti-air inscription technology on that Flevel iron ship and the technology of that flying puppet are worth more. This deal is a bonus given to us by that old man from the Academy. Pass my order. Black Shark suddenly drew his ether scimitar. 3 ships fan formation. All arcane core launchers Clevel standard full load. That old man, the Academy Elder, has already tactfully started cutting the live feed. He wants to cover up the truth, which gives us time to clear the scene. The captain is wise. Unflevel rookie. He thinks he's beaten a level boss, but he's just made a wedding dress for us. Once we snatch this technology and present it to the Alliance headquarters, we can trade for a level warship. Just as the pirates were greedily discussing, buzz, all the ether screens across the Academy suddenly flickered with snow. Then with a bang, they went completely dark. The live broadcast was cut. What's going on? Where's the broadcast? I was watching the climax. Academy announcement: abnormal spatial fluctuations in the arena broadcast signal interrupted, emergency repairs underway. Damn it. Same old excuse. The spectators in the square instantly erupted. On the VIP seats, Wang Tung first froze, then laughed even more maniacally. Shut down. Good shut down. Marvelous. He knew this was the Elder destroying the evidence. He also knew that without the protection of the live broadcast, that arena had become a complete black prison. Lin Fan had lost even the last sliver of a chance to be noticed by the Academy high-ups. He was doomed. In the arena, Lin Fan noticed the ether I used for the live broadcast had extinguished above. Instead of panicking, a faint icy curl touched the corner of his mouth. Black Shark. The captain noticed his expression. Kid, you're quite calm. Black Shark sneered. You think just because the broadcast is off we can't find you? No. For the first time Lin Fan's voice was transmitted through the basic amplification of the ship's spirit space. I'm saying, with no audience I don't have to hold back when I kill you. What? The grin on Black Shark's face froze. He didn't understand. And Flevel, a iron turtle that had just been cornered by a level boss of prey surrounded by 3 clever warships. What nonsense was he spouting? Ha ha ha. Black Shark seemed to hear the funniest joke ever. Boys, this kid's scared out of his wits. First mate, wake him up. Activate guided arcane cores. Clever volley. Let's see what that anti-air inscription of his is made of. The launch arrays on the broadsides of all 3 pirate ships opened simultaneously. They were not the crude back cores of a level monsters. They were standard clever magic energy guided weapons of the Azure Kingdom. Swoosh 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 swoosh. A barrage several times denser and 10 times more powerful in energy fluctuation than the level crab swarm from before instantly rose into the air. Full 300 plus clever arcane cores, magic missiles trailing blue-purple exhaust formed a net from 3 directions blanketing toward the 003 carrier. Kid. Against a clever saturation volley, even an ether shield on a ship below a level would be torn apart on the spot. Black Shark Clevel raised his scimitar and grinned. Let me see how tough your level defensive array really is. The pirate captain Hayshaw Crank let out a sinister sneer that echoed through the arena. For a volley of this caliber, unless you're tough enough you'll be turned to ashes. He was a battle-hardened veteran, not a sheltered flower from the academy like Wang Tung. He knew very well that the arcane core of it, a rank C beast, and the mana-guided core, standard on crank warships, were 2 completely different concepts. The rank one was a sparkler, the crank one was a cannon shell. The crank, arcane core, was 3 times faster than the rank, its internal, etheric energy, compression rate 10 times greater, and its explosive yield increased geometrically. More importantly, they were locked on by the crank captain's ship spirit domain, inscribed with enhanced guidance and anti-jamming runes. 300. From 3 directions. A saturation strike covering the entire area. In Hayshaw's script, any warship below a rank under such an assault would have its etheric shield shattered like glass in an instant, and the hull itself would be vaporized within 0.1 seconds. He couldn't even be bothered to watch the outcome. He was already thinking about how to salvage the wreckage of those shattered anti-aircraft runes from the Frank Iron ship. Hayshaw greedily added, "Let that flying puppet Z-20 fly around for a while, we'll deal with it later." In the arena. Inside the Z-20 Hive G-20 hovering midair, the voice of the digital pilot. Bylong 01. Rang, and Lin Fan's mind commander detected 342 crank high-rec projectiles approaching from 3 sectors simultaneously. Threat level extremely high. Suggestion. Bylong 01. Lin Fan stood in the command room coldly watching the deadly meteor shower that tore through the sky through the glass covered in cracks from drank boss impacts. His voice was calm without a ripple. Maintain altitude, standby outside the God's forbidden zone. Pylon 01 acknowledged. The Z-20 fuselage twisted quickly, climbing higher and withdrawing from the CIWS defense perimeter. Lin Fan's gaze turned to the blue-violet death barrage that was already close at hand. 342. He couldn't even be bothered to give complex orders. Pangu. CIWS HHQ-10 full firepower. Command received. Close-in weapon system CIWS activated. Short-range air defense missile HHQ-10 activated. ZZ. If the sound of intercepting the rank crab swarm in Chapter 2 was a chainsaw, then at this moment the sound of 4 Type 1130 CIWS guns firing at maximum rate was a doomsday thunderstorm. A total rate of 40000 rounds per minute, 4 guns 10000 rounds per minute. On the 3 pirate ships in the ears of all pirates, only one sound remained. A zzzzzz screech that seemed to tear at the soul. That hat! What the hell is that sound? Captain! That anti-aircraft array! It's activated again! Useless! Hayshaw, covering his ears, roared in fury at the irritation caused by the sound. Crank arcane cores! Not a rank gar! His roar got stuck in his throat once again. Because a scene even more spectacular, terrifying, and unreasonable than the God's forbidden zone in Chapter 2 had occurred. Metal storm. The barrage wall, composed of 30mm tungsten core armor-piercing rounds, was no longer a net of fire, but formed an impenetrable, absolute defense circle, with a radius of 300 meters. Boom, 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 boom. The crank, arcane cores, at the forefront traveling at 3 times the speed of sound, slammed into this wall. They didn't even have a chance to explode before the CIWS barrage. Crank mana compression and a rank ether residue were no different. They were all vaporized on contact by sheer kinetic force. The first wave 50 rounds annihilated. No! Impossible. Hayshaw's single eye bulged wide. Captain! There are still over 200. They're maneuver. Before the pirate observer could finish his words, he witnessed a sight that shattered his down heart. The remaining 200+ crank arcane cores, guided by the ship's spirit domain, displayed the intelligence of crank weapons. They began attempting to circumvent that metal storm. They curved in the air, trying to attack from the CIWS blind spots overhead side. Ha! Fool! Your array is a direct fire type. It can't stop. Push! Hayshaw's mad laughter was interrupted by a denser series of piercing sounds. The two 24-cell HHQ-10 High Hongqi-10 launchers on the island and stern of the 003 carrier truly revealed their ferocity as short-range air defense missiles. At this moment, 48 High Hongqi-10 missiles ignited instantly. They were not launched one by one, as in Chapter 2. They were a salvo, a saturation launch. If CIWS was a ball, then HHQ-10 was the hounds. It was a scalpel. The 200+ crank arcane cores that tried to evade immediately met their doom. Look! A pirate screamed in despair over the comm channel. Those iron projectiles! They're turning too. Good heavens! Their speed, faster than our crank cores. The 48 High Hongqi-10 missiles trailed 48 white streaks of death across the sky with faster speed and tighter turning radius than the arcane cores, executing incredible, acute angles in the air. They precisely locked onto those evading crank cores. 110, 1 Tatwo. Even 1 to 3. Boom, boom, boom. The sky seemed to blossom with 300 blue-violet flowers of death in an instant. Spectacular and deadly. When the last High Hongqi-10 precisely blew up the last crank arcane core, attempting an shaped maneuver in midair, the arena fell into dead silence once more. CZ! The CIWS barrels were still spinning, emitting pungent smoke and red-hot steam. On the sea, the Frank scrap target ship quietly floated, its hull completely unscathed. On the 3 pirate ships, the pirates, who had been sneering, greedy, and shouting, "Clear the scene!" moments ago, were now all as if frozen by a petrification array. Captain Hayshaw Crank stood frozen at the bow, maintaining a posture of raising his blade to strike. The pirate first mate behind him had his mouth wide open, big enough to hold a fist. All. The first mate's voice trembled. All. Intercepted. 342. Crank. Arcane cores. Not. 1. Missed. Gulp. Hayshaw swallowed hard. His single eye was bloodshot from extreme fear and disbelief. No. Impossible. He muttered low and hoarse. Impossible. He spun around, grabbed the communication array, and roared at the runesmith inside. What about the ether reading? Such a terrifying defense array. Such a dense interception. What about the etheric energy it consumed? What about its energy fluctuation? And a rank captain using an rank shield to tank this wave would have their ether core drained instantly. What about it? The communication array fell silent for 2 seconds. Then the runesmith's voice came through, tearful and sounding like he'd seen a ghost. See, Captain, the ether reading is 0. It, from start to finish, not a single trace of ether fluctuation. None. 0. No ether fluctuation. Hayshaw released the communication array, stumbled back 2 steps, and fell against the gunwale with a thud. This crank pirate captain's worldview completely collapsed at this moment. No energy fluctuation, yet it had activated an absolute defense, more terrifying than an rank shield. What did this mean? It meant that the enemy's technological level was far beyond his comprehension. The enemy wasn't consuming etheric energy at all. The enemy was dictating the laws of physics. In his understanding, only one thing could do this. Shrank. Heisha's lips trembled as he squeezed out a word he had only seen in the oldest nautical charts of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance. Shrank. Lost relic. It's an ancient civilization's automatic defense array. Shrank. The moment this word was uttered, all the pirates behind him drew in a sharp breath. Their eyes changed instantly. If the earlier greed was to snatch a crank, minor technology, then now stimulated by the word shrank, their emotions instantly sublimated from fear to madness. And shrank. Defense array. We're rich. Captain, we're rich. As long as we can take it back. Forget Brank warships. We can directly become the regional governor of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance. Steal it. We must steal it. Heisha's single eye was instantly filled with bloodlust. Fear. In the face of shrank, temptation, fear was worthless. Damn it! Embedding it all. Heisha stood up abruptly, raising his curved blade again with a frenzied expression. This frank scrap is nothing but a shrank turtle shell. It has no main cannon. It's nothing but a target. He pointed at the 003 carrier, his voice sharp with excitement. Its array can intercept Arcane Core's missiles, but can it intercept Ether Beam's lasers? Can it intercept kinetic main cannons? Pass my command? Heisha roared. Arcane cores are ineffective. All hands activate Plan B. Ship 1 and Ship 2. Activate large-scale mist domain. Conceal the sea area. I want him to go blind. Let's see how his array can aim. Ship 3 flagship. Kinetic ether cannon. Crank maximum power charging. When he's blind, blast him to pieces. Class. Automatic defense formation. Pirate Captain Heisha class. In the very moment he uttered those words had his single eye completely consumed by greed. Fear. Before the allure of class, fear was merely an appetizer. Heisha had roamed the Seven Seas for a decade, relying not on brute force but on the unique cunning and asymmetric tactics of the Seven Seas Commerce Alliance. Damn it! Embedding it all. Heisha's face twisted with extreme excitement. Not only did he not retreat because of the forbidden zone, but he let out an even more frenzied roar. This class scrap iron only has an S-class turtle shell. It has no main cannon. It's just a target. He precisely saw through the nature of CIW's clothes and weapon system. It could intercept Arcane Core missiles, but could it intercept a kinetic main cannon? Pass my order. Heisha suddenly raised his ether scimitar and roared. Arcane Core is ineffective. All hands activate the second plan. Ship 1, Ship 2. Activate large-scale mist domain. Ship 3 flagship. Kinetic ether cannon. Class maximum power charging. Aye, Captain. With Heisha's order, the side armor of the two class pirate ships flanking him suddenly opened. What was revealed was not cannon muzzles, but rows upon rows of mist generators inscribed with runes of chaos and obscuration. Hum, hum! Amid the low roar of arcane energy, thick cloying gray mist, as if mixed with ether residue, began to furiously spew from the generators. This was not a physical mist. This was one of the signature technologies of the Seven Seas Commerce Alliance, the arcane interference domain. This mist could not only obscure vision, but also completely disrupt and absorb all arcane and physical detection fluctuations. It was the natural enemy of all guidance arrays and eagle-eye inscriptions. Ha ha ha. Kid. Heisha watched as the two gray walls began to encircle the 003 carrier, and he let out a triumphant laugh. Your S-class formation relies on detection to intercept, doesn't it? Once my mist arrives, you'll be blind. Let's see how you stop me. The surface of the arena sea began to be rapidly engulfed by the mist. Meanwhile, on the bows of Heisha's flagship and the other two warships, their kinetic ether cannons thicker than the head of an armored turtle began to glow with a dangerous glaring blue light. Main cannon charging. 30. Mist encirclement. Estimated 40 seconds. The countdown to death had begun. In the Z-20C Z-20 hovering midair, the calm voice of pilot Falong 01 echoed in Lin Fan's mind. Commander. Detected a powerful ether interference source. The enemy is releasing a veiling domain. Also detected 3 high-energy class, main cannon, reactions. Charging. We are in a desperate situation. Recommendation break out immediately. Z-20 has 6 AK-10 missiles remaining, can attempt to destroy at least 1 enemy. Missed generator. Phylong 01's tactical suggestion was a textbook. Optimal solution. To interrupt the enemies. Incantation. Before the live broadcast screens, any captain of the Azure Kingdom would have chosen this. However, Lin Fan's gaze did not even look at the 3 pirate ships. He didn't even look at the 2 death gray mists that were closing in. Lin Fan's heart sank to the bottom. He stared fixedly at the Pangu interface. That was his only chance of survival. T2 Tech Tree Gray, unlock requirement 100 energy points. 100 energy points. The only source was that dying class boss on the sea surface. In just a few seconds, Lin Fan made his choice. No, do not execute the strike mission. Lin Fan spoke coldly. His voice caused Phylong 01's mind to freeze for a moment. Phylong 01. Lin Fan's tone was devoid of emotion. Ignore those 3 class warships. Commander. Your mission, Lin Fan said word by word, is to finish it off. Snatch the class core. Phylong 01 fell silent. An emotion called confusion arose in his mind. Abandon the path of life and choose the path of death. Commander, reconfirm. Our remaining time is less than 30 seconds. Finishing off the class boss has no tactical significance. Execute the order. Lin Fan interrupted him. Phylong 01. Roger. Above the arena, the menacing nose of the Z-20 turned. It really ignored the 3 class pirate ships that were charging main cannons and releasing mist. With a sharp turn, it pitched its nose down and dove toward the dying class boss on the sea surface. This sight caused Captain Haisha to freeze. The sneer on his face stiffened. He had imagined countless reactions from Lin Fan, frantically breaking out, futilely attacking his missed ships, with the Iron Turtle even kneeling and begging for mercy. But he never expected this. This class, under the dual lock of class main cannon and mist domain. Damn it. He was actually finishing off. He was picking up trash. Insult. This is a blatant insult. Haisha's single eye instantly filled with bloodshot veins. Unclass Iron Turtle, a prey that was about to be blasted to pieces by him. And yet it dared to ignore him. And yet it dared to steal the kill right in front of him. Haisha trembled with rage, madly slashing the ship's railings with his ether scimitar. Bastard! You bastard! How dare you ignore me? Main cannon! He roared into the communication array. How much longer for the charge? Give me! Blow him to bits! Captain! Still need 20 seconds. Force firing will cause a burst barrel. Useless. Useless. Haisha stared ferociously at the Z-20's dive. He knew Lin Fan was using his 20 seconds of charging time to exchange for the class boss core. Phylong 01. Open fire. Lin Fan's command was issued ruthlessly as the Z-20 reached 100 meters above the class turtle. Phylong 01. Received. AKD-10 missiles launch. Whoosh. Whoosh. 2 more anti-tank missiles. They no longer needed precision injection. Their target was the already blasted, bloody, and torn neck stump of the armored turtle. Roar! The class boss let out its last unwilling cry. Boom! 2 missiles precisely pierced its central nervous system. Explosion. This time it was a complete decapitation. The massive body of the armored turtle stiffened abruptly, then became completely still. Its last trace of life force, like taking a virgin's, was ruthlessly snatched by the Z-20. The next second, a monster core, 100 times more dazzling than any class core, as brilliant as a class sun, shot out from the turtle's carcass with a pop. No! Captain Haisha let out a desperate roar. That was his prize. However, Lin Fan's ship Spirit Space was faster than his voice. Detected high-purity class monster core. Ship Spirit Space. Automatic retrieval in progress. Whoosh. The class core turned into a streak of light, ignoring the pirates' greedy gazes, and instantly plunged into the hull of the 003 carrier. No! Aisha's single eye lost its luster. In Lin Fan's mind, the cold, heavenly voice of AI Pengu sounded. Class core retrieved. Energy points 100. Done. Lin Fan's eyes burst with astonishing brilliance. 100 energy points. This was his only capital for a counterkill. However, at the very moment he obtained this capital, the two encirclements of Death Gray Mist had also arrived. As if the world had been muted. The mist domain, at this moment, completely engulfed the 800,000-ton massive hull of the 003 carrier. Phylong 01. Lin Fan looked up sharply. Commander. The calm voice of Z-20 pilot. Phylong 01. Showed panic for the first time. The mist has strong corrosion and interference. My sensors. CZZT. CZZT. Am losing. CZZT. Signal. Lost. Phylong 01S. Communication was cut off. Before Lin Fan's eyes, the light blue tech interface of Pengu suddenly flashed. Harsh, maddening snowflakes instantly covered Lin Fan's entire vision. Warning. Warning. Panda's AI voice became sharp and distorted. Detected. A class. Powerful ether interference field. HPJ-11 close-in weapon system. Fire control radar. ZZZT. Lock lost. HHU-10 air defense missile. Infrared optical. ZZT. Blinded. All detection systems. Completely failed. We have become blind. The arena was completely shrouded by the mist. Ha 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 ha. From beyond the mist came Captain Haisha's overjoyed yet wildly manic laughter. Blind. He's blind. Class turtle shell, so what? Without detection. He's nothing but unclassed scrap iron. Haisha spun around and looked at his main gunner. That class kinetic ether cannon had finished charging, its muzzle flashing with physical light capable of destroying everything. Captain, main cannon charged to 100. Good. 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 Haisha raised his ether scimitar and pointed it at the center of the silent mist that no longer emitted ZZZT sounds. He can't dodge. He can't defend either. All hands. Aim at the center of the mist. Fire. Warning. Detected a grade high-intensity ether interference field. All target acquisition systems have failed. The sharp, distorted alarm of AI Pengu flickered frantically within Lin Fan's consciousness. Before his eyes, the pale blue technological interface had been completely overwhelmed by a blinding sea of static. Crackle. Crackle. He was blind. Ha 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 ha. Beyond the mist, the pirate Captain Haishaw's maniacal laughter pierced through the interference, like the final ultimatum of death itself. Blind. He's blind. So what if they have enscraved turtle shell? Without targeting, he's just grade scrap metal. All hands. Haishaw raised his ether scimitar, about to bring it down heavily. Aim at the center of the mist. Fire. Outside the arena, Wang Tung's smile had already reached its peak. On the high platform, the Academy Elder's gaze was icy cold, waiting for this heretical warship to be erased by order. Yet, in this moment of extreme peril, inside the command center, Lin Fan's expression showed not a trace of panic. Though his back was already drenched in cold sweat, his eyes remained terrifyingly calm. He knew full well that the magic energy mist was the Seven Seas Commerce League's trump card, a weapon specifically designed to counter target acquisition arrays. But Haishaw, no, everyone in this world, had miscalculated one thing. His 003 Fujin was not a magic energy creation. It was an industrial crystallization from Earth. The fire control radars of the CIWS and HHQ-10 were merely small point defense radars. It was normal for them to be jammed. But the true eyes of the 003 carrier were that artifact that had never been activated before. Lin Fan's gaze instantly locked onto the Pengu interface, the number that had just flickered and was still warm. Energy points 100. Pengu. Lin Fan's voice rang out in the command center, without a hint of trembling, only unwavering decisiveness. Pour all of my 100 energy points into the ship electrical system. Next. Lin Fan's pupils burst with astonishing radiance. Pour all the energy of the ship electrical system into the phased array system. Now. Command received. Energy points 100. Shipboard integrated electric propulsion IP. Activated. Boom. A deep, overwhelming roar, as if from the awakening heart of an 80,000-ton steel behemoth, echoed deep within the hull of the 003 carrier. If before the beginner pack had lit up the weapons, then these 100 grade core energy points were like starting the main reactor of this giant ship. Vast, stable, and unending electrical power surged instantly into the 4 huge, unremarkable gray slabs on the carrier island. T2 level Shenzhou 346 type digital array active phased array radar. Energy injection complete. System activated. This was the true godlike vision of a modern aircraft carrier. It was not a magic energy radar that sensed via ether fluctuations in this world. It was a digital array composed of thousands of TR modules. It itself was a mobile electronic warfare fortress. Magic energy missed. In the face of the electronic countermeasure mode of the active phased array, this primitive interference was simply laughable. Pangu! Lin Fan stared coldly at the sea of static before him. Maximum power. Clear the clouds and see the sun. Command received. Ace initiating high-energy penetration scan. Aboard Heisha's flagship, the Skull Scimitar, the Rune Master, maintaining the magic energy mist, was enjoying the fruits of victory. Captain, main gun charged to 95. That blind fool is dead. But the next second, he suddenly felt an inexplicable palpitation, as if a scorching, violent, incomprehensible energy was rising within his mist domain. No! An illusion! The ether fluctuations in his perception were clearly steady, yet the physical heat and static electricity grew stronger. My array seems to be heating up. Before he could report this bizarre phenomenon to Heisha, Lin Fan's vision, that blinding sea of static, suddenly froze. Then, like a sun erupting at the center of the world, with the 003 carrier as its epicenter, a tyrannical, unparalleled flood of data surged outward. On the screen, the gray mist representing interference was purified in an instant, like thin ice meeting a blazing sun. A god's eye view appeared, covering the entire arena with a 360-degree crystal-clear, non-blind spot perspective. In this divine field of vision, the ugly silhouettes of the 3 crate pirate ships were rendered in the most glaring blood red. Their positions, speeds, and even the ether cannons, glowing with high-energy reactions at their bows, were all exposed. Ha ha ha! Die! Scum! Beyond the mist, Heisha's ether scimitar finally slashed down heavily. Fire! The gunners of the 3 ships pressed the firing arrays simultaneously. Lin Fan's pupils abruptly contracted. He saw it. In his god's eye view, the 3 death beams representing Kraid main guns had already condensed at the muzzles. They would fire in half a second. But what could he do? The Z-20 was still in the mist. The fire control radars of the Closian weapons were also still in the mist. He couldn't intercept. He frantically pressed a button on the Pangu interface, activating Ship Spirit Space Public Broadcast Channel. Locked frequency 7C's Commerce League. In the mist, the gunners of the 3 pirate ships were preparing to enjoy the thrill of firing. Heisha's sneer was still frozen on his face. Suddenly an icy, emotionless voice, as if from the 9 abyssal hells, rang out clearly in the ship spirit spaces of all 3 pirate ships. You 3, after charging for so long, your ether cannons are aimed 30 degrees below my port side at the position of the Great Boss Corps. Want me to help you calibrate? Do you want me to calibrate for you? This icy, emotionless voice pierced through the public channel of the ship's spirit network like a red-hot poison needle, instantly stabbing into the eardrums of everyone aboard the 3 pirate ships. The arm of Black Shark, the captain, was raised high, clutching an ether scimitar poised to strike, yet frozen midair. The sneer on his face, the madness in his eyes, the flush of his cheeks from charging the main cannon, all of it congealed in that instant. Time seemed to stand still. Captain! Captain! The flagship's main gunner, whose finger was about to press the firing rune, stopped less than a centimeter from the runestone. He dared not move. He could hear his own heart thundering like a drum. Fire! What fire? What was the other side saying? He? Black Shark's single eye bulged to its limit, the socket nearly tearing. He stared fixedly at the center of the mist, as if trying to pierce that arcane mana field that even a rank detection couldn't penetrate. He can see me. How can he see me? What about my mana mist? That a rank domain capable of shielding all perception. Isn't he blind? No. Impossible. Black Shark's voice trembled. He thought he was hallucinating. Illusion. It's an illusion. He's bluffing. Fire. He was about to roar out the word fire recklessly. That devilish voice rang out again, icy cold. 342. Lin Fan's voice was soft, yet it struck Black Shark's heart like a hammer. Just now you fired a total of 342 crank-guided arcane cores at me. Did I get the count right? Boom. A chill shot up Black Shark's spine, straight to his skull. He even knew the exact number. He wasn't bluffing. He really was watching. From beginning to end within that mist, he had been looking at Black Shark leaping about like a clown. I can intercept over 300 missiles. Lin Fan's tone carried a hint of mockery. One Black Shark knew all too well. It was the exact same tone he had used to mock Lin Fan earlier. And now with these 3 pitiful little cannons that can't even scratch me. Do you want to try? Scratch. Scratch. Those 2 words pierced Black Shark's heart like poison daggers. He remembered how just minutes ago he had laughed maniacally and used those very words to humiliate that frank scrap metal. And now the word was returned to him exactly as given. No! 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 Black Shark's teeth chattered violently, all color drained from his face, leaving it deathly pale. His mind raced at unprecedented speed. He thought of it. First, the enemy's defense. Shrank. That was definitely in shrank defense formation. Over 300 crank arcane cores, saturation attack hadn't even scratched the enemy's paint. And the enemy's consumption was 0. 0 consumption shrank defense. Second, the enemy's detection. Shrank. That was also damn shrank. His mana mist was one of the 7 Seas Merchant Alliance's highest secrets, designed specifically to counter the standard radar formations of the Azure Kingdom. But what had the enemy done? That runist, yes runist. Black Shark whirled around, and saw the runist responsible for the mist lying on the ground, like a dead dog, the formation covered in cracks. He wasn't injured by shock. He was hit by backlash, because the enemy's detection formation had forcefully burned through his domain, using detection to burn through a rank mist. What kind of divine technique was that? Third, the enemy's attack. That bizarre flying golem. With 2 tiny missiles, it had accurately penetrated the eyes of a Drank heavy-armored turtle, breaking past Drank defenses. Shrank defense. Shrank detection. And that bizarre Shrank attack. 3 Shranks. 3 damn Shranks. All on an Frank warship. Black Shark's breath nearly stopped. He finally understood. He finally realized. Frank. Frank. To hell with Frank. This was no Frank target ship. This was a demon disguised in a Frank shell. An ancient, incomprehensible monster from the abyss. He was no rookie. He was no prey. He was a hunter. And Black Shark himself was the foolish prey that had stumbled into the trap. Black Shark's single eye was filled with terror. He's been playing me all along. He deliberately let me release the mist. He deliberately let me charge the main cannon. He just wanted to see me reveal all my cards like an idiot. Then he used a method I can't understand to tell me, your cards are worthless. A scream, shrill and inhuman, burst from Black Shark's throat. The hand holding the ether scimitar trembled violently from fear, greed, shrank relic, all thrown to the wind. Now he only wanted to survive. He didn't want to face this demon for another second. Retreat! Black Shark spun around and roared into the communication formation with all his might. Stop charging! Stop! Space jump! All hands! Everyone! Jump at any cost! Get out! Get out of this damned arena! He didn't even bother to give the order to disperse the mist. Now he only wanted to flee. Captain! Jump! But the main cannon forced stop. Who cares? Black Shark kicked the gunner away. If you want to die, I don't. Hurry! Hum, hum, hum. The 3 crank pirate ships erupted with intense, highly unstable spatial fluctuations. The energy chaos came from forcibly interrupting main cannon charging and pouring all power into the space jump formation. They didn't even bother calibrating coordinates. They only wanted to flee. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 streaks of light flashed. The 3 once arrogant crank 7 Seas Merchant Alliance main ships. Just like that, fled in utter disgrace, scrambling away, and vanished. With the 3 pirate ships' hasty escape, the mana mist that had shrouded the entire arena lost its energy source. Like rootless duckweed, it rapidly, reluctantly faded, dissipated. Seconds later, the glaring sunlight above the arena once again fell upon the sea. The sea breeze blew again. Lin Fan stood in the command room, silently watching the now clear, God's eye view on the screen. The 3 glaring blood-red dots were gone. His icy face showed no ripple. He slowly closed the public broadcast channel on the Pengu interface. Warning: Phylong 01Z20 signal re-established. Phylong 01 requests landing granted. Above the arena, the pitch-black Hi-G-20 helicopter emerged from the last wisps of dissipating gray mist, its fuselage hovering steadily midair. Z-20 descended slowly. It landed firmly on the spacious flight deck of the 003 carrier. Thud! The landing gear contacted the deck, emitting a dull, reassuring sound. The roar of the rotors gradually ceased. The 4 Type 1130 close-in weapon systems on the island and stern stopped rotating their barrels, returning to vertical. On the sea, the massive corpse of the Drank heavy-armored turtle bobbed gently in the waves. Everything was calm, as if the crank pirate invasion, the thrilling mist battle, had never happened. Lin Fan slowly exhaled a turbid breath. It's over! In the arena, as 3 class pirate ships tore through space and jumped away in disarray, the dense fog created by the A-class magical energy array finally lost its power supply. Like punctured balloons, they began to rapidly thin and dissipate. The harsh sunlight pierced through the thinning mist, again spilling onto the broad flight deck of the 003 aircraft carrier. Boom! The dull rotor sound of the Hi-G-20 came from afar, drilling out of the last wisp of gray mist, its fuselage steady without a tremor. Phylong 01 signal linked. Commander returned to base. Land! Lin Fan stood in the command room, issuing a calm order. The Z-20 landed precisely on the deck elevator, slowly sinking into the hangar. Around the island, the 4 Type 1130 close-in weapon systems that had just deterred the class fleet stopped rotating their barrels, slowly rising to resume the original vertical position facing the sky. On the sea's surface, only the massive corpse of the class heavy armored sea turtle remained gently bobbing in the waves, as if the thrilling pirate invasion and the peak confrontation between magic and technology had all been just an illusion. Lin Fan glanced at the ether eyes above the arena responsible for live broadcasting. He knew that this Death Sea trial was over. Meanwhile, Royal Ship Spirit Academy Awakening Square. Tens of thousands of cadets and instructors were still staring fixedly at the pitch-black ether screen. Dead silence. No worse than silence. It was a kind of suppressed gloating murmur. The signal is lost. Right when the fog closed in, I saw it. 3 ships. 3 class main vessels of the 7 Seas Trade Alliance. That Lin Fan, he's trapped in the fog. He's blind. I think I just heard the pirate captain giving orders. Charging. A main cannon salvo. 3 class main cannons. Point-blank saturation bombardment. Tisk, that class target ship probably doesn't even have a single intact piece of metal left. Right. In the VIP seats, Wang Tung held a glass of scarlet wine, but he didn't drink. He was just savoring the wonderful moment before victory. The sneer on his face was no longer hidden. The noble lackeys around him were boasting loudly. Young Master Wang, you truly have foresight. This class plebeian doesn't even deserve your intervention. Indeed, dying at the hands of pirates, especially flagship of the 7 Seas, the Academy can't even find a reason to investigate. What is this? This is divine retribution. Ha ha! Wang Tung swirled his glass, his gaze turning to the high platform. The elder, who was on good terms with his Wang family, sat upright, expressionless, but the slight upturn at the corner of his mouth betrayed his current mood. And class plebeian, an ant who dared to steal young Master Wang's spotlight at the awakening ceremony, should die silently in the shadows like this. Signal! Look! The signal is back! A scream rose from the crowd. Tens of thousands of eyes focused sharply again. The pitch-black ether screen flickered with harsh snow for a few moments. Then the picture returned. The sneer on Wang Tung's face instantly reached its peak. He was ready to enjoy the sea covered in wreckage and blood. However, on the screen, there was no wreckage, no explosion. The sea was calm. The class target ship, which they had mocked as an entire iron turtle and assumed had been vaporized, was quietly floating on the sea. The hull was as straight as before, unscathed. and that class heavy armored sea turtle, that indestructible boss, was floating not far from the carrier, its massive head completely gone, green blood staining the sea red. As for those three menacing arrogant class main vessels of the Seven Seas Trade Alliance that had launched a main cannon salvo, they had vanished. Vanished? No! Impossible! Where are the pirates? Where are those 3 class warships? In the square, a noble cadet let out a scream like he'd seen a ghost. The whole place fell into dead silence. A pin drop could be heard. The breaths of tens of thousands seemed to be simultaneously choked off by an invisible hand. Their minds completely crashed. Nothing they had anticipated happened. And what was happening before their eyes was a scene they wouldn't even dare to dream of. Were those 3 class pirate ships fleeing? Or were they eaten by that class target ship? No matter which possibility, it far exceeded their comprehension. In the VIP seats, a crash. The goblet in Wang Tung's hand fell to the ground, shattering. What did he see? No! No! Where are the pirates? My main cannons! My bombardment! Wang Tung muttered, unable to accept this reality. He suddenly stood up, wanting to roar, wanting to question. But when his gaze through the ether screen met Lin Fan's cold, calm eyes, like he was looking at a bunch of dead things, in the arena command room, a bone-chilling cold immediately overwhelmed him. He remembered, from beginning to end. From being mocked at the awakening ceremony, to being thrown into the Death Sea trial, to being surrounded by pirates. This Lin Fan. This plebeian. Damn it. He from beginning to end didn't show a single trace of panic. He wasn't the prey. He was the one. He was the one who treated the class boss, 3 class pirates, and even the entire academy as mere playthings. A devil. Ah! A hoarse bellows-like growl came from Wang Tung's throat. His legs turned to jelly. Unable to support himself any longer, he collapsed onto his seat with a thud. His face was ashen. He was finished. He knew that he had provoked an existence that even he and his family could not afford to offend. On the high platform, that Wang family elder's condition was not much better than Wang Tung's. His body was trembling slightly. His forehead at some point was covered in fine cold sweat. His dignified square face was now pale as paper. Fear. Boundless fear. He was not a fool like Wang Tung. He saw deeper. Wang Tung only wanted to kill. But he was the one who personally handed out the verdict. He personally pushed a deity into the arena. If the other party wanted revenge, he dared not think further. Silence! Just as the square's dead silence and fear were about to ferment into chaos, a majestic, powerful roar, as if carrying the might of thunder, resounded throughout the square. It was the academy's principal. An old man with white hair and beard, wearing the golden robe of the king's faction, had somehow already stood at the very center of the high platform. He didn't even glance at the paralyzed Wang family elder beside him. His gaze was burning, fixed on the huge steel warship on the screen. In his eyes there was no fear, only a kind of extreme morbid fervor. Royal Ship Spirit Academy. The principal's voice, amplified by the sound array, spread to every corner. The Death Sea trial is over. He paused, his voice rising an octave. Cadet Lin Fan within class Judge Hull single-handedly killed a class heavy armored sea turtle in a class arena and engaged 3 class main fleet vessels of the Seven Seas Trade Alliance, forcing them all to retreat. Boom! The crowd exploded. It really was a retreat. It really was him alone. The principal raised his hand, and the square instantly fell silent again. His gaze slowly swept over the high platform, finally landing on the deathly gray face of the Wang family elder. By the joint judgment of the Academy's Academic Affairs Office, Tactical Academy, and His Majesty's Direct Office, Cadet Lin Fan's original class Hull judgment is a major error. These words were like a resounding slap, fiercely hitting the faces of the Wang family elder and Wang Tung. Wang Tung's body jolted, and with a p't, he spat out a mouthful of blood mist from extreme fury. The principal ignored him. He turned around, facing Lin Fan on the screen, his eyes flashing with unprecedented light. Cadet Lin Fan's awakened hull surpasses all existing hull blueprints of the Azure Kingdom. Its rank cannot be defined. The whole place erupted in uproar. Cannot be defined. This might seem like a meaningless rating like the Rod Mother, but in fact it's the highest evaluation that hasn't appeared in the Academy's 100-year history. I declare. The principal raised his hand high. From this moment on, Cadet Lin Fan is awarded the title of Class Ace of the Royal Ship Spirit Academy of the Azure Kingdom. Enjoy all privileges of an Ace Cadet. His status is equivalent to a Baronet of the Kingdom. As his voice fell, the square's dead silence after freezing for 0.1 seconds was completely detonated by a tsunami-like frenzy. Oh my god! Class Ace! Just awakened! And already a Class Ace! He did it! That class! No! That undefinable commoner! He has ascended in one step! Those commoner cadets at this moment were moved to tears. Lin Fan had become their god. In the arena, Lin Fan quietly listened to the cheers that resounded to the heavens, and also heard the principal's verdict. Class Ace. Baronet. He didn't care. He had obtained something more useful than that title. Pangu, return to base. Command received. Beginning return to base. A deep muffled horn echoed across the harbor. Lin Fan's 003 Fujin, towed by 2 diesel-powered tugs belching black smoke, slowly departed from the main channel. This was a world where radio technology was widespread, internal combustion engines were extensively used, and the initial steps into the electrical age had been taken, a world roughly equivalent to Earth's 1960s standard. When the colossal sky-obscuring hull of the 003 aircraft carrier finally and steadily docked at the Academy's largest and most central A01A's berth, an eerie silence fell over the entire harbor. Lin Fan walked down the gangway. The moment his foot touched the dock, the 2 squads of royal guards stationed at the berth snapped to attention. The guard captain, a grizzled, fierce-eyed middle-aged man, saw the pristine C-Class Ace badge on Lin Fan's chest, and the ferocity in his eyes instantly gave way to awe. He sharply clicked his boots together, raised his hand, and executed the most precise military salute of the kingdom. Salute. SH. The 20 guards behind him raised their rifles in unison. Lin Fan returned the salute calmly. He understood the weight of the C-Class Ace title. This was not merely an Academy honor, it was the highest tactical honor jointly certified by the Kingdom's Navy Ministry, the Royal Ship Spirit Academy, and the Royal Privy Council. It signified the ability to, as a C-Class, contend with B-Class foes, and even decisively rout a D-Class boss, a cross-fire combat capability. In the Azure Kingdom, every Ace title was automatically tied to the status of Baronet. A C-Class Ace was a Baronet. He, Lin Fan, was no longer a commoner to be pushed around, he was a Baronet, officially a noble by the kingdom. Lin Fan. Baronet. A middle-aged official in Harbor Authority uniform hurried over, holding a tray in his hands, his demeanor extremely deferential. I am the Harbor Master, ordered by the Academy Dean and the Kingdom's Navy Ministry to process your Ace berthing procedures. He respectfully presented the tray. According to C-Class Ace treatment at the Royal Academy port, you will enjoy. First, all basic hull repairs and inspections are free. Second, ship fuel, freshwater, and routine supplies are replenished without limit and free of charge. Third, a monthly C-Class Ace subsidy of 1,000,000 Kingdom credit coins issued by the Navy Ministry. Fourth, you are granted permanent use of Warehouse No. 3 in Port Area A for storing your private spoils. Lin Fan's gaze swept over the tray. On it lay a string of brass keys for the warehouse, a black metal card, fuel replenishment card, and a banknote. No, it was a beautifully printed credit certificate, more like a check. Kingdom credit coins, the nation's official paper currency. Lin Fan accepted the items and nodded. He turned his gaze, sweeping over the guards saluting him. His eyes lingered on the weapons in their hands. They were standard submachine guns with wooden stocks, side-mounted magazines, and crude stamped construction reminiscent of Earth's World War II era, exuding a cold beauty of steel and gunpowder. Lin Fan understood in his heart. In this world, the formal title Ship Spirit Master existed. And he, Lin Fan, was a Ship Spirit Master. Lin Fan glanced back at his undefined 003 aircraft carrier, then at the submachine guns in the guard's hands, and finally his gaze fell upon the other berths in the harbor. There the ship spirits of the Academy's mentors and senior aces were moored. It was a chaotic, fantastical tableau. There were ironclads with hulls, like Gothic castles propelled by magical energy paddle wheels. There were white jade battleships with prows shaped like griffins, 3 tiers of sails, and rows of Reniodorn cannon along the sides. There were dreadnoughts with barrels thicker than water buckets, covered in rivets radiating harsh etheric light. Sails, steam, magic energy, iron armor. And Lin Fan's 003 Fujin, with its straight flight deck, electromagnetic catapults, and integrated island stood out starkly among this menagerie of monsters. It was like a sci-fi creation that had stumbled into a fantasy film set. Lin Fan couldn't help but inwardly remark. The disconnect between the civilian and military aspects of this world was truly astonishing. Civilian technology had steadily advanced into the 1960s electrical age. Conventional army weaponry remained at post-World War II levels. This meant the world absolutely possessed the industrial foundation to develop modern thermal weapons. But why was the naval scene so bizarre? He knew the reason, of course. Sea monsters. Because this world had damnable deep-sea rifts spewing forth endless waves of sea monsters. And the rules of this world were simply unreasonable. The submachine guns in the guards' hands were fine for fighting pirates or maintaining order. But if you aimed those at a sea monster, even a lowly E-class blade crab swarm, the bullets hitting their carapaces wouldn't be much different from a water gun. Conventional big guns and massive warships were like scratching against sea monsters. The monsters had thick skin, immense regenerative abilities, and inherent resistances. The only solution was the ship spirit. Only a ship spirit master who had awakened a ship spirit could pilot their ship spirit vessel and use weapons powered by ether energy to inflict special damage on sea monsters. This was the iron law of this world. Thus, the world's technology tree had taken a crooked path. All the top talent and most precious resources were poured into developing ship spirits and ether energy. And Lin Fan, an insulator incapable of using ether energy, commanding an F-class target vessel that couldn't use ether energy. Yet with the purest holy sword of physics, with the metal storm of his CIWS, the anti-tank missiles of his Z-20, the electromagnetic burn-through of his AESA radar, he had shredded the iron law of this world. He was the only heretic in this world. Lin Fan withdrew his thoughts, passed through the guard salutes, and headed towards the academy's student area. Along the way, every student he encountered, whether commoner or noble, behaved as if they had seen a cat upon seeing Lin Fan. They would abruptly stop, drop their heads, and then hastily, awkwardly make a detour around him. They didn't even dare come within 5 meters of Lin Fan, as if he were a black hole that would devour everything. Those noble students, who had once mocked him, were especially pale-faced, as if they wished they could shrink into the cracks of the wall. This was the lingering power of the live-streamed Deadly Sea trial, the fear brought by a C-class ace. Lin Fan looked straight ahead, passed through the crowd, and walked towards the VIP passage. He saw him. Wang Tung stood at the end of the passage. He hadn't left. He seemed to be waiting for Lin Fan. Wang Tung had already changed into a clean formal suit, his face still pale as paper. His cronies had long disappeared. He stood there alone, his body trembling slightly from humiliation and fear. On his chest, he also wore a badge. C-class? His awakened ironclad battlecruiser had been rated C-class, and he had also obtained the title of C-class ship spirit master. Before today, this was glory enough to make him stand tall over others. But now, his C-class was worlds apart from Lin Fan's C-class ace. Wang Tung's bloodshot eyes stared fixedly at Lin Fan's back. He wanted to hurl harsh words, to roar. But when he recalled the image on the screen, that unscathed steel beast that had forced back 3 C-class pirates, all his venom turned into uncontrollable fear. He couldn't utter a single word. Lin Fan's steps did not pause for even a moment. He didn't even turn his head to glance at Wang Tung. He simply calmly walked past him. Ignorance. This was a more thorough ignorance than any insult. Wang Tung gritted his teeth so hard they creaked, nearly shattering. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Fan's silhouette grew farther and farther, disappearing into the exclusive dormitory area for ace students. Lin Fan swiped open the door to his new dorm. No longer the 8-person commoner dormitory. This was a luxurious suite on the top floor of the academy's main tower, covering over 300 square meters, even equipped with a dedicated ether internet and ship spirit space stabilizer. Such were the privileges of an ace. Lin Fan drew the curtain, shutting out the outside world. He sat down on the sofa, and only then did his always taut, cold face reveal a trace of exhaustion. He closed his eyes and called out in his mind, "Pangu? AI Pangu reporting to you." A pale blue technological interface unfolded before Lin Fan's eyes. "Commander, you have worked hard. However, before you rest, the pilot of Phylong 01 has been waiting for you in the hangar for half an hour. He still awaits your inspection." Lin Fan was startled. "Pilot? Phylong 01? He asked in confusion. "Isn't the Z-20? Isn't it you, the system that's controlling it?" "Commander, AI Panda's processing power is used to execute your commands, coordinate the ship, and unlock the tech tree. I cannot simultaneously control an aircraft carrier and an armed helicopter in high-intensity combat. According to the Shenzhou Military Industry System Protocol, all unlocked vehicles are pre-configured with a sufficient number of real drivers, pilots, or operators produced via artificial womb technology with 100 loyalty. They are your most loyal soldiers. Lin Fan's heart pounded. What he had unlocked was not just cold steel but an army. Lin Fan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the shock. I understand. Let them rest first. Let's conduct a debrief first. Event 1 Deadly Sea Trial settled. Mission objective survived the Deadly Sea Trial. Completion S exceeded expectations. Settlement results 1. Sole kill of D-Class boss Heavy Armor Turtle. 2. Successfully repelled C-Class 7 Seas Merchant Fleet 3 vessels. 3. Obtained Kingdom Title C-Class Ace Baronet. Currently unlocked Tech Tree T0 Level Close in Defense 1136 T0 Level Close in Air Defense HHQ 10 T1 Level Carrier Based Aviation Z20 T2 Level Shipboard Radar Shenzhou ASA Basic Version Current Energy Points 0. Lin Fan looked at this battle summary and nodded. The 100 energy points from the D-Class Boss Core and the 30 points scraped from the E-Class Crab Swarm had all been exhausted during the trial. Not a single point remained. Still, he glanced at the fuel replenishment card given by the Harbor Authority. Pangami 003 is a conventionally powered carrier. Can I obtain supplies at the Academy port? Yes, Commander. The 003 Fujin uses heavy oil. At the Academy port, you can receive ample heavy oil replenishment and routine supplies. However, your weapon ammunition, CIWS 30mm tungsten core rounds, HHQ-10 missiles, Z-20 anti-tank missiles, cannot be produced in the Azure world. They, along with major hull overhauls, still require energy points handled by the system. Lin Fan understood. Logistics were the lifeline of war. His logistics were half in the Azure world fuel and half in the system ammunition. Pangu, I need to expand my strength. Lin Fan's voice grew serious. The fundamental source of an aircraft carrier's power is its carrier-based aircraft. List the unlock options for the T2 Tech Tree. Command received. T2 Tech Tree Carrier Air Wing expanded. 1. Carrier-based fighter J-15T Flying Shark modified unlock cost 500 energy points. Unlock bonus J-15T Fighter X4 including pilots. Subsequent purchase 250 energy points 1 aircraft. Characteristics: heavy subsonic cruise, can carry Eagle Strike anti-ship missiles. 2. Carrier-based early warning aircraft KJ-600 Sky Eye unlock cost 1,000 energy points. Unlock bonus KJ-600 early warning aircraft X1 including crew. Subsequent purchase 2,000 energy points 1 aircraft. Characteristics: airborne early warning low energy radar command center. 3. Carrier-based electronic warfare aircraft J-15DT Roaring Shark unlock cost 800 energy points. Characteristics: powerful electronic jamming, suppress enemy radar arrays. 4. Carrier-based armed helicopter Z-20 no need to unlock, already unlocked at T1. Direct purchase 300 energy points 1 aircraft. The rows of Tech Tree entries made Lin Fan's heart surge with excitement. The Flying Shark J-15T, the Roaring Shark J-15DT, the Sky Eye KJ-600. This was the true carrier battle group he had dreamed of. Pangu, what is the total aircraft capacity of the Fujin? The 003 type Fujin has a standard capacity of 5,060 aircraft. Since the J-15T is a heavy fighter and occupies significant space, a full complement will reduce the total aircraft capacity. Lin Fan quickly calculated in his mind. His goal was clear. The J-15T, his main offensive force, was essential. The KJ-600, his combat force multiplier, was also essential. The Z-20, his multi-role tool, also needed replenishment. J-15T 500 points, KJ-600 1,000 points. He needed at least 1,500 energy points. Pango lists the energy exchange ratios. Energy exchange rate: standard E-Class C Monster Core intact 1 energy point. D-Class C Monster Core intact 5 energy points. C-Class C Monster Core intact 1050 energy points depending on quality. B-Class C Monster Core intact 5200 energy points depending on quality. A-Class C Monster Core intact 200 energy points and above. Lin Fan gasped at this exchange ratio. A D-class core was only 5 points. Then those 100 points he obtained in the Deadly Sea trial. Command of the D-class boss core was a rare elite drop with a first kill bonus. A standard D-class core is indeed 5 points. Panda's explanation brought Lin Fan back to complete sobriety. 1,500 energy points. If relying solely on D-class sea monsters, he would need to hunt a full 300 of them. That was not realistic. He had to go to C-class waters and hunt C-class, even B-class subspecies. Reminder, Commander. Your C-class ace title has unlocked free navigation rights in C-class waters. C-class waters explored waters predominantly C-class sea monsters with rare encounters of B-class sea monsters. Meanwhile, the Kingdom Navy Ministry issued a top priority exploration expedition recruitment notice early this morning. A new uncharted Black Iron Sea area has been discovered. The Kingdom has announced extremely generous policies, energy crystals, territories, titles, to attract all C-class and above ship spirit masters to explore it. 2 documents appeared before Lin Fan's eyes. One was a standard pass for C-class waters. The other was a gilded recruitment order for the Black Iron Sea exploration expedition. Panda's prompt tone sounded at the right moment. Commander, reward and risk coexist. C-class waters are safe, but energy acquisition efficiency is low. The Black Iron Sea is unknown, but the rewards are extremely high. However, the fleets of the Iron Blood Empire and the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance have also appeared at the edges of that sea area. Lin Fan's fingers gently tapped the armrest of the sofa. C-class waters, or the exploration expedition, the Iron Blood Empire, the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance. He slowly closed his eyes. He ended his contemplation. He stood up and opened the door. In his heart, he seemed to have already formed an idea of where to go. But before that, Lin Fan's gaze turned towards the Academy's lower city living district. He still had to go see someone. His sister, who worked at the textile mill. Lin Fan walked out of the Harbor Affairs building of the Royal Jianling Academy, crossed the port security line, and stood by the roadside of the Academy's main avenue. This was the Shangqing, the core district of the Academy city. The asphalt road was broad and smooth, flanked by neatly trimmed roadside trees. Citizens dressed in decent shirts and dresses were calmly walking along the sidewalks. In the distance, a double-decker bus was steadily crossing an intersection, obeying the traffic lights. Lin Fan's gaze fell on a yellow car that had just pulled over by the roadside. It was a Kingdom V8 brand taxi with a square and upright body and a gleaming chrome bumper, the most common gasoline sedan in this world. In this world, the Second Industrial Revolution had long been completed in the realms of civil livelihood and civilian industries. Electrical systems, internal combustion engines, radio communications, synthetic chemicals. Everything Lin Fan saw bore a striking resemblance to the vibrant industrial society of the 1960s and 70s in his Earth memories. This was a normal world on the verge of the Third Industrial Revolution. If not for the deep sea shrouded by the Ether Rift and that Royal Academy that only recruited spirit ship masters. Lin Fan opened the rear door of the taxi and sat inside. The driver, a middle-aged man, glanced back. When he saw Lin Fan's expensive Academy uniform, his demeanor instantly turned respectful. Sir, where to? Xiaoqing Residential District, Lanhua Textile Mill. Right away. The taxi started smoothly and merged into the traffic. Lin Fan leaned back in the seat and closed his eyes. He was not resting. In his mind, the scene before the Death Sea trial unfolded. Lin Fan, you, a plebeian from the lower districts, need to understand that awakening is about bloodline. You'd better pray you awaken a drink. Otherwise, your sister working at that textile mill might spend the rest of her life repaying debts in the slums. Wang Ting's threat still echoed in his ears. Lin Fan's pupils turned icy cold beneath his closed eyelids. His sister Lin Yu, his only kin and sole concern in this world. Before the awakening ceremony, he was just a commoner with top theoretical scores, powerless against the threats of a duke's heir like Wang Tung. But now, he looked down at the ace badge on his chest. Crank Ace baronial title, and more importantly the system. Times had changed. His first task today was to pick up Lin Yu. He would make sure his sister left that filthy textile mill forever, away from the dangerous Xiaoqing district. The taxi drove away from the scenic Shangqing on Academy Hill and plunged into the Xiaoqing residential area. The sky instantly turned gray. Wide roads narrowed into alleys, and the air filled with a pungent mix of machine oil, coal dust, and cheap food. Tall smokestacks tirelessly spewed thick smoke into the sky. This was the true industrial heart of the Blue Kingdom, and the place where Lin Fan grew up. The taxi stopped in front of the rusty iron gate of Lonwood Textile Mill. "Sir, we're here." "That'll be 30 credit coins." Lin Fan paid, and stepped out of the car. The deafening roar of looms could be heard clearly even through the walls. It was lunch shift change. Groups of weary-looking women in blue work uniforms streamed out of the side gate. Lin Fan's gaze instantly locked onto a figure in the crowd. "Xiao Ye." A thin, pale-faced girl abruptly looked up. She spotted Lin Fan, and her dull eyes suddenly blazed with incredulous joy. "Brother." The girl's voice quivered with tears. She pushed through the crowd recklessly, and threw herself at him. "Brother. You're okay. You're really okay." Lin Yu clung tightly to Lin Fan's arm, as if he would vanish if she let go, her tears streaming uncontrollably. I heard you were. Woo-woo. I was so scared." "I'm fine." Lin Fan's heart seemed to melt in the warmth. His cold gaze softened as he gently patted his sister's back. "It's over, Celia. Brother is taking you away." "Away? Where?" A sharp, impatient female voice came from the side. Lin Fan paused slightly. He looked up. Behind Lin Yu stood another girl. About 20, very pretty with fashionable curled hair, wearing an expensive white dress that seemed out of place in the Xiaoqing district. Her name was Wang Liu. She was Lin Fan's girlfriend. Now Wang Liu stood with crossed arms staring at Lin Fan with obvious disdain. When her eyes met Lin Fan's, her expression held no joy of survival, no excitement of reunion, only disgust. "Lin Fan." Her voice rose an octave. She clicked her high heels over her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. "You're still alive." Lin Yu flinched at her sharp tone, releasing Lin Fan and muttering, "Liu Jie, don't be like that, my brother." "Shut up, Celia." Wang Liu cut her off, impatiently staring at Lin Fan as if he were a monster crawling out of a trash heap. "I was at the Awakening Square. I saw it with my own eyes." "Lin Fan, what did you awaken?" "Frank. And Frank's scrap iron target ship. Do you know how ridiculous you were? You became the biggest joke in the entire kingdom." Lin Fan's gaze turned icy cold again. He said nothing, just looked at her calmly. At this girl he once thought he would spend his life with. His silence in Wang Liu's eyes was admission and shame. This made her even more reckless. With a cold laugh, she said, "I've heard it all. You, this Frank Waste, were publicly thrown into the Drank Death Sea trial by the Wang family and the elders. I was in the VIP seats. I watched you thrown in. That was a Drank Sea trial. Do you have any idea what that means?" She pursed her lips, a hint of lingering fear on her face, but mostly disdain. "The moment the elder announced the trial, the signal cut off. Everyone said you were dead, torn to pieces by sea monsters. I left immediately. I didn't want to see such a disgusting scene." Wang Liu looked Lin Fan up and down, as if confirming he wasn't an illusion. You actually survived. How? Did you desert? Or beg for mercy, and get let go by pirates?" "Liu Jie." Lin Yu's face flushed with anger. "Don't you dare speak about my brother like that. What about him?" Wang Liu cast a contemptuous glance at Lin Yu. "Xiaoya, you need to wake up. He's no longer the theory class genius. He's now in Frank. A waste. A piece of trash that can't even stay in the Jinling Academy. And you think he can give you a good life? Dream on." Her words stabbed into Lin Yu's heart like knives. They also shredded the last trace of warmth in Lin Fan's heart. He finally saw clearly. This woman never cared whether he lived or died. She only cared whether he could bring her glory and wealth. The moment the broadcast cut out, she had unilaterally pronounced him dead and eagerly distanced herself from him. As if he had long anticipated Wang Liu's behavior, Lin Fan gave her a cold glance, then turned back to his sister. His voice regained its gentleness. "Xiaoya, go. Return to your dorm and pack all your belongings." Lin Yu was stunned, her big eyes filled with confusion. "Brother. Pack. Where are we going?" Lin Fan reached out and wiped away the tears on her cheeks, saying each word deliberately, "We're moving. We're never coming back to this place." "Moving." Wang Liu heard the word. For a moment, she was taken aback, then her contemptuous expression twisted into a wild laugh mixed with "I knew it" and extreme mockery. Moving. Lin Fan, you got expelled from the academy. Are you moving back to the sewer in the slums?" She was about to utter the word breakup she had been holding in for so long. But at that moment, her words were cut off by a harsh horn. Beep beep. A black, extremely luxurious Iron Duke sedan stopped aggressively at the textile mill's entrance. The car was worth enough to buy the entire street. The door opened and a figure both Lin Fan and Wang Liu knew all too well stepped out, Wang Tung. He was pale, his expression gloomy, but his crank spirit ship master uniform still made him appear superior. The moment Wang Liu saw Wang Tung, her expression shifted again. All the contempt and mockery toward Lin Fan vanished instantly, replaced by a fawning, sugary, almost syrupy coquettishness. Wang Xiao. Young Master Wang. The moment she caught sight of Wang Tung's luxurious Iron Blood Duke sedan, Wang Li's eyes blazed with sudden brilliance. The contempt and impatience that had marred her face toward Lin Fan vanished in a nanosecond. In its place emerged a smile she had rehearsed countless times, one dripping with coquettish allure. Without sparing Lin Fan another glance, she lifted the hem of her expensive white dress and trotted over like a dog that had spotted its master. Young Master Wang, why did you trouble yourself to come in person? Her voice was syrupy sweet, a world apart from the harsh, shrill tone she had used moments ago. At the textile factory entrance, the women who had just finished their shifts stood dumbfounded. When had they ever seen Wang Liu, a girl from the lower district, wear such an expression? Their gazes shifted to the luxury car worth a lifetime of their wages, and the young nobleman inside clad in a class spirit vessel master uniform. Envy and jealousy ignited in every pair of eyes. Wang Liu reveled in those glances. This was the life she deserved. This was the height Wang Liu was meant to occupy. As for Lin Fan, and class waste, a piece of trash not fit to polish her shoes. He was the greatest stain in her life, one she must cast off immediately. Yet Lin Fan never once looked back. It was as if he hadn't heard the piercing horn or seen the luxurious car. His world seemed to contain only the sister before him. Wang Tung's arrival and Wang Li's performance stirred not a single ripple in his eyes. Calmly he reached out and wiped the tears from Lin Yu's cheek with his knuckle. Xiao Yu! His voice, as gentle as ever, seemed to block out all the noise and filth around them. Don't cry. Go. Head back to your dorm and pack up all your things. Lin Yu, still immersed in the joy of her brother's survival and anger at Wang Liu, instinctively grabbed Lin Fan's arm. Brother, pack up! Where are we going? Are we really moving? Yes. Lin Fan spoke each word deliberately. In taking you to a better place. We're never coming back here. Moving. A better place. Those two words pierced Wang Li's ears like needles. Her face, still frozen in a fawning smile toward Wang Tung, stiffened abruptly. Slowly she turned around. What had she heard? Moving. Wang Li's mind raced. Lin Fan. And class waste. Thrown into a class death sea trial. Though she didn't know how, had crawled out like a dog, the class verdict was universally acknowledged by the Academy. Class in the Royal Spirit Vessel Academy meant expulsion. He no longer had the right to stay in the Academy's commoner dormitories. So moving. Where could he go? An orphan from the lower district, what else could he have but that rat-infested hovel in the slums? A better place. Oh, so he meant dying and going to heaven via the sewers. Now she understood. The disdain and mockery Wang Liu had struggled to suppress erupted like a volcano, impossible to contain any longer. Ignoring even Wang Tung's presence, she spun on her heels and marched back in front of Lin Fan. Lin Fan, did I hear that right? You want to move to a better place? Ha ha! She burst into exaggerated laughter, as if hearing the funniest joke. So you really got expelled? Are you moving back to the sewer in the slums? Her shrill voice instantly drew the attention of everyone at the factory entrance. The women workers stopped in their tracks and gathered around, pointing and whispering. They all knew Lin Fan, a genius from the lower district who once in decades had passed the entrance exam for the Royal Spirit Vessel Academy. He was the other people's child every parent in the lower district talked about. They also knew Wang Liu, the most beautiful factory flower in the lower district. Once they had been the most admired golden couple of the lower district. But now? Expelled? Really? I told you, commoners are commoners. How could they compete with noble young masters? Class, what a pity with a face like that! Hearing the murmurs around her, Wang Liu's vanity swelled to unprecedented heights. This was exactly the effect she wanted. She would trample him underfoot, Before everyone. Before this class waste. Before his sister. Lin Fan! Wang Levi's voice turned icy. She looked down at him, as if he were an ant already crushed under her soul. I was going to spare your feelings and tell you in private. But since you're so clueless insisting on making a scene here, I'll just say it straight. She took a deep breath, as if making a monumental decision, and announced with a condescending patronizing tone. Lin Fan! We're breaking up. Lin Yu's face turned deathly pale. Yeah, how could you? How could I not? Wang Levi cut her off sharply, ripping off her mask completely, to reveal the most vicious, truest version of herself. Xiaoyue, look closely. He's class. A waste. Trash. And I, Wang Levi, am destined to be above others. Why should I spend my whole life in a sewer with a loser like him? Lin Fan's gaze remained serene. There wasn't a trace of anger, sorrow, or pleading. He simply looked at her calmly, as if watching a stranger performing a farcical monologue that had nothing to do with him. Lin Fan's indifference, his composure, grated on Wang Levi's nerves. She couldn't stand it. In her script, Lin Fan should have collapsed upon hearing the word breakup. He should have begged on his knees, cried, and pleaded, clinging to her leg, begging her not to leave. Not this. Not looking at her, as if she were already dead. You? Wang Levi trembled with rage at being so utterly ignored. She thrust her wrist in front of Lin Fan's face. On her fair wrist gleamed an expensive bracelet, a band of pure luminous, ether crystal, emitting a faint blue glow. Do you see this? Wang Levi was nearly screaming. Ether crystal. A specialty of a class waters. Do you know how much this bracelet is worth? 100,000. 100,000 credit coins. Young Master Wang Tun gave it to me. She flaunted it triumphantly, her expression that of a duchess already. 100,000 credit coins. Even if you hadn't been expelled and worked your whole life in the academy, could you ever earn that much? And look at this dress I'm wearing. Class arcane silk. Your sister, who works in a textile factory, wouldn't even be allowed to touch fabric like this in her entire life. And I wear it every day now. Wang Tun gave it to me too. She flaunted hysterically. She would use this money, the status, these material things to shatter that ridiculous, worthless calm of Lin Fan's. Lin Fan! Wake up! Wang Levi pointed at herself and said each word deliberately. I admit. You're handsome. And you have some talent. In the past, I was fooled by that face of yours. I thought you, the genius, could take me out of the lower district. But can good looks buy food? Can they buy me a crystal bracelet? Can they let me wear arcanes? No. She answered her own questions, her voice shrill to the point of piercing. The one who can give me all this is young Master Wang, a future noble of the kingdom. And you? Her gaze fell back on Lin Fan's face. The contempt reached its peak. You're just in class. A waste, not even fit to polish young Master Wang's shoes. You're no longer worthy of me. From the moment you awakened as class, you've never ever been worthy of me, Wang Levi. Her words ended. Silence fell over the factory entrance like death. The women workers held their breath, stunned by Wang Levi's tirade. Lin Yu shook with fury, tears welling in her eyes. She wanted to retort, but Lin Fan gently pressed her hand. Finally, Lin Fan moved. He slowly raised his head. For the first time, his gaze truly met Wang Levi's. There was no anger, no sorrow. Only a look of pity, as if he were regarding a fool. He spoke slowly. His voice was soft, yet it reached every ear clearly. Are you done? Wang Levi froze. What? I asked you, are you done? Lin Fan's tone was as casual as if he were addressing a waiter. If you're done, please step aside. You're blocking my sister's way back to the dorm. You. Wang Levi's face turned the color of liver. She had said all that. And he still cared about whether that little wench could get back to her dorm. He was still ignoring her. Lin Fan! You reckless! Levi! A cold, slightly irritated male voice came from behind her. It was Wang Tung. He had walked up behind her without her noticing. Wang Levi's fury was instantly doused. She spun around, her face once again blooming with that coquettish smile. Young Master Wang! You're here! She trotted over like a docile pet and wrapped her arm around Wang Tung's. She had found her mightiest backer. She turned her head, looking at Lin Fan with the triumphant air of a victor. She would deliver the final blow in front of Wang Tung. Young Master Wang! Perfect timing. Wang Levi pointed at Lin Fan and said coyly to Wang Tung. Look, isn't that your old classmate, the class waste Lin Fan? He got expelled, it seems. He's taking his sister back to rot in the slums. Isn't that hilarious? Full of expectation, she looked up at Wang Tung. She waited. She waited for Wang Tung to join her in a triumphant mocking laugh. She waited for Wang Tung to crush Lin Fan, that class trash, with the aura of a class spirit vessel master. Young Master Wang, you're here. Wang Levi's voice was so coquettish it seemed to drip with honey. She clung to Wang Ting's arm, like a boneless vine, pressing herself tightly against him. She could clearly feel the robust muscles of a class ship spirit master through his arm, and the faint undulation of magical energy emanating from beneath his expensive uniform. This was true power. This was the kind of man Wang Levi should attach herself to. She turned around, still clinging to Wang Tung with satisfaction, and looked down at Lin Fan from a position of victory, as if standing on a pedestal. Her face was a mixture of triumph and cruelty. Lin Fan. This man she had once admired, even dreamed of a future with. Now in her eyes, he was nothing but a pitiful class waste about to be expelled from the academy. And she, right before this waste, was about to walk hand in hand with a class noble toward the pinnacle of life. What could be more delightful than that? She wanted to deliver the final blow to Lin Fan to make this waste fully realize the truth. Young Master Wang, you came just in time. Wang Levi pointed at Lin Fan and whined to Wang Tung, her voice making the surrounding female workers' skin crawl. Look, isn't this your old classmate, that class waste Lin Fan? She deliberately stressed the words, class waste, with heavy emphasis. He seems to have been kicked out of the academy, and is about to take his sister back to the slums. Don't you think he's utterly ridiculous? She looked up at Wang Tung with eager anticipation, waiting for him to join her in a triumphant mocking laugh, the laughter of the superior class. She waited for Wang Tung to use his class ship spirit master's pressure and his identity as a duke's heir to completely crush this class waste Lin Fan into dust. She even began to fantasize about Lin Fan kneeling and begging for mercy under Wang Tung's dominance. However, Wang Tung did not laugh. He did not even glance at her. From the moment Wang Levi took his arm, his body had become extremely rigid. Wang Tung had come. He drove his 10 million credit Blood Duke magic energy sedan to this lower district he never wanted to set foot in. He was not here to pick up Wang Levi. In his eyes she was nothing but a pretty plaything he could toy with at will. He was here to find Lin Fan. He had to confirm. He had to see with his own eyes. The verdict that had left him collapsed on the Awakening Plaza, the one that had shamed him and brought disgrace to the Wang family, was it real or not? So the moment he stepped out of the car, his gaze bypassed Wang Levi's fawning face and locked onto Lin Fan like two poisoned daggers filled with hatred and venom. He wanted to see. He wanted to see if this lowbornness, and after that, farce, had. Wang Tung's gaze froze. His bloodshot eyes, wild with resentment, suddenly fixed on Lin Fan's chest. There was no class stigma of shame there, nor any sign of expulsion. Instead, pinned there was a badge made of mithril and sapphire representing cross-level combat power and royal certification, a Class Ace badge. A badge. Boom. Wang Ting's brain felt as if it had been hit hidden by a class ether cannon. It was true. That undefined. The Class Ace. The Baronet. All of it was damn true. He remembered collapsing in the VIP seats and being carried away ignominiously by guards. But he hadn't left. He had hidden in a corner. He had seen it with his own eyes. After the live broadcast restored, he saw that class scrap metal completely unscathed. He saw the icy corpse of the class boss. He saw the 3 class pirate ships vanish. And he heard. He heard that old immortal Dean, that old dog of the royal faction, announce loudly before the entire academy. Class assessment error. Undefined. Awarded Class A status. Equivalent to Baronet. The shame and resentment at that moment nearly burned through his reason. He didn't believe it. He wouldn't accept it. A class lowborn. A piece of trash, who couldn't even ignite the awakening stone. What right did he have? He must have cheated. He must have used some shady means. But now, he saw it with his own eyes. That badge was pinned to Lin Fan's chest. The cold sapphire glows seemed to mock Wang Tung, ruthlessly mocking him, the legitimate class. His awakened class ironclad battlecruiser compared to Lin Fan's feat of forcing back 3 class pirates, was nothing. Not even fit to polish his shoes. Wang Tung's body began to tremble slightly. His face turned deathly pale. He recalled the whispers among his noble colleagues at the harbor district. They said Lin Fan was a monster. They said the Wang family had kicked an iron plate. They said Lin Fan could withstand a class saturation attack with 0 consumption. He was a demon. Wang Tung was afraid. Born into nobility, he feared death more than anyone. He could despise Lin Fan's origins and resent his luck. But he dared not. He dared not personally provoke a monster that had sent 3 class pirate fleets fleeing in disarray. Yet at that moment the foolish clueless plaything on his arm, that idiot woman named Wang Lai, what the hell was she doing? Young Master Wang, why aren't you saying anything? Wang Lai, completely oblivious to Wang Tung's stiffness and fear, assumed he was just gathering anger to support her. Her vanity swelled to the extreme. She even stood on tiptoe and poked Wang Tung's chest with her finger painted bright red. Young Master Wang, she cooed. Look at that class waste. He's so arrogant. He dares to ignore you. Use your class ship spirit master pressure. Teach him a good lesson. Let him know who truly rules. Wang Lai's voice was sweet and cloying, but to Wang Tung's ears it screeched like nails on glass. This fool. This idiot. What the hell was she telling him to do? Go. Teach a lesson. To a monster that had repelled a class fleet. Did she want to die? Did she want to drag him Wang Tung to death with her? Beads of cold sweat instantly broke out on Wang Tung's forehead. His throat felt as if an invisible hand had seized it. He wanted to yell at Wang Lai to shut up. But he dared not. He feared that opening his mouth would expose his terror. The face of the Wang family had already been lost at the awakening ceremony. He could not before all these lowborns of the lower district show any fear of Lin Fan. He dared not move. He dared not speak. He stood there rigidly, letting Wang Lai cling to his arm, his eyes fixed on Lin Fan. Half was bone-deep hatred. Half was uncontrollable terror. As for Lin Fan, from the moment Wang Tung got out of the car, to Wang Lai's coquetry to Wang Tung's stiffness, Lin Fan's gaze never left his sister Lin Yu for even a second. As if the golden couple before him were merely part of the background. He calmly repeated to the still-stunned Lin Yu. Yeah. Let's go! Pack your things. Holding his sister's hand, he didn't even bother to go around. He simply walked straight forward, about to pass between Wang Tung and Wang Lai. This disregard, this complete utter dismissal of a class noble and a class ship spirit master as if they were air, finally ignited the last shred of Wang Lai's sanity. Lin Fan! Stop right there! Wang Lai, now hysterical, suddenly flung herself off Wang Tung's arm and spread her arms to block Lin Fan. She had completely lost it. She couldn't accept that even after climbing onto Wang Tung's branch this class waste still dared to ignore her. You can't leave, she shrieked. Today you must kneel and apologize to me and to young Master Wang. You've class. Young Master Wang. She whirled around looking at Wang Tung, her voice laced with a hysterical accusation. Wang Tung, what the hell are you doing? He's just class. What are you afraid of? Move. Crush him. She was forcing his hand. She was pushing Wang Tung to choose between her and Lin Fan, to attack Lin Fan. At the entrance of the textile factory a deathly silence fell. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Wang Tung. His face turned purple like a pig's liver. Caught on a spit by this foolish woman, he could feel Lin Fan's icy, emotionless gaze finally shift from his sister to rest on his face, landing squarely on his face. Do it! Crush him! Wang Lai's hysterical shriek tore through the suffocating silence like a claw. She was possessed by madness. She couldn't accept it. She couldn't accept that even after climbing onto Wang Tung's high branch this frank waste still dared to ignore her. What she couldn't accept even more was that Wang Tung, the crank noble vessel spirit master she relied on as her pillar, was trembling. Yes, Wang Tung was trembling. Wang Lai, clutching his arm, could clearly feel the muscles beneath his expensive uniform convulsing violently from sheer terror. His face was as pale as paper. Beads of cold sweat covered his forehead. Wang Xiao! Wang Lai's scream abruptly ceased. She finally sensed something amiss. Her mind for the first time went blank. Why? What was Wang Tung afraid of? At the entrance of the textile factory all the female workers watching had also noticed. Young Master Wang Tung, the Duke's heir, known to everyone in the lower district. He was afraid. He was afraid of that Frank. Lin Fan. Yet Lin Fan, from start to finish, had his eyes fixed only on his sister Lin Yu. He hadn't even spared Wang Liu a single glance during her confrontation. Not until now. Not until Wang Liu's screams made Lin Yu's body begin to tremble. Only then did Lin Fan's icy, utterly emotionless gaze slowly shift from his sister. He lifted his eyes. Calmly he glanced at Wang Tung. Just one look. It was like the gaze of an abyssal demon god. Wang Tung's body shuddered violently. A bone-deep chill instantly shot from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. He remembered. He remembered the Drank Boss' agonizing scream as its eye was pierced. He remembered the humiliating flight of 3 crank pirate ships. He remembered that undefinable judgment. This monster is looking at me. Why is he looking at me? Is it because of this foolish woman? This idiot. This moron? She's fucking forcing me to die. You? Wang Tung's teeth ground on. His face, twisted by fear and humiliation, whipped around to the beautiful face beside him. The face of Wang Liu, still bearing shock and accusation. It was her. This stupid woman. If she hadn't gone berserk here, how could I have crossed paths with this monster? How could I have lost face for the Wang family in front of so many lower district plebeians? Wang Xiao! You? Wang Liu, still unaware of what was happening, opened her mouth to urge him on. Slap! A crisp, resounding slap exploded. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Wang Liu's body flew like a rag doll sent spinning by the immense force. She rotated half a turn and crashed disgracefully onto the filthy road with a thud. Her expensive white magic silk dress was instantly stained with mud and grime. Ah! She was stunned by the blow. Holding her instantly swollen left cheek, she looked up in disbelief. She saw Wang Tung standing there. His hand was still in mid-swing. His chest heaved violently. His eyes were no longer sullen. They held a kind of desperate, fear-maddened fury. Wang Xiao. Wang Liu's mind was a blank. Why you hit me? You hit me for this, Frank. Shut up! Wang Tung erupted, not at Lin Fan. He roared with the most hysterical cry of his life at the stupid woman who had dragged him into this abyss. Frank! Wang Tung's voice, distorted by rage and fear, turned piercingly shrill. Wang Liu! Are you fucking blind? His trembling, almost feeble finger pointed not at Lin Fan, but at the badge on Lin Fan's chest. Look clearly, you idiot! What the hell is that? That's the Royal Academy, the Naval Department, the Royal Privy Council, a tripartite joint certification. Crankace badge. Crankace! Those 3 words struck Wang Liu's mind like 3 thunderbolts. Her mind couldn't process this information. Ace. No. Impossible. He's Frank. I saw it with my own eyes. Frank. Wang Tung laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke, his laughter manic and tearful. As soon as the live stream cut off, you ran the hell away, didn't you? You idiot. You complete and utter idiot. You have no idea. You have no idea what happened after. Wang Tung stepped forward, towering over the collapsed Wang Liu, and roared. Do you know what crankace means? It means baronet. It means a registered noble of the kingdom. You, Wang Liu, you plebeian from the lower district. You called a baronet of the kingdom. A waste. Baronet. Wang Liu's body convulsed. Her beautiful eyes, once filled with contempt, instantly lost all focus. She had just insulted a noble. No. Wang Xiaoyu. You're lying, right? She couldn't accept reality, shaking her head, frantically grasping at her last straw. How could he be a noble? He's Frank. You still dare to say Frank? Wang Tung's patience was completely exhausted. He now only wanted to crush that stupid woman's knowledge of Frank with the truth he knew. He wanted her to know exactly what kind of being she had offended. You think he died when the live stream cut out? Wang Tung's voice grew hoarse with fear. I'll tell you. Lin Fan. Right after you ran. He single-handedly killed a heavy armored turtle in front of the entire academy. Boom! Wang Liu's mind exploded. Drank. Boss. He killed it. And that's not all. Wang Tung's roar continued. The Seven Seas Trade Alliance. 3 crank capital ships. They activated magic energy fog and locked onto him with main cannons. You know what happened. The result is 3 crank pirates didn't even dare fire a single shot. They fled in panic, forced back by him alone. Now, Wang Tung pointed at the ridiculous crystal bracelet on Wang Levi's wrist. You? Wang Levi, you used the junk I gave you to humiliate someone. To humiliate a monster who can solo a drank boss and drive off 3 crank ships. And you call him a waste. Who in the hell gave you the nerve to do that? Wang Tung's roar echoed long at the factory entrance. Dead silence. A pin could be heard. All the watching female workers stood frozen as if petrified. What? What had they just heard? Killed a drank boss. Repelled a crank fleet. A baronet. Lin Fan. That Lin Fan from the lower district. Was a god. And Wang Liu. She sat slumped in the filthy mud. The slap mark on her face burned with pain. But it was nothing compared to the pain in her heart. Her mind had completely stopped thinking. Baronet. Crank ace. Killed a drank boss. Repelled a crank fleet. And she had just... What had she said to this monster? She had said, "Let's break up. You're not worthy of me anymore." Ah! A desperate broken wail escaped Wang Levi's throat. Her boastful capital, Crank Wang Tung, was a joke before this crank ace's achievements. Her boastful wealth, 100,000 credit bracelet, was utterly worthless before his status as baronet. She had personally kicked away the only ladder that could have lifted her to the heavens in one step. No! No! She jerked her head up and crawled frantically toward Lin Fan. Lin Fan! Lin Fan! I was wrong. I didn't know. I was talking nonsense just now. Lin Fan. Forgive me. I still love you. Let's not break up. Let's not break up, okay? She crawled to Lin Fan's feet, reaching out to grab his pant leg. But Lin Fan never looked at her. He calmly held his sister's hand. Lin Yu was also completely stunned. Her mind too had been blown blank by her brother's baronet status. Lin Fan led Lin Yu past the hand that reached for him, a hand covered in mud. Calmly he walked by, like stepping over a pile of filthy trash. No! Wang Levi let out a despairing scream. Lin Fan's steps did not pause. He led his sister to stand before Wang Tung. Wang Tung's body stiffened. The arrogance he had just displayed instantly vanished. Blustering, he took half a step back. Lin Fan finally looked him in the eye. That gaze was cold calm. No mockery, no anger. It was like looking at a tool that had just cleared an obstacle for him. Lin Fan said nothing. He led his sister past Wang Tung, brushing shoulders. Wang Tung stood frozen. He could smell the faint scent on Lin Fan, a scent not belonging to the lower district. He could feel the ultimate humiliation brought by Lin Fan's icy gaze. He, Wang Tung, heir to a duke, a crank vessel spirit master. Today, before all these plebeians, he had been so frightened by and frank. No, a monster, that he struck his own woman in public. And was ignored. Lin Fan! Wang Tung clenched his fists. In his eyes venom and fear interwove into deeper hatred. Lin Fan did not look back. He led his still-dazed sister out of the factory alley. Royal Fleet Spirit Academy Ace Cadet Dormitory Zone Tower A01. When Lin Fan calmly recited this address, the taxi driver's hand gripping the steering wheel gave a violent start. Through the rearview mirror, he cautiously took another glance at the young passenger he had just picked up from the lower district. He saw the Class Ace badge on Lin Fan's chest still refracting a cold gleam in the dim carriage. The driver's attitude instantly shifted from respect to reverence. Yes, baronet. He dared not even steal another look, stamping down on the accelerator abruptly. The yellow gasoline sedan sped away, like an escape, vanishing amid the mixed gazes of envy, jealousy, and fear from the lower district residents. The vehicle traveled all the way from the gray crowded lower city into the orderly tree-lined upper city, finally stopping before a towering white spire heavily guarded and seemingly piercing the clouds. Tower A01. The exclusive dormitory for ace cadets. Your Excellency, we've arrived. The driver did not even dare to mention the fare. Lin Fan calmly pulled several kingdom credit notes from his pocket and placed them on the front seat. Keep the change. He took his sister Lin Yu's hand and stepped out of the car. At the entrance of the tower, 2 fully armed guards bearing the Royal Guard armband upon seeing the badge on Lin Fan's chest snapped their heels together and executed a standard present arms salute. "Baronet, welcome to your residence." Their eyes showed not a trace of laxity, but the recognition they gave was genuine. In the Azure Kingdom, Ace is the sole totem within the military. Lin Fan nodded, took his sister's hand, and stepped through the heavy copper door that required an Ace badge to unlock. Lin Yue from beginning to end remained like a sleepwalking doll. Her small hands were ice-cold, wrapped in Lin Fan's broad palms. Her mind was a blank. Her brain was still stuck at the moment when Wang Tung roared publicly, "Class Ace Baronet." Was she dreaming? Killed it, class boss. Forced back a class fleet. Baronet, was this still the same brother who would secretly buy her a piece of malt candy on payday at the textile until the elevator door opened? Until Lin Fan used his badge to unlock the door of room A01, top floor 01. Until that palace she had never dared to imagine even in her dreams appeared before her eyes. Lin Yu stopped breathing altogether. This was not a dormitory. This was a home. No, even a royal palace could not compare. Over 300 square meters of immense space. Beneath her feet lay a snow-white soft long file carpet, one that her old cloth shoes, worn for 3 years at the textile mill and covered in dust, dared not even step upon. Facing the entrance was an entire wall, constructed entirely of transparent glass. From here the night scene of the entire Royal Fleet Spirit Academy and the myriad lights of the entire upper city all seemed trampled beneath one's feet. In the center of the living room, a genuine leather sofa that looked larger than the old house she and her brother had in the slums. In the distance, the open-plan kitchen gleaming with metallic luster, and the spiral redwood staircase leading to the second floor. "Brother." Lin Yu's voice trembled. She clutched Lin Fan's sleeve, afraid to let go. She was even afraid to take a second step. She feared that if she let go, this dream would shatter. She feared she would dirty this clean, beautiful place. Lin Fan, seeing his sister's uneasy, even fearful eyes, felt a pang in his heart. This was what he had fought so desperately to obtain. He released his sister's hand. He crouched down. He did not look at the luxurious decor. He simply looked up calmly into his sister's panicked, reddened eyes. "Shall you?" His voice was impossibly gentle. "Don't be afraid. This isn't someone else's home. From today onward, this is our..." He reached out and gently smoothed her small hand, which had curled up from nervousness. "You are not dreaming. Your brother is a class ace. Your brother is a baronet. And you are the baronet's sister. You deserve everything here." Lin Yu's tears could no longer be held back. She threw herself into Lin Fan's arms and sobbed loudly. She was not crying over the humiliation inflicted by Wang Lian, nor over the bullying she had endured at the textile mill. She cried because all the hardship, all the fear, all the unease of the past dozen years, at this moment, had finally dissipated like smoke. Lin Fan said nothing. He just held her quietly, gently patting her back. Lin Yue, blushing, emerged from Lin Fan's embrace. She wiped her tears, cautiously put on the brand-new lady's slippers by the door, and then, like a curious fawn, began to explore this new home. One moment she touched a floor vase taller than herself, the next she poked at the magic energy curtain that opened automatically at a press. The pallor that had long marked her face from malnutrition seemed in that instant replaced by a radiance called hope. On Lin Fan's face too appeared the first heartfelt smile since his reincarnation. He ruffled her hair. He pulled the Black Kingdom credit card from his pocket and pressed it into Lin Yu's hand. "There's 100,000 in here. Every month. Listen, shall you?" Lin Fan's expression turned utterly serious. "From tomorrow, you don't have to go to that damn textile mill anymore. What do you want to do? Go to school. Attend the Royal Girls' Academy in the upper city. Or learn something else. Brother will support you." Lin Yu's small hands held that thin card, weighty as a mountain. Her mind went blank again. 100,000 every month, go to school. The Royal Girls' Academy. That was a place where only the daughters of dukes and marquises could go. "Brother. I. She was too excited to speak properly. "All right, go pick a room yourself." Lin Fan interrupted with a smile. "There are 3 bedrooms on the second floor. Choose your favorite. Then get a good night's sleep." Lin Yu nodded emphatically. Clutching the card, she ran up the stairs, like a happy little bird barefoot with a pattering sound. The living room fell silent again. The smile on Lin Fan's face slowly faded. He walked over to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. He looked out at the bustling city lights trample beneath his feet. His gaze turned cold and deep once more. Xiaoyu was safe. Wang Lai was dealt with. Wang Tung was intimidated. For a short time no one would dare provoke him, Lin Fan or his sister. For a short time. Lin Fan's gaze pierced through the city lights toward the boundless deep sea beyond. He knew the nature of people like Wang Tung. They were like venomous snakes in a gutter. When they found they could not defeat you in a direct confrontation, they would retreat. They would hide in the shadows, flicking their tongues, waiting for the moment you let your guard down. Or waiting for the moment they themselves grew stronger. Lin Fan's eyes sharpened. Pangu, he roared in his mind. Commander, I am he. Can the spirit vessel masters of this world upgrade their warships by collecting sea monster cores and mining mystic crystals? Yes, Commander. The spirit vessel law of the Azure world works that way. They call it synchronous evolution. Any class warship, by devouring enough cores and mystic crystals, could theoretically evolve all the way to a class. This is the root of the frantic evolution among all spirit vessel masters in this world. Lin Fan's heart sank. Just as he feared. Today he was a class ace. He forced back 3 class pirates, he killed a class boss, he made Wang Tung, that class noble, look like a worthless fool. But Wang Tung would not stop. He would use his family's resources to frantically hunt sea monsters in class waters. He would level up. He would turn all his humiliation into the fuel for devouring. He would upgrade his ironclad battlecruiser from class to CB, and even class, as fast as possible. And what about himself? If he became complacent with the title of class ace, lounging in this 300 square meter luxury dormitory playing house with his sister. Then 1 month later, 2 months later, when Wang Tung's ironclad battlecruiser evolved to class, what would he, Lin Fan, amount to? How much of his deterrence would remain in the face of absolute level suppression? By then Wang Tung would use his class main cannon to blast both this tower A01 and his only sister into slag. No, absolutely not. Lin Fan's fists clenched tightly. He had to become stronger, faster than Wang Tung, faster than anyone in this world. He had to leave them far behind before Wang Tung, before everyone could react. Pangu. Lin Fan's gaze became utterly resolute. Pull up my shopping list again. Command received. Commander, your rear concerns are resolved. Now it's time to arm ourselves. A light blue interface unfolded before Lin Fan. T2 class carrier-based early warning aircraft KJ-600 Sky I unlock cost 1,000 energy points. T2 class carrier-based fighter J-15T Flying Shark modified unlock cost 500 energy points. T1 class carrier-based armed helicopter Z-20 supplementary purchase 300 energy points per total, at least 1,500 energy. Lin Fan frowned at the number. Pangu, restate the energy exchange ratio. E-class core 1 point. Class core 5 points. Class core 1050 points. Class core 50,200 points. 1,800 points. If he relied entirely on Class C monsters, he would need to hunt 360 of them. That was not realistic. He had to go to class waters and hunt class, even class subspecies. Lin Fan's gaze fell on the 2 invitations from the Kingdom Navy Department, which he had pinned on Pangu's interface. One was a regular pass for class safe waters. The other was a recruitment order for the Black Iron Sea expedition. Commander, class waters are safe, but energy acquisition efficiency is extremely low. Black Iron Sea is unknown with Class C monsters lurking, but the rewards are high. The fleets of the Iron Blood Empire and the Seven Seas Trade Alliance have also been confirmed on the edge of that sea area. Lin Fan looked at the class waters option. He could already picture Wang Tung piloting his class warship safely and steadily farming cores inside. Safe zone. A cold arc lifted the corner of Lin Fan's mouth. That's for the weak. I want the fastest leveling speed. His finger stabbed decisively at the recruitment order for the Black Iron Sea expedition. Pangu, accept the mission. Target Black Iron Sea. Command received. Mission accepted. Commander, your 003 carrier has full fuel. Please confirm. Departure immediately. Immediately? Lin Fan did not hesitate. He turned and strode toward the second floor. Lin Yu had just chosen her room and was happily rolling on the bed, hugging a plush toy larger than herself. Brother, aren't you going to rest? She sat up a little confused when she saw Lin Fan. No. Lin Fan stood at the doorway backlit. His silhouette in Lin Yu's eyes seemed so tall. Xiao Yue, I have to go out to sea. Ah. Lin Yu was startled and her small face instantly filled with worry. You're going to fight sea monsters again. But you just got back. Lin Fan smiled, walked over, and ruffled her hair just like when they were children. I'll be back soon. Oh. Lin Yu nodded, half understanding. She only knew that her brother seemed about to do something very, very impressive again. Then, brother, take care. All right. Lin Fan took one last look at this new home. He turned and strode out the door. He felt no reluctance. He knew that only by obtaining the strongest power at the fastest speed could he truly protect this home. He felt no reluctance. He knew that only by obtaining the strongest power at the fastest speed could he truly protect this home. At the A-01 premier berth, the colossal hull of the 003 Fujin, vast enough to blot out the sky, slowly departed from the berth under the tug of 4 high-power pilot boats. The whistle was deep and prolonged. This time Lin Fan did not stand in the island command room overlooking the lights of the upper city beneath his feet. He traversed a long internal passage and entered the immense hangar located in the mid-rear section of the carrier, capable of accommodating dozens of fighter jets. A cold metallic scent rushed toward him. The hangar was brightly lit and spotless. In the center of the hangar, the high G-20 helicopter, which had performed wonders during the lethal sea trials, stood quietly. Under the lights, the gray-black coating reflected a cold, grim beauty of industrial creation. Beside the helicopter, 2 figures stood as straight as javelins. They wore dark green flight suits, their postures firm. The moment Lin Fan stepped into the hangar, the prompt from AI Pengus sounded in his mind. Commander, Phylong 01 crew has been waiting here for 4 hours and 37 minutes. Lin Fan's steps paused slightly. At the same moment, the 2 figures spun around sharply. They showed no signs of slack from standing so long. The moment they saw Lin Fan, their young sharp eyes instantly erupted with an almost fanatical worship and awe. Lin Fan's gaze swept over them. They were young, both seemingly just over 20, with black hair and dark eyes, their faces resolute. According to the Shenzhou Military-Industrial System Protocol, all unlocked vehicles will be equipped with real human pilots of 100 loyalty. Lin Fan recalled Pengu's words. This was the first time he had personally seen his own soldiers. Snap. A crisp click of military boots closing together. The leading pilot stepped forward, abruptly stopping 3 meters away from Lin Fan and snapping to attention. He raised his right hand in a crisp, familiar military salute that Lin Fan knew well from Earth. Comrade Commander. His voice was loud and powerful, echoing through the empty hangar. Shenzhou Military Industrial Carrier Aviation Wing High G-20 Phylong 01 crew reporting to you. I am the pilot, call sign Phylong 01. The soldier behind him also stepped forward, standing abreast, and saluted. I am the weapons officer, call sign Phylong 02. We too report to you as ordered. Please conduct your inspection. Not a hint of hesitation. Their movements, their voices, the absolute loyalty in their eyes seemed to be an instinct engraved in their souls. Lin Fan looked at them. His heart, which had been perpetually tense and cold from his transmigration and survival, was violently struck by an inexplicable warmth at this moment. He was no longer alone. He was no longer an orphan, with only a scrap metal target ship. From the moment he unlocked the Z-20, he became a commander. He had soldiers now. Lin Fan took a deep breath. He slowly raised his hand and returned an equally standard military salute. His always calm face showed no excessive emotion, but this composure in the eyes of the 2 crew members was the majesty of strategizing from within a command tent. At ease. Lin Fan's voice sounded calmly. Sir. Both lowered their hands simultaneously, but their bodies remained upright. Lin Fan's gaze settled on the pilot's face. Phylong 01. Here. During the lethal sea trials, you encountered the 7 Seas Alliance's grade magic energy fog, and the signal was lost. Repeat the situation at that time. Lin Fan's tone was casual, as if asking about a trivial matter. A flash of instinctive anger flickered across Phylong 01's face, but it was immediately suppressed. He reported in a deep voice, reporting, Commander. The moment the fog enveloped us, all our optical and infrared sensors were completely disrupted by high-concentration ether energy, instantly blinding us. At the same time, the weapons officer Phylong 02 chimed in, his voice equally cold and professional. Our photoelectric probe suffered a backlash from strong magic energy fluctuations when scanning the fog. If it hadn't been for you, Commander, activating the AESA radar in time and forcibly burning through that interference field, our aircraft would have likely lost control and crashed. And after that? Lin Fan asked. After that? Falong 01's voice suddenly rose, the fanatical warship, no longer containable. After that, right there in the cockpit, we witnessed a miracle. We saw you, Commander, using a great power we couldn't understand, purifying the entire battlefield. You? He seemed to search for a word. You are a god. Lin Fan's pupils contracted slightly. What he wanted was not worship. What he wanted was absolute obedience and execution. Falong 01. Lin Fan's voice turned icy cold. Huh? Falong 01 was startled, the fanaticism instantly extinguished by the cold. Remember your identity. You are a soldier of Shinjo military industry. And I am human, I get tired and make mistakes. A soldier's duty is to obey orders and bring victory, not to worship a god. Lin Fan stepped forward, his deep penetrating eyes locked onto Falong 01. Yes, at all costs destroy any enemy I point you at. Yes, even if I order you to ram in a great warship, you must crash through it. Can you do that? Falong 01 and Falong 02's bodies shuddered violently. It seemed only at this moment that they truly understood the ruthless and icy will hidden beneath the calm exterior of their young commander. They felt no fear. They only felt their blood boil. This was the commander they longed for. Yes! 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 They roared with all their might. Very well. Lin Fan nodded slowly. He turned around, not looking at them anymore. Pangu. Commander, I am here. 003 carrier fuel status. Reporting, Commander. Heavy oil resupply is full. Conventional supplies for the hull have been replenished according to Grade A standards. Course. Confirmed. Currently leaving the Azure Kingdom inshore defense perimeter. Estimated arrival at the edge coordinates of Black Iron Sea in 30 minutes. Falong 01 crew. Here. Fully armed takeoff in 30 minutes. Lin Fan's steps did not pause, he walked toward the elevator leading to the island command room. 30 minutes later. The 003 Fujin broke through the azure waves of the inshore sea and plunged into the deep, gloomy, ink-colored waters of the Black Iron Sea. The sky seemed to darken instantly. The air was filled with a pungent sulfurous and ozone-like stench. This was spatial distortion caused by high-concentration ether energy leakage. In the island command room, Lin Fan stood before the huge floor-to-ceiling window, calmly observing this new dangerous sea area. In his goddess-eye view on the pale blue technological interface, the skin circle representing the AESA radar had expanded to its limit. Warning. High-concentration ether reaction detected. Sea monster density 15 times that of Great Arena. Detected a Grade C monster razor crab swarm signals. 137. Detected Grade C monster iron shell sea serpent signals. 19. Detected Grade C monster heavy armor sea turtle signals. 3. On the radar map, dense red dots almost covered the entire screen. Commander. The steady, excited voice of Falong 01 came through the communication channel. Falong 01 crew has arrived at the designated airspace. Requesting combat instructions. Lin Fan's gaze fell on the 3 heavy armor sea turtle signals clustered together. Grade heavy armor sea turtle. In the lethal sea trials, he had barely breached its defense by precisely shooting into its eye using an AKD-10 anti-tank missile, a high armor unit. And now, his eyes swept over the dense grade and Grade C serpents. These were all energy points. Pangu, Lin Fan said coldly, share the AESA radar data with Falong 01. Data link shared. Falong 01. Here. A Grade crabs and Grade C serpents free hunt. I have only one target for you, efficiency. Sir. Falong 01's reply was full of killing intent. Above the Black Iron Sea, the menacing fuselage of the high G-20 suddenly banked sharply, nose down. Falong 02. Fire control locked. AKD-10 ready. Start with those iron shell sea serpents. Roger. The Z-20, like a ghostly killer skimming the sea surface, sped across the waves. Soon they locked onto the first great iron shell sea serpent. Whoosh. A flash of fire beneath the wing. An AKD-10 anti-tank missile trailing flames plunged supersonically into the serpent's head. Boom. The massive body of the Grade C serpent didn't even have time to react, instantly blasted into a cloud of blood mist. Grade C monster killed. Energy points 5. A Grade C monster killed. Energy points 1. In the command room, Lin Fan calmly watched the energy points, steadily ticking up. 5. 1. 1. 5. The hunt by the Phylong 01 crew was an art. They perfectly utilized the Z-20's maneuverability and the AKD-10's precise armor-piercing capability. For these fragile units below grade, the anti-tank missile's armor-piercing warhead was a dimensional strike. This was the efficient mowing Lin Fan wanted. In just 20 minutes, the energy points had jumped from 0 to 115. Commander. Phylong 01's voice came again, this time with a hint of gravity. A grade and grade chaff have been cleared. Now directly ahead of us, we have the turtle group marked on the AESA radar. Lin Fan's gaze also froze on the radar screen. The 3 red dots representing grade heavy armor sea turtles were clustered in a small ring-shaped reef area. Commander, Phylong 02 weapons officer analyzed AKD-10 can penetrate the enemy's armor, but efficiency is too low. Last time we had the advantage of unknown fight. Now there are 3. If we open fire, the other 2 will immediately dive or counterattack with their ether water cannons. The AKD-10's ammunition is limited. Using it against these high armor units is too wasteful. Phylong 02's judgment matched Lin Fan's. This was an equipment bottleneck. It was like using an anti-tank missile against a battleship. Efficiency too low. Lin Fan's eyes slowly scanned the tech tree of Pangu. His finger stopped on the upgradable module of the T1 level shipborne armed helicopter Z-20. A great option lay still. T1 level anti-ship module YJ-9 light anti-ship missile. Characteristics: high explosive armor piercing, specifically designed to counter high armor and hull units. Unlock cost 100 energy points. Lin Fan glanced at his 115 energy points. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold arc. Phylong 01, Phylong 02. Sir. Don't use the AK-80-10 anymore. What? Both were taken aback. Commander, you mean? I'll give you a new toy. Lin Fan's will press firmly on the unlock button. Energy points 100. T1 level anti-ship module YJ-9, unlocked. In the island command room. Lin Fan's will on the pale blue technological interface heavily click confirm. 100 energy points. Current remaining energy points 15. T1 level anti-ship module NG9 YJ-9. Unlock successful. Module has been automatically loaded into the ammunition elevator of Carrier 003's hangar. It was done. Lin Fan gazed at the mere 15 remaining energy points, his heart utterly undisturbed. Money was meant to be spent. Calmly, he picked up the transmitter on the command podium and connected the encrypted communication channel of the Phylong 01 crew. Phylong 01, Phylong 02. Here, Commander. The communication channel echoed with the excited and vigorous responses of Phylong 01 and Phylong 02. They had just completed a splendid round of mowing and were in a state of exhilaration. Return to mothership. Lin Fan's tone was emotionless. Yes. Phylong 01's voice paused noticeably. Return to mothership. He glanced at the instrument panel. Fuel was still at 60, and there were 4 AKD-10 anti-tank missiles remaining. The commander's orders were always so unexpected. Commander, we will return immediately. Despite the confusion in his heart, he harbored no doubt. The high G-20 carved a sharp turn in the sky, its nose pulling up as it flew towards the colossal steel beast on the sea surface. Phylong 02. The pilot lowered his voice and asked on the internal channel, "What does the commander want us back for? There's still plenty of ammo and fuel." No idea. Weapons officer Phylong 02 shook his head, his eyes fixed on the radar. Maybe the AESA radar spotted a big one we can't handle. Who cares? Phylong 01 grinned. The commander said he's getting us a new toy. New toy. Phylong 02's eyes lit up. The AKD-10 anti-tank missiles had already given them a riot of excitement. What deadly weapon could this new toy be? 5 minutes later. The dull rotor roar of the high G-20 grew from distant to near. It precisely hovered over the midsection of Carrier 003's vast flight deck, then landed steadily. The landing gear contacted the deck with a muffled metallic clang. Phylong 01 crew has landed. Requesting further instructions. Phylong 01 reported. In the command room, Lin Fan's gaze pierced through the thick bulletproof glass overlooking the deck below. Phylong 01, Phylong 02. Disengage flight mode, disembark. Your mission is to re-equip this aircraft with the T1 level anti-ship module. Yes. Phylong 01 and Phylong 02 exchanged glances, both seeing a flicker of astonishment in each other's eyes. Re-equip. They were pilots and weapons officers. Re-equipping ammunition was the job of ground crew and ordnance loading teams. Suppressing their confusion, they smoothly shut down the engines. When the rotors had completely stopped, they opened the cockpit door, descended the ladder in one swift motion, and stepped onto the icy deck. Then both froze. The deck was empty. The 80,000-ton carrier deck stretched flat, wide, and boundless. The sea wind howled past, carrying a piercing chill. No tugs, no refueling trucks, no ammunition carts. Not even a single deck crew member in a colored vest. Commander. Phylong 01 stood on the empty deck for the first time, feeling perplexed about his mission. Where are the ground crew? In the command room, Lin Fan's brow furrowed at that moment. He looked at the deserted deck, a sense of oversight welling up in his heart. Pangu. Commander, I am here. Where are my deck crew? Commander, in the T1 level tech tree, you have unlocked the Haiji-20 and its standard Phylong crew. You have unlocked the Ing-9 missile in the T1 level module. But you have not yet unlocked T1 level hangar deck support group. Panda's reply was cold and logical. Lin Fan's pupils contracted sharply. An oversight. Following the usual pattern, he assumed unlocking the aircraft meant unlocking the airport. He thought unlocking the weapon meant unlocking the ammunition depot. At the very least, these logistics would be handled by some system-branded robots. But clearly the system had no such robots. The system was also a dog. Such a massive oversight, and it hadn't alerted him. How many energy points to unlock the support package? Lin Fan asked in a deep voice. T1 level hangar deck support package includes Air Traffic Controller X3, Deck Dispatcher X5, Ordnance Loading Team X8, Refueling Maintenance Team X8, Tug X2, Ammunition Cart X2. Unlock cost 300 energy points. 300 points. Lin Fan glanced at his remaining energy balance of a mere 15. His brow furrowed deeper. If he couldn't reload or refuel quickly, then his so-called efficient mowing was a joke. Commander. On the deck, Phylong 01's voice came through the comms again. Lin Fan took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil inside. He walked to the edge of the island, looking down through the glass at the two men on the deck. He did not evade his own oversight. The ground crew has not yet been deployed. Lin Fan's icy voice reached their ears. Phylong 01 and Phylong 02 froze again. No ground crew. Then how were they supposed to swap out this new toy? Ammunition elevator. Lin Fan continued. 15 meters to your left rear. The new ordnance is below. The two spun around. With a creak, a section of the deck slowly opened, and a platform rose from below. On the platform lay 4 brand new ferocious-looking missiles. They were a full size, thicker than the AKD-10 anti-tank missiles, with longer bodies, pitch black, and on the warheads were printed 2 small blood-red characters brimming with killing intent. Ing. Phylong 02, the weapons officer, his eyes blazed the moment he saw those 2 characters. Ing 9. Oh my god! Commander. You unlocked Ing 9 for us. He let out an excited cheer. AKD-10 was anti-tank, but Ing was anti-ship, using anti-ship missiles to hit those class high armor units. This damned well was the perfect match. Phylong 01's face also flushed with excitement. But after the excitement, the two looked at the 4 missiles, then at their own empty hands, and fell into silence. A harsh reality lay before them. No ground crew, no loading cart, no hydraulic arm. How were they supposed to mount these things onto the helicopter's stub-wing pylons? Commander. Phylong 01's voice turned hoarse. The single weight of Ing 9 is 105 kilograms. We are pilots. The implication was clear: they couldn't do this job. In the command room, Lin Fan's gaze coldly fixed on them. He did not speak. He just watched silently. On the deck, the exhilaration from unlocking new weapons instantly cooled. Phylong 01 and Phylong 02 exchanged glances. They both saw in each other's eyes resolve. Damn it! Phylong 01 growled. He ripped off his heavy flight helmet and slammed it onto the deck. Phylong 02. Sir! The commander is watching us. We are soldiers of Shinjo. Soldiers don't have the words, can't do it. Isn't it just 100 kilograms? There are two of us. Today, even if we have to gnaw with our teeth, well, get this thing mounted. Yes, sir. Falong 02 also tore off his helmet. They rolled up their sleeves, revealing muscular forearms. They walked up to the NG-9 missile, one on each side, and planted their feet wide. 1, 2, lift. Both let out a roar simultaneously, arm veins bulging. The 100+ kilogram missile was forcefully raised from its mounting frame. Holy shit! Falong 02's face instantly turned the color of liver. This thing is damn heavy. Stop talking. Steady. Falong 01 gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his forehead. Step by step. Shuffle it over. The two, like clumsy ants, carried a cookie far heavier than their own weight. 1 step. 2 steps. The short 10-meter distance from the elevator to under the helicopter's stub wing felt like an eternity. In the command room, Lin Fan silently watched this scene. He watched his pilots doing the heaviest labor that should have been done by a professional ground crew. He watched their faces flush red with strain. He watched their movements made clumsy and inefficient by the lack of proper tools. His fist slowly clenched inside his sleeve. This was his mistake. This kind of inefficiency, he would only allow this once. Pangu. Here. Put T1 level hangar deck support package at top priority. Next time we return, I need my deck to be filled with people. Order received, Commander. On the deck. Clang. A loud crash. Falong 01 and Falong 02 let go almost simultaneously, both collapsing onto the deck, gasping for air. That single NG-9 had finally been crookedly jammed into the pylon latch under the stub wing. Done. Done. Falong 01 wiped the sweat from his face, unsure whether it was sweat or oil. Still 3 more. Falong 02's voice carried a hint of despair. And the refueling hose, Falong 01 added. They exchanged glances, both seeing the pain in each other's eyes. Just then AI Panda's cold, emotionless electronic voice suddenly sounded through the deck's loudspeaker array. Warning. ASA radar has detected a Class Heavy Armored Sea Turtle target still loitering in the E-13 reef area. Target has not moved. Repeat. Prey is still there. This voice, like a shot of adrenaline, stabbed deep into both their hearts. The prey was still there. What was all this struggle for? Wasn't it to use this new toy to take down that iron turtle? Get up! Falong 01 leaped to his feet. Refuel. Load ordnance. Quick! 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 40 minutes. A full 40 minutes. On any modern carrier, that would be enough time to cause a catastrophic scheduling incident. Only then did Falong 01 and Falong 02 finally complete the re-equipping. 2 NG-9 missiles were loaded. Fuel was also topped to 100. The two were already exhausted, like dead dogs, barely having the strength to climb back into the cockpit. Commander. Falong 01 leaned on the ladder, panting heavily as he reported. Falong 01 crew. Re-equipping. Complete. Requesting takeoff. In the command room, Lin Fan's gaze fell on the 3 unmoving red dots on the AESA radar. His voice was cold and lethal. Takeoff approved. Target E-13 reef area. Falong 01, Falong 02. Blast those 3 iron turtles to the sky. Buzz, the rotors of the Sea Dragon 20 began to accelerate again under the pilot's command. After 40 minutes of intense physical exertion, the bodies of Falong 01 and Falong 02 were nearly at their limits. Their flight suits were already soaked with sweat, and the muscles in their arms gripping the control stick still trembled slightly from exhaustion. Yet their spirits were at a peak of exhilaration. Falong 01 crew reloaded and ready. Requesting takeoff. Takeoff approved. Target E-13 reef area. Use your new toys. Blow those 3 iron turtles to the sky. The commander's cold and commanding order was the best stimulant. Yes, Commander. Falong 01 abruptly pushed the control stick, and the menacing body of the Sea Dragon 20, like a black hawk, awakened, tore through the sea breeze, and ascended fiercely. In the command room on the ship, Lin Fan's gaze coldly fixed on the AESA radar screen. The 3 red dots representing the Class Heavy Armored Turtles continued to lazily hover in the E-13 reef area. They still did not know that what was targeting them was no longer the scraping AKD-10, but rather the harbinger of death designed specifically for such iron turtles. Phylong 01 heading 030 distance 15 kilometers. Data link established. Maintain ultra-low altitude infiltration. You have one chance for a test shot. Received. Maintaining ultra-low altitude. Phylong 01 pressed the control stick tightly, and the Z-20's body flew at high speed, almost touching the rolling ink black waves. This was the most dangerous and covert infiltration posture. Phylong 02. Here. Switch to fire control. YJ9. Prepare to unlock. Fire control system switched. The weapon officer of Phylong 02's eyes sparkled with excitement. He watched the new attack icon representing the YJ9 on the fire control interface, his breathing becoming noticeably heavier. He vividly remembered. Just an hour ago, he had used the AKD-10 anti-tank missile to attack these sea turtles, feeling utterly powerless. Although the metal jet had excellent armor-piercing depth, theoretically a carbon-based lifeform should be cooked inside after a hit, yet these iron turtles sustained no fatal injuries. Perhaps they were not even considered normal carbon-based lifeforms. Commander, we have arrived at the periphery of the E-13 reef area. Phylong 01 reported solemnly. Radar visual confirmed. 3-class heavy armored turtles are feeding in the shallow water. Lin Fan's view was also shared on the main screen in the command room through the Z-20's electro-optical probe. In the image, the 3 giant sea turtles, each over 30 meters long, were crazily tearing at the remains of an E-class sea monster. Their shells, a meter thick and covered in magical patterns, glimmered with a despair-inducing metallic sheen under the sunlight. They were utterly oblivious to the impending death. Phylong 02. In the command room, Lin Fan's cold voice seemed to come from the depths of the abyss. Authorize fire. 1 shot. Let me see if our long-awaited toy is worth the price. The heart of Phylong 02 raced. His trembling finger, weakened from exertion, became as steady as a rock in that moment. Phylong 02 received. He pressed the lock button fiercely. The fire control radar instantly locked onto the outermost heavy armored turtle. Target locked. YJ9 anti-ship mode. Launch. Whoosh. A sharp sound distinctly different from the AKD-10 pierced the air. The Z-20's body jolted violently. A missile entirely black and thicker than the AKD-10 ignited instantly. It did not leave a long trail of flames, but rather cut through the sea surface in a brutally direct line. The missile has been launched. Phylong 01 fixed his gaze on the screen. At 15 kilometers under the speed of the YJ9, it was nearly instantaneous. The heavy armored turtle that was feeding seemed to sense something. Its massive body suddenly froze, just as it was about to raise its head. Too late. The YJ9 had arrived. There was no earth-shattering explosion as expected. The missile, upon striking the turtle's indestructible shell, there was not even the slightest clink sound. Thud. A dull sound as if a hot knife sliced through butter. Phylong 01 and Phylong 02 witnessed an unforgettable scene for the rest of their lives. The missile. It penetrated inside. The semi-armor-piercing warhead drilled into the turtle's shell like a glowing branding iron. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. The class heavy armored turtle's every action was frozen. It remained in the posture of raising its head. There was even a hint of confusion in its eyes, as if wondering, what is scratching me? Phylong 01 and Phylong 02 held their breath. In the cockpit, there was a deathly silence. 1 second. 2 seconds. Boom! The explosion did not come from outside, but from within. The massive body of the class heavy armored turtle suddenly caved inward, followed by an indescribable destructive force erupted from beneath its shell. The shockwave of the explosion was violently confined within the turtle's shell, wreaking havoc. Puff! The first spray of blood erupted from the joints of the turtle's neck and limbs, followed by bang! The incredibly hard glass turtle shell that covered its entire back could no longer withstand the horrific pressure from within. The entire shell, along with the bloodied entrails beneath, was violently propelled hundreds of meters into the air by a wave of crimson flame. Blood rain. A torrential blood rain. Mixed with chunks of entrails and fragments of turtle shell, it fell upon the sea. Under the YJ9's one shot to the soul, the class heavy armored turtle couldn't even emit a complete cry of despair. Just like that, it was blown up. Gulp! In the cockpit of the Z-20, The weapon officer of Phylong 02 struggled to swallow. He watched the bloodstained sea area on the screen, gazing at the slowly sinking turtle shell wreckage, which was now just a base. His face, pale from exertion, was left only with a blank stare. This is what anti-ship is. Roar! At that moment, the two surviving heavy armored turtles finally reacted. They let out a roar filled with utter terror. They no longer cared about food. They frantically turned and desperately dove towards the deep water. Their innate beastly instincts as sea monsters screamed in panic. Escape. Quick escape. The iron bird in the sky was not a scraping toy. That was divine punishment. Commander. Phylong 01 also awoke from the shock, abruptly pulling up the control stick. The other two need to run. Run! In the command room, Lin Fan's gaze remained cold. Did I authorize that? Phylong 02. Yes. The blood in Phylong 02 boiled at that moment. He quickly redirected the fire control radar, instantly locking onto the blood in Phylong 02 boiled at that moment. He quickly redirected the fire control radar, instantly locking onto the slowest heavy armored turtle. YJ9. Second shot. Give me death. Whoosh. The second YJ9, trailing a tail of death, was launched again. It accurately struck the rear of the turtle. Puff. Again, that chilling, dull, penetrating sound. Boom! 1 second later, the second explosion, composed of the blood and flesh of the class boss, erupted on the sea. Killed Class C monster. Energy points 5. Killed Class C monster. Energy points 5. The cold prompt from AI Pangu resonated in Lin Fan's mind at the appointed time. 15. 20. 25. The energy points ultimately settled on the number 25. The Black Iron Sea area returned to tranquility. Only the remaining thoroughly frightened heavy armored turtle vanished into the depths of the sea. In the cockpit of the Z-20, Phylong 01 and Phylong 02 slumped in their seats. They were exhausted, but they were even more exhilarated. So powerful, Phylong 01 murmured. This is our new toy, Commander. Phylong 02 suddenly opened the communication, his voice trembling with excitement. Phylong 02 reporting. 2 shots of YJ9. All hits. Target class heavy armored turtles 2. All eliminated. Please advise. Should we return for resupply? He couldn't wait to go back and wrestle with Phylong 01 for those 40 minutes again. As long as it could bring this divine punishment like thrill. Everything was worth it. However, in the command room, Lin Fan's gaze did not linger on the number 25. His brow furrowed slightly again. 10 energy points. He had spent 40 minutes on manual loading, gaining only 10 energy points. Unlocking the T1 level ground support kit requires 300 points. Unlocking the T2 level AWAC 600 requires 1,000 points. If he were still satisfied with hunting these Class C monsters like before, then what difference would there be between him and his enemy Wang Tung, who was safely farming monsters in the Class C area? Efficiency. Or rather, the damn efficiency was too low. Lin Fan's expression turned icy and sharp in an instant. He finally understood. Class C monsters were not his target. They were merely consumables for him to test weapons. The YJ9 in his hand was not meant to farm class. It was his ticket to challenge the class level. Phylong 01. Here. Return to base. Yes. Phylong 01 was taken aback. The commander's tone seemed not pleased. Pangu. Commander, I am here. ASA radar full power scan. Lin Fan's gaze swept across the radar screen, filled with countless tiny dots representing class and class. His voice was cold and resolute. Filter out all class and below signals. I don't care how dense they are. From now on, I only want class. Find the strongest energy response in this sea area. That class signal. Filter out all level and below signals. I only want level. This command was issued to the brain of the 003 Fujian carrier, the Shenzhou Active Electronically Scanned Array AESA, through AI Pangu. The energy surging within those 4 massive unremarkable gray slabs on the island instantly escalated by several orders of magnitude. Countless red dots representing a leveled level, and even level sea monsters upon flickering to life were instantly filtered by the system, dimming into dull gray. They were no longer worthy of entering Lin Fan's field of vision. Time ticked by. The sea breeze over the black iron sea howled across the island. The radar continuously scanned the horizon, though the waterline limit restricted it to targets about 30 kilometers away. That was sufficient. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. A dead silence settled over the command room. Lin Fan stood still, his patience seemingly as boundless as the deep sea itself. He knew that Blevel sea monsters were not the ubiquitous small fry like Blevel ones. They were the top predators of the sea's food chain, each with its own territory. Finally, a sharp high-pitched alarm shattered the silence of the command room. At the edge of the AESA radar screen, a glaring blood-red dot, 10 times brighter than a Blevel sea turtle, flashed violently. Warning. Blevel high-energy signal detected. AI Panda's voice rang out instantly. Target coordinates G445C sector. Target type unknown. Energy response. Extremely active. Lin Fan's pupils contracted sharply. This was it. Flying Dragon 01, Flying Dragon 02. Lin Fan picked up the transmitter. On the flight deck inside the Z-20 Naval Z-20 that had just completed 40 minutes of intense physical labor to barely mount 2 YJ-9s. Flying Dragon 01 and 02 were slumped in their seats, gulping down cold water. Hearing the commander's call, they bolted upright. Sir! Target G445C sector. Lin Fan's order was concise and icy. Blevel signal. They're yours. Blevel. Flying Dragon 01 and 02 exchanged a glance. Both saw in the other's eyes that irrepressible flame called excitement. Yes, Commander. We will complete the mission. Flying Dragon 01 slammed on his helmet, and the rotor of the Z-20 once again roared with ear-splitting thunder. The Black Falcon soared into the sky. G445C sector. The sky here was even more overcast than where Lin Fan was. A faint, highly corrosive ether mist floated on the sea surface. Commander. Flying Dragon 01's voice came through the communicator, tinged with gravity. We have arrived at the target airspace. Visibility. Extremely low. ESA data link shared. In the command room, Lin Fan replied calmly. You are my eyes. Roger. Inside the Z-20 cockpit, the fire control interface flashed suddenly. The divine vision from the 003 carrier's AESA radar instantly blanketed their radar screen, which had been obscured by the mist. A blood-red dot was moving at high speed 3 kilometers ahead. Flying Dragon 02. Lock it. Locking. Damn. This thing is fast. Weapons Officer Flying Dragon 02 glared at the screen. That Blevel signal was nothing like the clumsy Blevel sea turtles. It zigzagged through the mist with an eerily antiphysical shaped trajectory at high speed. AKD-10. Ready to launch. Flying Dragon 02 instinctively switched to his most familiar weapon. With a whoosh, an AKD-10 anti-tank missile ignited and shot out, but it quickly lost infrared lock and began flying wildly like a headless fly. Damn it, this mist is interfering with the AKD-10's infrared seeker. Cold sweat beaded on Flying Dragon 02's forehead. This was the pressure of Blevel. Don't use the AKD-10. At that moment, Lin Fan's icy voice came through unhurriedly. Don't you have a new toy? Flying Dragon 02 was startled. He glanced at the weapon racks, the two menacing YJ-9s. Flying Dragon 02's heart pounded. He understood. He abruptly switched the fire control mode. YJ-9. Active radar guidance. Engaging. Locked. Launch. Swoosh. The Z-20 shuddered violently. A YJ-9 anti-ship missile trailing a long flame like an arrow piercing clouds dove into the mist. Roar! The high-speed shadow in the mist seemed to sense the lethal threat. It made a sharp sea maneuver to evade. But it was too late. The YJ-9 was radar-guided. And with data link calibration, this missile was a guaranteed hit. Boom! A deafening blast 10 times heavier than when the YJ-9 struck the sea turtle. The thick ether mist seemed ripped open by an invisible giant hand, exposing a massive gap. A rain of blood. Amid the gore, a colossal sea monster corpse, a grotesque fusion of bat and manta ray, trailed black smoke as it helplessly plunged toward the sea. Blevel sea monster, deep sea demon hunter. One hit. Instant kill. Holy crap! Flying Dragon 01 stared at the screen showing the shredded corpse, finally forcing out 2 words. Flying Dragon 02 was also completely stunned. This was Blevel. That's it. This was the power of the YJ-9. Commander. Flying Dragon 02's voice trembled. Target confirmed destroyed. Level C monster Deep Sea Demon Hunter eliminated. Energy points 150. AI Panda's cold notification chimed punctually in Lin Fan's mind. 150 points. Lin Fan glanced at his energy balance. 15,150,165. Lin Fan's face showed no joy. He coldly picked up the transmitter. Flying Dragon 01 return to carrier. Huh? Roger. Return rearm and execute a second hunt. Roger. The excitement on Flying Dragon 01 and 02's faces instantly froze. They were going back to be laborers again. An hour later, a second level Deep Sea Demon Hunter was one-shot killed in another sea sector. Level C monster Deep Sea Demon Hunter eliminated. Energy points 150. AI Panda's notification sounded again. Lin Fan checked the total energy. 165,150,315. Enough. Flying Dragon 01 returned to carrier. Roger. Flying Dragon 01's reply now carried a hint of tears. He really couldn't know. He still had to fly back. The Z-20 landed for the third time on the 003 carrier's spacious deck. Flying Dragon 01 and 02 practically rolled out of the cockpit. 1 hour of flight, 2 hours of manual labor. They were completely exhausted. Flying Dragon 02. Flying Dragon 01 lay limp on the cold deck, speaking weakly. Don't call me. Flying Dragon 02 didn't even have the strength to lift a finger. Are we going to have to go move missiles again? I'd rather die. The two closed their eyes in despair. They were braced for the 40-minute nightmare. But 1 second, 2 seconds passed. The expected carry command never came. Instead, a flurry of rapid, heavy footsteps came. Thump! 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 Flying Dragon 01 and 02 snapped their eyes open. What did they see? At the hangar elevator entrance, a swarm of robust Sharpie ground crew members in different colored vests. They surged toward them like a tide. Yellow vests. Flight control. Clear Sector C. Purple vests. Refueling team. No. 2 line ready. Red vests. Ammunition loading team. YJ-9. No. 3 pylon. Quick. 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 Over 20 ground crew. They operated like a precisely tuned machine. At the whistle of a yellow vest dispatcher, they divided tasks and moved swiftly, instantly engulfing the Z-20. Flying Dragon 01 and 02 just lay there dumbfounded on the deck. They watched the purple vests connect the refueling hose in 30 seconds. They watched the red vests from the ammunition team, for people carrying a hydraulic loading cart, securely mount a brand new YJ-9 onto the short wing in just 5 minutes. 5 minutes. The job that took them 40 minutes of manual struggle. Others finished it in 5. And they did it while refueling simultaneously. Aye. Aye. Flying Dragon 01 looked at the bustling scene before him almost in tears. This was a damn carrier. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a yellow vest, who looked like a deck marshal, strode quickly toward them. He snapped to attention and saluted. Flying Dragon 01 crew. Shinjo Military Industry T1 Deck Support Team reporting for duty. This aircraft's refueling and arming will be completed within 10 minutes. He looked at the two sprawled on the deck, offering a knowing smile. Commander's orders. You two have worked hard. Now you may go to the hangar lounge and have a cup of coffee. Well, take it from here. Commander, the deck support team is in position. Pylon 01 ready for immediate sortie. The deck chief's steady voice came through the communicator. Inside the command room, Lin Fan's gaze was locked onto the scanning interface of the AESA radar. AI Pangu was sifting through a vast stream of data, searching for high-value targets. Beep! 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 On the radar screen, one after another class and class light points flickered and quickly faded. They were no longer worthy of Lin Fan's direct intervention. Commander, Panda's voice sounded. High-density energy cluster detected in Sector H091. Lin Fan's eyes sharpened instantly. On the screen, a dense cluster of red dots was moving slowly. Signal strength class. Pangu reported. Class. Lin Fan frowned slightly. In the communication channel beside him, Phylong 01 and 02 also spotted the target through the data, linked their just brightened expressions deflated. Another class. Were the newly loaded YJ-9 missiles destined to hunt such mosquitoes again? A cluster target must be more than it seems, Pangu. Filter it. Lin Fan ordered coldly. He had absolute confidence in the ESA radar's capabilities. Acknowledged. Initiating multi-layer signal penetration scan. Scanning. Eliminating class signal interference. Warning. Commander. Panda's alert tone suddenly rose sharply. At the center of the class signal cluster 3. No 5 high-intensity energy responses detected. Energy level assessment class. Target characteristic analysis 95 similarity to class heavy armored turtle. Identified as evolved form class ancient ironclad turtle. Bingo. Lin Fan's pupils abruptly contracted. This was no mere class cluster. It was a turtle nest. Phylong 01, Phylong 02. Lin Fan picked up the microphone. Sir! Both men snapped to attention, standing straight. See the turtle nest at coordinates H091. Yes, Commander. Mission guaranteed. No. Lin Fan cut off their excitement. Your mission is not to charge in. Lin Fan's finger traced a straight line 25 kilometers long on the radar screen. You will fly to this coordinate. Phylong 01 stared at the coordinate dumbfounded. Commander, that's 25 kilometers from the target. Our YJ-9s are powerful, but even so. YJ-9 light anti-ship missile. Lin Fan's icy voice interrupted him. Effective range 25 kilometers. You will fly there. Based on the data link from the radar, launch the missiles. Then return immediately. Phylong 01 and 02 were completely baffled. 25 kilometers out. Beyond the horizon. Open fire without even a glimpse of the enemy. Is that how you do band visual range combat? Commander, this is an order. Sir! Phylong 01 suppressed all his doubts. He knew one thing: the commander's orders were absolute. V-room. The Z-20 took off again. This time it didn't race aggressively toward the target. Instead, like a commuter aircraft punching the clock, it flew unhurriedly toward the safe coordinate on the periphery of sector H091. Arrived at designated airspace. Phylong 01 reported, his voice filled with absurdity. In the electro-optical screen before him, there was nothing but endless seawater. Phylong 02 data link connected. Huh? Oh. Roger. Weapons officer Phylong 02 fumbled to open the fire control interface. The AESA radar's God's vision instantly flooded his screen. That turtle nest 25 kilometers away was now as clear as if it were right before his eyes on the fire control radar. Target. Locked. Phylong 02 trembled as he selected the 2 outermost class turtles. Fire. Whoosh. Whoosh. 2 YJ-9 missiles trailing flames plunged into the seemingly empty sky. Missiles away. Return. In the command room, Lin Fan issued the second order. Roger. Returning. The Z-20 traced an elegant arc in the sky and began heading back. Phylong 01 and 02 stared at each other. That's it, Phylong 01 murmured. I don't even see when the shells exploded. Phylong 02 replied blankly. Meanwhile, hundreds of class ironclad turtles were lazily lounging on huge reefs, enjoying the gloomy sunbath of the Black Iron Sea. They were the toughest nuts to crack in the sea. Their thick shells were their greatest asset. Suddenly, boom! Boom! 2 almost simultaneous thunderous explosions. 2 class turtles basking in the sun under the gaze of all their companions, without any warning, were blown apart from the inside. Flesh and shell fragments scattered everywhere. Roar! All the turtles were stunned in unison. They jerked their heads up, their crimson sluggish eyes scanning the sky. Empty. Nothing. Roar! The turtles let out angry and confused roars. They had no idea who was attacking them. 15 minutes later. Deck of aircraft carrier 003. The Z-20 landed steadily. Before Phylong 01 and 02 could even unbuckle their seatbelts, the deck chief's booming voice rang out. Red vests. Clear the pylons. Prepare to load rounds 3 and 4. Purple vests. Connect the fuel hose. Add 300 kilograms of fuel. Yellow vests. Inspect the rotor blades. Move, move, move. More than 20 ground crew members swarmed the Z-20, like efficient worker bees. The fuel hose was plugged in. The hydraulic loading vehicle rolled up. 2 brand new YJ-9s were securely mounted. Phylong 01 and 02 sat silently in the cockpit. Throughout the entire process, they didn't have to do anything. They didn't even need to get out of the aircraft. Commander. Phylong 01's expression turned bizarre. Deck support team reports refueling and reloading complete. Total time 9 minutes and 50 seconds. Requesting next instructions. In the command room, a cold smirk curled at the corner of Lin Fan's lips. This was exactly what he wanted. This was efficiency. Excellent. Take off. Repeat the same coordinates, repeat the same action. Lin Fan gave this tactic a fitting name. Sit-ups. Sir. Executing. Sit-ups. Phylong 01 used all his strength to keep his voice from sounding amused. View room. The Z-20 lifted off again. 15 minutes later, Sector H-091. Boom! Boom! 2 more class turtles were blown skyward in confusion. Roar. The entire turtle nest erupted. They finally realized they were under attack. But they still didn't know where the enemy was. They could only panic wildly, spewing ether water cannons in all directions. Yet it was of little use. 15 minutes later. Boom! Boom! 2 more explosions. Deck of aircraft carrier 003. The Z-20 landed for the 4th time. Phylong 01 and 02 were utterly numb. Phylong 01 even had the leisure to pull out a compressed biscuit and start replenishing energy. Hey Phylong 02. What? Guess how many minutes the ground crew will take this time. I bet 9 minutes and 30 seconds. Phylong 02 yawned. I bet 9 minutes. The two were even betting on the ground crew's efficiency. They had completely degenerated from ace pilots to drivers of missile trucks. And they loved it. Because this was damn satisfying. This wasn't combat. This was grinding monsters. This was picking up money. Round 8 of sit-ups. The class turtles on the periphery of the nest had been mostly cleared. Energy points had also surpassed the 600 mark. Roar! A roar distinctly different from the class turtles, filled with ancient and violent savagery, suddenly erupted from the center of the reef cluster. Commander. Phylong 01 returning was startled. On the AESA radar, the 5 class signals that had stayed still until now were moving. They had finally lost patience. Pangu. Switch to the Z-20's electro-optical pod. The main screen flickered. On the reef cluster, 5 ancient giant turtles 3 times larger than the class ones were slowly crawling out of the deep water. Their shells were no longer bluish-black, but a terrifying texture that seemed forged from obsidian gleaming with metallic luster. Class. Commander. All class targets are active. Phylong 01's voice even trembled. Excellent. In the command room, Lin Fan wore a cold smile of prey, taking the bait. Phylong 01, Phylong 02. Sir, your sit-ups are over. Huh? From now on. Lin Fan's voice was filled with killing intent. Free fire. Throw all our YJ-9s at them. Before they can react. Blast them all flat. Phylong 01's blood ignited in that moment. Sir, the Z-20 banked sharply. It was no longer a commuter vehicle. It transformed into a reaper of lives. Phylong 02. Saturation attack. Roger. 20 minutes later. Black Iron Sea Sector H-091. Not a single moving ironclad turtle remained on the surface. Only scarred reefs and thick black iron shell fragments floating on the water. Killed Class C monster ancient ironclad turtle. Energy points 200. Killed Class C monster ancient ironclad turtle. Energy points 200. AI Panda's notifications flooded Lin Fan's mind. Calculation complete. Total energy points from this turtle nest purge operation 1250 points. Current total energy points 315, 1250 1565 points. 1565 points. Lin Fan looked at the number and slowly let out a breath. He had finally saved enough. Without a moment's hesitation. Pangu. Open the T2 technology tree. T2 technology tree carrier aviation wing expanded. Lin Fan's gaze skipped over the expensive J-15T. His finger landed on the icon he had long craved, representing God's vision. T2 carrier-based early warning aircraft KJ-600 Sky Eye. Characteristics: aerial early warning, command hub force multiplier. Unlock cost 1,000 energy points. Unlock! Lin Fan gave the order coldly. Energy points 1,000. Current remaining energy 565 points. T2 unit KJ-600 Sky Eye. Unlocked. In the island command center. 1565 energy points. Lin Fan stared at the number, and without the slightest hesitation opened the T2 tech tree. His finger glided past the J-15T fighter jet, which cost 500 energy points, and precisely tapped on the far more expensive and crucial icon. T2 class carrier-based early warning aircraft KJ-600 Sky Eye unlock cost 1,000 energy points. Unlock. Energy points 1,000. Remaining energy 565 points. T2 class unit KJ-600 Sky Eye unlocked. Supporting T2 class crew 5 personnel, and support suite transferred to hangar. Lin Fan's gaze shifted to the hangar surveillance feed. Aircraft carrier 003 midsection. The massive elevator in the hangar groaned with a dull roar. In the rest area enjoying professional ground crew service, while sipping hot coffee Phylong 01 and Phylong 02 were both drawn by the commotion. New toy again. Phylong 01 whistled. Hope it's a big one. Phylong 02 stretched lazily. The platform rose slowly. When the silhouette of that aircraft became clear, the relaxed expressions on Phylong 01 and 02 instantly froze. Clatter. The coffee cup in Phylong 01's hand slipped crash to the floor, and hot coffee splattered everywhere. But he was completely oblivious. Holy shit. Phylong 01's voice trembled. KKJ 600. Phylong 02 shot up from his seat shouting in disbelief. The Sky Eye. How could they not recognize it? If the Z-20 was merely a basic unit of Shinjo military industry, then the Sky Eye was the T2 class system core, the brain of a carrier battle group. The commander. Phylong 01's breathing turned frantic. He actually unlocked this thing. Lin Fan strode into the hangar. The KJ-600 sat silently. Its high wings had been folded upward to fit the carrier. The enormous plate radome on its back exuded both industrial beauty and a sense of menace. In front of the aircraft 5 new crew members stood in formation. Their aura was utterly distinct from the fiercely bold Phylong 01 and 02. They were calm, composed, as if everything was under control. Comrade Commander. KJ-600 Sky Eye 01 crew reporting for duty. I am the aircraft captain and chief mission officer. Call sign Sky Eye 01. Lin Fan returned the salute. His eyes swept over the early warning aircraft, and he cut straight to the point. The 003 carrier is equipped with the 346B digital array radar. Lin Fan's voice was cold and professional. It is already world class. Why do I need you? This question made Phylong 01 standing nearby freeze for a moment. Was the commander testing Sky Eye 01? A knowing smile spread across Sky Eye 01's face. He understood. Their commander was no fool. Reporting, Commander. Sky Eye 01's voice was confident and resonant. Your question hits the nail on the head. The 346B is the pride of Shinjo military industry, truly the world's best. But it has one fatal flaw. It sits at sea level. Sky Eye 01 swept his arm outward, pointing beyond the hangar's dark depths. The carrier's radar is blocked by the sea horizon. Its maximum search range for surface targets is only 40 kilometers. He emphatically slapped the fuselage of the KJ-600. And I am here to solve the sea horizon problem. I am your eye flying 10,000 meters high. He paused, his tone growing more technical. Inside my big plate is a single-phase rotating DR digital array radar. It rotates once every 10 seconds, providing the fleet with 360-degree gap-free early warning. Once I take off, the 003 fleet's situational awareness range will surge from 40 kilometers to 500 kilometers. 500 kilometers. Phylong 01 gasped. And that's not all. Sky Eye 01's eyes gleamed. We are the fleet's brain. We are equipped with CEC capability, cooperative engagement capability. Commander wants you unlock the J-15T fighter and its YJ-15 anti-ship missile in the future. The J-15T only needs to fly out and launch the missile. Then from 200 kilometers away, we will take over the missile's guidance. We will guide it across the sea horizon, precisely striking enemies even the carrier cannot see. This is system warfare. Lin Fan's heart pounded violently. This was what he wanted. This was true dimensional reduction. Excellent. Lin Fan's gaze was icy and sharp. Deck support team. Here. The deck handler rushed over instantly. Sky Eye 01 fuel to full. Tow it to catapult number 3. Sir. On the flight deck, the T1 ground crew for the first time employed their full repertoire of skills. The tow tractor slowly dragged the KJ-600, this big plate eagle, to the C3 position among the 3 electromagnetic catapult tracks on 003. Falong 01 and 02 stood at the edge of the hangar watching in awe. It's going to fly already. Electromagnetic catapult. I've only seen it in the manual. Falong 01's Adam's apple bobbed. On the flight deck. Catapult ready. Sky Eye 01 ready. 3, 2, 1. Launch. Whir. A powerful surge of electricity coursed through the launch track. The KJ-600's nose gear was caught by the catapult, accelerating from standstill to full speed in 1/10 of a second. The massive airframe was hurled into the sky by an immense force. The Sky Eye took flight. In the island command center, Lin Fan stared fixedly at the Pengu interface. Commander, Sky Eye 01 is airborne. Climbing to 10000 meter cruise altitude. DAR radar activating. Data link established. Now. The AESA radar interface before Lin Fan jolted violently. The small circle representing the 40-kilometer sea horizon vanished as if erased by a god. A vast, overwhelming, unparalleled torrent of data cascaded down from 10,000 meters. 40 kilometers, 100 kilometers, 300 kilometers, 500 kilometers. The entire map of the Black Iron Sea blazed into view. The fog of war was completely dispelled. Lin Fan's pupils contracted. He saw it. Within this 500-kilometer God-say view, hundreds of gray dots representing Class and Class C monsters were densely scattered. He even spotted 3 Class C monster layers in 3 different sectors. His sit-up hunting efficiency could be increased at least 10-fold. This was the Sky Eye. Just as Lin Fan was overwhelmed by this omniscient power, Commander, Sky Eye 01's ultracom voice cut into the comms. G008 sector bearing 270, distance 450 kilometers. Detecting high-speed ether signals. 5 of them. Lin Fan's eyes sharpened. In his God-say view, 5 dazzling red dots representing hostility appeared. They were flying in a standard formation attack pattern at a high speed of 20 knots, boldly intruding into the Black Iron Sea. Their course was aimed directly at 003, the Fujin. Pengu. Signal matching. Warning. Signature 7 Seas Merchant Alliance. It's the Black Shark fleet from the class Arena. No. Energy response 3 times stronger. For class main ships. 1 class flagship, its ether reaction has reached the class threshold. It's an elite fleet of the 7 Seas Merchant Alliance. The air in the command center solidified instantly. Sky Eye 01. Lin Fan's voice remained icy. Yes, Commander. Maintain lock. Falong 01, Falong 02. Here. The 2 who had just returned to the rest area sprang up. T1 deck support team. Here. Lin Fan's gaze swept over the remaining limited stock of YJ-9 missiles in the hangar. His voice was grim and resolute. All personnel, battle stations. Z-20S load full YJ-9S. Those hyenas who never learn, they've come for revenge. 7 Seas Merchant Alliance. Today we'll make sure you never return. Yellow vest. Guide in position. Purple vest. Refueling hose ready. Red vest. Ammo loading team. Racks 1 and 2. Clear. Hydraulic vehicle. YJ-9. Fully loaded. The deck chief's roar echoed across the entire flight deck. The deck support team, over 20 robust ground crew, swarmed the Z-20 like ants catching the scent of blood. Falong 01 stared in awe. He watched the red vest deftly operate the hydraulic loader, locking an YJ-9 missile smoothly into the pylon within 30 seconds. He watched the purple vest refueler connect the hose simultaneously. A memory struck him. Just hours earlier, he and Falong 02, like clumsy laborers, had struggled for 40 minutes just to mount 2 missiles barely. But now the professionals had taken over. Chief, the red vest leader bellowed. All loaded. For YJ-9S. Fully loaded. Refueling complete. The purple vest leader reported simultaneously. The deck chief glanced at the timer. 9 minutes 30 seconds. Phylong 01. Phylong 02. Get back to your aircraft. Commander Z-20 combat reload complete. Phylong 01 and 02 exchanged glances, both seeing the same fervor in each other's eyes. This damn it is a real carrier. They slammed on their helmets and charged back to the Z-20. Whoosh! The Z-20's rotors roared again. 300 kilometers from the 003 carrier. On the bridge of the Seven Seas Trade Alliance flagship class. Deep greed. A one-eyed man stared intently at the ether compass before him with his remaining eye. He was He Shaw, the pirate captain who had fled in disgrace from Lin Fan at the class arena. Now, his face no longer held the fear and shame of that day. Instead, his face radiated absolute confidence, as if Lin Fan's depicting was nothing more than an easy prey. Captain! The first mate burst in fear, flickering on his face. Captain! Are we really going to provoke that monster? Monster! He Shaw turned slowly, his lone eye glinting with venom. In the Seven Seas Trade Alliance's dictionary, there is no such word as monster. Only cargo. He slammed the compass. Last time I was careless. I thought he was just in class target ship, but he hit in class detection formation. But this time, a sinister grin spread across He Shaw's face. This time, the Merchant Council granted me this to seize that class relic. He pointed at the ether generator, emanating an ominous purple glow in the bridge's center. 10,000-fold mist. Captain! The first mate paled further. Isn't this a strategic weapon for the Iron Blood Empire's class fortresses? And the Council actually... Exactly. He Shaw laughed maniacally. It's made to counter every detection formation. Its interference intensity is 10 times the garbage mist from last time. That class scum's class formation. Before the 10,000-fold mist, he's blind. But Captain, the first mate still trembled. This mist has a fatal flaw. It's a gravity-type mist. It only spreads along the sea surface. If the enemy comes from the sky... Shut up! He Shaw lashed out, slapping the first mate across the face. You idiot! Flying puppets! He Shaw scoffed. Do you think that's any Class C monster's arcane core? That scum's class formation is on his ship. His flying puppet is just a firepower projector, a flying cannon, nothing rare. I only need to jam his ship. I only need to blind him. His ship is just in class turtle shell with no teeth. A slab of fat. In He Shaw's eyes, the flames of greed and vengeance blazed. He would have his revenge. He would personally drag that brat who dared humiliate him out of the bridge. He would seize that class relic right before his eyes. By my command. He Shaw shoved the first mate aside. Open the public channel to the Whalon Kingdom. I will personally give that scum a chance to surrender. On the 003 carrier in the island command room. Warning. Unencrypted communication request detected. Signal source Seven Seas Trade Alliance flagship. Lin Fan's gaze remained icy. Connect. ZZZ. A hoarse voice dripping with smugness and Catanmouse mockery echoed through the room. Class. Scum. We meet again. Remember me. I am He Shaw. Lin Fan said nothing. He simply watched the 5 red dots on the AESA radar steadily closing in. Distance 100 kilometers. What's the matter? Scared speechless. He Shaw's roar boomed from the communicator. Kid, I admit I underestimated you last time. But that was just luck. Today, He Shaw's voice soared. I, He Shaw, bring 5 class elites, a class flagship, and a 10,000-fold miss beyond your comprehension. I am here to pronounce your death sentence. BZZZZ. With He Shaw's roar, Lin Fan's AESA radar screen shuddered. Ahead of the 5 red dots, a massive sky-obscuring, gray shadow began spreading wildly along the sea surface. Commander, Tianyan 01's voice came from 10,000 meters. Detected a class high-intensity ether interference field, spreading rapidly along the sea surface. Commander, on the island Panis, AI alarm also sounded. 346B radar under heavy interference. Water sky search. Lost. CZZ. 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 The ASA radar's 40-kilometer, small circle, before Lin Fan was instantly overwhelmed by blinding snowflakes. He Sha's maniacal laughter rang out again. Ha 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 ha! See that scum? You're blind. You're blind again. I'll give you one last chance. He Sha's voice dripped with condescension. Now! Extinguish your ether core. Kneel on the deck. The Alliance might spare your dog's life for this glass relic. Otherwise, the command room fell into dead silence. Falong 01 and 02 in the Z-20's cockpit barely dared to breathe. Their radar was blind too. They had become blind men. However, Lin Fan wasn't looking at the snowflakes at all. His gaze had been fixed on another of Panda's screens, the one fed by the Kongjing 600 from 10,000 meters. The God's Eye View. In that 500-kilometer divine field of vision, the so-called 10,000-fold mist was nothing but a thin, ridiculous gray carpet clinging to the sea. And the 5-7C ships above that carpet were exposed. In plain sight, Lin Fan slowly picked up the transmitter. His voice was cold and calm. Hey Sha! Hey Sha's laughter ceased. Having second thoughts. Ready to kneel. I'll give you 1 minute. Lin Fan's voice carried no emotion. Turn your ships and leave the Haiti Sea. After 1 minute, you can feed the fish. The channel fell into dead silence for 3 seconds. He Sha was stunned by those words. He was a blind man. He was the prey. What? What was he saying? Feed the fish. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. He Sha's demented roar, as if hearing the funniest joke, came again. Scum! You're at death's door, and still talking tough. Who do you think you're talking to? All hands! He Sha's lone eye filled with bloodshot. He was completely enraged. Full speed! All ships! Maximum combat speed! Charge into the mist! Crush that reckless scum and his beat-up ship! Into pieces, in the ASA radars. God's Eye View! The 5 red dots suddenly accelerated. They plunged headlong into the mist they thought was invincible. In the command room, Lin Fan coldly watched the 5 accelerating dots. He slowly cut the public channel. He opened the Z-20's internal channel. Tianyan 01 lock onto the class flagship via data link. Yes, Commander. Phylong 01, Phylong 02. Sir! Lin Fan's gaze fell on the 5 dots. Distance 80 kilometers. 70 kilometers. 60 kilometers. Distance 30 kilometers. Phylong 01. Take off. In the bridge of the carrier, Lin Fan stared coldly at the 5 accelerating crimson dots. He slowly closed the public channel. He opened the internal channel of the Z-20 Naval Z-20. Sky Eye 01 data link lock onto that class flagship. Aye, Commander. Sky Eye has locked. Flying Dragon 01, Flying Dragon 02. Here. Lin Fan's gaze fell on the 5 red dots. Distance 30 kilometers. Flying Dragon 01. Lift off. Whoosh, the rotors of the Z-20 erupted with a deafening roar. Under the watchful eyes of the deck chief and ground crew, the White Hunter loaded with 4 YJ-9 missiles soared into the sky. It did not charge toward the sky, obscuring myriad layers of mist. Instead, it climbed to 500 meters, banked sideways, and hovered off the starboard bow of the 003 carrier. A full 30 kilometers from that dense mist. Inside the Z-20 cockpit, Flying Dragon 01 and 02, their expressions were tense to the extreme. Flying Dragon 01 radar status. Blank. Flying Dragon 01 stared at the screen. That damn mist has blocked our fire control radar completely. We can't see a thing. They were blind. Sky Eye 01 calling Flying Dragon 01. At that moment, the calm voice of the chief mission officer of the KJ-600 cut into the channel. Flying Dragon 01, don't panic. You don't need to see. You just need to fire. T2 level cooperative engagement capability activated. Sky Eye fire control data has been transferred. Flying Dragon 02's weapon interface flashed. On the blank radar screen, 5 glaring fire control lock boxes appeared out of nowhere. These were the most precise coordinates of death drawn by the Sky Eye from 10,000 meters above. What the? Flying Dragon 02 was stunned. His own radar was blind. But he could see. Flying Dragon 02. Flying Dragon 01 growled excitedly. Don't just stand there. Fire. Roger. Flying Dragon 02 suppressed his shock, his finger pressing heavily on the launch button. YJ-9. 4 missiles. Salvo. Whoosh. 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 The Z-20 shuddered violently. Under the wing, 4 YJ-9 anti-ship missiles ignited instantly. They didn't soar upward but dove sharply toward the sea surface. Skimming the wave crests at high subsonic speed, they vanished into the myriad layers of mist. Commander. Flying Dragon 01 reported. Missiles launched. Good. In the command room, Lin Fan's eyes remained icy. Z-20 returned to base. Sky Eye 01 take over missile guidance. Roger. Roger. The Z-20, this missile truck, after emptying all its munitions, elegantly turned its nose. It began its return, ready for the next sit-up. It had never come within 30 kilometers of inside the myriad layers of mist. Bridge of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance flagship. Abyss Greed. Ha 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 ha. Black Shark was holding a glass of crimson wine, savoring the thrill of revenge. Brothers, did you hear? That scumbag was imitating me. He also said, feed the fish in 1 minute. Who does he think he is? The bridge erupted in unrestrained laughter from all the pirates. Captain, we've been in the mist for 5 minutes. That glass formation is indeed blind. It hasn't even dared to fart. Ha ha ha. He's just an iron turtle. Once we get close, we'll blast him to bits with the class main cannon at point-blank range. Black Shark swirled his glass smugly. He could imagine on the other side of the mist how that class scum was trembling with fear in his bridge. Full speed. Black Shark's single eye gleamed with cruelty. I can't wait to see his FAC, Captain. A distorted, terrified shriek cut Black Shark's laughter short. It was the lookout. He was gripping the railing, frozen as if turned to stone. What are you screaming about? Black Shark turned back impatiently. He hated being disturbed while savoring victory. You idiot. You, flying objects. The lookout's voice trembled. Captain. Starboard. On the sea surface. Something there. Black Shark's pupils shrank. He smashed his glass with a crash. He grabbed the telescope nearby and rushed to the porthole. His single eye pressed against it. He saw, inside the myriad layers of enveloping mist, he was so proud of, capable of blinding all A-class detection, above the churning waves. For black sinister iron lumps he had never seen before. They were skimming the sea surface at an incredible high subsonic speed, trailing 4 dazzling white vapor trails. They were heading straight for his flagship, Abyss Greed. Boom. Black Shark's mind felt as if hit by a class ether cannon. He wasn't blind. He could see me. How could he pierce the myriad layers of mist to lock onto me? No. Impossible. Black Shark's body began to tremble violently. He remembered during the class arena battles that unfathomable fear when the AESA radar burned through his domain. Demon. He's a demon. Evade. Black Shark let out the most piercing and desperate roar of his life. All ships. Evade. Intercept. Use your ether shields. Your arcane cores. Stop them. He lunged toward the bridge's ether shield generator. Too late. The moment before his trembling hand could touch the activation array, those 4 YJ-9 missiles, having crossed 30 kilometers, had already arrived. It was too late. Just 1 second before Black Shark's trembling hand was about to touch the activation array of the ether shield. The 4 missiles exceeding the Bayan visual range of 30 kilometers. The YJ-9S. They arrived. The first YJ-9 struck the bow of the Abyss Greed with surgical precision. Boom! Black Shark's grade ether shield automatically activated at that moment. A deep purple energy barrier flared up, attempting to absorb the fury of physics. The shield warped and shuddered violently. The semi-armor-piercing warhead of the YJ-9 collided with the mystical energy shield in the most brilliant impact of its existence. Flames devoured everything. Upgrade shield was, after all, upgrade shield. It succeeded in exhausting all the kinetic energy of the first missile just a split second before shattering. BL. Blocked. The first mate screamed in exultation. Ha ha. Even an scrayed attack is nothing but A faint grin of relief after a narrow escape just began to form on Black Shark's face. The second YJ-9 followed close behind. It precisely struck the shield weak zone that the first missile had just torn open. PFF. This time, there was no great barrier to stop it. The hard semi-armor-piercing warhead of the YJ-9 ripped through the thick magical energy armor of the Abyss Greed, like a hot knife through butter. It bored inside. The grin froze on Black Shark's face. His single eye looked down in bewilderment. He saw it. In the center of his bridge, that dark, malevolent missile-tail fin was embedded in the deck, trembling with disdain. It had pierced all the way from the bow to the bridge. Time stood still. Nothing happened. A dud! Black Shark thought in the aftermath of his narrow escape. But just then, boom! The delayed fuse activated. The explosion did not come from outside. It came from the heart of the flagship. This grade, Abyss Greed, the elite warship of the Seven Seas Trade Alliance, at that moment resembled an overinflated balloon. It suddenly caved inward. And then, an irresistible force of annihilation erupted from within. Countless armor fragments mingled with the severed limbs of pirates were blasted hundreds of meters into the air. The great flagship, Abyss Greed, disintegrated on the spot. The cataclysmic explosion of the Abyss Greed utterly tore apart Black Shark's myriad mists. It also completely shredded the courage of the remaining 4 Crate pirate ships. The captain is gone! The flagship was one-shotted. What? What the hell was that? They finally saw it. Beyond that patch of mist, that enormous grade scrap target ship was quietly floating 30 kilometers away. And above it, a big plate, a flying golem they could not comprehend, was coldly looking down at them from 10,000 meters high. It's an eye in the sky. We were exposed from the very start. Flee. Run. The 4 Crate warships went utterly mad. Like 4 mice whose courage had been shattered, they spun their bows around and fled in 4 different directions in a frenzy. Yet, inside the command room, Lin Fan's gaze remained as cold as ice. He did not even look at the 2 Crate ships locked by the YJ-9S. He simply picked up the handset calmly. Phylong 01. Here. Inside the cockpit of the Z-20 Navy, Z-20 Phylong 01 and 02 were watching that great firework with exhilaration. Return to base. Huh? Commander, there are 2 more. Return, rearm, and execute the second round of sit-ups. Lin Fan's voice carried no emotion. Aye. The Z-20, this missile truck, turned its nose with a graceful swoop. At the very moment it turned, the 3rd and 4th YJ-9S, which had already been launched 30 seconds earlier, also arrived. Boom! Boom! 2 Crate warships could not even manage a semblance of evasive maneuver. Their Crate shields were as thin as cicada wings before the anti-ship missiles. One pierced through. One exploded in a chain detonation. 2 more brilliant fireworks. 15 minutes later, the Z-20 lifted off again. Tianyan 01. Here. Commander, the last 2 rats have been locked. Phylong 02. Here. Fire control received. Launch. Whoosh. Whoosh. 2 more YJ-9S. Another 30-kilometer band visual range. Roll call. Boom. Boom. On the sea surface, the last 2 fireworks bloomed. The Black Iron Sea fell silent again. 1 Grade flagship and 4 Crate main warships of the Seven Seas Trade Alliance annihilated, and from start to finish, they never even touched Lin Fan's divine sight. Commander. From 10,000 meters high, Tianyan 01's voice came through. Sector G008 is cleared. Wait. Tianyan 01's voice paused. Commander, near the wreckage of the Abyss Greed, a lifeboat signal has been detected. 1. Lin Fan's eyes flickered slightly. Phylong 01. Here. Z-20, proceed to recon. The black Z-20, like a circling vulture, swept at high speed toward the still-burning wreckage zone. Soon Phylong 01 locked onto the target. It was a tiny, pitiful lifeboat. On board 7 or 8 pirates were paddling frantically. At the head of them was the one-eyed Black Shark. He had survived. The roar of the Z-20's massive rotor blades came from overhead. Black Shark and his trusted men looked up in despair. They saw it. That black, flying golem was hovering above them. Under its menacing nose, a multi-barreled Vulcan cannon was slowly rotating, aiming at them from afar. The shadow of death enveloped everyone. No! No! Black Shark's body trembled wildly. He was afraid. He was truly afraid. He would rather face a grade C monster than face this demon from an grade target ship. Again. Inside the Z-20 cockpit, a flicker of disgust crossed Phylong 01's face. But he still pressed the communicator. His voice carried a hint of hesitation from a modern soldier. Commander, it's Black Shark. They've already surrendered. No weapons on the boat. Commander, according to the relevant articles of international law for enemy seamen who have lost combat capability and surrendered, should we extend a helping hand? Phylong 01 awaited the commander's humanitarian order. Yet, in the command room, Lin Fan smiled. Phylong 01. Here. Which international law are you referring to? It's the Geneva Conventions. Very well. Lin Fan cut him off. Earth laws do not apply here. Phylong 01's breath caught sharply. Commander, let me ask you, Phylong 01. Lin Fan's voice rang calmly in his ear. If I really had been blinded by the myriad mists, do you think Black Shark would have extended a helping hand to us? Phylong 01 fell silent. Black Shark is not a soldier. Lin Fan's voice echoed in the Z-20's cockpit. He is a pirate, and I am no saint. I gave him a chance. Lin Fan's gaze fell upon that tiny lifeboat. Do it! Kill them all! Phylong 01's body trembled violently. He was a system soldier with 100 loyalty. He was also a modern man educated in civilization. But the commander was right. This was a life or death otherworld. That trace of civilized hesitation in Phylong 01 was utterly crushed by the iron blood of a soldier at this moment. His resolute face only showed a chilling killing intent. Phylong 01, Roger. He hesitated no longer. His finger jerked away from the missile button. It landed on the fire button of the 23mm cannon mounted on the stub wing. On the lifeboat, Black Shark watched the iron bird hover without opening fire. A spark of civilized hope flickered in his heart. He raised his hands high. Don't shoot. I am of the Seven Seas Trade Alliance. I surrender. Under the kingdom's law you cannot. ZZZ. A shriek like a chainsaw tearing through the air. Under the Z-20's nose, the menacing 30mm chain gun suddenly spat tongues of fire. No! Black Shark's single eye bulged wide. His last vision was swallowed by a metal storm. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. On the sea surface, that tiny lifeboat and everyone aboard it, under the holy sword of physics of the 30mm caliber, were instantly blasted into a mist of blood. The sea fell silent again. The 003 Fujin slowly sailed into this wreckage-strewn spoils zone. Pangu, deploy T1 salvage team. On the deck, the ground crew, who had just completed combat reloading, immediately changed into salvage suits. They began recovering the spoils, floating on the sea. Commander, Panda's voice came through promptly. Spoils recovery in progress. Detected Grade C monster cores. 112 units. Grade C monster core. 1 unit. From the storage of the Abyss Greed. And this? An ore shimmering with a faint blue light appeared on Panda's interface. This is etherite, a strategic material rich in ether energy. According to the system conversion, 1 kilogram of etherite can be directly exchanged for 500 energy points. Lin Fan's breath caught sharply. 500 points. He watched the ground crew drag a crate filled with etherite from the wreckage of a Kraid warship. We struck gold. Lin Fan's gaze swept across the vast sea. He knew that most of the resources, like the main core of the Great flagship and more, etherite, had been burned in the battle or sunk thousands of meters to the seabed. But even if many precious things had sunk to the ocean floor, Lin Fan had still reaped a decent harvest. Lin Fan looked at his energy balance of 565 points. He could finally begin his true T2 grade expansion. 003 Fujin, like a silent steel behemoth, sailed slowly through the ink-black waters of the Black Iron Sea. The sea that had just devoured the fleet of the Seven Seas Trade Alliance was now far behind it. Inside the island command center a grim silence reigned. Lin Fan stood before the huge porthole coldly watching the dark line where sea and sky met. Behind him, the newly unlocked bridge command team and air traffic control group had quietly taken over their stations. Dressed in deep blue Shinjo military combat uniforms, and wearing headsets, they skillfully adjusted the navigation and radar interfaces. There was no noise, no exclamations, only professional and efficient commands transmitted through the channels. Navigation system taken over. CSE data link integrated. Air traffic control signal crosslink complete. A combat commander wearing the rank of major walked to a spot 3 meters behind Lin Fan and stood at attention. Commander. 003 Fujin, all ship command systems activated. We have taken over navigation. Lin Fan did not turn around. He merely uttered a calm mm. From this moment onward the 800,000-ton aircraft carrier truly possessed a soul. He was no longer a commander without a crew. Phylong 01 crew, Tianyin 01 crew standing by in the hangar rest area, the combat commander continued. Force them to rest, Lin Fan said in an icy voice. 12-hour rotations. Deck support group begin full inspection of the Z-20 and KJ-600. Yes, sir. The commander withdrew. The vast bridge fell silent again, leaving only Lin Fan's breathing and the low hum of instruments. He slowly walked to the captain's seat and sat down. Only then did his perpetually tense face reveal a trace of fatigue unnoticed by others. Pangu. AI Pangu reporting. Settle. Order received. Event 2 Black Iron Hunt settled. Mission objective annihilate the Seven Seas Trade Alliance Vengeance Fleet. Completion S. 0 casualties, total destruction of a grade standard fleet. Battle results. 1. Solo kill of 1 grade flagship Abyss Greed and 4 grade main ships. 2. Established an over the horizon strike system using AWACS cooperative engagement. Loot inventory complete. Grade C Monster Cores 112. Grade C Monster Core 1. Etherite 1 chest. Convert all loot into energy points immediately. Convert. Converting. Grade Cores 112. Converted to 1120 energy points. Grade Core 1. Converted to 200 energy points. Etherite. Converted to 500 energy points. Commander, you have gained a total of 1,820 energy points in the Black Iron Hunt operation. Your current total energy points 565, remaining 1820 loot. Total 2385 points. 2,385 points. Lin Fan stared at the number, a flicker of heat flashing in his icy eyes. But he was not intoxicated by this sudden wealth. He knew. This amount of energy for an 800,000-ton supercarrier was barely a drop in the bucket. He had defeated Black Shark not through superior combat power, but through an information gap. He won because Black Shark, a native of this otherworld, simply could not comprehend what cooperative engagement meant. If next time what came was not a fool like Black Shark but a regular fleet of the Iron Blood Empire or the headquarters of the Seven Seas Trade Alliance, which possessed a great ghost submarines and a great sky fortresses. Or the ultimate antagonist, the Abyss cult, whose corruption signal even Pangu had detected. How could he win then? With just a Z-20 and a KJ-600. Not enough. Far from enough. Lin Fan's gaze fell once more on the pale blue technological interface. The 2385 points he had just acquired suddenly seemed pitifully meager in his eyes. Pangu. T2 Tech Tree Carrier Air Wing. Lin Fan's tone was devoid of emotion. Unlock J-15T. Yeah, T2 level carrier base fighter J-15T Flying Shark modified. Features heavy high subsonic cruise capable can carrying G-series anti-ship missiles. Unlock cost 500 energy points. Confirm. Energy points 500. Remaining 1885. T2 unit J-15T unlocked. T2 unlock bonus 4 J-15T fighters with pilots transferred to hangar. In the hangar, Phylong 01 and Phylong 02 had just picked up their hot coffee and were quietly discussing the previous cooperative operation with the captain of Tianyin 01. The deck chief, accompanied by the ground crew, was cleaning oil stains off the Z-20. Boom, 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 for extremely muffled spatial transmission roars. On the 4 largest heavy parking positions in the hangar, light flashed. For heavy fighters painted in Shinjo gray with fierce outlines and wings in folded state appeared out of thin air. Clang. Phylong 01's coffee cup hit the floor. But this time it was not shock but excitement. J-15T. Phylong 01, the ace helicopter pilot, saw the 4 flying sharks and his voice cracked. Flying shark. It's the flying shark. The deck chief also turned abruptly, his weathered face filled with fervor. My God, the commander, he actually brought out heavy fighters. The ground crew went crazy. They abandoned the Z-20 they were working on. Like the most devout believers, they rushed toward the 4 flying sharks. Trembling, they touched the cold power-filled fuselage of the J-15T. Twin engines. It's a twin-engine configuration. This landing gear. It's a heavy-duty reinforced version. This is for catapult. And that pylon, my God, the size of that pylon. This can carry the Ingji. Meanwhile, the crews of the Z-20 and KJ-600 looked with reverence at the 4 pilots who had spawned beside the J-15T. They wore high-altitude anti-G suits. Their expressions were stern, their eyes sharp as blades. They were the pilots of the Flying Shark. The true blade of the carrier battle group. All hands attention. The 4 J-15T pilots lined up in the hangar. They saluted toward the island command center with the most standard military salute. Flying Shark 01 Squadron reporting. In the island command center, Lin Fan merely glanced calmly at the hangar monitor. For J-15TS. 1 Z-20. 1 KJ-600. This was the embryonic form of his air wing. But it was still not enough. The Z-20, as a missile truck and flexible finisher, had demonstrated extremely high efficiency and value in the sit-up tactic. Using J-15TS to clear crate and gray trash was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, a colossal waste. The Z-20 was the perfect cleaner. Pangu. Purchase 4 Z-20S. Yes. Z-20 multi-role tactical helicopter unit, price 300 energy points. Quantity 4. Total consumption 1,200 energy points. Confirm. Energy points 1,200. Remaining 685. For Z-20S with crews transferred to hangar. In the hangar, the ground crew had not yet recovered from the shock of the flying sharks. Boom, 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 4 more transmissions. On the Z-20 parking apron light flashed. For brand new Z-20S appeared out of thin air. Phylong 01 looked at the 8 colleagues suddenly appearing beside him. Phylong 01 had instantly transformed from an ace pilot into Phylong 01 squadron leader. The deck chief stared at the hangar, now instantly stuffed full. He cried. Commander. The chief grabbed the communicator, his voice choked with tears. The hangar is full. You're going to burst the 003 carrier's hangar. Phylong 01 Squadron 5 Z-20S. Flying Shark 01 Squadron 4 J-15TS. Tianyan 01 Crew 1 KJ-600. This is almost a full light carrier air wing. Lin Fan ignored the chief's happy wails. He looked at his remaining 685 energy points. He knew. This ship still lacked one most critical thing. Pangu. Unlock T2 bridge command system. The T1 deck support group was only ground crew. They only handled refueling, loading, and dispatch. But this 800,000-ton carrier. Its vast bridge, its deep hull combat information center CIC, its air traffic control ATC tower, had so far been empty. Still running on Lin Fan, a commander without a crew, with only Pangu's AI management. This was the greatest weakness. T2 Bridge Command System. Includes Bridge Command Team 8, CIC Team 12, ATC Team 6. Unlock cost 300 energy points. Confirm. Energy points 300. Remaining 385. T2 Bridge Command System, activated. All personnel in position. Lin Fan suddenly stood up from the captain's seat. He heard it. He heard behind him in the once silent vast bridge command area the faint sounds of people. The radar station screen lit up automatically. A major in combat command uniform put on a headset. CIC signal connected. Bridge navigator in position. Air traffic controller in position. Weather officer in position. Commander. The major spun around, looked at Lin Fan's aloof back, and snapped to attention. 003 Fujin command system fully activated. We have seized air superiority over the Black Iron Sea. We have annihilated the Seven Seas Trade Alliance fleet. Commander. Please issue the next operational directive. Lin Fan slowly turned around. He was no longer alone. Before him stood the T-2 command group. Under his feet was the T-2 air wing. His cold gaze swept over these elite soldiers he had personally created. He looked at his remaining 385 energy points. He knew. This carrier had not yet reached its limit. Rest. No. The war has only just begun. Fujian Combat Information Center CIC. This is the heart of the aircraft carrier located beneath the island deep within the hull protected by layers of armor. At this moment the place was brightly lit. Lin Fan stood before the main tactical display with the newly appointed Combat Command Group and Air Traffic Control Group fully in position behind him. They wore deep blue Shenzhou military industry combat uniforms and headsets skillfully processing the massive influx of data from Sky Eye and the ship's own radar. There was not a trace of panic-nosed superfluous conversation. Only calm, professional, and efficient commands were whispered over the encrypted channels. Navigation system taken over. Combat data link integrated. Air traffic control signal cross-linking complete. This 80,000-ton steel beast truly came to life under the control of these professional crew members. It was no longer Lin Fan's ship alone. Commander. A combat commander wearing the rank of major walked 3 meters behind Lin Fan and snapped to attention. Fujian, the entire ship command system has been activated. Navigation is stable. Sky Eye is on continuous patrol at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The Flying Shark Squadron and Flying Dragon Squadron are on standby in the hangar. Lin Fan did not turn around, only calmly uttered a hum. Very good. He looked at the divine vision with a radius of 500 kilometers. The sea surface was calm with only a few gray dots representing sporadic class sea monsters. The high sea seemed to have been breached by him. Just then the warning from AI Pangu suddenly rang in Lin Fan's consciousness. Commander. In the wreckage sample of the Abyss Greed-class flagship, a high-frequency alien energy signal has been detected. This signal is of the same origin as the energy of the Mystic or recovered, but its properties are completely opposite. Lin Fan's pupils abruptly contracted. The Major in the Combat Information Center also received the warning synchronized from Pangu. Commander. The Major's face instantly turned solemn. Report from the ship's laboratory. High corrosive energy residue found in the wreckage of the Qihai Merchant Alliance. Lin Fan's gaze fell on the analysis interface on the main screen. Alien energy. Pangu analyze. Yes. This energy signal does not belong to the ether energy system. It is more like a biological highly corrosive pheromone. It is attempting to infect our salvage robotic arms. Lin Fan's gaze instantly turned icy. Infection. Cross-referencing with the database. Matched to a code name from the top-secret voyage log of the Qihai Merchant Alliance. Code Abyss. Associated Organization Abyss Cult. The Major in the Combat Information Center gasped sharply the moment he saw the words, Abyss Cult. He abruptly looked up at Lin Fan, his voice raspy. Commander. It's them. Lin Fan's gaze turned to the Major. You know them. Yes. The Major's face was unprecedentedly grave. He quickly walked to the console and pulled up the background database of this world that came with the Shenzhou military industry system. A red file marked Highest Threat popped up. Commander, look. Abyss Cult. It shows it's an extreme sea monster warship cult, which doesn't seem surprising. Lin Fan's expression instantly turned cold, and he said in a heavy tone. Indeed not surprising, but also not good. He certainly knew what the Abyss Cult was, and understood the weight of the words. Abyss Cult. The Abyss Cult was not a member of any of the 3 major nations, the Qihai Merchant Alliance, the Tieshua Empire, and the Whalon Kingdom, and no country had formed an alliance with them. More precisely, they were unquestionably a global enemy. This cult sought neither territory nor wealth. They sought only purification. They called it Abyss Arrival. The cult's doctrine regarded the sea monsters from the deep sea rift as divine messengers or incarnations. They worshipped those sea monsters from the deep sea rift. They believed that the sea monsters were the gods of this world. All human civilizations were thieves who had stolen from the ocean. Their goal was to destroy all human cities and return the world to the embrace of the abyss. After Lin Fan shared this knowledge with the crew in the command center, a chill spread through everyone's hearts in the Combat Information Center. How do they fight? The Major asked. The cult possesses a bizarre technique called abyss corruption, Lin Fan explained. They use corrupted warships. They forcibly merge the flesh of living sea monsters with the steel of magical energy ship hulls, creating a monster that was neither a living creature nor a warship. On the screen appeared a blurry black and white photo taken in a storm. It was a warship, but its sides were not armored with cold steel. Instead they were writhing. Countless twisted tentacles and eyeballs covered the hull. Hiss! A young controller instantly turned pale. The greatest threat is not these corrupted warships. Lin Fan's face grew even more grim. But their associated weapons. Corruption spores. And psychic whisper. Spores can widely interfere with or even paralyze this world's magical energy devices, rendering their ether cannons and arcane cores useless on the spot. And the psychic whisper. Lin Fan's voice dropped even lower. It can directly erode the spiritual space of a ship's spirit master. At best one goes mad, at worst one becomes assimilated, a cult follower. Within the command center a dead silence fell. Commander. The Major seemed to have realized something too, his voice trembled. The Chihai Merchant Alliance, those hyenas. They are making deals with the cult. That chest of mystic ore is the deposit Heisha paid to the cult. And the cult provided him with 10,000 layers of mist to use against us. Those bastards. The Major slammed his fist on the console. They are inviting the wolf into the house. Lin Fan's gaze turned to the extreme of coldness. But he had to say a fair word. The upper echelons of the Merchant Alliance wouldn't be this foolish. It's only possible that it's Heisha's personal action. But if Heisha's actions were themselves instigated by the upper leadership of the Merchant Alliance, a chill instantly shot from his spine to his brain. The Abyss Cult. An enemy 100 times more dangerous than the Tieshu Empire or the Chihai Merchant Alliance. A mad organization that masters psychic contamination and biotechnology. If it had already infiltrated one of the three major nations, it was truly terrifying. At that moment, the voice of Ai Panga rang again in Lin Fan's mind. This time with unprecedented gravity. Commander. Based on the characteristics of the cult's psychic whisper secondary analysis. Your insulated body. Your inability to use ether energy. Conclusion, you will be completely immune to the Abyss Cult psychic erosion. Lin Fan's heart leaped. You are the natural enemy of their corruption system. But warning. Once the cult learns of your existence, they will stop at nothing to capture and study you. Lin Fan's fist slowly tightened. He was no longer the hunter. He had become the prey. Heh? A cold light laugh escaped Lin Fan's throat. Everyone in the Combat Information Center shuddered and looked at their commander. Prey! Lin Fan slowly turned around. His ice-cold eyes held not a trace of fear, only killing intent. In this world, there is only me, Lin Fan, who gets to be the hunter. Want to capture me? Then let's see if their corrupted warships are tougher or my Eagle Strike missiles are tougher. He abruptly pointed at the air traffic controller. Command? Sky I-01 take off immediately. Yes. On the deck, the piercing alarm sounded again. The just overhauled KJ-600 towed by a tug was once again sent to catapult No. 3. Launch! Boom! Sky Eye once again pierced the dark clouds of the Haiti Sea. In the Combat Information Center, the 500-kilometer Divine Vision on the main screen lit up again. Sky I-01 calling Command Center. The captain's steady voice resounded throughout the CIC. Reach cruising altitude of 10,000 meters. Radar activated. Commander, please issue search orders. Lin Fan walked to the main screen. His cold finger pointed at the sinking coordinates of the Abyss Greed on the screen. Sky I-01. Full power scan. Find me the source of that corruption signal. Yes. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, the huge radome of Sky Eye began to rotate slowly. An overwhelming torrent of data poured down. The Divine Vision began to scan inch by inch this sea area with a radius of 500 kilometers. Searching. Filtering sea monster signals. Searching. Matching corruption frequency band. Inside the CIC, all the crew held their breath. They were hunting demons. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Wait! The voice of Sky I-01's captain suddenly changed. Commander. Detected. A strong signal source. Bearing K077. Distance. 420 kilometers. Lin Fan's gaze abruptly locked onto the edge of the screen. A glaring red dot suddenly lit up. Sky I-01. Zoom in. The combat commander major roared. What is that? A cult mothership. No. Sky I-01's voice was filled with unprecedented confusion. Commander, the signal source is stationary. It's not a ship. It's an island. The optical sensor began desperately zooming in. 400 kilometers away, a blurry dark shape appeared on the screen. It was an island. A ghost island that did not exist on any nautical chart of the Haiti Sea. My God! A controller gasped. What? What is that? On the blurry dark outline of the island were flickering densely dim blue lights. Commander, Sky I-01's voice became ragged from extreme shock. That island. It seems to be covered with mystic crystals. That is not a ship. Repeat. That is not an Abyss Order mothership. That is a landmass. An island. An island, a ghost island, that exists on no nautical chart in the Black Iron Sea. The atmosphere in the Combat Command Center shifted instantly. If moments ago, their confrontation with the Abyss Order had been marked by grim determination and murderous intent, now a fierce insatiable craving blazed in every pair of eyes. More precisely, it was greed. The primal possessiveness that belonged to every mariner. Commander. The major's voice was hoarse. According to the rules tacitly accepted by the three great powers of the Blue World. Lin Fan took over his words. His icy voice echoed slowly through the silent command center. In the Blue World, only two truths govern unexplored waters. He slowly raised one finger. First come, first served. He raised a second finger. Second, those with the bigger fist take it all. Lin Fan slowly clenched his fist. This sea area is the Black Iron Sea. A lawless zone beyond the reach of the kingdom's laws and order. We discovered it. From this second onward. Lin Fan's gaze swept over every crew member in the command center who was looking at him. It belongs to us. Yes, sir. Order 003 Fujian, steer course K077. Full speed ahead. Order Flying Dragon 01 Squadron Z-20 helicopter take off immediately. Execute low-altitude armed reconnaissance. Yes, sir. 2 hours later. The massive steel hull of the 003 Fujian slowly approached the K077C area. The navigation officer frowned deeply. Commander, navigation system reports. The water depth ahead is dropping sharply. The carrier can't get any closer. Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged. Permission to drop anchor. Has Flying Dragon 01 arrived over the target? Reporting, Commander. The excited voice of Flying Dragon 01 came through the communication channel. Flying Dragon 01 has arrived over the Crystal Island. My God. Commander, you have to see this. On the main screen, the Z-20's electro-optical probe transmitted high-definition real-time images. Everyone in the command center was stunned. What kind of island was this? It wasn't large. By visual estimation, it was less than 2 square kilometers. Nor was it grown on the sea surface. Rather, it resembled an enormous crystal cluster that had pierced through the sea floor from the depths. Hard and abrupt. The entire island was a mountain composed of 90% black volcanic rock and 10% exposed secret crystal. A mineral mountain. Those azure glows emanated from the man-high raw secret crystal ore, exposed on the surface. Flying Dragon 01. Land. Collect samples. Lin Fan's tone was still icy, but inside a storm was raging. Jackpot. This was an undefended, inexhaustible energy vault. Yes, sir. The rotors of the Z-20 slowly stopped. 2 fully armed deck crew members jumped out of the cabin under the cover of Flying Dragon 01. They set foot on this ghost island. Commander. Flying Dragon 01's voice came again, this time tinged with puzzlement. This place. It's too quiet. Quiet. Yes, Commander. Flying Dragon 01 switched on the life detection scanner. No life signs. No seabirds, no vegetation, no moss. Even the sound of waves crashing against the rock seems to be absorbed. This island. Flying Dragon 01 swallowed. It's a dead island. It's barren, nothing but rock and crystal. Not even a seabird would want to nest here. Lin Fan's eyes darted between the main screen and the tactical map. He was rapidly assessing the island's value. A conclusion quickly formed in his mind. First value. This island was his gas station. With it, he would never need to worry about energy points again. He could draw energy from it endlessly. Second flaw. This island had no strategic worth. Its waters were too shallow. The 003 carrier and the future Type 055 destroyer could never dock. Its area was too small, only 2 square kilometers, and all of it mountain, impossible to build an airfield or large shipyard. It could never become a naval base. Lin Fan's heart sank. He needed a base, a home, where he could stand firm in the black iron sea. And this island was not that. It was just a gold mine. A mine that anyone could dig a shovel into. Lin Fan's eyes turned cold in an instant. He would not allow anyone to lay a hand on this island. Commander. The combat command major had clearly thought the same. His face was grim. This island is easy to attack and hard to defend. We have no Marine Corps, no fortifications. If the Abyss Order or the Iron Blood Empire also discover this place, then we can only watch helplessly as they seize this island. No. Lin Fan's voice was cold and resolute. We want. He slowly turned around. I won't allow it. Again, he looked at the pale blue, Pangu, interface. His remaining 385 energy points glared back at him. He needed defensive fortifications. He needed an outpost. Pangu. T1 level land-based defense kit. Show me the options. Instruction received. T1 level land outpost kit. Includes prefabricated command post X1 machine gun bunker X2 T0 auto-closian defense turret X1 short-range search radar X1. Unlock cost 700 energy points. Lin Fan's brows locked tight. 700 points? He was still short by more than 300. He still couldn't afford it. He couldn't hold this island. Lin Fan's fist slowly clenched. He had to farm another 300 energy points in the shortest possible time. He snapped his head up and faced the combat commander. Order! Flying Dragon 01 Squadron Sky I-01 crew. All personnel, first level combat readiness. We. Beep, beep, beep. An alarm 10 times sharper than before tore through the combat command center. Not Pangu. It was Sky I. Sky I-01. Emergency from 10,000 meters above the hoarse roar of Sky I-01's captain exploded through the encrypted channel. Commander. Divine Sight. Edge. Sector K100. Detecting. Large-scale fleet signals. Lin Fan's pupils abruptly shrank to pinpricks. On the main tactical screen. At the edge of that 500-kilometer Divine Sight. A dense cluster of glaring, red dots was rushing toward him, and the Crystal Island at 25 knots. Like a pack of sharks that had caught the scent of blood. Commander. K100 sector. Detecting a large fleet signal. Numbers. Over 20 vessels. On the main tactical display, a dense cluster of red blips raced toward Crystal Island at 25 knots, closing like a storm. The combat commander, a major, immediately went grave. All hands condition 1 readiness. Tianyan 01 maintain lock. Analyze signal signatures. Yes. The Tianyan captain's voice remained steady. Running signal matches. Commander, the targets are not standard fleets from the Taipei Empire or Qihai Shanming. Energy signatures. Wildly mixed. Flagship classified as a single class 12 class. The rest. Signatures unknown. Lin Fan's gaze fell coldly on that chaotic scatter of red dots. His soul, born of Earth and tempered by over a decade in this world, recognized their origin in an instant. Not a regular navy, Lin Fan said icily. They are pillager sea hyenas that prey on mining outposts. The major scoured the database, and Panga's dossier popped up. Commander, database confirmed. The major's face flickered with contempt. Codename Lueju, a ragtag coalition of freelance explorers, exiled nobles, even cast out pirates, hastily assembled into a fleet, he reported. Their core consists of class and class jailing warships. Those unidentified escort signatures were scavenged from the Whalon Kingdom Navy junkyard cannon destroyers, discarded 30 years ago. Lin Fan's eyes lingered on the tiny lights clustered around the sea and class hulls. He knew what they were. Contracted allied ships. Lin Fan uttered the phrase. The Major added quickly. Yes, Commander. Jianling Masters can via Itai contract bind industrial warships to their banners, granting them special damage versus sea monsters. Data supplement class Jianling Masters provide 150 allied ship damage bonus. Class Jianling Masters provide 250. Intherian's class captain can amplify a mortal fleet to a terrifying 500 combat efficiency. A rabble of cutthroats. Lin Fan had already sentenced the fleet to death in his mind. Commander. The air controller snapped up, receiving a public channel comm request. From the Luejuo's fleet flagship. Lin Fan's mouth curved into a cold smile. Patch it through. I'd like to hear what a pack of barnyard curs has to say, he added. Yes. Meanwhile, 120 kilometers from Crystal Island. On the bridge of the Luejuo's flagship Shueisho, a one-eyed captain with a face like hammered iron licked his cracked lips in excitement. His name was Balua, class Jianling Master. Captain! Captain! We found it! In that reef field! The lookout shouted, giddy with greed. An island! An island that glows! My God, it's all secret crystals! Balua's ugly face twisted into a feral laugh. We struck gold. Brothers, we're rich. The first mate trembled as he raised the Itai telescope. Captain, beside the island, there is another ship. A ship! A very large ship. It has no mast, the deck is flat. Balua's laughter faltered. He snatched the scope. Through the sea mist, a vast sky-dimming silhouette of steel lay quietly anchored 5 kilometers away in deep water. A flat deck. An island-like superstructure. What beast is this? A mobile fortress of the Taiche Empire. Balua's heart dropped. No. Wait. The first mate fumbled to the chart table and produced a bot intelligence bulletin from the Royal Jianling Academy. Captain, I remember. Flat deck. Cannot use Itai energy. A few days ago, at the Academy's awakening ceremony. That. The largest scrap iron in history. Class. It is that class. Balua's breath froze. His single eye flared with a greed 10 times fiercer than when they first saw the Crystal Island. Class. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Balua's manic laughter filled the bridge. Heavens! And class piece of junk drifted here by luck and wants to take my mine. Brothers! Balua spun, roaring to the class captains on the bridge. God favors us. A Crystal Island and an class super target ship to boot. Open that trash's channel. I will personally show him despair. A coarse, arrogant voice then detonated across CIC-003 Fujin. To the other side, listen up. I am Baluo, commander of the Luejuo's fleet, captain of Shueisho. Whoever you are, that Crystal Island under your boots is now claimed by the Luejuos. Lin Fan said nothing. He watched coldly as the class signal on his screen drew slowly nearer. A brazen guffaw answered the calm. Scared stiff. Huh. Captain Baluo, the other side looks like a target ship. I see the whole number. F003. By the gods, it's that class largest scrap iron from the Royal Academy. How did Nth class even get into the Black Iron Sea? Lucky bastard found a crystal mine. Balua's laughter swelled with madness. You've class brought your luckins now. I'm giving you 2 choices. First, you and your class scrap get out of these waters immediately. Leave the island. Second, Balua's voice went cruel. We will pound you to the depths and then damn well take the island for ourselves. 30 seconds. Choose. Silence choked the CIC. The Major and the crew stared at the communicator as if looking at the dead. Who were they insulting? Class. Who were they threatening? The very ship that had with no consumption annihilated the Chihai-class squadron a moment ago. The devil. Lin Fan slowly raised his hand, picked up the mouthpiece. His voice was cold and calm, utterly without ripple. You are 110 kilometers from me. Your Itai cannon's maximum range is 15 kilometers. What will you use to sink me? What? Balua's laughter died. Greed on his face snapped into shock. 110 kilometers. What the hell are you spouting? Balua glared at his Itai radar. The screen was blank. He looked to the lookout. The man stared through his scope with a strained intensity. Captain! It's true. They're very far away. So far they are completely out of our range. Balua's single I widened in disbelief. How? How can he see us? How can a class have a detection formation? He's tricking me. Baluo's face flushed. He must be tricking me. He's in class scrap with no detection array. He's blind. Lin Fan's cold voice, as if from the underworld, returned. Baluo, I know you. I see you as well. This is your last chance. Turn your bow and leave. Or die. You? Baluo snapped entirely. And class, a piece of trash not even fit to be his escort, had dared to threaten him. A pest he could crush with a flick of his heel dared to answer back. All ships. Baluo's eye went bloodshot. He drew his Itai curved blade and pointed it toward the massive class target ship. Charge! Full speed ahead. Today I will rip him apart with my own hands. 20-odd warships carved white wake across the sea. They did not know whether they were charging toward prey or plunging into hell. Inside the carrier island command room, Lin Fan calmly cut the comm. He had already given them their chance. Combat Commander. Yes, Commander. Enemy 1 class flagship 12 class 11 industrial escorts. Total 24. Our 003 carrier remains beyond enemy range. Lin Fan's order was ice. Air Control. Order Fascia Squadron 4 J-15T fighters all launch. Yes. Weapons loadout. Each aircraft fully loaded with 4 NG-83K. Yes. The controller shot a look up. Commander. NG-83K. Not the higher yield NG-15. Lin Fan's gaze swept coldly across him. NG-15 costs 150 energy per missile. NG-83K is 50 per missile. Do these scraps deserve wasting 150-point ordnance? The controller's back turned slick with cold sweat. Understood. Tianyan 01. Present. Commander, optimal attack vectors for Fascia Squadron have been plotted. Good. Lin Fan's gaze fell upon the red blips, making their bold charge. Fascia Squadron launch. Clear the sea. Yes. On deck the alarm screamed into the sky. Prepare for catapult. Boom, boom, boom. For brilliant electromagnetic streams flashed, and 4 heavy fighters laden with Shenzhou aerospace fury pierced the clouds at supersonic speed. Guided by Tianyan, they hardly climbed, skimming the sea, vanishing toward the horizon. On the Shueisho bridge, Baluo cheered as he calculated distance. 80 kilometers, 70 kilometers. Close. Close. Huh? That class junk doesn't even know how to run. He's done. The lookout's voice rose in a new terrified pitch. Captain! In the sky! No! Not in the sky. On the sea horizon. Something is there. What? Baluo snatched the telescope. He saw on that distant horizon 4, no 8, 12, 16 black fierce iron shapes. They skimmed the sea at a speed he could not fathom, trailing 16 blinding white wakes. They were heading straight for his fleet. Baluo's mind shorted out. There. Flying automata. Missiles from that class monster. Impossible. Baluo began to shake uncontrollably. He's not blind. He locked onto me from 100 kilometers. How? Evasive. Baluo unleashed the most desperate, ragged roar of his life. All ships evade. Raise shields. Intercept. Too late. Boom after boom, it was as if a field of sea mines had been planted instantly upon the water. 1 ship, 2 ships, 5-10. Those class Jilin warships and the old cannon destroyers were singled out by the NG-83K. Not a proper wave rose. They were torn apart into flying fragments on the spot. 30 seconds. Just 30 seconds. 16 missiles cleared 16 warships. The Luejuo's armada, once 20-odd strong, lay shattered in moments. Only Baluo's class flagship frozen in place with fear, and 7 or 8 trembling class escorts that had somehow been missed remained. All gone! Baluo slumped. He was finished. Captain! The first mate had wet himself in terror. Those 4 iron birds! They flew away! They flew away! Baluo's single eye flared with a thread of hope. They must be out of ammo. Yes! They're out of ammo! Huh! Alive him! The lookout's voice, like a death knell, cut him off. There! They're coming back! Baluo's grin froze. He raised his head slowly. He watched 4 steel ravens trace graceful fatal arcs across the sky. They returned. and they dived. No! No! Ba Luo despaired. He no longer cared how they had produced new missiles so quickly. He only knew the truth: he was about to die. Fascia 01 report to Command Center, came the emotionless voice of the J-15T pilot above. Rubbish neutralized. Missiles expended. Requesting further orders. In the command room, Lin Fan watched the flagship still gasping its last. Fascia 01. Under your wings hang two 90mm rocket pods. Yes, Commander. The pilot understood in a heartbeat. Missiles are too costly. Lin Fan's voice was cold. We must not abandon the old virtues. Use rockets. Flood them. Yes. The pilot's blood ignited with feral joy. High above, the 4 J-15T screamed into a dive, their noses aimed at the desperate class flagship and the pitiful class escorts. Ba Luo watched those diving demons and saw the 8 honeycomb launchers under their wings. Whiz whiz, the J-15T showed no mercy. All 8 pods unleashed nearly 370mm rockets in a torrent. They became a steel flood, chunkier and more furious than any Inji. In Ba Luo's widening dread, they swelled monstrously. Boom! This was no mere explosion, it was an inundation. The proud tradition of overwhelming rocket strikes had not been forsaken. Ba Luo's class flagship with him, and his last terror, was erased from the sea. The surface fell silent. Only the acrid sting of cordite remained. Fascia 01 returned to base. Yes, in the combat center, the Major and the crew sat numb, watching Lin Fan deliver a strike they could not fathom. He had, with a dimensional blow they could not comprehend, eradicated a Luejua's fleet that had terrorized the Black Iron Sea. 24 warships in less than 15 minutes were wiped from this world. Commander. The Major's voice was dry. The Luejua's fleet. Utterly annihilated. On the Seacom returned. The pungent smell of gunpowder mixed with burnt diesel and flesh lingered over the K-077C area. The plunderer fleet, a rabble that had rampaged across the Haiti Sea, was utterly erased from existence in less than 10 minutes by Lin Fan's divine vision and Fascia fighters. Combat Information Center, CIC. The atmosphere was tense yet efficient. Commander. The operations commander, a major, watched the sea area that had been raked by rockets until not even foam remained and swallowed hard. He and the entire CIC crew had just awakened. They were the finest professional soldiers of Shinjo Defense Industries. They had thought they were here to assist the commander in operating this high-tech aircraft carrier. But the moment they boarded the ship, they witnessed a one-sided dimensionality-reducing strike. Their commander, Lin Fan. This man who looked even younger than them. He wasn't fighting at all. He was cleaning up with a terrifying efficiency that even they, professional soldiers, could not fully comprehend. The plunderer fleet. Annihilated. Lin Fan's gaze did not waver. He just coldly stared at the sea littered with countless wreckage. Orders. Deck support team change into salvage operation suits. Phylong 01 Squadron Z-20 helicopters equipped salvage pods. Team 1 head to Shuijing Island to collect mystic crystal samples. Teams 2 and 3 proceed to K-100 sector to salvage spoils. Yes, sir. On the deck, the ground crew, who had just finished a 9-minute combat reload, immediately stripped off their red and yellow vests. They changed into silver-gray fully sealed operation suits. 5 Z-20 helicopters, like diligent worker bees, roared off toward 2 different coordinates. Half an hour later, Phylong 01 landed steadily on the bare black volcanic rock. 2 ground crew in operation suits jumped out of the cabin. They walked straight to the exposed mystic crystal, or overman height. Commander. The ground crew's voice came clearly through the helmet back to CIC. Mystic crystal sample collected. Energy reading. Extremely high. But no corruption signal detected. Lin Fan's brow relaxed slightly. This mid-Shuijing Island was clean. At that moment, another salvage team's communication cut in. Commander. Salvage Team 2 reporting. We found an intact vault in the wreckage of Bloodhand Barrow's class flagship. Already breached. Commander. You'd better see this with your own eyes. Lin Fan switched his view to Team 2's Z-20 pod camera. In the view, a heavy alloy vault that had been forcibly opened was hanging in midair. Inside the vault, no gold, no banknotes. Only one. A giant core the size of a basketball, deep blue all over, as if still breathing. My God! In the CIC, a young controller exclaimed. That is an ether core. The operations commander major's breath also caught sharply. Commander, it's an ether core. This isn't a monster core dropped by a sea beast. This is the power source of a class spirit ship. The crystallization of all its ether energy. That bastard Barrow. He actually kept the core so perfectly intact. Lin Fan's gaze turned blazing. He could feel the enormous suffocating energy emanating from that core. Pangu, Commander. AI Panda's voice carried a hint of excitement. Class Ether Core. Purity 85. This is practically a ready-delivered super energy pack. Immediately, Lin Fan's voice was devoid of emotion. Recover. Exchange. Yes. The Ether Core was steadily grasped by the Z-20's robotic arm. The moment it was brought into the salvage pod, Class Ether Core recovered. Exchanging. Exchange complete. Energy points 500. Class Monster Cores 7 exchange complete. Energy points 105. Remaining Escort Rex 15 ships exchange complete. Energy points 30. Commander total energy acquired from this Plunderer Purge operation 635 points. Lin Fan glanced at his energy balance. 385 remaining 635 spoils. Current total energy 1020 points. 1020 points. Enough. Lin Fan's gaze showed no hesitation. He once again opened the light blue technological interface. He skipped all offensive weapons. He directly opened the ground-based defense list. Pangu. Unlock Ground Outpost Kit. Yes. Ground Outpost Kit includes Prefab Command Post X1 Machine Gun Bunker X2 Auto CIWS Turret X1 Short Range Search Radar X1. Unlock cost 700 energy points. Confirm. Energy 700. Current remaining energy 320 points. Ground Outpost Kit unlocked. A 5-man Shinjo engineer team is standing by in the hangar. The deck chief was directing the ground crew to transport the mystic crystal samples to the isolation lab. With a soft whoosh of teleportation, 5 soldiers in engineer uniforms carrying toolboxes appeared in the center of the hangar. They were different from the sharp ground crew and the steely pilots. They were steady and capable, as if they could build anything with their hands. Commander. The engineer team leader, a dark-skinned man, saluted Lin Fan through the communicator. Engineering team reporting for duty. Outpost kit loaded and ready. Ready to depart at any time. Good. In the CIC, Lin Fan nodded. Phylong 02. Transport the engineering team and the outpost kit to Shuijing Island immediately. Yes, sir. The Z-20 helicopter roared into the sky once more. It was like a hard-working air truck, carrying the 5 engineers and a pile of container-like prefab building materials flying toward the bare black islet. Commander. The operations commander major watched the Z-20 disappear over the horizon. Finally, a hint of relief appeared on his face. Engineering team reports that construction calibration and sensor integration of the outpost will take time. Estimated completion before sunrise tomorrow. Good. Lin Fan nodded. Orders. Tianyan 01 maintain alert at 10,000 meters. Fascia Squadron and Phylong Squadron stand at level 1 combat readiness, resting and rotation. The entire ship enter level 3 combat readiness. Yes, sir. Night fell again over the Haiti Sea. This time there were no more reckless plunderers. The sea was dead silent. The 003 Fujin, like a steel beast lurking in the darkness, silently guarded the Shuijing Island that was under construction. Combat Information Center. Lin Fan stayed awake all night. He stood there quietly. He was waiting for his outpost to be built. Waiting for his eyes to cover this island. At 3 in the morning, the engineering team leader's voice came. Commander, the prefab command post has been sealed. At 5 in the morning. Sensor array activated. Data integrated into CIC. At 7 in the morning, dawn was just breaking. The first ray of sunlight pierced the clouds over the Haiti Sea and fell on the new outpost turret. Auto CIWS turret. Calibration. Complete. The engineering team leader's voice, tinged with both exhaustion and excitement, came on time. Commander. Shuijing Island outpost is fully. Beep, beep, beep. A piercing alarm 10 times sharper than yesterday's suddenly tore through the entire CIC. Not the outpost. It was Tianyan. Tianyan 01. Emergency alert. At 10,000 meters, the captain of Tianyan-01's roaring strained cry exploded. Commander! At the edge of divine vision! Bearing 310! Detecting! Detecting! The captain's voice for the first time showed fear. Commander! What? What is that? That's not a red dot. Lin Fan jerked his head up and stared at the main tactical screen. There at the edge of the 500-kilometer divine vision was a twisted expanse of indescribable purple-black. A massive shadow, as if alive and writhing, was approaching at a terrifying speed that defied the laws of physics. Bearing down on him, and this raging island. They are coming. AI Panda's voice was ice-cold. The Abyss order? Inside the Combat Information Center, the alarm continued to echo. Lin Fan stood before the main screen gazing at the rapidly expanding purple-black shadow. That was neither a storm nor ordinary clouds. It was something alive. Sky I-01, maintain distance, climb altitude. Lin Fan's commands were calm and swift. I need to see clearly what's coming at us. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, the KJ-600 did not approach for close reconnaissance as usual. Instead, it used the long-range imaging capability of its synthetic aperture radar to lock onto the core of that shadow with deadly precision. The image was analyzed layer by layer and finally displayed on the main screen. The air inside the CIC seemed to freeze in that instant. Even these divine soldiers of Shinjo, accustomed to steel behemoths, felt a physiological revulsion when they saw the scene on the screen. It was a fleet, if such a thing could still be called a fleet. On the sea, 12 warships were advancing through the waves. But not one of those 12 vessels had a normal metallic sheen. Their hulls were covered by a thick, slowly writhing layer of purplish-red flesh membrane. Huge tumor-like pustules crowded the positions that should have held turrets. At the tops of those pustules, gnarly fissures split open. Instead of gun barrels, they spewed out yellow-green mist. Even along the sides of the ships, thick vein-like tissues could be seen plunging deep into the seawater, as if sucking nutrients from the ocean. These were not warships. They were 12 putrefied steel corpses floating on the sea. Abyss cult! Lin Fan looked at those twisted monsters, a flicker of disgust in his eyes. This was the enemy of the world. This was the product of forcibly fusing arcane energy with biology. Just then the voice of the AI Panga sounded. Commander, intercepted high-frequency signal from the enemy flagship. The signal source is unencrypted. They are broadcasting. Play it! There were no expected shouts or threats. Amid the crackling static came a low, eerie voice that sounded like countless people whispering at once. The Divine says, "The Abyss cometh. Flesh is the final destination." That voice carried a nauseating stickiness, making several young staff officers in the CIC unconsciously furrow their brows. 50 kilometers from Crystal Island, the flagship of the Abyss fleet, the Corruptor. This steel behemoth, once possibly a class battleship of some nation, had now fully degenerated into a cathedral of flesh. Inside the bridge there were no instrument panels, no helm. Only countless neural tendrils hanging from the ceiling, and a thick carpet-like layer of fungal growth on the floor. A man in a deep purple robe, wearing a bone mask on his face, stood on a sarcoma altar at the center of the bridge. He was the cult steward of the Abyss cult, Sajia. His eyes, hidden behind the mask, did not burn with ordinary greed like a pirate's. Instead, they gleamed with a fanatical and twisted light. He was not supposed to be here. He had come to collect the goods. That fool called Black Shark of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance had promised to offer a batch of high-purity mystic ore in exchange for the cult's mist technology. The exchange was to happen nearby. But now Black Shark was gone. Sajia could sense that the tainted aura belonging to the greed had dissipated completely several hours ago. In its place from the island ahead came an energy fluctuation, so pure it made his soul tremble. It was mystic crystals. An entire island of mystic crystals. And beside that island was moored a strange vessel. Sajia's gaze pierced through the semi-transparent biokeratin membrane of the bridge and fixed on the distant 003 Fujin. Too massive. The flat deck, the towering island, the cold geometric lines. In Sajia's eyes it was a perfect shell awaiting the god's blessing. But he was also deeply puzzled. He could not sense the breathing of that ship. Every spirit vessel had an ether core and arcane circuits, just as living beings had hearts and blood vessels. Yet that ship in his perception was like a lifeless stone. No ether fluctuations, no arcane circulation. It was as silent as a tomb. A dead thing. Sa Jia's voice was hoarse and low. Soulless steel is a blasphemy against the divine. It must be given life. He slowly raised his hand. There was no skin on it, only a layer of fine purple scales. He did not need to roar like Black Shark or bluster like Barlow. In the tactics of the Abyss cult, negotiation never existed. To meet is to assimilate. Release the spores. Sa Jia issued the oracle. At his command, the massive tumors on the 12 corrupted warships contracted violently. Puff! Accompanied by a teeth-grinding expulsion of air, countless basins-sized dark green biological cysts shot out from the fissures of those tumors. They did not whistle like shells, instead they silently burst in the air like dandelion seeds. In an instant, vast swaths of yellow-green mist spread across the sea. That was not ordinary smoke. It was hundreds of millions of microscopic corruption spores, almost invisible to the naked eye. They rode the sea breeze like a giant plague net enshrouding the 003 Fujin. Aboard the 003 Fujin in the island, the alarm blared again. Commander, detecting an unknown aerosol approaching. The weather officer stared at the wind data on the screen, speaking rapidly. Wind direction southeast, wind speed 12 knots. Target is us. On the screen, the yellow-green mist was moving at an alarming speed, clearly accelerated by some arcane force. Corruption spores. The operations commander, a major, compared the data in the intelligence database, his expression grave. According to intelligence, these spores possess a powerful ether blockade property. They will seep into every crevice of a ship like dust. Once they make contact with the ether core or arcane conduits, they will immediately take root and proliferate wildly by absorbing ether energy. They will clog the arcane circuits, contaminate the core, and completely paralyze the ship's power system. The major paused and looked at Lin Fan. This is the cult's most vicious disarming tactic. In this world, no vessel relying on ether energy can survive a spore cloud of this concentration. Lin Fan listened to the major's report, his expression unchanged. Ether blockade. Arcane circuits. He turned and looked out the window at the approaching yellow-green mist. Major! Sir! Does our ship have an ether core? The major blinked. Commander, no. Does our ship have arcane conduits? Sir! Also no. What is our power source? 8 supercharged boilers, 4 steam turbines. The major's voice grew brighter. What is our radar? Active phased array electromagnetic waves. Lin Fan turned back, a faint smirk of contempt curling his lips. Since there's no ether, what are they blocking? Since there's no arcane energy, what do they feed on? The atmosphere in the CIC instantly shifted from tension to something absurd. Yes. This was a purely industrial warship that burned heavy oil and pushed turbines by boiling water. It had not a trace of magic except for a few unused mystic crystals. It was like a hacker who painstakingly crafted a super virus tailored for Windows, only to find the target using an abacus. Pass the order. Lin Fan sat back in the commander's seat, his tone as casual as discussing the weather. Close all external vents, activate the NBC protection system. All personnel refrain from going on deck unless necessary. Also, he glanced at the mist about to swallow the ship. Inform damage control teams to prepare high-pressure water hoses and decontaminants. After the battle, wash the ship clean. Minutes after the order was given, the overwhelming yellow-green spore cloud finally slammed into the 003 Fujin. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no visual of shield fragments. The spores fell like a sticky, dirty rain slapping against the hull with a crackling sound. Optical sensor feeds instantly blurred as if splashed with green paint. The deck, the island's exterior walls, the radome, all were stained with that disgusting green slime. But that was all. Deep within the hull beat the heart of an 80,000-ton warship. 8 massive supercharged boilers still blazed fiercely, heavy oil transformed into raging heat, turning water into high-pressure, high-temperature steam. Steam drove the giant turbine blades at dizzying speed, emitting a deep, powerful roar. No arcane circuits were clogged. No ether core contaminated. Even the 4 massive phased array radars using highly penetrating electromagnetic waves entirely ignored the thin layer of biological filth on their surfaces. Except for being a little dirty, the aircraft carrier was completely unharmed. Back on the Corruptor's bridge, Sa Jia stood on the sarcoma altar, staring intently at the green mist that had swallowed the 003. Behind his mask, a hint of smugness gleamed in his eyes. He knew well the power of those spores. It was the god's blessing. Once they made contact, those fragile arcane circuits would collapse instantly. The usually arrogant spirit vessel masters would find in horror that their proud warships had become immobile iron coffins. Now that massive steel giant was completely enveloped. Sajiao waited. He waited for the lights on that ship to go out. He waited for its engines to fall silent. He waited for it to lie helplessly paralyzed on the sea like a dying whale. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. In the distant mist, the colossal silhouette of the giant ship loomed indistinctly. It did not open fire. It did not evade. It simply sat there motionless. "It's over!" Sajiao let out a satisfied sigh. In his eyes, this dead silence was iron proof that the spores had taken effect. That ship's arcane heart must be completely overgrown with spores by now. The crew inside were probably screaming in the dark, watching their equipment die one by one, feeling their power drain away. What exquisite despair! Foolish mortals! Relying on arcane energy will eventually be devoured by it. Sajiao turned to look at the cult followers around him, who were in a state of rapture. His voice dripped with the arrogance of a victor. The god spores have cleansed its power. It is now nothing but a hunk of fat floating on the sea. Pass the order. Sajiao waved his scale-covered arm, pointing at the 003 Fujin, which in his eyes was now completely paralyzed. Fleet advance. Prepare for boarding action. We shall board her. Sacrifice every person on that ship to the abyss. Turn that ship into our new temple. At his command, the 12 corrupted warships, like vultures scenting carrion, began to accelerate. They churned through the waves, greedily lunging toward that lamb to the slaughter. Sajiao stood at the prow, the sea breeze whipping his robe. He had already started planning how to draw the massive ritual circle to summon an abyss lord on that flat, wide deck. Little did he know. Behind the green mist he regarded as his victory curtain inside that seemingly lifeless island. A pair of icy eyes behind grime-smeared glass were watching his performance with the stillness of death itself. And beneath that deck, the already loaded YJ-83 anti-ship missiles sat on their launchers, radiating the cold chill of physical laws. Sajiao remained smug. He thought he had locked the throat of a dragon. But he did not know he had only blown a speck of dust into the dragon's eye. And that speck of dust would only make the dragon, the moment it opened its eyes, all the more enraged. Inside the combat command center, a faint scent of disinfectant hung in the air. This was the residue left after the 3 defense system had been activated, filtering out the odor of decaying spores. On the main screen, the purple-black dot representing the Abyssal Cult's Vanguard fleet had already closed in to within 20 kilometers of the 003 aircraft carrier. This was a very dangerous distance. In modern naval warfare, it was as close as it could get. Major, the combat commander, stared at the screen, his brow furrowed. Command of the enemy is still approaching. Although our propulsion system is intact, the spores have obscured most of the optical sensors, and the Closian weapon system's fire control radar on the hull has also suffered some degradation, reducing automated target acquisition efficiency by 30%. If we let them close in within 5 kilometers for boarding actions, or release some form of close-range biochemical weapons, it would be troublesome for us. Lin Fan stood in front of the command platform, peering through a porthole that, although cleaned by automatic wipers, still had green slime sticking to its edges, coldly gazing into the distance. Troublesome. Lin Fan's voice was calm, devoid of any fluctuation. In this world, problems that could be resolved by firepower are not called troubles. He turned around, his gaze sweeping across everyone in the CIC. I am a reasonable person. But for a group that wants to turn me into fertilizer, I have no desire to hear their doctrines or know the name of their god. I just want them to be quiet. Lin Fan picked up the intercom and connected to the hangar standby room. Dragon 01 Squadron. Present. The synchronized roar of the pilots echoed in his ears. Bring your gear. Clean up the area in front of your house. Understood. Inside the hangar, the red alarm lights spun wildly. Even in this fully enclosed environment, the distant roar of the waves could still be faintly heard. Dragon 01 tightened the visor of his flight helmet, bloodlust flickering in his eyes. Brothers, did you hear that? The commander finds it too noisy outside. He strode towards the Z-20 helicopter that was already equipped. This time, the short wings of the helicopter were not carrying AKD-10s meant for ground targets, but rather 4 heavy YJ-9 anti-ship missiles. For a decaying warship with only a few thousand tons of displacement, this was a death sentence. The deck elevator emitted a deep rumble as it lifted 5 helicopters laden with intent to kill to the flight deck. At this moment, the deck was covered in that disgusting yellow-green spore dust resembling moldy bread. Dragon 01 witnessed this scene and spat in disgust. So damn dirty. Take off. The 5Z-20s simultaneously pulled their control sticks, their rotors whipping up a gale scattering the surrounding spore dust. They did not ascend to the sky, but cut through the sea surface, like 5 sharp scalpels heading straight for the approaching abyssal fleet. 15 kilometers. At this distance, the YJ-9 would not even require relay guidance. Fire control radar activated. Despite the interference from the spore cloud, the millimeter-wave radar beneath the Z-20's nose still stubbornly penetrated the haze, locking onto the massive heat sources writhing on the sea surface. Those ships were too hot. Ordinary warships are cold steel, while decaying warships are living flesh. The infrared signals they emitted stood out like torches in the night on thermal imaging. Dragon 02 allocate targets. 1 plane, 2 ships, don't steal. Dragon 01's voice sounded particularly cold over the communication channel. Understood. Fire control locked. Then send them to meet the abyss. Launch. Whoosh. 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 20 YJ-9 anti-ship missiles almost simultaneously departed from their racks. They trailed orange-red flames, cutting 20 straight lines of death across the gray sea surface. On the sea surface, the Abyssal Cult's vanguard fleet maintained their offensive formation. The zealots standing at the bow were waving their bony staffs, chanting incantations, seemingly guiding the surrounding spore clouds to grow denser. In their eyes, that massive iron warship was already a corpse. It remained motionless, allowing the spores to cover it, lacking even the strength to fight back. This one-sided slaughter was their favorite part. However, the next second, a piercing shriek tore through the air. Before the zealots could lift their heads, they saw a series of black reapers with terrifying subsonic kinetic energy shatter their delusions. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions melded into one. Though the YJ-9 was a lightweight anti-ship missile, it did not mean it was gentle. Its semi-armor-piercing warhead, upon contact with the disgusting flesh membrane armor of the decaying warship, sliced through like a hot knife through butter. No magical shields to block it, no runes to intercept. Pure kinetic energy combined with high explosives drilled directly into the insides of these biological warships. Immediately following was the explosion from within. One of the frontmost decaying corvettes suddenly expanded at the bow, and then exploded like a squashed rotten tomato. Purple-black blood mixed with steel fragments splattered hundreds of meters away. A massive shockwave instantly shattered its fragile keel. This was not merely physical destruction. For these living warships, such a strike felt more like a fatal rupture of their organs. The hull wailed. The sound was not the creaking of twisted metal, but a chilling, almost death-like scream akin to that of a dying beast. Puff. Another ship's magazine exploded, and the massive meat tumor turret was completely blasted into the sky, crashing down and smashing a nearby ship's command tower. In just half a minute, 8 of the originally aggressive 12 Vanguard warships had turned into burning wrecks on the sea surface. The remaining 4 were spinning helplessly on the water, their severed tentacles weakly slapping the sea surface, their bodily fluids staining the entire area black. So weak. Dragon 01 looked at the devastation below, even too lazy to fire more rounds. These flesh and blood vessels, built upon biological mutations against modern armor-piercing high-explosive shells, were not much stronger than paper. Mission complete. Returning to base. The 5Z-20s traced an ostentatious arc in the air, swaggering back to the mothership. Corruptor flagship. Saga stood on the slimy platform, his eyes behind the mask fixed intensely on the sea of fire ahead. His hand gripped the railing tightly, his sharp fingernails digging deep into the muscle-like armrest. How is this possible? His voice was filled with disbelief. That ship had clearly been covered by spores. Its magical energy circuits should have been clogged, its ether core should have been extinguished. It should be a dead fish. What are those iron birds flying out? Why are they unaffected by the spores? And what about those explosive alchemical crossbow bolts? A series of questions assaulted Saga's worldview. Yet he was after all a deacon of the Abyssal Cult, a zealot who had weathered many storms. After the brief shock, the overwhelming feeling was not fear, but a twisted rage. Cunning heretics. Saga released his grip, and the wounds on the railing quickly began to heal. It seems you have hidden many mechanisms within that iron shell. But he still failed to grasp the essence of the problem. He stubbornly believed that this was merely some kind of emergency defense mechanism from the enemy, like the last-ditch efforts of a dying beast. Such physical resistance, though sharp, was ultimately inferior. Since they are still struggling physically, then I shall destroy you completely from the mental plane. Saga swung his robe sharply. Fleet halt advancement. The main fleet, originally prepared to charge with the vanguard, slowly came to a stop 40 kilometers from the 003 aircraft carrier with this command. Saga no longer wished to risk precious warships testing those strange flying devices. He intended to end this battle using the method the cult was most adept at, and also the most enigmatic. Activate the soul network. Saga walked to a blood pool at the center of the bridge. The blood pool was churning with thick black liquid, countless twisted human faces rising and sinking on the surface, emitting silent screams. This was an abyss node formed by the souls of thousands of sacrificed individuals. As long as the opponent was within an area of sufficiently high spore concentration, this node could ignore distance and directly connect to their consciousness. And now that 003 aircraft carrier was already tightly enveloped by the yellow-green spore cloud. This is the best conductor. This is the best bridge. Saga slowly removed the bony mask from his face, revealing a terrifying visage covered in purple veins, almost unrecognizable as human. Since your ship can still move, then I will control your people. As long as I control the captain, this ship will still belong to me. He spread his arms wide and slowly sank into the bubbling blood pool. At the same time, the surrounding priests responsible for assisting in the spell began to emit a chant that fluctuated in pitch. This sound did not belong to any human language system. It was like nails scraping against a chalkboard, and like a wet soft-bodied creature crawling over the eardrum. As the chanting continued, the layer of yellow-green spores covering the surface of the 003 aircraft carrier suddenly began to change. They were no longer the dull dust. They began to emit light, a strange purplish-red glow. Countless invisible mental tendrils penetrated these spores, like an invisible net infiltrating the interior of the steel hull. They passed through the deck. They passed through the armor. They passed through those physical barriers that held no meaning against magical energy, directly targeting the bridge command room. The whispers of the abyss activated. This is not a magical attack. This is mental pollution. This is a malicious curse capable of turning a resolute paladin into a madman in just a few minutes. Saga's consciousness laughed maniacally in the blood pool. He seemed to envision that poor captain kneeling in tears and begging for mercy upon hearing the whispers of the gods. Come now. Embrace the abyss. Offer your soul, your warship, everything you have to me. Inside the combat command center, the previously calm atmosphere, which operated like a precise machine, suddenly became thick and oppressive. A purploid glow seeped through the portholes and the seams of the armor, as if it directly illuminated the retinas of everyone present. An indescribable low-frequency humming began to resonate in the air. It was not sound. It was a signal directly affecting the cerebral cortex. So cold. A young lieutenant in charge of communications suddenly hugged his shoulders, his teeth chattering violently. His gaze became vacant, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. Don't come closer. I don't want to go back. The radar operator beside him abruptly took off his headset, pressing his hands tightly against his ears, blood seeping through his fingers. Yet he seemed completely oblivious, curled up in his chair, trembling all over. It was not just them. The entire CIC, even the crew of the aircraft carrier, were simultaneously subjected to a severe mental assault. Fear, despair, madness. Countless negative emotions surged, like a flood breaking through a dam, pouring into the minds of everyone through the pervasive spore network. Amidst the noisy humming, a seductive, moist voice echoed continuously. Give up. Blood and flesh are your true home. Return to the abyss. Lin Fan stood before the command platform, his figure slightly swaying. He heard it too. That voice slithered like a cold, venomous snake, crawling up his spine, attempting to invade his brain and take over his consciousness. His vision began to blur. The steel walls around him seemed to melt, transforming into writhing flesh. Dizziness. Nausea. A physiological repulsion churned in his stomach. This was the whispers of the abyss. A top-tier mental pollution capable of instantly destroying a fleet's will. If it were an ordinary person in this world, even a class spirit user would probably be kneeling on the ground, weeping and calling out to the gods. But Lin Fan was not. He didn't even furrow his brow. The alien energy attempting to invade his brain was like ice meeting a red-hot iron the moment it touched his soul. Sizzle. Lin Fan seemed to hear a tragic scream. That was the sound of the whisper being burned. His etheric insulation physique in this world filled with demonic energy not only meant he could not cultivate, but also represented absolute exclusivity. His soul was a stubborn cold insulator that rejected any foreign energy. You want to brainwash me? Do you even deserve it? Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze clear as water, with not a hint of chaos. He looked at his struggling subordinates, at the soldiers he regarded as brothers. A surge of nameless fury erupted from the depths of his heart. Those are my soldiers. Who gave you permission to touch them? Everyone! Stand up! Lin Fan's voice was not loud. But in this command center filled with whispers, it was like a thunderclap instantly cutting through the murky air. Boom! An invisible, overwhelmingly powerful will erupted violently from Lin Fan's center. This was not magic, nor was it a skill. This was pure will. It was a soul from modern civilization believing in the triumph of humanity over nature, completely denying this primitive, ignorant, filthy power. In the eyes of those crew members trapped in illusions, the once dark, cold world filled with tentacles and eyeballs suddenly saw the rise of a sun. That was Lin Fan. He stood there seemingly radiating a golden light. That light was warm, upright, and inviolable. The purple-black tentacles that had entangled the crew disintegrated into ash the moment they encountered this golden light, as if they had met their nemesis. Commander! The combat commander major gasped, as if he had finally surfaced after drowning. The confusion in his eyes quickly faded, replaced by profound shock and a near worshipful awe. He saw it. Their commander was like a stabilizing pillar forcibly holding up this collapsing mental world. Behind him all the darkness was dispelled. Is this a miracle? A young controller wiped away his nosebleed, staring blankly at Lin Fan's back. At that moment Lin Fan's status in their hearts completely transcended that of a mere mortal, becoming a totem of some belief. As long as he is here, the abyss is no longer terrifying. Meanwhile, on the corrupter blood pool of the bridge, the once immersed Saga suddenly opened his eyes wide, spitting out a mouthful of purple-black blood. His already terrifying face contorted to an extreme. The blood pool bubbled violently, countless wronged souls issued shrill screams, then disintegrated instantly. Backlash. Saga felt as if his brain had been violently stirred with a red-hot iron rod. The pain was so intense that he could barely remain standing, collapsing awkwardly onto the slimy floor. How is this possible? He clutched his split head, his single eye filled with terror and confusion. Just a moment ago, he felt that what he was connected to was not the soul of a human, but a star, vast, scorching, filled with destructive repulsion. The moment his mental tendril reached out, it was instantaneously turned to ash. The will that rebounded through the mental link was so domineering that it was utterly unreasonable. It was an absolute command of, I do not permit your existence. What? Is he? Saga trembled as he got up, looking at the distant steel giant ship that still floated silently, but whose aura was now completely different. He was afraid. For the first time, as a steward of the abyss, he felt fear towards a prey. That man. He is immune to the abyss. He could even purify the abyss. 003 Fujin Ship CIC. Lin Fan was unaware of the miracle he had just performed. He only felt a buzzing in his head, and then everything returned to normal. Looking at the crew members, who gradually regained their clarity, Lin Fan coldly tapped the console. Are you awake? If you are awake, get to work. Yes. This time, the response was louder and more synchronized than ever before. The morale contained within it was so high that it nearly broke through the ceiling. Report to the commander. The entire ship's system self-check is complete. Mental interference has been cleared. Radar recalibrated. Fire control system online. Lin Fan nodded, his gaze locking onto the distant stalled corrupted fleet through the porthole. Playing dirty? Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Folong 01. Here, Commander. The voice of Folong 01 on the communication channel sounded as if it had just received a shot of adrenaline, excited to a frightening degree. That guy who was acting all mysterious earlier really irritated me. Lin Fan's tone was flat, but anyone could sense the suppressed anger beneath. Go! So up his mouth for me. Yes! In the hangar, 5 Z-20 helicopters roared to life again. This time no ground crew needed to urge them. All the pilots rushed into their cockpits like they had gone mad. They had also felt that nauseating invasion. That was a violation of a soldier's dignity. It must be paid for in blood. Take off! 5 black whirlwinds surged off the deck loaded with fully armed YJ-9 missiles, menacingly heading towards the main corrupted fleet 40 kilometers away. Maintain formation. Ultra-low altitude penetration. Folong 01 gripped the control stick tightly, the helicopter flying almost skimming the waves. This time the enemy was prepared. But he didn't care. Distance 12 kilometers. Radar locked on. On the screen, the largest corrupted flagship, the Corruptor, was tightly ensnared by a red lock frame. Eat this. Folong 01 slammed the launch button. Whoosh. Whoosh. 2 YJ-9 missiles detached from their racks, roaring towards the target. Other wingmen opened fire as well, and for a moment a death barrage composed of over a dozen anti-ship missiles enveloped the front of the corrupted fleet. However, just as the missiles were about to hit, an unexpected change occurred. For the abyss! On the deck of the Corruptor, countless zealots cut open their wrists, spilling blood onto the massive flesh tumor turrets. Those flesh tumors writhed wildly, the previously closed cracks suddenly gaping open. This time what spewed out was not spores, but living beings. Puff, puff, puff. Countless fist-sized winged and fanged purplored creatures surged out from the flesh tumors like a swarm of hornets. They had no eyes, only a mouth filled with fangs. Their speed was astonishing, and they could intercept subsonic missiles in midair. These were the biological air defense weapons of the Abyss cult, carrying gargoyles. Boom, boom, boom. The YJ-9 missiles crashed into this dense cloud of creatures just a few hundred meters from the enemy ship. The violent explosion instantly cleared a large area of the gargoyles' blood and flesh flying everywhere. But the missiles were also detonated prematurely. Only 2 or 3 missiles penetrated the defense line, striking the outer armor of the enemy ship. Although it caused damage, it was not fatal. Damn it! What the hell are those things? Folong 01 cursed as he watched the interception footage on the screen. Warning! They are coming for us. The terrified voice of a wingman came through. The surviving gargoyles did not disperse, but locked onto the Z-20S in the air, rushing at them like mad dogs. There were too many of them, overwhelming. Gatling gun. Open fire. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The helicopter's side gunner frantically pulled the trigger, the flames spitting out as they turned the approaching gargoyles into mush. But these monsters did not know fear at all. They crashed into the bulletproof glass, collided with the rotor blades, and even attempted to burrow into the air intakes. Bang. Folong 01 felt the aircraft shake violently. Warning. Engine 1 temperature too high. Inlet blocked. Warning. Tail rotor damaged. Abnormal vibrations. 1 gargoyle crashed into the inlet of the right engine, being shredded by the turbine blades, yet its acidic blood instantly corroded the blades. Black smoke billowed from the engine outlet. I've been hit. Power loss. Folong 01 struggled to control the swaying aircraft. Damn it! These things are living missiles. Retreat. All units retreat. He made a quick decision. This was not ordinary anti-aircraft fire, it was a biological weapon they had never encountered. Fighting Hedon would lead to losses. Release infrared decoys. Use them as cover. Retreat. The 5Z-20S struggled to turn around in the air, scattering chaff, while using their guns to clear the trailing monsters hastily fleeing towards the mothership. Inside the Combat Command Center, Lin Fan watched the helicopters returning home, trailing black smoke, his expression as dark as water. Biological interception. Suicidal attacks. This Abyss cult was more troublesome than he had imagined. Although the YJ-9 was powerful, its penetration ability was ultimately lacking, making it easy to intercept against such a dense biological barrier. Commander Folong 01 requests emergency landing. Single engine failure. Permission granted for landing. Clear the deck. Lin Fan calmly issued the order. He looked at the distant corrupted fleet, which was completely unharmed, and began to accelerate towards them again. In his eyes an unsettling chill emerged. The first round ended in a draw. But this was just the beginning. Since the anti-ship missiles could be intercepted, then let's change to something you can't stop. Pangu. Check the T2 level weaponry. Since they like to play dense formations, that'll give them something big. On the flight deck the gale howled. 2 J-15T flying sharks, painted with low-visibility coatings, were firmly secured by tractors onto the electromagnetic catapults sliding blocks. These were the true swords of the aircraft carrier. Compared to multi-role helicopters like the Z-20, the J-15T was a heavy fighter purpose-built for seizing air supremacy and annihilating large surface targets. Exhaust flames spewed, engines roared deafeningly, and the blue afterburner flames formed a series of dazzling mock diamonds at the nozzle. The jet blast deflector rose. The pilot saluted the deck commander, then sharply pulled down his visor. "Let's go!" Boom. The electromagnetic catapult instantly released terrifying kinetic energy. The tin-softened steel fighter was forcibly accelerated to takeoff speed on a runway barely over 100 meters long. An immense force pressed the pilot deep into his seat. The fighter shot off the deck, dipped slightly, then sharply lifted its nose, piercing the oppressive gray sky above the black iron sea. Inside the Combat Information Center, Lin Fan stared coldly at the two high-speed blips representing their own fighters on the large screen. Since the helicopter lacked penetration capability, it was time to teach them a lesson with heavy anti-ship missiles. YJ-83K. Though subsonic, its warhead charge and penetrating power were far beyond those of light missiles like the YJ-9. Flying Shark 01 calling. Radar has acquired the target. Range 60 kilometers. Fire control radar locked. The powerful AESA radar of the J-15T instantly pierced the lingering spore mist over the sea, locking onto the four foremost ships of the Abyss fleet. Visual confirmation was unnecessary. At this range, modern warfare was nothing but a tedious, precise math problem. Fire! A flash of fire flickered under the fighter's wing. For YJ-83K, anti-ship missiles broke free from their pylons. Their booster rockets ignited, propelling the lethal projectiles into rapid acceleration. Then the main engines kicked in, dropping altitude sharply into sea-skimming mode. They skimmed the wave crests like four venomous sea snakes racing across the surface. 60 kilometers passed in the blink of an eye. The Abyss fleet apparently sensed this unusual threat. The fleshy tumor turrets on the corrupted warships began to writhe, frantically spewing out countless biological air defense projectiles called carrying gargoyles. But against the YJ-83K, these creatures were far too slow. At the terminal stage, the missiles executed an erratic-shaped maneuver, easily evading a swarm of gargoyles attempting suicide interception. Boom. Boom. Two thunderous explosions. Two corrupted destroyers that had flanked from the left were struck directly. Hundreds of kilograms of high explosives detonated inside the hulls, sending massive fireballs into the sky, blasting the heaps of writhing flesh into countless fragments. Hit! A subdued cheer erupted in the CIC. But Lin Fan's brow remained furrowed. Something was wrong. Too easy. If the Abyss cult had nothing more than this, how could they be the world's enemy? Just then, the Flying Shark Squadron launched a second wave of attack. Another 4 YJ-83Ks. This time, the target was the main capital ships at the center of the enemy formation. However, in the instant the missiles entered their terminal sprint, something bizarre occurred. On the sea, the corrupted fleet, which had seemed chaotic and acting independently, suddenly transformed as if they were limbs of a single organism. Every ship responded within the same millisecond. The four outermost vessels sharply turned broadside, shielding the capital ships with their thick side armor. At the same time, the tumor slits on their hulls gaped open. This time what spewed out was not gargoyles or spores. Instead, beams of purple-black light. High concentration abyssal energy rays. Dozens of rays interwove into an impenetrable net of fire, precisely locking onto every path the YJ-83Ks could take. Such interception precision was appalling. Even the most advanced Aegis system on Earth required a sequence of radar-lock fire control solution, target assignment, and engagement for low-altitude sea-skimming targets. But this fleet did not. They seemed to have zero reaction delay. Boom. 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 All four missiles were intercepted. Not a single one broke through that violet net. They were blown up in midair 500 meters from the target, kicking up only a few splashes without causing any real damage. The cheers in the CIC died abruptly. Everyone stared at the screens in disbelief. This defied science. The operations commander, a major, looked grim. His fingers flew across the keyboard, pulling up the battle replay. "Commander, this isn't right." The major pointed at the footage, slowed 10 times. "Look here. The instant the missile changed course, that ship opened fire. And here this ship was turning left, but without any transitional movement, it suddenly hard-righted, perfectly blocking another missile's line of fire. Their coordination, it's too perfect. It doesn't look like a fleet. More like a single person with a dozen hands." Lin Fan studied those images, the coldness in his eyes deepening. He noticed a detail. Between these ships there were no flag signals, no light signals, and even Pangu had intercepted no radio communications. In such intense combat, they maintained dead silence. Yet their movements were perfectly synchronized, as if sharing a single mind. Sky I-01. Lin Fan pressed the communicator. Scan those spore clouds? I want to know what else they're doing besides jamming radar. Roger. Synthetic aperture radar at maximum resolution. Seconds later, a chilling analytical image appeared on the large screen. In the microwave imaging view, the yellowish-green spore cloud shrouding the sea was no scattered aerosol. It had structure. Countless microscopic spores had assembled into invisible threads, forming a vast network. These threads connected every corrupted warship, even every floating gargoyle. It was a gigantic three-dimensional neural network. Commander, it's biological signals. The Major's voice trembled. These spores are transmitting neural impulses. This fleet, they are linked together. Lin Fan finally understood. Why Sagar the madman had released the spore cloud first. Not just to obscure vision or corrupt hulls. It was to lay a network. In this spore-saturated zone, all abyssal creatures shared a single consciousness. They needed no communication, no orders. The flagship saw a missile, the escorts saw it simultaneously. The flagship wanted to intercept, the wingman's hand reached out instantly. This was the Abyss Cult's ace. Unified will. As long as they were within this spore cloud, they were an invincible whole. Any attack from a single direction would be met with concentrated retaliation from the entire fleet. To break such defense, one had to overwhelm their computational capacity with saturation strikes, otherwise it was just piecemeal sacrifice. Flying Shark 01, cease attack. Climb and break contact. Lin Fan decisively ordered. The J-15T was powerful, but its ordnance was limited. Against that absolute defense, continuing to launch missiles was just wasting precious points. Roger. Breaking contact. The two fighters circled reluctantly overhead, leaving twin white trails, as they climbed to a safe altitude. On the sea, the corrupted fleet, having successfully intercepted the missiles, did not rush to counterattack. Like a pack of wolves digesting their prey, they began a slow advance again. The oppressive uniformity was even stronger than before. They knew their advantage. They were slowly squeezing the 003's survival space. The atmosphere in the CIC was suffocating. If we can't crack this turtle shell, we can't get in. The Major gritted his teeth. Unless we can sever their connection. But how? That's a biological signal, not radio waves. It relies on billions of physical spores to transmit. Unless we set the whole sea on fire, we can't eliminate it. Lin Fan leaned against the command console, tapping the armrest with his fingers. A linked consciousness. Shared senses. It sounded powerful. But it also meant all their sensory organs and neural nodes were interconnected. If this was a network, then it must have servers, clients, and transmission protocols. Since there were protocols, they could be jammed. Since there were connections, they could be hacked. Lin Fan suddenly looked up at the KJ-600 airborne early warning aircraft circling at 10,000 meters. In this world, no one understood information warfare better than him. Did the Abyss Cult think they were invincible by creating a biological LAN? Ridiculous. In the face of modern electronic warfare, this primitive biological network was like a bare metal system without a firewall. Pangu! Lin Fan called out in his mind. I'm here, Commander. What do you think about me conducting electronic warfare on these guys? Pangu paused for a moment, then replied, worth a try. Inside the command center, the atmosphere was so tense that it felt like it could drip water. On the sea, the fleet of the Abyssal Cult was regrouping. The tumors on the surface of the corrupted warships were writhing rapidly, seemingly recovering from the previous strike. The invisible biological neural network still hung over the fleet, like an iron curtain connecting them into an unassailable whole. Lin Fan stood in front of the maritime chart, his gaze not on the enemy, but fixed on the continuously fluctuating waveform data on the screen. That was the signal intercepted by Pangu. In this world, all magic, energy, ether, and even the cult's bizarre mental connections were merely manifestations of physical phenomena in Lin Fan's eyes. Major, do you know what the initiative in modern warfare is? Lin Fan suddenly spoke up. The commanding officer, the Major, paused for a moment before standing at attention and responding. It's air superiority, Commander. No, that's a concept from World War II. Lin Fan shook his head, his finger tracing a complex waveform on the virtual screen. Before air superiority, there is an even more fundamental battlefield. That is electromagnetic dominance. The Major looked somewhat perplexed. As a soldier endowed with top-tier tactical acumen by the system, he certainly understood electronic warfare. But he couldn't comprehend how electronic warfare could be useful against a group of lunatics manipulating flesh and magic energy. The enemy had no radar, nor did they use radios. It was like trying to employ hacking techniques against a bunch of primitives. There was simply no interface. Ordinary electronic warfare is indeed useless. Lin Fan seemed to see through the Major's doubts. Conventional electronic attacks like those of the A-18G Growler target enemy radar and communications. We suppress the enemy's radar screens with high-power noise, turning them into a blizzard of static. Or we inject false signals through side lobes, causing their fire control radar to lock onto incorrect decoy targets. At the very least, we could cut off their radio communications, rendering them deaf and blind. However, achieving precise deceptive interference typically requires a long period. Lin Fan called up an image of an E-8 Joint Stars aircraft on Earth, then swiftly erased it. We need to fly in that airspace, like the E-8 or RC-135 reconnaissance aircraft, for months day and night, collecting the enemy's electromagnetic characteristics to build a vast threat database. We need to know the frequency hopping patterns of their radar and the encryption algorithms of their communications to hit the nail on the head. But now we don't have that time. Lin Fan turned around, looking at the distant purple-black sea, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. But we have Pangu. Moreover, the Abyssal Cult has a fatal weakness. Their source of power is essentially still an application of ether energy. Whether it's the power of those corrupted warships, or that so-called unified will, the medium through which they transmit signals remains ether. And at the moment ether is activated or called upon, it generates a particularly unique electromagnetic radiation. That's enough. As long as it's electromagnetic waves, they can be captured. As long as it's a frequency, it can be interfered with. As long as it's a signal, it can be tampered with. Pangu, Lin Fan ordered in his mind. I am here, Commander. How is the analysis of the biological neural signal spectrum of the Abyssal Cult going? Analysis complete. As you expected, the so-called unified will is actually a biological electric signal broadcast based on high-frequency ether wavebands. This signal is extremely complex, changing frequency 3,000 times per second, accompanied by the unique chaotic fluctuations of biological entities. For a conventional computer, cracking this password would take 200 years. But for me, Panda's voice exuded an absolute confidence. It only takes 0.3 seconds. The screen in front of Lin Fan instantly cascaded with a massive amount of data. The originally chaotic purple waveform was quickly disassembled and reorganized, ultimately transforming into a series of clear frequency codes. This is the communication password of the Abyssal Cult. This is the key to their soul connection. Now it lay bare before Lin Fan. The Major watched the enemy signal streams being translated in real time on the screen, his pupils contracting sharply. He saw the flagship sending defense orders to the left-wing escort ship and the support ship preparing for a new round of spore spraying. It was like during a standoff between two armies, where all of the enemy's whispers were being broadcast live through loudspeakers. Commander, should we cut off their connection? The Major asked excitedly. As long as we conduct full band blocking interference, that unified will instantly collapse, and they will revert to a disorganized mob fighting each other. No! Lin Fan waved his hand. Cutting off communications is too basic. That is brute force, and would easily alert the enemy. If that guy named Saja discovers the connection has been severed, he might switch to a defensive posture or resort to even crazier suicidal attacks in exchange for a life. What I want to do is not make them unable to hear, but to make them hear wrongly. Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with the light of a hunter. I want to create illusions for them. I want to fill their soul network with thousands of false targets. I want their tumor turrets to fire madly at empty air. I want their shields to deploy in the opposite direction of incoming missiles. I want them to see the truth with their eyes, yet their brains still command their bodies to march to their doom. This is the highest level of electronic warfare. Deception? Lin Fan looked at the Major. The key now is that we don't have dedicated electronic warfare aircraft. The J-15DT hasn't been unlocked yet, we only have hard-kill weapons on hand. But we have it. Lin Fan pointed to the sky 10,000 meters above. There the KJ-600 was circling above the clouds. The Major paused for a moment, then quickly realized, his eyes bursting with astonishing brilliance. Commander, are you planning to use the Eye of Heaven? Exactly. Lin Fan nodded. Many people think of AWACS as just a radar station flying in the sky merely for observation. But they forget what the KJ-600 is equipped with. That's a digital array radar DR. Unlike traditional mechanical scanning radars, it's even distinct from early active phased arrays. Each transmitting and receiving unit of the digital array radar is an independent, highly intelligent RF terminal. It can not only receive beams, but also transmit beams. Its waveforms are entirely software-defined. As long as the computing power is sufficient, and the algorithms are supported, it can switch from detection beams to interference beams in a microsecond. It can simultaneously segregate several hundred high-energy electromagnetic waves, while scanning half the globe, precisely burning through the enemy's sensors, or injecting false signals into the enemy's receiving ends. It is in essence a powerful super-electronic warfare pod flying in the sky. Of course, it's true that it's not as powerful as the J-15DT or Y-18G, but in this world that lacks a concept of electronic countermeasures, this is a dimensional strike. Lin Fan picked up the transmitter and connected to the KJ-600S channel. Eye of Heaven 01. Yes, Commander. The calm voice of the pilot came through. Mission change. Lin Fan fixed his gaze on the abyssal fleet that was regrouping on the screen. Stop the conventional search mode. Load the abyssal frequency database that Pangut just uploaded. Activate the electronic attack module of the radar. Target those madmen below for multi-target precise deceptive interference. The pilot's breath noticeably halted for a moment, using AWACS radar to black out the sole network of a biological species. This tactic had never appeared in any tactical manuals. It was like using a telescope to burn ants. But he immediately replied yes. We will execute it decisively. Above 10,000 meters in the sky. Inside the massive disc-shaped radar dome of the KJ-600, thousands of TR components began to operate frantically. Enormous electrical energy surged from the engine generator into the radar system. The detection wave that was originally spreading uniformly began to undergo changes invisible to the naked eye. They were no longer mere inquiry signals. They transformed into meticulously modulated, specifically coded malicious virus codes. Every pulse of electromagnetic wave targeted a corrupted warship. Every frequency segment corresponded to a node in the cult's neural network. This was not a bombing at the physical level. This was an invasion at the informational level. Radar power to maximum. Target locked. Interference beam launch. The invisible electromagnetic sword instantly pierced through the atmosphere, penetrating the thick cloud of spores, and forcefully thrust into the seemingly indestructible unified will of the abyssal fleet. There was no sound of explosions. No flashes of fire. In this sea, an invisible yet deadlier slaughter than artillery fire quietly unfolded. And Saja on the sea surface was utterly unaware. He was still basking in the afterglow of his perfect defense, maneuvering his fleet to prepare for the final blow against that arrogant mortal. He had no idea that the sky above him no longer belonged to him. The flagship of the Abyss fleet, the Corruptor, Sagia, stood in the center of the blood pool, arms outstretched, reveling in the sensation of complete control. The unified will network was operating flawlessly. The vision of every warship, the touch of every gargoyle, and even the vibrations of every spore converged unreservedly in his mind. He was the brain of this fleet, the sole master of countless bodies. Within that vast spiritual network, he distinctly sensed the helplessness of a distant iron giant. The enemy's attack had ceased, and the maddening flying devices retreated. Mortals! Sagia let out a derisive laugh. Under the gaze of the divine, all resistance is futile. He prepared to issue the final charge command. In that instant, without warning, a violent pain suddenly pierced through his brain. It was not physical pain, but an overload on a mental level. It felt as if someone wielded a sharp spike, stabbing deep into his soul, then frantically stirring it. Wah! Sagia let out a shrill scream, launching himself from the blood pool and falling clumsily onto the slime-covered floor. In that brief moment, the once clear and orderly spiritual network suddenly became overwhelmingly chaotic. Countless sharp malicious signals surged into his consciousness like a raging flood. Enemy attack. No, it was not just an enemy attack. In his perception within the spiritual network that was solely his and his fleet's, suddenly appeared thousands of red dots. To the left, to the right, above, even beneath his feet in the deep sea. From all directions, overwhelming. Each dot carried lethal intent, each signal was like a missile about to explode. How is this possible? Sagia clutched his nearly bursting head, his single eye filled with terror. Where did so many enemies come from? Suddenly dozens of high-speed warships surged from the eastern sea, firing at his left flank. In the western sky, hundreds of massive fireballs were hurtling down. Even beneath the sea, countless gigantic tentacles were ready to ensnare his ship's bottom. This was not merely radar dots. This was the reality projected directly into his mind. Because the unified will was based on the resonance of biological neural signals, it could not filter noise, like mechanical radar, through algorithms. When these modulated false signals mixed in for the believers of the Abyss Church, it became a genuine sensory experience. They saw missiles that did not exist. They heard cannon fire that was not real. Even their skin felt a heat that was entirely non-existent. Defend. Left flank defense. Sagia screamed hysterically at the empty left sea surface. Fire! Shoot down those tentacles! He frantically ordered at the calm sea surface. The entire Abyss fleet was thrown into disarray in an instant. The escort ships were wildly spraying gargoyles at the air. The main battleship's tumor turret was aimlessly firing at the sky. Two warships crashed into each other, while trying to evade the same non-existent torpedo, producing a bone-crushing sound that made one's teeth ache. The once coordinated unified will had turned into the greatest curse. Chaos, panic, hallucinations spread through the efficient network, infecting every unit in an instant. 003 Fujin Ship Combat Command Center. Lin Fan stood at the command platform, gripping the armrests tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. Though he appeared cold as ice, on the surface the tension inside him had reached its breaking point. This was a gamble. Using modern electronic warfare theory to combat an otherworldly magical biological network, there was no precedent in any tactical manual. Panda's calculations were merely theoretical. Even a 1% error, even if the so-called God had some unknown countermeasure, the outcome today could be total annihilation. The CIC was dead silent, everyone holding their breath, staring at the tactical screen. Commander! The voice of the combat commander, a major, broke the silence tinged with disbelief. Look! On the screen, the Abyss fleet, which was originally well-ordered and advancing steadily, suddenly went mad. They began to spin in place. They started firing at the air. Two ships even collided, resulting in a violent mutual explosion. Their airtight air defense net had completely shattered. We did it! Lin Fan exhaled a long breath, his tense shoulders slightly relaxing. Fortunately, the laws of physics remain the cornerstone of this world. As long as there are waves, they can be interfered with. As long as there are signals, they can be deceived. Watching the corrupted warships flailing about like headless flies on the screen, a flicker of pity crossed Lin Fan's eyes, but it quickly vanished, replaced by a colder, killing intent. Now they were no longer impenetrable fortresses. They were merely a pile of rotten meat on a plate. Major! Yes! Inform the Flying Shark Squadron. Lin Fan adjusted his collar, his voice regaining its usual calm and dominance. Take advantage of his weakness and claim his life. Launch all missiles. Send them on their way. Yes! In the hangar, the 4 J-15T Flying Shark jets, fully supplied and armed, had long been on standby in the catapult. The pilots, hearing the orders from their headsets, felt their blood boiling. The previous frustration, the earlier helplessness, turned into fuel for revenge in that moment. Flying Shark 01 received. All missiles launched. Boom. 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 The 4 heavy fighters shot off the deck in quick succession with the help of the electromagnetic catapult. This time, there was no hesitation, no probing maneuvers. The moment they left the ship, the 4 jets quickly formed up, activated afterburners, and headed straight for the chaotic battlefield 40 kilometers away. Heaven's Eye 01, keep the interference going. Add more fuel to the fire. Understood. Maximum interference power. Injecting more false targets. Under the powerful suppression of the KJ-600, the world in Sagia's mind had completely collapsed. He saw countless suns exploding above him. He saw the seawater turn into boiling magma. He couldn't even distinguish where the sky was, where the sea was, where the enemy was, and where his own people were. Ahu! Get out! Get out of my head! Sagia knelt on the ground, frantically scratching his scalp, blood streaming down his cheeks, but he felt no pain, only boundless fear. At the peak of this chaos, the true harbinger of death descended. The 4 J-15T jets activated their fire control radar 30 kilometers from the enemy ship. This time, there was no interference, no interception. The perception systems of those corrupted warships were filled with false targets, completely oblivious to the real threat hidden among the myriad of illusions. Lock on! Launch! Whoosh 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 whoosh. 16 YJ-83K anti-ship missiles trailing death's fiery tails detached from their mounts. Their flight close to the sea was both graceful and deadly. Until the missiles reached 5 kilometers above the Abyss fleet, the missile's active radar guidance heads powered on. Beep 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 beep. At this distance, even the dullest biological instincts could sense the threat. But it was already too late. The gargoyles responsible for air defense were gnawing at the air's phantoms. The ray cannons meant for interception were bombarding the splashes on the sea surface. Not a single ship made an effective evasive maneuver. They were like a group of blindfolded death row inmates tied to a post quietly awaiting the sound of the execution squad's gunfire. Boom. The first missile struck the ammunition depot of a corrupted cruiser. The violent explosion instantly snapped the ship in half, and the raging flames illuminated the gloomy sky. Boom. 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 Following was the second missile, then the third. This was a massacre. This was a feast filled with the aesthetics of violence. The half-armor-piercing warhead of the YJ-83K easily tore through the unprotected biological armor rampaging within the hull. The cries of the corrupted warships were drowned out by the continuous explosions. Severed limbs soared hundreds of meters into the air, and a downpour of purple-black blood fell. The flagship corruptor where Sagia was located became the primary target due to its massive size. 4 missiles simultaneously locked onto it. No! No! In the chaos, Sagia barely opened his eyes, and saw a missile trailing a long fiery tail coming closer in his widening pupils. That was real. That was not an illusion. That was the physical law that would end it all. Abyss! Save me! Boom! 4 missiles struck the flagship's bow, bridge, engine room, and hangar. The chain reaction explosion instantly engulfed everything. Sagia's cries for help abruptly ceased. The entire flagship erupted like a balloon that had been blown up, exploding into a massive fireball on the sea. The shockwaves swept across the sea, capsizing several surviving small boats nearby. Just moments ago, the Abyss Vanguard fleet, which had been invincible, and boasted about turning Vessel 003 into a temple, at this moment had turned into a burning wreckage floating on the sea. In the sky, the 4 J-15Ts, having completed their bombing, gracefully pulled up their noses, performed a beautiful barrel roll, and then whizzed back home. In the Combat Command Center, looking at the extinguished red dots on the screen, watching the sea area dyed red by the flames, everyone fell silent. Yet within this silence surged a power unprecedented. They had won. With the wisdom of mortals, with the power of technology, they had decisively defeated the world enemy that instilled terror. Commander. The Major turned his eyes slightly red, his voice strong and powerful. The enemy fleet is completely annihilated. Lin Fan stood there gazing at the smoke outside, slowly releasing his tightly clenched fist. His palms were soaked in sweat. But he had won. Secure the battlefield. Lin Fan turned his back to the sea of flames, leaving behind a solitary proud figure. Take everything useful. This is just the beginning. The once tumultuous battlefield was now reduced to sporadic crackling flames, and the sound of waves lapping against wreckage. The Abyss Vanguard fleet that had once arrogantly vowed to turn the 003 aircraft carrier into a cathedral now lay as a floating expanse of scorched debris on the sea. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of charred flesh, the distinctive odor of biological tissue scorched by high temperatures. Commander, battlefield scan complete. Within the Combat Command Center, a Major's voice shattered the silence. Confirmed, enemy flagship, the Corruptor, has been completely disintegrated with no survivors among the escort vessels. This was a thorough annihilation. Lin Fan stood by the porthole watching the distant Z-20 helicopter swarm, busy at work. To him, victory was a foregone conclusion. What concerned him now were the spoils. How goes the salvage? Reporting, Commander. In progress. The Major replied. Phylong 01 Squadron is focusing on the flagship wreckage. However, the Major paused, a hint of perplexity in his tone. We discovered a peculiar object in the debris of the flagship's core compartment. Peculiar? Yes. It was neither destroyed by the explosion nor corrupted by the vile flesh tissues. Its energy readings are remarkably stable, almost pure. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Something pure existed aboard the Abyss cult ship filled with contamination and mutation. Bring it back. Handle with care. Yes. Half an hour later, a Z-20 helicopter slowly descended onto the deck. Several ground crew in fully sealed protective suits carefully lifted a half-human-tall metallic object from the pod. Lin Fan was already standing on the deck. He gazed at the object, his expression turning grave. It was a tetrahedral metal cone, ancient bronze in color, its surface etched with complex, dizzying geometric patterns. These patterns were not magical runes, but rather resembled intricate circuit etchings. It lay quietly on the deck, utterly incongruous amid the surrounding biological wreckage still smoking black. Pangu scan. Scanning. Material analysis, high density, unknown alloy. Structural analysis, hollow interior, high energy reaction at core. Database comparison. Warning, no matching records found. Based on its energy fluctuation characteristics, it is speculated to be an ancient beacon. A beacon! Lin Fan narrowed his eyes. Yes. It is a guidance device, or perhaps a key. Traces of forced access detected on its surface. The Abyss cult appears to have attempted to crack it but failed. Lin Fan's gaze shifted to the distant Crystal Island. Suddenly he understood. Why had Sagar appeared here? Why was he so obsessed with this barren island, even willing to trade precious fog technology with the Seven Seas Consortium? It wasn't for conquest. It was for the battery. The high-purity mystic crystals on Crystal Island were the energy source the Abyss cult intended to use to forcibly unlock this ancient beacon. They wanted to open this thing. Within lay a secret coveted even by the Abyss cult. Send it to the isolation vault under tight guard, Lin Fan ordered. Without my permission, no one is to physically or etherically contact it. Yes. After disposing of the beacon, Lin Fan's gaze grew even colder. What about that one? Over there, Commander. The deck master pointed to a corner at the edge of the deck where fully armed Marines were pressing down on a stretcher. Lying on the stretcher was the Abyss executor Sagar. He was not dead but close to it. The shockwave from the flagship's explosion had shattered his internal organs, broken 3 of his limbs, left his already fearsome face a bloody pulp, and soaked the stretcher with purple blood. Yet he still lived, clinging to life through that revulsive biological vitality. Lin Fan walked over. The Marines immediately made way, but their guns remained aimed at Sagar's head. Cough! Cough! Sagar coughed violently, each cough expelling large chunks of internal debris. He struggled to open his remaining single eye, gazing at Lin Fan before him. Backlit Lin Fan's silhouette loomed tall and cold. No pity, no victor's glow. Just the look of an experimenter observing a lab mouse. You? It's you. Sagar's voice was hoarse and grating like rusty iron plates scraping together. That monster immune to the Abyss. Lin Fan stared at him impassively. Your name? Heh. Hee hee. Sagar let out a nervous low laugh. Mortal, do you think? Knowing a name lets you control everything. Lin Fan wasted no words. What is the beacon? At the word beacon, Sagar's pupil sharply contracted. But he soon resumed his frenzied demeanor. That is the gate to truth. You foolish insects are unworthy to touch it. Give it back to me. I will offer it to the god. Sagar began to struggle, his broken limbs scraping against the deck with a grating sound. Lin Fan frowned. The interrogation reached a deadlock. This man had been thoroughly brainwashed by the Abyss. His logic and cognition had left the realm of humanity. For such a zealot, conventional threats or bribes meant nothing. Pangu, can you read his memories? Commander, the brain structure of Abyss cult members has mutated. Forcibly reading would cause brain tissue liquefaction, yielding no useful information. Lin Fan nodded. Since he was useless, there was no need to keep him. Throw him overboard. Lin Fan turned his tone flat. Don't dirty my deck. Wait. Wait. Just as the Marines were about to act, Sagar suddenly burst with a final fleeting strength. He fixed his gaze on Lin Fan's retreating back, filled with venom and curse. Mortal! He roared, his voice piercing the sea breeze. You think you've won? This is only the beginning. We are merely scouts. Sagar's body began to tremble violently, the purple veins beneath his skin writhed like earthworms. An extremely dangerous aura erupted from his shattered body. The surrounding Marines instinctively stepped back. Do not be too smug. Sagar bared his teeth in a savage grin. His eyes began to burn, purple flames spewing from their sockets. The Abyss approaches. With a dull whoosh, no explosion, just a muffled burst of combustion, purple flames instantly consumed Sagar's body. These were not ordinary flames. They were Abyss sorcery. He was self-immolating. The flames were extremely fierce, reducing his flesh, bones, and even soul to ash within seconds. Not even a trace remained. The sea wind blew, carrying a wisp of black smoke that scattered and vanished into the vast ocean. On the deck remained only a scorched blackened stretcher cloth still emitting wisps of smoke. The Marines exchanged glances, evidently stunned by the bizarre scene. Lin Fan paused, turning back to look at the direction where the ashes had disappeared. The abyss approaches was not just an empty threat. It was a signal, a declaration of all-out war. This time only a rank minor leader had come leading a vanguard fleet of cobbled-together corrupted warships. But the next time when the so-called Abyss main force truly descended, they might face genuine rank or even strength monsters. That would be an overwhelming tide of corruption. Clean the deck. Lin Fan withdrew his gaze, his voice still calm. All ships stand down from first-level combat readiness transition to second-level alert. File on squadron, continue patrol missions. Engineering group accelerate outpost construction. He looked up at the distant crystal island gleaming azure in the sunset. Whatever the future held, at least now he had won. He had secured the island. He had obtained the mysterious beacon. He had a foothold. The abyss, huh? Lin Fan murmured to himself, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Then come. Let's see if your abyss is deeper or my missiles are more numerous. Crystal Island. The night has long faded, and the dawn's light spills over the jagged black volcanic rocks. Unlike the deathly silence of yesterday, Crystal Island is now filled with an industrial clamor. The T-1 level automatic mining drone, just assembled by the engineering team, is tirelessly working on several massive secret crystal veins. The drill spins, emitting a deep hum. High-purity azure crystals are sliced off in whole pieces and transported via conveyor belt into a temporary refining chamber. In the operations command center of the 003 Fujin ship, Lin Fan sits in the captain's seat, gazing at the pale blue holographic screen before him. The numbers on the screen are fluctuating at a heart-pounding frequency. Loot settlement. Abyss Vanguard fleet wreckage recovery complete. Recovered 12 level cores, 45 level cores. Crystal Island no. 1 vein first day mining volume settlement. High purity secret crystal 2. 5 tons. Energy point conversion in progress. Lin Fan gazed at the final fixed number and took a deep breath. Current total energy points 16800 points. 16,800 points. This is not just a number. This is a fortune. If Lin Fan had previously been living frugally, now he finally understands what it means to have money in hand. Though the Abyss Church is a nuisance, the deliveries they sent combined with the output from Crystal Island have directly allowed him to accumulate initial capital. Pangu. Lin Fan lightly tapped the armrest, his eyes gleaming with ambition. I've never fought such a wealthy battle in my life. But now that there is money, it must be spent wisely. He looked out at the empty deck of the ship. Despite having a T2 level command group and T1 level ground crew, this 80000-ton giant ship still feels a bit empty. Many cabins are closed and many battle stations are unmanned. Damage control, medical, engine maintenance, logistical support. These shortcomings, which are not evident in normal times, will become fatal hazards once they enter high-intensity warfare. First, let's fill the personnel. Lin Fan opened the personnel configuration interface. Unlock the standard personnel configuration for the entire ship. Yes. Standard personnel configuration includes engine maintenance team 60 personnel, damage control repair team 40 personnel, medical and hygiene team 10 personnel, logistical support team 20 personnel, and T2 level Marine Corps platoon 30 personnel. Total consumption 1,500 energy points. Confirm. Energy points 1,500. Personnel teleportation in progress. A series of hurried footsteps echoed from deep within the ship. The originally quiet corridor began to fill with figures in various uniforms. The most striking are the Marine Corps soldiers, who have just appeared on the deck. 30 fully armed soldiers are dressed in deep-sea camouflage combat uniforms, wielding 95-style assault rifles, with tactical vests loaded with grenades and magazines. Their eyes are sharp as knives, a killing intent honed through countless simulated battles. With them, Lin Fan not only has the strongest security, but also a blade for executing island landings, infiltration, and decapitation missions. Very good. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. Now the ship is alive. Next it is the spear. His gaze turned towards the pinnacle of the technology tree, where the T3 level icon was emitting an enticing glow. That represents the 5th generation fighter. It embodies stealth, supersonic cruising, situational awareness, and is truly the ruler of the skies. In this otherworld where perception relies on the naked eye and magical energy, stealth fighters are ghosts, they are reapers. Pangu. T3 level technology tree. Unlock the J-35 carrier-based stealth fighter. Yes. T3 level J-35 characteristics 5th generation stealth fighter supersonic cruising internal weapons based situational awareness node. Unlock consumption 2000 energy points. Confirm. Energy points 2000. Current remaining 13300 points. T3 level unit J-35 has been unlocked. Unlock benefits for J-35S including Ace Crews have been transported to the hangar. But it is not over yet. Lin Fan's gaze shifted downwards, returning to a special branch of the T2 level technology tree. This was the field he had deeply realized the importance of in the last battle, electronic warfare. While the KJ-600 can perform electronic interference, it is ultimately an early warning aircraft, and each has its specialty. Facing the abyss, Chich's bizarre unified, well, he needs a more specialized electromagnetic scalpel. Unlock the J-15DT electronic warfare aircraft. Yes. T2 level J-15DT Roaring Shark characteristics wingtip electronic warfare pods, high power interference, anti-radiation attacks accompanying cover. Unlock consumption 3000 energy points. Confirm. Energy points 3000. Current remaining 10300 points. Unlock benefits 3 J-15DTs, including electronic warfare officers, have been transported to the hangar. He spent 5000 points in one go. But Lin Fan did not even blink. The remaining funds would be used for expansion. Expand the J-15T Flying Shark fleet to 10 aircraft. Expand the KJ-600 Tianyin to 2 aircraft. Command confirmed. Purchase of J-15T X6 aircraft, consuming 1500 points. Purchase of KJ-600 X1 aircraft, consuming 2000 points. Total consumption 3500 points. Remaining energy points 6800 points. Lin Fan kept the remaining 6000 points as reserve funds for ammunition supply and emergency repairs. After all, launching YJ missiles also costs money. In the hangar, the once spacious area has now become crowded and filled. The deck dispatcher stands beside the elevator watching the steel war eagles appearing out of thin air, trembling with excitement. This is how an aircraft carrier should look. At the deepest part of the hangar, 4 aircraft coated in silver-gray stealth paint and with a sci-fi appearance sit quietly in their designated spots. Those are the J-35. They do not have the ostentatious pylons of the J-15T. All their weapons are concealed within the smooth belly of the aircraft. They are like daggers hidden in their sheaths, their brilliance concealed yet incredibly lethal. Beside them are 3 J-15DTs with large electronic pods mounted on their wingtips. Those are the fleet sorcerers specifically designed to fry the enemy's brains, the Roaring Sharks. Coupled with the 10 heavy J-15Ts, 2 KJ-600S, and 5 Z-20S. This already constitutes a standard aircraft carrier air wing capable of executing all-weather full-spectrum combat missions. Commander. Filong 01 stands beside a J-35S landing gear, reaching out to touch the smooth fuselage yet hesitating. Is this a 5th-generation aircraft? If this thing flies out, those natives won't even know who killed them. A pilot of the J-35 removed his helmet, revealing a confident smile. Brothers, just focus on firing. The locking jobs are all on us. The entire hangar is filled with an extremely high morale. This is an absolute confidence and power. In the command room of the ship island, Lin Fan looked at the spectacular scene displayed on the hangar surveillance screen, and a slight sense of urgency in his heart eased a bit. With this power, even if the main fleet of the Iron Blood Empire comes tomorrow, he has confidence to face it. Huh? Lin Fan leaned back in his chair and rubbed his temples. Since his crossing, he has hardly had a moment's rest. Death at Sea Trials, Pirates Seeking Revenge, Abyss Vanguard. Every battle has been a dance on the edge of a knife. Fortunately, he finally has the capital to stand firm. Just as Lin Fan prepared to take a brief moment to rest his eyes, the AI Panda's emotionless voice echoed in his mind once again. This time it was not an alarm. Instead, it was a piece of news that instantly awakened him. Commander. Regarding the previously seized ancient beacon. After high computation decryption, the core data layer has been opened. Decryption complete. Lin Fan's eyes widened, suddenly sitting up straight. So fast. The thing for which the Abyss Church would go to such lengths to open, even attempting to seize secret crystal mines for it. The gate of truth that even Sagia could not stop thinking about before his death. Has it really been brutally cracked by Pangu this quickly? A glimmer of curiosity flickered in Lin Fan's eyes. Then show it to me. What secrets are hidden within? Inside the combat command center the light was dim. Only the holographic tactical table emitted a faint blue glow, casting a light on Lin Fan's stern face. Pangu, is this all the content from the ancient beacon? Yes, Commander. After decryption, this is a star map, or rather a coordinate set, that only high-level civilizations can read. In the holographic projection, a corner of the originally pitch-black fog map of the Black Iron Sea was illuminated. About 1500 nautical miles to the northwest of Crystal Island, an archipelago arranged in a ring shape appeared. They were like a string of pearls scattered in the deep sea, guarding a vast inner sea at the center. Target area: Xiantai Archipelago. Geographical features: composed of 12 large main islands and hundreds of subsidiary reef platforms. It has a natural deepwater harbor, and the ring-shaped mountains provide a perfect wind barrier. Lin Fan looked at the perfect topographic map, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes. This terrain was practically an otherworldly version of Pearl Harbor. Enclosed safe, and with sufficient depth, as long as a few outlets are held, this would be an unsinkable maritime fortress. In comparison, the bare Crystal Island beneath our feet was indeed only fit to be a gas station. Resources? Lin Fan asked the most critical question. According to the beacon's records, this archipelago has abundant mystic crystal veins with reserves more than 10 times that of Crystal Island. In addition, the beacon specifically marked a special resource, described as a liquid buried beneath the ancient seabed, ignitable black viscous, with a pungent fishy odor. Hearing this description, Lin Fan's fingers suddenly tapped the table. Black. Viscous. Combustible. Wasn't this damn well oil? Of course, oil was not a rare thing. Although the Azure world already had a basic petrochemical industry, Lin Fan could also buy heavy oil through trade at the Academy port. But can buy and have it yourself are two different concepts. Buying means being dependent on others. It meant that once war broke out, if the enemy cut off the supply line 003, this conventionally powered aircraft carrier would become a pile of floating scrap metal. Even if replaced with nuclear-powered 00, for the same principle applied to the aviation kerosene for fighter jets. But if we control the oil field ourselves, that would mean absolute independence. It would mean his fleet could voyage without restraint, and future war machines would have inexhaustible power. This place is mine. Lin Fan's voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable authority. Commander, there is one more piece of information. In the deepest part of the data, the beacon mentioned an ancient artifact. It is said to be sleeping somewhere in the Xiantai Archipelago, the last legacy left by that lost civilization. An artifact. Lin Fan was rather skeptical about that. Compared to an illusory artifact, he believed more in oil and ports. However, this also posed a problem. If the Abyss Order was looking for this beacon, then they must also know about the existence of the Xiantai Archipelago. Not only them. With the opening of the Black Iron Sea, the ironclads of the Iron Blood Empire, the airships of the Seven Seas Trade Alliance, and even those reckless explorers would swarm there like sharks drawn by the scent of blood. That place was destined to become a meat grinder. It seems we are in for a tough battle. Lin Fan stood up and straightened his uniform. Let's go to the hangar. Before we depart, I want to see our newly arrived big treasure. 003 Fujin Hangar. It was no longer empty here. 10 J-15T Flying Shark were arranged neatly like tigers ready to pounce. But in the deepest part of the hangar, in the specifically designated special maintenance area, 4 completely different fighter jets were parked. They lacked the bold canards and elongated fuselage of the J-15. Their entire bodies were coated with silver-gray radar-absorbent material, presenting an extreme geometric beauty. Diamond-shaped nose, serrated canopy, candid twin tails. This was a creation born for stealth. This was the diamond on the crown of industry. T-3 class carrier-based fighter, J-35. For pilots in special anti-G suits were already standing in formation. Their demeanor was more restrained, but their eyes revealed a confidence that looked down upon all rivals. Commander. The squadron leader at the front saluted. J-35 Group, codename Shadow Blade, reporting for duty. Lin Fan returned the salute, then walked to the fighter and reached out to touch the cold, smooth fuselage. This touch gave him an immense sense of security. Introduce it, Lin Fan said as he looked at the aircraft. I want to know what makes it worth 2,000 points each. Yes. The squadron leader stepped forward, his tone full of pride. Commander, this is a 5th-generation stealth fighter tailor-made for the aircraft carrier by Shenzhou Military Industry. First, the heart. The squadron leader pointed at the 2 deeply embedded nozzles at the rear of the aircraft. It is equipped with 2 WS-19 medium-thrust turbofan engines. Although the single-engine thrust cannot match the high-thrust engines of heavy fighters, like the J-15T, in the medium-thrust field it is the absolute king. In total thrust-to-weight ratio and other indicators, it has surpassed the benchmark of medium-thrust engines, the F414G400, and has even reached or exceeded the level of the F414EP. Driven by these 2 hearts, the J-35 can reach a maximum speed of Mach 1.8 and has a combat radius exceeding 1,000 kilometers. Lin Fan nodded. Truly a great national weapon. Second, its positioning. The squadron leader continued. To be frank, when the J-35 was designed, on one hand it evolved from some original designs of the FC-31, and on the other hand it referenced the concepts of the American JSF program, but with refinement, keeping the good and discarding the bad. It is not a product compromised for multi-role capability. From the very beginning of its design, it has been a native pure air superiority-focused carrier-based aircraft. Its size is slightly smaller than the J-15, which means it is more flexible in deck operations. With the same deck area, we can park more aircraft, and the sortie rate will be higher. To use a metaphor from across the Pacific, if the J-15 is the big cat, then the J-35 is Shenzhou's stealth Super Hornet. Lin Fan walked around the fuselage. Indeed, the aerodynamic layout was very clean without any unnecessary protrusions. What about stealth performance? World class. The squadron leader replied decisively. In terms of radar cross-section RCS, it is on the same level as its opponents. In this world that relies on magical energy sensing and optical targeting, it is invisible. It can carry 6 PL-15 air-to-air missiles and fly right into the enemy's face without them even noticing. At this point, the squadron leader paused for a moment, as if organizing his words. However, Commander, objectively speaking, to achieve extreme stealth and aerodynamics, it has made some compromises. Its internal weapons bay has limited depth. We cannot carry heavy anti-ship missiles like the J-15, nor can we stuff 2,000-pound bunker busters into its belly like some multi-role 5th-generation aircraft. Its ground and sea attack capabilities mainly rely on precision-guided small-diameter bombs or sacrificing stealth for external mounts. Lin Fan waved his hand. That's fine. Leave this dirty work to the J-15T and the Z-20. What I want you to do is kick down the door. Gouge out the enemy's eyes, tear apart their air defense network, and firmly seize control of the air. Lin Fan's gaze fell on the wing route. It was smooth and clean. No cannon? Lin Fan asked knowingly. Reporting none. The squadron leader replied. Not only is there no cannon, but there is also no side bay for carrying dogfight missiles. This was a deliberate choice by Shenzhou Military Industry, and also the tacit understanding between the air forces of China and the United States. The squadron leader sneered. It's already 5,202. Who in their right mind would use a 5th-generation aircraft for dogfighting? Those who still fantasize about close-range combat either have their minds stuck in World War II or their stealth performance is so poor that they can't achieve band visual range kills, so they have to engage in brawling like wild dogs. For 5th-generation aircraft, cannons and dogfight missiles are just useless dead weight. Our battlefield is beyond visual range. Before the enemy even sees us, the PL-15 will have already sent them back home. Lin Fan smiled. This answer pleased him deeply. This was the generation gap. While the Abyss Order was still using gargoyles for human wave tactics, and the Iron Blood Empire still believed in large-caliber cannons, his air force had evolved to a state of, I see you, and you don't even know where I am. Very good. Lin Fan patted the landing gear of the J-35. From now on, this sky belongs to you. Besides these 4 stealth assassins, the hangar also had 3 equally expensive new members. J-15BT. Roaring Shark. Their appearance was very similar to the J-15T, but instead of missiles, the wingtips carried 2 huge sci-fi electronic warfare pods, and the fuselage was covered with various blade antennas. Electronic warfare unit reporting for duty. An officer with glasses and in scholarly temperament saluted. Introduce it. Yes. The officer adjusted his glasses, his tone calm, but with a hint of ruthlessness. Based on the J-15's heavy airframe, we have a huge internal fuel tank and power generation capacity. This means we can loiter for a long time and release jamming beams of terrifying power. We can create hundreds of false target signals, turning enemy radar screens into static snow. We can cut off their communications, turning them deaf. We can also perform radio frequency signal surveillance. Any radar that dares to turn on will become our target. Compared to the part-time role of the KJ-600, we are professionals. If the J-35 is an assassin, then we are mages. Lin Fan looked at this gradually taking shape air wing, feeling a confidence he had never experienced before. Stealth door kicking. Electronic suppression. Heavy anti-ship. With this combination strike, even an A-class fleet would be badly battered. All personnel. Lin Fan's voice echoed in the hangar. All pilots, ground crew, and engineers immediately stood at attention. I know everyone has been tired these past few days. Fighting pirates, fighting the order, building outposts. But we have no time to rest. Lin Fan walked to the tactical whiteboard in the center of the hangar, picked up a marker, and drew a circle on it. Here is the Xiantai archipelago. 1,500 nautical miles from us. There is oil to make this ship sail farther, countless mystic crystals, and an ancient legacy that could change the world order. Lin Fan turned around, his gaze sweeping over each young and resolute face. I have a feeling we won't be the only ones who want to occupy that place. The monsters in the deep sea go without saying. They treat it as a den. The Abyss Order, which just suffered a loss, will surely rush there like mad dogs. Also the fleets of the Iron Blood Empire, the airships of the Seven Seas Trade Alliance. Even some forces we haven't seen yet. It will be a chaotic battle. A gamble where the winner takes all and the loser sinks to the bottom. The hangar was silent, only the low sound of wind from the ventilation ducts could be heard. But there was no fear. From the eyes of these soldiers, Lin Fan only saw burning fighting spirit. We will face challenges. Lin Fan's voice gradually rose. Perhaps there will be A-class sea monsters. Perhaps there will be overwhelming enemies. But Lin Fan suddenly waved his hand, pointing to the row of steel war eagles behind him. Look at the guys behind you. Look at this 8,000-ton giant ship. We have the sharpest swords and the strongest shields. We have never feared challenges. Tell me, what are we going to do? Crush them. Hundreds of soldiers roared in unison, their voices making the hangar ceiling vibrate. Very good. Lin Fan threw away the marker. Full ship, first-class combat readiness. Weigh anchor. Target Xiantai archipelago. Set sail. With the command, the huge anchor of 003 Fujin slowly rose. The propeller churned the seawater, leaving a long white wake in the Black Iron Sea. In the Black Iron Sea, the core zone. The mist, like a heavy veil, was brutally torn apart by the raging sea breeze. The legendary Xiantai archipelago finally revealed its ferocious and majestic true visage before the world. 12 main islands encircled the area, like a natural arena guarding the fathomless inland sea at the center. Upon those islands, exposed mystic crystal mines resembled wounds on the earth, emitting a maddening azure glow. Yet this sea was not desolate. Alert! Divine Vision has detected multiple high-energy signatures. Inside the command center of the 003 Fujin, the voice of the Tianyan-01 captain was no longer as lighthearted as before. It carried an unprecedented gravity. Bearing 090, range 80 kilometers, high-speed surface target group. Bearing 270, range 60 kilometers, deep-water sonar contact. Mass submarine surfacing. Bearing 180, range 100 kilometers, large-scale mixed fleet approaching. Lin Fan stood before the chart table, gazing at the red alert zones illuminating the screen from 3 directions simultaneously. What was meant to come had all arrived. This once neglected virgin land now resembled a piece of bleeding flesh tossed into a shark pool. To the east, the waves were violently parted. A fleet adorned with flamboyant paint exuding streamlined elegance surged forward at an astonishing 35 knots. That was the main force of the Seven Seas Trade Alliance. Leading it was the sleek grade flagship, the Windrunner. Unlike traditional bulky battleships, its hull was clad in light magical energy armor, and 6 twin-mounted magical energy main cannons emitted a dangerous green glow. Surrounding it were 4 Kraid frigates. Yet what truly sent chills down one's spine was the dense swarm of escort ships, a hive-like multitude. Hundreds of magically modified high-speed torpedo boats and gunboats. Though industrial creations under the blessing of the Covenant from their ship spirit masters, these little vessels once only capable of tickling sea monsters, now had every medium-caliber autocannon able to tear through the flesh of degrade monsters. That's the Trade Alliance's swift flow tactics. The combat commander of Major analyzed swiftly. They sacrifice armor for extreme speed and firepower density. Through their bounty hunter network, they were also the first to purchase the coordinates of the Xiantai archipelago. To the west, the sea surface suddenly boiled. Huge bubbles churned upward, as if some deep-sea leviathan was awakening. With a roar, pitch-black, oddly shaped steel behemoths burst forth from the water. They had no towering superstructures, only low command towers and bare decks. The Iron Blood Empire. This militaristic empire, revering force and discipline, followed an entirely different tech tree. Great magical energy submarines. Wolfpack. Lin Fan stared at the sonar imaging on the screen. These were not mere torpedo throwers. On the submarine decks, that surfaced hydraulic panels slowly opened, revealing heavy magical energy cannons of astonishing caliber. These were underwater heavy artillery ships. Several submarines even had bulging backs, evidently carrying some powerful underwater weapon. The Iron Blood Empire's intelligence network spanned the world. Lin Fan was not at all surprised they appeared here. But what truly surprised Lin Fan slightly was the south. Their black smoke blotted out the sky and sun. A fleet, the largest and most chaotic, was forming a huge fan-shaped encirclement centered on this location. Are those the banners of the Azure Kingdom? The air traffic controller said uncertainly. At the center of the fleet was a brand new battleship exuding great formidable pressure, the Duke. Its hull was covered with scratches and patches of varying depth. Those scars were not disgrace but medals. And on that ship's bridge stood a figure Lin Fan knew all too well. Wang Tung, the Duke's son whom Lin Fan had trampled underfoot during the awakening ceremony. Now he had long shed his former frivolousness and impatience. His eyes were sinister, his face bearing the ruthlessness of one who had crawled out of a pile of corpses to wash away the shame, to escape the shadow of the great judgment. Wang Tung had expended all his family's resources, even personally leading expeditions to dangerous waters to madly hunt sea monsters. He had forced his warship up to grade through massive resources and countless life-and-death battles. And behind him was the Avenger army the Wang family had pieced together at great cost, dozens of low-ranking ship spirit masters who relied on the family, and an astonishing industrial fleet. For obsolete battleships equipped with 406mm giant cannons, 6 guided missile cruisers that had undergone modern refits, their decks mounted with huge bronze Knight anti-air missile launchers. Though those missiles looked clumsy and required massive radar beams for beam riding guidance under the damage boost of the Covenant, they remained formidable firepower projection platforms. These three forces formed a triangular formation, trapping Lin Fan's 003 carrier battle group and Crystal Island tightly in the middle. The atmosphere instantly tensed to the extreme. The air seemed thick with gunpowder. A single spark could ignite this four-way melee. Beep! The public communication channel suddenly lit up. 3 different signals forcibly connected. Lin Fan! Wang Teng's voice rang out, first hoarse, low, dripping with a bone-deep hatred. Didn't expect this, did you? We meet again. This time no academy rules protect you, no lucky pirates shield you from bullets. Wang Tung stood on the bridge of the Duke, his gaze fixed on the distant flat-top ship that still showed no ether fluctuation. I am great now. Behind me stands a century of the Wang family's legacy. Can that great scrap heap of yours still work miracles? Then a female voice, arrogant and aristocratic, cut in. That was the commander of the Seven Seas Trade Alliance fleet, the great captain known as the Red Lady. Gentlemen of friendly business, the coordinates of this archipelago were bought at a high price by our alliance. According to business rules, first come, first served. However, the Red Lattice voice turned cold as her gaze swept over Lin Fan's carrier. Since everyone is here, I am not unreasonable. The Alliance takes 70% of the mystic crystals on this island. The rest is yours to fight over. 70%. The Trade Alliance's appetite is a bit too large. A voice as cold as iron rang out. The submarine fleet commander of the Iron Blood Empire, a colonel in black uniform. The Iron Blood Empire does not need minerals. We want the strategic position of this archipelago and the rumored beacon. This area will be designated a military exclusion zone by the Empire. Unauthorized personnel get out immediately. 3 forces, 3 demands. No one considered Lin Fan. In their eyes, although Lin Fan had defeated Black Shark and displayed some strange tricks, he was ultimately just one man, one ship. Facing this overwhelming fleet encirclement and the oppressive might of three great powerhouses, his best outcome was to flee with his tail between his legs. Lin Fan! Wang Tung spoke again, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. For the sake of our past as classmates, I'll offer you a way out. Kneel down, hand over your ship, and become my escort. Or die here rotting into the seabed mud. The communication channel fell into dead silence. Everyone waited for Lin Fan's answer. Would it be begging for mercy, outrage, or impotent blustering? Inside the 003 Fujian's Combat Command Center, Lin Fan sat in the captain's chair holding a cup of freshly brewed hot tea. He looked at the three arrogant faces on the screen as if they were three buffoons. Are you done? Lin Fan's voice was unnervingly calm. You seem to have forgotten something. He set down the teacup and slowly rose. I discovered this place first. I planted the flag first. And Lin Fan's gaze swept across the screen, contempt shining through. What gives you the courage to bluster within my firing range with this scrap metal? Scrap metal. Wang Tung was instantly enraged, veins bulging on his forehead. Lin Fan, stop pretending. Look around you. I have giant cannons. I have missiles. I am great. Do you still think you're that praised genius? The Red Lady sneered as well. It seems this little brother refuses the toast only to drink the forfeit. Since you don't want to talk, don't blame sister for being ruthless. The Iron Blood Colonel was even more direct. Final ultimatum. Withdraw within 3 minutes or be sunk. Lin Fan smiled, a smile devoid of warmth. Talk. When did I ever say I wanted to talk with you? He adjusted his cuffs lightly. Since talks won't work. Lin Fan raised his head, his gaze sharp as a blade. Then forget it. Snap. He cut off the communication. The whole world fell instantly silent. But this was only the final calm before the storm. This will provoke war. The combat commander, a major, said quietly behind Lin Fan. This was a war of 1 against 3, a mad gamble of a single ship against 3 combined fleets. War! Lin Fan turned, looking at the dense red dots on the radar screen. Flames of ambition blazed in his eyes. It doesn't matter. In this world, truth lies only within the range of cannons. Since they want to fight, they'll fight until they surrender. Lin Fan swept his hand, pointing at the sea filled with warships. General Quarters. Notify the J-35 Squadron. No more holding back. Let these hicks see what a 5th-generation fighter is. What? Bad visual range strikes mean. The sea wind suddenly grew fierce. The fragile balance of the four-way standoff shattered completely in that moment. A war destined to be recorded in the annals of the Azure world, a magnificent raging conflict, had begun. The sea breeze suddenly ceased, as if time itself had frozen at that moment, yet what followed was an endless aura of killing intent and tension. Just as Lin Fan decisively cut off communication, the delicate and fragile balance among the various forces was ruthlessly torn apart, and a breathtaking war began to unfold. At the forefront was the class captain from the Seven Seas Trading Alliance, Madame Red. She stood firmly atop the command tower of the Wind Chaser battleship, clutching a beautifully crafted yet intricately designed folding fan. Suddenly, she decisively snapped the fan shut, and with astonishing speed pointed it directly at the unmoving Type 003 aircraft carrier in the distance, her movement as swift as lightning and as fierce as thunder. In stark contrast to the Iron Blood Empire's reverence for impenetrable heavy armor, and the Royal Fleet's blind worship of large-caliber artillery, the strategic principle upheld by the Seven Seas Trading Alliance was speed above all. They firmly believed that only by possessing extraordinary maneuverability like mercury cascading down without any gaps could they remain undefeated in the cruel and intense naval battles. At this moment, accompanied by Madame Red's concise yet bloodthirsty combat command, all hands attention. Initiate the swift flow tactic and launch a full-scale assault. The entire sea surface was instantly stirred into towering waves, surging, like a fierce beast opening its massive jaws, to devour any enemy daring to block its path. With the class high-speed battleship as the spearhead, over 100 modified armed speedboats and torpedo boats rushed toward Lin Fan's fleet like a swarm of agitated killer bees trailing long white wakes. Though these speedboats were small in size, each was equipped with high-capacity magical energy engines. Under the enhancement of the ship's spirits pack, their speed had soared to an astonishing 45 knots. This speed was nearly impossible to track for the artillery targeting systems of World War II. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Madame Red's mouth. As long as this pack of hyenas closed to within 20 kilometers, that is as long as they entered torpedo range, the sea of torpedoes unleashed by these several hundred speedboats would be sufficient to send that cumbersome flat-top ship to the seabed to feed the fish. As for the enemy's artillery, Madame Red disdainfully glanced at the bare deck of the 003 aircraft carrier. With not even a single decent main gun, how could they stop me? Meanwhile, aboard the 003 Fujian ship in the command center, Lin Fan stood before the tactical table watching the screens displaying the approaching red dots at an astonishing speed. His expression showed no ripples, and he even lifted his teacup to take a sip, as if watching a group of ants struggling to climb toward a fire. Command of the enemy is moving at an extremely fast speed, expected to enter torpedo range in 20 minutes. The combat operations officer, a major, reported, his tone revealing no hint of tension. 20 minutes. Lin Fan set down his teacup and shook his head. Too slow. He raised his head, his gaze seemingly penetrating the heavy armor, looking toward the sky 10,000 meters above. Shadow Blade Squadron, are you in position? Reporting to the commander, the 4J-35s of the Shadow Blade Squadron have arrived at the designated attack position. Altitude 12,000, speed 0.9 Mach. Ready for launch. Then let's begin. Lin Fan's voice was soft, yet it carried a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. Tell Madame Red the times have changed. 10,000 meters in the sky. For silver-gray aircraft quietly sliced through the thin air. Their shapes were filled with a geometric beauty of science fiction, with diamond-shaped noses and serrated canopies, every line designed to minimize radar wave reflection. J-35, the fifth-generation stealth carrier-based aircraft of Shenzhou Military Industry. On Madame Red's class warship's magical energy radar screen, this airspace was clear, a void of nothingness. Even though they had flown directly above the Trading Alliance fleet, the enemy remained completely unaware. Shadow Blade 01, calling EOTS Electro-Optical Targeting System, has acquired the target. The voice of the lead pilot echoed in the encrypted channel. On his helmet display, green boxes had tightly locked onto the speeding boats below on the Sapphire Sea. Even from 10,000 meters above, the electro-optical system could still clearly distinguish the fierce expressions of the pirates on the speedboats. This was one-way transparency. This was dimensionality reduction strike. Target confirmed. Wingmen assign attack sectors. No need to dive, no need for dogfighting, not even needing to engage afterburners. The pilot merely lightly pressed the switch on the control stick. The bomb bay opened. There was no earth-shattering sound of missiles igniting. For black slender-winged bombs silently detached from the aircraft's belly. LS-6 small-diameter precision-guided glide bombs. They did not have the dazzling tail flames of missiles, nor the piercing whistle of shells. They were like four silent assassins gliding towards the endpoint of death under the control of gravity and aerodynamic surfaces. On the sea surface, Madame Red was still savoring the thrill of hunting her prey. Faster! Faster! She shouted into the communicator. That class fool has been scared silly. Where is his aircraft? Where are his missiles? It seems he has wet his pants out of fear from our momentum. Ha ha! The communications channel was filled with the pirates' unrestrained laughter. Just then, without warning, the leading class frigate suddenly seemed to be struck by an invisible giant hand. No warning whatsoever. No radar alarm sounded. Not even anyone saw where the attack came from. Boom! A massive fireball suddenly erupted from the frigate's bridge. This 50-kilogram precision-guided bomb, at an almost vertical angle, precisely penetrated that thin layer of magical energy armor, drilling deep into the keel before detonating. The violent explosion instantly cleaved this 3,000-ton battleship in half. The laughing pirates were instantly transformed into flying charcoal. The laughter abruptly ceased. What happened? Madame Red grasped the railing, her smile freezing in an instant. A mine. Impossible. The waters here are thousands of meters deep. Where would a mine come from? Before she could react. Boom. 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 The successive explosions erupted within the charging ranks. Those armed speedboats racing at high speed suddenly began to disintegrate one after another on the sea. Some were blown into pieces, while others were capsized by the shockwaves rolling onto nearby friendly ships. Flames soared into the sky, and the screams instantly drowned out the roar of the waves. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The lookout's piercing screams echoed into the sky. Where? Madame Red pushed aside the panicking first mate and rushed to the radar screen. Empty. On the green radar screen apart from the friendly fleets, dots the surroundings were deathly silent. No enemy ships, no aircraft, not even the trajectory of missiles. How is this possible? Madame Red felt a chill surge from her feet straight to her crown. Could it be ghosts attacking us? Activate shields. All fleets activate shields. Although she didn't know where the enemy was, Madame Red still issued the most instinctive defensive order. Pale blue magical energy shields opened above the battleship. However, this was of no use. The sky remained empty. Yet death continued to descend. Another round of silent bombings commenced. This time the targets were those torpedo boats attempting to turn and evade. The LS-6 glide bombs utilized inertial navigation supplemented by satellite correction, replaced here by Pangu, with precision, enough to hit moving vehicles, let alone these boats tracing paths across the sea. Puff, puff, puff. The muffled sounds of bombs penetrating the shields continued. This method of attack, relying on kinetic energy and delayed fuses, was simply a nemesis to magical energy shields. The shields could block energy impacts, but they could not stop hundreds of kilograms of iron lumps from crashing down. Madame Red watched helplessly as her elite fleet lost 1/3 of its strength in less than 3 minutes. And she hadn't even seen a shadow of the enemy. Ah! Come out. Show yourselves. Madame Red drew her magical energy pistol and crazily pulled the trigger at the empty blue sky. Fear. A kind of unknown and incomprehensible fear began to spread in the hearts of all the pirates. They were not afraid of death. They feared dying without understanding. This feeling of being helpless and unable to retaliate was more tormenting than any torture. At 10,000 meters above, Shadow Blade 01 looked down at the chaotic fleet on the sea's surface, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. This is the 5th generation aircraft. This is the generation gap. I can see you while you don't know where I am. I can attack you however I wish. Reporting to the commander, the first round of bomb drop is complete. The enemy's vanguard has been scattered, confirming the sinking of 2 class frigates and 23 small speedboats. In the communications channel, Lin Fan's voice remained calm. Very good. Do not stop. Change the ammunition type. Send some gifts to Madame Red. Yes. The 4J-35s powered up their wing-mounted pylons. This time, they were not carrying bombs. Instead, they had 4 small air-to-ground missiles specifically modified for anti-radiation operations. Although carrying external missiles slightly compromised stealth, who here had any powerful anti-stealth long-range detection means. Even a certain poorly stealthy 5th-generation aircraft could probably waltz through. Target enemy class flagship Wind Chaser. Locking onto radar signal source. Madame Red was still raving against the air, her flagship's magical energy radar operating at full power, trying to locate the invisible killer. And this precisely became her death warrant. Launch. For missiles detached from the aircraft rocket engines igniting. They surged along the intense radar beams, like sharks sensing blood racing toward the class warship. Alarm. High-speed, high-energy reaction detected. Above. Right above. The first mate on Madame Red's flagship finally spotted the missile's tail flames at the last moment. But it was already too late. What? Madame Red suddenly looked up. In her retina, 4 white smoke trails were rapidly enlarging. Those were the fingers of death. Boom! The 4 missiles accurately struck the radar dome and command tower of the Wind Chaser. The violent explosion instantly swallowed Madame Red's scream. The massive body of the class flagship shook violently, its upper structure blown to bits, thick smoke billowing, radar antennas and masts completely shattered. Though it did not sink, this flagship was blinded. Its command system was paralyzed. This is the price of provoking me. Far over 100 kilometers away aboard the 003 aircraft carrier, Lin Fan watched the screen showing the Trading Alliance fleet losing command and descending into chaos, coldly setting down his teacup. First round over. Next. On the sea, the crippled warships of the Seven Seas Trade Alliance were fleeing in disgrace, billowing with thick smoke. Yet this did not daunt the Iron Blood Empire. On the contrary, for Colonel Hans, commander of the Iron Blood submarine flotilla, this was a golden opportunity. Standing inside the conning tower of his flagship, the U-99, he peered through the periscope at the immense flat-top vessel in the distance, a sneer of cold mockery curling on his lips. Those fools from the Seven Seas Trade Alliance only knew how to flaunt their speed on the surface like peacocks. Little did they understand that the true hunter always lurks in the shadows. All units dive emergency. Hans gave the order. With a hiss of air valves, over a dozen black steel behemoths swiftly submerged into the water. Only a trail of churning bubbles remained on the surface, vanishing in an instant. This was the pride of the Iron Blood Empire, the class magical energy submarine Wolf Pack. These were no ordinary submarines. Their hulls were etched with intricate, silent runes. Driven by magical energy, these runes perfectly absorbed the noise of water flow and could even deflect enemy active sonar waves. In the naval history of this world, when the Iron Blood Wolf Pack dived, it meant invincibility. No one could find them. Not until the torpedoes blasted the enemy's keel to pieces. On the public communication channel, Hans' image suddenly lit up. Unlike Madame Red's hysterics, his demeanor bore an arrogant confidence that victory was already assured. "Lord Lin Fan, your aircraft are indeed formidable." Ant's voice came low, accompanied by electrical static. "The sky is yours, but underwater is mine. You shall await the sound of your keel breaking in terror." The communication cut off. 003 Fujin Combat Information Center. Lin Fan stared at the darkened screen, his face expressionless. He turned to the sonar operator. "What's the situation?" The sonarman reported truthfully. "Commander, the dipping sonar array from the helicopters is utterly silent. Their stealth technology is indeed remarkable. Relying solely on passive listening, it's hard to pick up the propeller noise. However, we were only conducting shallow water searches and didn't place the sonar above and below the thermocline, so the results might not be definitive." Lin Fan didn't believe placing the dipping sonar across the thermocline would change much. Since it was an otherworldly black technology, they had to have some tricks up their sleeves. But as long as it was made of iron and moved through water, it could never escape the laws of physics. Many assumed that anti-submarine warfare by helicopters or fixed-wing aircraft relied solely on deployed or dipping sonar, but in truth another weapon lay in their arsenal. Lin Fan picked up the transmitter and hailed the hangar. "Flying Dragon 02 Squadron Anti-Submarine Detachment." The detachment responded. "Here," Lin Fan ordered. "Take your gear and go fish. Give that colonel a lesson. Let him learn what magnetic anomaly means and what active sonar is." The anti-submarine detachment answered in unison. "Yes, sir." In the hangar, 5 specially modified Z-20F anti-submarine helicopters had already been towed to the takeoff positions. They carried no anti-ship missiles. Their underbellies looked somewhat bulky, housing large surface search radars and sonobuoy launchers. Beneath the stub wings, yellow-orange U-11 lightweight anti-submarine torpedoes were mounted. The takeoff command came. "Liftoff." The 5 helicopters soared into the air. They did not climb high, but hovered at a mere few dozen meters above the surface, flying toward the direction where the Iron Blood submarines had vanished. 300 meters underwater. Inside the U-99, a deathly silence reigned. The red battle lighting cast the compartment into a ghostly tableau. Every crew member held their breath. Even the sound of a wrench dropping could invite a reprimand. Despite the silent runes, they maintained the highest tactical discipline. Hans lowered his voice and asked, "Sonar room, anything?" The sonarman replied confidently, "Colonel, the surface only has the sound of waves. The enemy hasn't moved, hasn't even attempted blind depth charge attacks." The sonarman added, "They have no idea where we are." Hans nodded in satisfaction. This was a dimensionality reduction strike. Except it was his strike against Lin Fan. Those iron birds in the sky, no matter how mighty, could they dive into the water to catch him? Hans ordered, "Continue closing in. When we are 5 kilometers from the target, salvo heavy magical energy torpedoes. I want to see that aircraft carrier snap in two." Just then the sonarman frowned. "Colonel, there's a sound above." Hans asked. "What sound?" The sonarman replied. "Sounds like a propeller. But the frequency is high and it's in the air." Hans sneered dismissively. "Ignore it. They can't find us. They can only rage impotently in the sky." Hans ordered again, "Maintain course, prepare for battle." But before he finished, a dull splash, thump, clearly reached the sonarman's ears. Then a second splash, a third. Hans grew tense. "What's happening? Are they dropping depth charges?" The sonarman shook his head in confusion. "No. No explosion. Those things just sank into the water and stopped moving." On the surface, the 5 Z-20FS were conducting intensive sonobuoy deployment. Cylindrical buoys were tossed into the sea upon entry. They quickly expanded, deploying hydrophones and extending radio antennas. Passive buoys, active buoys, temperature depth buoys. An immense invisible acoustic surveillance net instantly enveloped a 10-kilometer radius of the sea area. ZZZ, In the CIC, the normally smooth waveform on the sonarman's screen suddenly jumped. The sonarman reported excitedly, "Commander, buoy null. 3 picked up an echo. Bearing 270, range 12 kilometers, depth 80 meters. Lin Fan walked over and glanced at it. The silent runes could eliminate noise and absorb sound waves, but they could not alter the submarine's volume and density. When active sonar emitted high-frequency pulses, that massive metal lump shone like a mirror in the dark. And there was something even more ruthless. A long probe extended from the tail of the Z-20F, the magnetic anomaly detector MAD. Any steel structure weighing several thousand tons moving through the Earth's magnetic field would inevitably cause a magnetic disturbance. This was an ironclad physical law, unchangeable even by gods. Beep beep beep. The MAD alarm screamed. The lead Z-20 pilot shouted excitedly. "Target confirmed. Large metallic object. Directly beneath us. Lock it down. Attack." The helicopter hovered. A U-11 anti-submarine torpedo detached from its pylon, its tail parachute deployed, and it plunged into the water with a splash. Upon entry, the parachute separated, and the torpedo's engine ignited. Unlike old straight-run torpedoes that plodded in a straight line, it began a spiral search maneuver under active sonar guidance. Underwater. Aboard the U-99. The sonarman's face turned deathly pale. He ripped off his headphones and screamed in terror. "Colonel! High-frequency sonar signal! Something's coming! Incredibly fast! 50 knots! No, 60 knots!" Hans was stunned. "What? How could they have found us?" He barked orders. "Hard to port. Deploy decoys." But it was too late. The active seeker of the U-11 had already locked onto the massive hull of the U-99. A despairing, ever-closer hum filled the water. Boom! A violent explosion occurred 80 meters underwater. Hundreds of kilograms of high explosive amplified by water pressure unleashed devastating destructive force. The pressure hull of the U-99 was torn apart in an instant. Seawater, with the terrifying pressure of dozens of atmospheres, flooded the compartments, crushing everything inside, bodies, instruments, runes, into pulp. Hans didn't even have time to utter a final scream before he was engulfed by the raging water. On the surface, a huge water column shot skyward. Then massive patches of oil debris and mangled corpses bobbed up to the surface. Lin Fan stared at the sonar signals that were beginning to scatter in panic and ordered in an icy tone, "There are still more. Not one survives." The Z-20 formation began its harvest. It was a one-sided massacre. The iron-blood submarine wolf pack pitted against a modern anti-submarine system was like a thief jangling bells, clumsy and laughable. Boom, boom, boom. Muffled explosions came one after another from the seabed. Each dull thud signified the destruction of a class submarine and the death of dozens of iron-blood elites. In less than 10 minutes, the sea was littered with all kinds of debris. 12 submarines, not a single survivor. The communication channel fell into a deathly silence. Whether it was Wang Tung in the distance or Madame Red fleeing in panic, both felt a bone-chilling dread. They had thought Lin Fan was only strong in air defense and anti-ship warfare. Never did they imagine that even underwater he was impenetrable. What other cards did this monster still hold? 003 Fujin Combat Information Center. Lin Fan watched the sonar screen return to calm, then waved his hand. "Anti-submarine detachment returned to base." The detachment responded, "Yes, sir." The 5 Z-20FS circled in the air once, like eagles inspecting their territory, then formed up neatly and flew back to the mother ship. Lin Fan turned his gaze southward. There Wang Tung's fleet still remained. That was the last tough bone to gnaw, and the one that disgusted him most. Ironblood and the Trade Alliance fought for profit, but Wang Tung fought for personal vengeance. Since he had come, he wouldn't leave. Lin Fan stared at the blip representing the Duke, his eyes blazing with killing intent. Lin Fan issued the order in a low voice. "All personnel, attention, target due south. Prepare a grand gift for that young Duke." In the southern sea region, black smoke billowed. Though the Merchant Alliance's speedboat had been shattered into fragments and the iron-blooded submarine had become an iron coffin, the Wang family's revenge fleet still maintained its complete formation. On the bridge of the flagship, "Duke!" Wang Tung gripped the brass railing tightly, his knuckles white from the force. His bloodshot eyes stared at the empty expanse of sea ahead, like a bull that had been toyed with. "Distance. Wang Tung growled. Reporting, young master. 150 kilometers. The first mate's voice trembled. 150 kilometers. It was like an insurmountable chasm. Wang Tung gazed at his pride, the Fleet 4, Colossus-class, battleships equipped with 406mm cannons, their muzzles raised high and bristling with lethal intent. 6 modified, longbow-class, missile cruisers, their massive twin-arm launchers on the deck carrying brass knight, long-range anti-air missiles as thick as utility poles. This was the foundation of a class fleet. This was the firepower the Wang family had drained their coffers to acquire. Yet they couldn't strike. The maximum range of the 406mm cannons was only 40 kilometers. And though the brass knight missile boasted a terrifying range of 180 kilometers, that was against slow targets at 10,000 meters altitude. To attack surface targets, continuous radar beam illumination was required. Due to the curvature of the Earth, the radar horizon at sea was only about 40 kilometers. Beyond that distance lay a blind zone. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Wang Tung slammed his fist onto the chart table. Lin Fan's 003 carrier was like a cunning ghost, always hanging at that awkward distance. Precisely 150 kilometers away, like that desk mate you secretly adored. Within arm's reach, yet you could not even touch the hem of her clothes. Full speed ahead! Wang Tung roared hysterically. Close the distance. As long as we break into 40 kilometers. As long as I can see him. My 400 cannons will blow him to pieces. And his planes. Wang Tung suddenly looked up at the sky. If his planes dare to come, my brass knights will teach him a lesson. A 180 kilometer air defense zone. Let's see how he breaks through. 003 Fujian Combat Command Center. Lin Fan looked at the screen showing the Wang fleet, belching black smoke, desperately accelerating yet still as slow as a turtle, and a faint cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. 40 kilometers. Lin Fan shook his head. That's just World War II level. He turned to the aviation controller behind him. Flying Shark Squadron, are you ready? Reporting, Commander. 10 aircraft of the Flying Shark Squadron have completed deck preparation, loaded with Plan B, and are standing by. Good. Lin Fan's gaze fell on the missile parameters of the Brass Knight. Clumsy, requiring continuous radar guidance from launch to impact, and extremely poor low-altitude performance. This was this other world's understanding of advanced weapons. They thought making missiles big enough, and with enough range, made them invincible. But they didn't realize that in modern warfare, the unseen low altitude was the corridor of death. Launch! Lin Fan gave the order. No need to fly too high. Show them what sea-skimming penetration means. Yes, sir. On the deck, the catapult shuttle retracted again. A hook engaged the nose gear. This time there were 10 J-15T Flying Shark heavy carrier-based fighters, like 10 ancient beasts awakened, slid one by one onto the runway. Under their wings hung a name that struck terror into every surface vessel, the YJ-83K. Boom. 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 The electromagnetic catapults cycled continuously, their immense thrust hurling the fighters into the blue sky. But the moment they left the deck, instead of climbing for altitude as usual, they dipped their noses, hugging the sea surface in a heart-stoppingly low profile, vanishing at the horizon's edge. On the bridge of the Duke. Young master. Radar contact. The radar operator suddenly screamed, pointing at the large green phosphor screen. Signals. 10 of them. Extremely fast. Wang Tung rushed over, a vicious glee twisting his face. Here they come. He couldn't resist any longer. Ha ha ha. Aircraft. Does he think he can beat me with planes? Wang Tung pointed at the 6 missile cruisers and bellowed. Brass Knights. Warm up. Lock on. The moment they climb, the moment they show themselves, shoot them down. He was confident. A range of 180 kilometers was enough to turn those fragile birds into fireballs before they could drop their ordnance. Yet 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. The blips on the radar screen still flickered at the edge, faint and elusive. What's happening? Why can't we lock? Wang Tung grew frantic. Young master. They're too low. The radar operator was drenched in sweat. They're flying under the wave tops. Sea clutter is too strong. The radar can't form a stable illumination beam. What? Wang Tung was stunned. Flying against the waves. Were these madmen not afraid of crashing into the sea? Just then, 60 kilometers from the Wang fleet. 10 J-15TS left 10 white streaks across the sea surface. On the pilot's helmet-mounted displays, fire control radars linked through the sky eye data link had firmly locked onto the distant fleet. No need to climb. No need for visual contact. Targets assigned. Lead locks the flagship, wingmen cover the escorts. YJ-83K launch. No superfluous words. The pilots pulled the trigger. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Flames flickered under the wings. 40 YJ-83K anti-ship missiles dropped from their pylons, boosters ignited instantly, accelerating to Mach 0.9. They didn't soar into the sky, but controlled by radio altimeters pinned their flight altitude at a mere 5 meters above the sea. 40 missiles. Like 40 venomous cobras skimming the water at high speed, they silently slid across the final death distance. On the Duke, Wang Tung was still raging impotently at the radar screen. Suddenly a spine-chilling shriek of tearing air came from the horizon's edge. What is that? The lookout dropped his binoculars, his face pale as paper, pointing into the distance. Wang Tung followed his direction. There at the line, where sea met sky, a row of fine black dots appeared. They were so low they seemed to skim the foam. So low that Wang Tung's vaunted brass knight anti-air missiles could not depress their launchers to engage. Missiles! Missiles this low! Wang Tung's pupils violently contracted. An unprecedented chill instantly froze his heart. Intercept! Quick intercept! All anti-aircraft guns! Machine guns! Open fire! The entire fleet erupted into chaos. The bulky anti-air missile launchers swiveled uselessly, unable to find targets. The old 40mm Bofors guns and 12 7mm machine guns began to spew a curtain of lead toward the sea. But against Mach 0.9 sea-skimming targets, these manually aimed air defenses were like trying to swat flies with a water pistol. Too fast. Too low. 40 missiles, like the scythe of death, danced effortlessly through the sparse barrage. The first missile slammed into a Longbow-class cruiser that was trying to turn. Boom! The semi-armor-piercing warhead easily tore through the thin armor, sacrificed for maximum payload, and detonated deep inside the hull. That cruiser, loaded with brass knight missiles, became a massive firework in an instant. Sympathetic detonation. A colossal fireball rose, cleaving the ship in two. Then the second, the third. Those industrial warships, which had flaunted their might moments before, were punctured by the precise strikes of the YJ-83Ks, bursting and sinking one after another like fragile toy boats. No! No! Wang Tung watched, his eyes bloodshot, letting out a desperate howl. My fleet! My money! Activate the shield! I have the ship spirit shield! The Duke was a class ship spirit vessel possessing a powerful etheric shield. Wang Tung frantically channeled the etheric energy within him, and a thick golden light shield bloomed around the ship. It was at that moment. For YJ-83Ks specifically assigned to him arrived. Boom, 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 boom. For explosions nearly simultaneous. The immense force shoved the Tensoften warship sideways. By dozens of meters, sailors on deck were shaken overboard like dumplings. The golden shield flickered violently, emitting a series of teeth-grinding cracking sounds. But that was the Covenant boost of a class ship spirit master combined with the ship's own class defense barely withstood the pounding of those 4 missiles. The smoke cleared. Though the Duke's superstructure was half sheared off, its hull pitted and smoking, it hadn't sunk. It still floated on the sea. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Wang Tung crawled out of the rubble, his face covered in blood, unleashing a manic laugh. Am not dead. Your old man is not dead. Lin Fan. Do you see? M-class. I am immortal. Your missiles are useless. You can't kill me. He looked at the burning wreckage of his escorts around him, a flicker of viciousness in his eyes. As long as I'm alive, as long as I can still move, I will charge over and ram that damn carrier of yours to the bottom. But just as he was about to order a continued charge, a strange low rumbling vibration suddenly rose from the deep sea. It wasn't an explosion. It was the sound of some colossal creature turning over in the abyss. The sea began to churn unnaturally. Waves that had been 2 or 3 meters suddenly swelled into 10-meter-high giants. The water turned an inky black before their eyes. A nauseating, ancient, foul stench instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. WH! What's happening? Wang Tung's laughter caught in his throat. He felt the deck beneath him shudder violently, as if something was ramming the hull from below. 003 Fujian Combat Command Center. The piercing alarm sounded again. Commander, sonar has detected an extremely high-energy response. Right beneath Wang Tung's fleet. Energy level. Class peak. Even approaching a class. Lin Fan shot to his feet, his gaze fixed on the screen. Finally. Woke it up, did we? Kaboom. An earth-shattering roar exploded at the center of Wang Tung's fleet. The sea erupted like a volcanic blast. A shadow of suffocating immensity burst through the water. It wasn't a ship. It was 9 hideous scale-covered mountain-sized serpent heads. Class peak sea monster. The deep-sea hydra had awakened. Boom. Tsunamis raged. The already tumultuous sea had transformed into a boiling cauldron. 9 ferocious serpent heads, each the size of a destroyer, rose from the abyss carrying countless tons of seawater. They were covered in thick barnacle-handle-gabbered dark green scales, which were not merely biological armor, but seemed like natural centuries-old plating. 18 blood-red giant eyes swept across the smoke-filled battlefield, exuding an ancient brutality and hunger from the top of the food chain. Deep-sea hydra. Brank peak sea monster. It was not an intruder, it was the master here. The noisy ants above its head disturbed its slumber. Roar. The 9 heads simultaneously let out ear-splitting screams, the sound waves creating visible ripples on the sea surface. The closest was Wang Tung's fleet. A longbow-class cruiser, which had been evading Lin Fan's missiles, was unfortunately right above the Hydra. It didn't even have time to send a distress signal. One serpent head lunged down, opened its tooth-filled maw, and bit through the 5,000-ton steel warship like a cracker. Snap! The groaning of twisted steel, the roar of boiler explosions, and the desperate cries of sailors instantly blended into chaos. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! On the bridge of the Duke, Wang Tung stared at the wreckage burning in the serpent's mouth, his face pale as paper. That was his fortune. Open fire! All batteries! Blow its heads off! Wang Tung roared hysterically. This was no longer for face, but for survival. At this distance, facing such a monstrous creature, if he didn't fight back, his flagship would be next to be shattered. Meanwhile, at the edge of the battlefield. Lady Red, and you iron-blood barbarians! Wang Tung grabbed the communicator, his voice no longer arrogant, but filled with urgency and ruthlessness. This thing is Brank peak. Its hide is thicker than a battleship's armor. If I die, none of you will get that beacon. Let alone this island. Take it down first. Well, split the spoils. There was a moment of silence on the channel, then Lady Red's somewhat breathless voice sounded. Deal. Though disoriented by Lin Fan's stealth fighters, the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance was an old powerhouse. After confirming that the invisible aerial reaper had temporarily ceased attack, Lady Red immediately displayed the shrewdness of a merchant. Without eliminating this monster, everyone would be fish food. Moreover, that was a Brank peak sea monster core, priceless. Iron Blood Empire agrees to cease fire. The cold male voice also rang out. Though the submarine force was annihilated, the Iron Blood Empire's surface ships still held considerable combat power. Almost in an instant. The 3 factions, originally wary, and even looking for chances to backstab each other, were driven by survival pressure and immense profit to form a dirty, tacit temporary alliance. Guns swiveled. All ships, concentrate fire. On the largest head. Lady Red commanded sharply. The surviving 30-odd high-speed armed boats of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance, like a pack of agile hyenas, began to maneuver around the Hydra's massive body at extreme speed. They dared not approach too closely, staying 5 kilometers away. Countless heavy torpedoes and medium-caliber armor-piercing shells poured like dense rain onto the Hydra's belly and flanks. On the other side, the Iron Blood Empire's remaining fleet displayed astonishing heavy firepower. 3 surfaced heavy artillery submarines opened their deck hatches. They were magical energy railguns glowing with eerie red light. ZZT, boom! 3 dark red beams instantly traversed the sea, accurately striking one of the Hydra's heads. Scales flew, flesh was shredded. The agonized head roared, its massive body convulsing violently, the resulting waves nearly capsizing several Merchant Alliance speedboats. Nice hit! Wang Tung watched, the fear in his eyes replaced by bloodthirsty frenzy. It's a living being. It can be hurt. It can die. Duke! Main gun salvo! Boom! 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 The 406mm cannons thundered like thunder. At this distance, no aiming was needed. Multi-ton armor-piercing high-explosive shells slammed into the Hydra's body. Though lacking the precision and elegance of Lin Fan's dementia-reducing strikes, this old-school big-gun brutality was still terrifyingly destructive. The three factions, though each with ulterior motives, unleashed astonishing combat power. They were, after all, the elites of this world. They had strictly hierarchical ship spirit bonuses and years of combat experience. The Hydra, though formidable, was still just a beast. Under the relentless three-way barrage, its seemingly impenetrable scales began to crack. 9 heads were battered and bloodied, and black blood stained the entire sea. At the other end of the battlefield, 150 kilometers away, the 003 Fujin did not follow the others in attacking or joining the siege. Instead, hard a port heading 000. Lin Fan sat in the captain's chair, still holding his teacup, his tone as calm as if directing a hike. Full speed disengage. Extend the distance to 200 kilometers. In the combat command center, a major was puzzled. Commander, that's a Brank Peak Corps. If we send the Flying Shark Squadron now, we can snatch the finishing blow. Snatch. Lin Fan looked at the monster being pummeled on the screen and shook his head. Too dirty. And unnecessary. He tapped the table, his gaze deep. Let them fight. Let them expend ammunition, magic, energy, and energy. This is a free show and a rare live-fire test. Lin Fan pointed at the 3 fleets frantically firing on the screen. See, Major. This is what they call Brank combat power in this world. Wang Tung's shield thickness can withstand about 4 direct hits from YJ-83K missiles. His main guns have a slow fire rate, 1 salvo every 3 minutes, and terrible accuracy. The 7 Seas Merchant Alliance's speedboats are highly agile, but lack heavy armor. 1 near miss can disable them. The Iron Blood Empire's magical cannons are powerful, but have long charge times, and must be stationary while firing. Lin Fan analyzed each enemy's data like dissecting a corpse. Are the data recorded? Yes. Sky Eye 01 has recorded all and built a complete target threat model. Good. Lin Fan leaned back, watching the receding battlefield. He cared nothing for the Brank Corps. With a fortune of 16000 points in hand, he looked down on such petty gains. What he cared about was safety. Since those 3 fools were willing to be meat shields and clear the annoying monster for him, why should he intervene? What if the monster lashed out in its death throes? What if the 3 turned their guns on him? A wise man does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. Especially when your range is 5 times theirs. Getting close for close combat would be lunacy. Maintain surveillance. Keep the Flying Shark Squadron above the clouds. Don't descend. After they're done, and start fighting over the spoils while clean up the mess. At the battlefield, the battle had reached a fever pitch. The Hydra let out one last miserable cry. It was too pathetic. Wang Ting's heavy guns had blown off 3 of its heads. The Iron Blood Empire's magical beams burned through its heart area. The Merchant Alliance's torpedoes blasted one side of its body to shreds. Though it had powerful regeneration, under this concentrated fire, regeneration couldn't keep up with destruction. Boom! With the Duke's final salvo, a 406mm shell precisely entered the largest main head's mouth. A dull explosion later, the giant head burst like a watermelon. The Hydra's massive body convulsed violently, then collapsed heavily onto the sea, raising waves dozens of meters high. Dead. Cease fire. Almost simultaneously, the 3 commanders gave the order. The deafening gunfire ceased instantly. On the sea, only the lapping of waves and the low hum of ship engines remained. Everyone's eyes greedily fixed on the slowly sinking corpse. There, a dazzling purple crystal the size of a millstone slowly surfaced. A Brank Peak Sea Monster Core. It was a fortune that could tempt anyone. If absorbed, Wang Tang's ship might even touch the threshold of a rank. The gunpowder in the air thickened again. The allies who had just fought side by side instantly changed faces. Gun barrels aimed, torpedoes flooded. Mine! Wang Tang's voice was hoarse and domineering, his heavy breathing heard on the common channel. I dealt the main damage. This belongs to me. Ridiculous. Lady Red's voice turned shrill. Without our suppression, your rotten ship would have been shattered. Share and share alike. It must be split. An intact core has value. The Iron Blood commander interrupted coldly. Splitting ruins it. I contributed too. Why should you get it? The 3 fleets began to slowly converge on the core within less than 2 kilometers of each other, a dangerously close distance. One accidental shot would ignite a melee. Amid this tense standoff, everyone instinctively glanced at the radar. Where was that most terrifying enemy, that Frank monster? Empty. The radar edge showed no sign of the 003 carrier. He left. Wang Tung couldn't believe it. That greedy bastard actually gave up such a fat prize. Maybe he's scared. Lady Red snorted, though she didn't believe it herself. It didn't stop her from bluffing. He only has one ship. His missiles were powerful, but surely he's run out. Facing 3 of us, he wouldn't dare come. Exactly. The Iron Blood commander nodded. That over-theorizing attack must have cost him heavily. He's probably shivering in a corner somewhere, regretting provoking us. Having confirmed Lin Fan's absence, the 3 factions' greed exploded. Without the Damocles sword hanging overhead, they could finally fight for the final prize. Wang Tung, back off. Lady Red's speedboats accelerated like wolves surrounding prey. Or don't blame me for being rude. You dare. Wang Tung roared, and the Duke's main guns directly aimed at Lady Red's flagship. Get lost, all of you. This is mine. Just as the 3 were about to exchange fire and fight to the death for the core, no one noticed. The color of the sky had changed. The originally gloomy gray sky had taken on an eerie, unsettling purple-black hue. The sea breeze stopped. An indescribable oppression, like an invisible hand, choked everyone's throat. 003 Fujian Combat Command Center. A piercing alarm broke Lin Fan's tea time. Commander. The voice of Sky I-01's captain carried unprecedented terror, even more intense than when they discovered the Hydra. At the edge of the divine vision. Detected. Space fold resonance. The sea breeze ceased. The once clamorous battlefield now fell into a suffocating stillness. The waves no longer lapped against the hulls, and even the gurgling sounds from the sinking Hydra corpse in the distance seemed grotesquely loud. The sky was changing color. The originally gloomy leaden clouds were violently torn apart as if by Hayek's colossal hand, then drenched in a thick, nauseating purple-black dye. That color was not a mere shift in light and shadow, it possessed substance, like a heavy film of oil slowly oozing down from the zenith, ready to envelop the entire world. On the bridge of the Duke, Wang Tung had just trained his cannons on Madame Red's flagship. The greed and brutality that had painted his face moments before now froze solid. A tremor originating from the depths of his soul violently surged up his spine. What is that? Wang Tung's voice quivered. He saw that less than 5 kilometers above their heads, space shattered like a mirror. There was no sound, no explosion. Only bolts of purple-black lightning leaping wildly through the void, tearing open a gaping rift large enough to devour the heavens and the earth. Then a vast shadow eclipsed the sun. One after another, black steel behemoths slowly squeezed out from the void. They were not ordinary warships. Though they still retained the skeletal structure of human vessels, with bows, bridges, and smokestacks, their surfaces had been thoroughly corrupted. Over the once frigid steel armor lay a thick, wet, purplured membrane of flesh. The membrane pulsed rhythmically as if the entire ship were breathing. Thick blood vessels coiled down the turrets, rooting themselves deep into the deck like tree trunks. Most horrifying of all were the muzzles. They had completely subverted any notion of metal tubes, having transformed into grotesque gaping maws of colossal creatures. Each one was lined with dense rings of razor-sharp teeth, as if eager to devour the entire world. Yellow-green mucus dripped slowly through the crevices, and upon hitting the sea it immediately produced a harsh sizzle, as if even seawater could not withstand its powerful corrosive nature. Such a terrifying sight was enough to chill anyone to the bone, but what was even more dreadful was that there were 30 such monsters in total. At the very center of this colossal fleet loomed a gargantuan mothership. This behemoth, named A-class corrupted mothership, the Profane, was nothing less than a floating cathedral of flesh and blood on the sea. From afar, the tower-like island, rising high into the clouds, was built from countless twisted and distorted human skeletons standing over 100 meters tall. Moreover, thousands of enormous eyeballs lined both sides of the hull, twitching like mad, glaring venomously at the 3 fleets arrayed below. What lay before their eyes was no war machine. It was Cthulhu incarnate. The Abyss Cult. Madame Red clutched her folding fan, but her body trembled uncontrollably. At last she let her hand go limp, allowing the fan to slip and fall to the deck. For she knew all too well what these ships signified. In the most confidential archives of the Seven Seas Trade Alliance, an Abyss fleet of this scale and grade had appeared only once before. And the outcome of that incident was the complete annihilation of an island nation protected by 3 A-class fleets, reduced to ash. They are here for revenge. The commander of the Iron Blood Empire turned pale, his hand gripping the periscope trembling violently. Not just revenge. Wang Tung suddenly understood. He looked at the Hydra core still emitting a faint glow on the sea, then further away, at the Xiantai Islands. They want this too. Run. Run now. Wang Tung lunged for the ship's wheel, his voice shrill with terror. All ships. Maximum battle speed. Retreat. But it was too late. In the sky, the colossal profane mothership let out a deep resonant roar that seemed to come from the very depths of hell. It was the death wail of a whale amplified 10,000 times. A visible purple-black ripple burst from the mothership, instantly sweeping across a 50-kilometer radius of sea. High-level corruption domain. The moment the ripple passed, all color seemed to be stripped from the world. The seawater turned black, the sky purple, and the air filled with a stench of rust and rotting flesh. Warning. Ether concentration abnormal. Dropping rapidly. Shield generator overload. Energy circuits being corroded. On the bridge of the Duke, red alarm lights flashed wildly, yet their glow seemed feeble and dim. Wang Tung watched in horror as the golden ether shield that had protected the warship upon contact with the purple ripple instantly became riddled with holes, like thin paper meeting strong acid. Black smoke billowed from the shield generator, the complex arrays of runes began to crumble and melt. And it was not only Wang Tung. The high-speed launches of the Seven Seas Trade Alliance, the heavy artillery submarines of the Iron Blood Empire, every arcane shield on every ship failed at that moment. As if someone had forcibly unplugged them. Without shields, these warships were nothing but lambs awaiting slaughter before the Abyss fleet. But this was not the most terrifying part. The most terrifying was the voice that followed. It was no longer the low-grade mental whisper of Saga. It was a savage, chaotic roar brimming with bloodlust poured directly into every mind. Kill! Blood! Betrayal! Hunger! The sound needed no ears, it directly assaulted the amygdala, the center of human fear and rage. A sailor manning an anti-aircraft machine gun on the Duke's deck suddenly let out a piercing scream. He tore off his helmet, clawing at his face with both hands, his nails digging deep into flesh, blood streaming down. Stay away! Stay away! In his vision, the comrades around him were no longer human. Their faces had twisted into grotesque monsters, fangs sprouting from their mouths, and in their hands, instead of wrenches and fire extinguishers, they held dripping butcher knives. Die! Die! The sailor suddenly swung his machine gun around and opened fire on the damage control team beside him. Heavy caliber rounds instantly shredded his unsuspecting comrades. Blood splattered across his face, but instead of coming to his senses, he broke into an even more manic grin. Kill you all, monsters! Chaos spread through the fleet like a plague. On the flagship of the Seven Seas Trade Alliance, Madame Red stared in horror at her first mate. That middle-aged man, usually so sycophantic and loyal, now gazed at her with a greedy alien. Madame Red. Drool dripped from the first mate's lips, his voice thick and garbled, as if a hot coal sat in his mouth. Your flesh smells so good. What do you want? Get back. Madame Red drew her arcane pistol, but her hand trembled. Because she realized it was not only the first mate. The helmsman, the radar operator, the radio man in the bridge. Everyone was staring at her with that same look. It was the look one gives to food. Eat. Eat her. Eat her and gain power. Abyss. Blessing. The first mate lunged, opening his mouth to bite down hard on Madame Red's neck. A gunshot rang out, but more crew members swarmed. On the Iron Blood Empire's submarine, the situation was even more brutal. The cramped, sealed compartments became the bloodiest arenas. The once disciplined Iron Blood soldiers had all transformed into bloodthirsty beasts. They beat each other with wrenches, tore at each other with teeth, and some even opened the rear covers of torpedo tubes, trying to shove their comrades inside and launch them. For the Emperor! Die, traitor! An officer swung a fire axe, severing a sonarman's arm. You're the traitor! There are tentacles on your face! The sonarman screamed, drew his sidearm, and plunged it into the officer's abdomen. This was the high-level corruption domain. It did not need to infiltrate slowly like Saga, nor did it need to seek out weak wills. It was violent, it was coercive. It directly rewired human sensory perception, identifying comrades as monsters and defining murder as survival. In this purple domain, reason was an unnecessary burden, madness was the only truth. Wang Tung cowered under the captain's table, trembling. He listened to the gunfire, the screams, and the sickening sounds of chewing outside. His pride of class fleet, his vengeance army built at immeasurable cost. Now it was tearing itself apart. They had not died under enemy fire. They died at the hands of their own. Help! Someone save me! Wang Tun covered his ears, but he could still hear the voice echoing in his mind. Kill him! The man hiding under the table. He is a demon. It was the voice of his chief steward. Footsteps approached. Heavy dragging accompanied by the sticky sound of boots treading in pools of blood. A blood-soaked hand suddenly yanked away the tablecloth. Wang Tun looked up into a familiar face. It was the old butler who had watched him grow up. But now the old butler's eyes held no kindness, only a lifeless gray. In his hand was a steak knife. Young master! The old butler grinned, a smile more hideous than a grimace. Time to eat! Out on the sea flames soared into the sky. 3 once arrogant fleets had now become a living hell. Warships burned, spun in circles, even collided with one another. No one cared any longer about the Abyss fleet or the priceless Hydra Corps. Everyone had fallen into the most primal, most frenzied slaughter. High above under the purple sky, the profane mothership hovered in serene stillness. Like an exalted deity, it coldly watched the ants below march toward their doom under the grace it had bestowed. In that ocean of violet-black ripples seemingly ready to engulf the entire world, despair spread, like a deadly plague, mercilessly rampaging and extending its reach. This is what is known as a high-level corruption domain, an insidious and vicious gift from the abyssal. This terrifying power operates without any need for physical contact or breaking through formidable armor. On the contrary, it can directly penetrate the perceptual layers of the human brain and unleash its malevolent magic here, effortlessly twisting allies once perceived as friends into grotesque monsters. Simultaneously, it distorts the fundamental human desire for survival into a frenzied and brutal impulse for slaughter. At this moment on the tumultuous sea surface, a massive fleet composed of 3 different factions has already descended into utter chaos. The colonel who serves as the supreme commander of the Iron Blood Empire's submarine fleet appeared especially flustered and distressed. This military leader, long renowned for his ruthlessness and cold heart, now found himself trembling in fear, curled up in a dark, narrow corner of the command tower. Before his very eyes, he witnessed his first mate, who had fought alongside him for a full decade, transform into a horrifying creature in the blink of an eye. The creature, oozing with disgusting pus and covered in writhing, eerie tentacles, brandished a weapon emanating a dangerous aura, slowly but surely advancing towards the colonel, while emitting chilling howls only comprehensible to the vile beings lurking in the endless abyss. Faced with such a terrifying scene, the colonel could no longer suppress the deep-seated fear within him. With trembling hands that could barely hold his weapon, he tightly gripped the pistol at his waist, unhesitatingly aiming the dark muzzle at the demon approaching him, and decisively pulled the trigger. As a deafening gunshot rang out, the bullet whistled towards its target. Blood splattered, blooming like flowers in the air. The first mate's eyes widened in shock, hands clutching his chest, his body slowly tilting backward before crashing heavily to the ground. Meanwhile, the colonel stood to the side, his gaze cold and piercing, watching everything unfold before him. In his eyes, the first mate had transformed into an evil demon facing the rigorous punishment of justice. However, this fleeting victory brought no sense of relief to the colonel. On the contrary, a profound fear began to well up within him. He was horrified to discover that not only the first mate but even the other sailors were succumbing to terrifying mutations. The sonar operator's face had twisted into a grotesque mask, the torpedo operator's body bulged and warped like a ferocious beast, even the inexperienced young intern had completely lost his human form, turning into a clawed monster lunging straight at him. In the face of such a dire situation, the colonel felt utterly despondent. He knew that he alone could not withstand this group of irrational fiends. Thus, amidst the heart-wrenching screams, the colonel resolutely shoved the barrel of his pistol into his mouth and pulled the trigger. With a dull bang, the colonel's head exploded, brain matter and blood splattering everywhere, staining the entire deck. Meanwhile, within the flagship of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance, the situation grew increasingly tragic and desolate. Lady Red curled up beneath a decrepit desk in the captain's cabin, trembling uncontrollably. She gripped her exquisite pistol tightly, her knuckles turning white from the strain. Outside, eerie scratching sounds and low oppressive growls echoed, intertwining to form a bizarre and haunting death symphony. Lady, your flesh smells so good. Let us have a taste. Just a taste. This was clearly the voice of her loyal and brave crew, yet now it was filled with insatiable greed and madness. Under the erosion of the corruption domain, these once proud elite warriors had completely devolved into mindless zombies, their long-suppressed desires unleashed and expanding wildly, ultimately transforming into the most primal urge for consumption. "Get away! You beasts!" Lady Red screamed, firing several shots at the door. But she knew this was futile. The moment her bullets were spent would be the moment she was torn apart. The entire sea had turned into a vast asylum for the insane. Warships collided, and cannon fire rained down chaotically. Wang Tung's Duke even fired torpedoes at its own ships, as in his eyes, they were sea monsters trying to devour him. Despair? Pure despair. In this violent hell no one could maintain their sanity. Except 150 kilometers away. There lay a pure land. The 003 Fujian, like a towering iron island, quietly floated amidst the violet black ripples. The highable corruption domain capable of driving rank ship spirits, insane, met an invisible barrier the moment it touched the carrier's hull. That was Lin Fan's will aura. It was also the absolute rejection of ether energy by his insulator physique. This massive ship, crafted purely from industrial civilization, was essentially a vast no-magic zone. Inside the operations command center the lights were bright. There were no screams, no madness, and not even a hint of tension. "Commander, the external sensor readings are abnormal," the meteorologist said, frowning at the purple data stream on the screen. "Though there is no physical damage, this layer of purple mist severely interferes with optical observation." "It's fine," Lin Fan replied, seated in the captain's chair, gently blowing at the floating tea leaves in his cup. "That's just an illusion meant for the dead. We are not under their jurisdiction." Behind him, the officers of the bridge command team were working in an orderly manner. A young navigator even yawned, taking a sip of the coffee beside him. "This coffee is getting a bit cold," he muttered. "That's because the air conditioning is set too high," the fire control officer casually replied. "But seriously, what's going on with that group outside? This radar signal is all over the place, like it's dancing to disco." "Who knows?" the navigator shrugged. "Maybe they're doing some weird ritual." If Lady Red or Wang Tung had heard this conversation, they would have surely spat blood in anger. They were experiencing the most terrifying hell of their lives outside. Yet inside the 003 aircraft carrier, these people were discussing whether the coffee was cold or not. This was the disparity. This was the gap of civilization. While primitive people feared the wrath of thunder, modern individuals were using electricity to cool down. As the ship spirits feared the corruption of the abyss, the soldiers of the divine land were treating this mental contamination as a common biochemical weapon, using standard procedures for chemical defense. "Pangu," Lin Fan set down his teacup, his gaze sharpening. "Scan the battlefield. I want to know how much longer that a rank mothership will be putting on this show." Scanning. Target: a rank corrupted mothership desecrator. Status: hovering. Emitting high-intensity mental beams. Analysis: the opponent seems to be enjoying this self-inflicted slaughter, and does not view our side as a primary threat. Arrogance. A cold smile crept onto Lin Fan's lips, as if he had long since seen through everything happening before. He mused to himself. "This fellow is so arrogant. Does he really think we will lose our minds, like other foolish individuals? It's simply a delusion." Lin Fan slowly stood up from his seat, striding steadily towards the enormous floor-to-ceiling window. Once he stopped, he quietly gazed at the mysterious sea shrouded in purple mist, like a lion poised to spring, silently observing the movements of its prey. At this moment, the swirling purple mist outside resembled a fierce and clawed demon, seemingly attempting to peer through the transparent barrier to uncover the secrets hidden within the bridge. However, that exceptionally robust special bulletproof glass stood like an impenetrable wall of size, mercilessly isolating the madness and chaos of the outside world. "Since that's the case, let it enjoy this show." Lin Fan's voice was low and magnetic, resonating through the silent bridge, exuding an aura of reassurance and unassailable authority. Then a glint of cunning flashed in his eyes, and he whispered, "But just watching won't do. We need to spice things up a bit." Bang. Within the bridge of the class flagship Wind Chaser of the Seven Seas Mercantile Alliance, the last gunshot faded into silence. Madame Red leaned against the bloodstained command console, her exquisite magic energy pistol emitting wisps of smoke. At her feet lay the first officer, who had once been fiercely loyal, but had just tried to bite her neck. The first officer's corpse twitched, his face not showing pain, but a bizarre satisfied grin. "Crazy. Everyone has gone mad." Madame Red gasped heavily, her chest heaving violently. The elegance and composure she prided herself on had vanished in an instant. Her once delicate makeup was smeared into a mess by blood and sweat, and her red dress had been torn open, revealing her pale skin beneath. Outside, the bridge screams, and the sounds of chewing continued to rise and fall. The entire warship had turned into a massive slaughterhouse. The sailors were fighting each other on the deck, using their teeth, nails, and anything they could find to tear apart their former comrades. This was the realm of highable corruption. It stripped away reason, leaving only beastly instincts. "I don't want to die. I don't want to die here." Madame Red staggered to her feet, looking through the shattered porthole. Under the purplish-black sky, the once mighty combined fleet lay in ruins. The warships of the Iron Blood Empire were unleashing ammunition into the empty sea, while Wang Tang's Duke was spinning in place, firing indiscriminately around. Above them, the enormous A-class mothership Desecrator coldly observed everything. It was reveling in the chaos. It awaited the extinction of all planning to turn these warships into new puppets of corruption. Just as Madame Red felt despair was about to engulf her reason. Buzz! A strange sharp screech suddenly swooped overhead. It was a silver-gray warplane. The shrill cry had come from the two massive pods attached to its wingtips. The moment the aircraft flew over Wind Chaser, a miracle happened. The howling sound that had echoed in Madame Red's mind, driving her to madness, suddenly ceased. It was as if someone had pressed the mute button. The violent impulse to shred everything, the hunger that saw comrades as mere food, vanished without a trace within that second. Her mind became clear once more. Though it lasted only an instant, it was like the last breath of oxygen for a drowning person. "That's—" Madame Red's eyes widened in shock, fixating on the retreating warplane. It was not an ordinary aircraft. It was Lin Fan's plane. She followed the trajectory of the aircraft about 30 kilometers away on the sea. There was an area of water that stood out starkly from its surroundings. The nearby waters were black, the sky was purple, and the air was filled with the stench of rotting spores. But there, around the enormous flat-top ship numbered 18, the water was blue. The sky was gray, the air was clean. That ship stood like a stabilizing pillar, firmly anchored to the sea surface. The purple ripples that drove everyone mad were repelled by some invisible force the moment they touched the ship. There was no madness. There was no chaos. On that deck one could even see ground crew wearing yellow vests, methodically loading ammunition onto the aircraft. A sanctuary. A true singular sanctuary. So, this is it. Madame Red suddenly understood why Lin Fan had kept his distance from the very beginning. Why he could remain so calm in the face of the abyss. Because he was not afraid. Because he had a way to restrain that monstrous thing. Survive! Only there can we survive! The instinct to live instantly overwhelmed everything else. Madame Red lunged towards the helm. The helmsman in the bridge had already been killed by her. She had to pilot the ship herself. Full speed! Full speed! She frantically turned the helm, pushing the throttle to the limit. The heavily damaged Wind Chaser groaned under the strain, then, like a drowning person grasping at a lifeline, it recklessly surged towards the direction of the 003 Fujin ship. Meanwhile, among the remnants of the Iron Blood Empire's fleet, an acting commander aboard a heavy cruiser that had not completely lost control noticed something amiss. When that aircraft with electronic pods flew by, his earlier intention of stuffing a grenade into his mouth froze. In that instant of regained reason, he saw Madame Red's actions. That sharp woman was running towards that class direction. Follow her! Hurry! Follow that woman! The acting commander shouted, kicking away the communications officer, who was gnawing on a corpse nearby. Only by getting close to Lin Fan can we live. The instinct to survive was contagious. When the first ship began to flee, the remaining survivors found a beacon of hope. On Wang Tung's Duke, the old butler's dinner knife had already pierced Wang Tung's skin. But at that moment, the electronic jamming beam of the J-15DT Roaring Shark swept over. The old butler's murky eyes suddenly cleared for an instant. Young master. He looked at his bloodied hands, and then at the trembling Wang Tung beneath the table, letting out a terrified scream. Stop screaming! Run! Wang Tung pushed the old butler away and stumbled towards the command platform. Go to Lin Fan! Quickly! To Lin Fan! Although he hated Lin Fan to the core, he didn't want to be devoured by his own butler. The three battered fleets were like sheep being chased by wolves, discarding their armor and fleeing in a disheveled manner towards that scrap metal they had once looked down upon. Yet the abyssal cult would not let their prey escape so easily. Thinking of running, the desecrator mothership in the sky emitted a deep rumbling growl. It perceived the intentions of these insects. The power capable of blocking God's whisper disgusted it. It would not allow such heresy to exist. Stop them! As the will of the mothership rippled, dozens of corrupted warships nearby suddenly moved. They no longer approached sluggishly, but surged like frenzied beasts encircling from the sides. The massive tumor turrets spewed fire. Countless carrion gargoyles soared upwards, forming an impenetrable wall of flesh in the air, blocking the fleeing fleet's path. Moreover, those small vessels that had completely lost control and were entirely corrupted also turned their guns towards their former allies. Boom! Boom! Madame Red's flagship had just surged out a few nautical miles when it was struck by a corrosive acid round on the side. The thick armor was instantly corroded into a large hole, letting seawater flood in. Damn! Damn! Madame Red looked at the rapidly decreasing speed on the dashboard, screaming in despair. They couldn't break through. The encirclement of the abyss was too tight. Moreover, that sense of clarity was fading. As the electronic warplane flew away, the maddening whispering began to echo in her mind once more. Hungry! Eat! Madame Red felt her teeth beginning to itch again, the impulse to bite flesh surging back. It's over. This time it's really over. If they do not fully enter Lin Fan's protective zone, and do not obtain his proactive cover, they will all die here, becoming fertilizer for the abyss. Dignity. Face. These things were worthless between becoming a monster and surviving. Madame Red trembled as she opened the public communication channel she had once vowed never to use again. Not just her. The acting commander of the Iron Blood Empire, even the once proud Wang Tung, made the same choice at the same time. Zing, 003 Fujin Ship Combat Command Center. The communication device, that had been quiet for a long time, suddenly lit up with 3 urgent red lights. A full band broadcast. No encryption, no disguise. This was the last wail of the dying. Lin Fan! Lord Lin Fan! I am Madame Red of the Seven Seas Mercantile Alliance. That once arrogantly demanding a 70 profit share from Crystal Island now carried a sobbing tremor. Save us! Please save us! We are surrounded. We are going mad. As long as you can save me. The Alliance is willing to withdraw from the Xiantai Islands. All the spoils will belong to you. Whatever you want I will give you. Following this was the voice of the Iron Blood Empire. This is the 3rd fleet of the Iron Blood Empire. We request tactical support. Requesting protection. We are willing to ally. We are willing to obey your orders. Please let us enter your air defense zone. Finally, came a hoarse voice filled with humiliation, but compelled to bow down. Lin Fan! It was Wang Tung. Let them. Get rid of those damn monsters. I am also willing to listen to you. Inside the CIC. All the crew members stopped their work, turning to look at the figure standing at the command platform. Just an hour ago, these 3 had been clamoring to sink 003 to divide the spoils, to make Lin Fan kneel. And now, they appeared like 3 stray dogs wagging their tails in the communicator. This contrast brought a genuine sense of pleasure to every soldier present. This was strength. This was the truth. Lin Fan stood there still, holding the teacup. He watched the 3 light spots on the screen that were being besieged by the Abyss fleet on the verge of annihilation. There was not a trace of pity on his face, nor any hint of triumph. Only a cold detachment akin to a merchant assessing the value of goods. Commander, should we connect? The combat commander major asked quietly. Connect. Lin Fan set down his teacup. Since they want to talk, let's talk. He picked up the transmitter and pressed the call button. His voice was steady and clear, penetrating the noisy electromagnetic interference, piercing through the barrage of artillery, clearly reaching the ears of everyone struggling in despair. I heard it. Just those 3 simple words caused the cries on the other end of the communicator to halt instantly. Want to live? Lin Fan looked at the screen. Do you want me to help you fend off the abyss? Do you want to enter my air defense zone? Yes, yes, yes. Madame Red hurriedly replied, her voice filled with hope. As long as you agree, we will accept any conditions. Very well. Lin Fan's lips slowly curved into a cold arc. That smile held no warmth. But it is conditional. As his words fell, the 3 on the other end of the communicator simultaneously felt a jolt in their hearts. They suddenly realized, compared to the abyssal monsters outside that wanted to devour them, This man sitting in the safe zone coldly bargaining with him was perhaps even more terrifying. Conditions. These two words fell lightly into the communication channel, yet they weighed like two immense mountains upon the minds of the three commanders teetering on the brink of collapse. Lady Red's breathing grew rapid. Behind her came the sound of the first mate tearing into a corpse with his teeth, a noise that was slowly eroding her last shred of sanity. What conditions? She screamed, her voice now tinged with sobs. Tell me. As long as I can survive. Money. Resources. Or technology. I can give you anything. I don't want money. Lin Fan's voice remained steady, even carrying a hint of infuriating deliberation. He sat in the spacious and brightly lit combat command center, still holding the cup of tea in his hand, while on the screen before him were three bridge feeds that resembled scenes from hell. First, Lin Fan raised one finger. Transfer full command authority of your fleets to me. A dead silence fell on the other end of the communicator. Transfer command authority. For a fleet commander, this was not merely handing over military power. It was giving up half of one's own life. In this world, losing control of one's fleet was equivalent to stretching one's neck beneath another's blade. You want to annex us? The Iron Blood Empire commander's voice was hoarse. He was struggling desperately against the urge to put his gun barrel in his mouth. Annex! Lin Fan let out a cold laugh, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Look at yourselves now. A bunch of incompetents who can't even control their own crew, a heap of scrap metal slaughtering each other. Annexing you would only dirty my roster. Lin Fan's words lashed across their faces like whips, leaving them with no room for rebuttal. I want command authority because I don't want to spend energy guarding against backstabbing while fighting. In this battlefield, there can only be one voice, mine. Second. Lin Fan raised a second finger, his gaze passing beyond the screen, as if looking at the faintly glowing island outside the window. The Shientai archipelago, including that crystal island and all resources buried beneath these waters. Ownership belongs to me personally. You must unconditionally renounce all territorial and resource claims and recognize my status as Lord. Impossible. Wang Tungno, hiding under the table, couldn't help bellowing at these words. That is a strategic stronghold the Wang family must take. This is robbery. This is treason. Treason. Lin Fan looked at the trembling figure in the corner of the screen, his gaze like that of a man staring at an ant. Wang Tun, you've got one thing wrong. I am not negotiating with you right now. I am informing you. Boom. A thunderous roar came through the communicator. The encirclement of the Abyss cult was tight. That enormous class mothership, the Blasphemer, seemed to have grown tired of the cat and mouse game. It began to descend slowly, its colossal shadow engulfing Lady Red's flagship. Countless carrion gargoyles swooped down like a dark cloud, slamming into the portholes that had lost their shield protection. Crack! A hairline fissure appeared in the bulletproof glass before Lady Red. A hideous monster face oozing green slime pressed against the glass and let out a greedy roar at her. Ah! Lady Red broke down. I agree. I agree. She yelled hysterically into the communicator, disregarding all so-called noble dignity. The command authority is yours. The island is yours. I don't want any of it. Save me. Save me now. With the first to break, a second followed. Iron Blood Empire accepts the conditions. The acting commander, watching the airlock already breached by corrupted crew members, closed his eyes in despair. Only Wang Tun remained. Lin Fan, you despicable opportunist. You'll die a miserable death. Wang Tun kept cursing, but his voice grew softer as his old butler thrust his head under the table, pale eyes fixed on his throat. It seems young Master Wang has spine, Lin Fan said flatly. Then suit yourself. I hope your bones can chip the Abyss monster's teeth. With that, Lin Fan made a gesture to cut off Wang Tung's communication. No, don't cut it. Wang Tung completely lost his composure. I'll give it all to you. He wailed, snot and tears smearing his face. Good. Lin Fan set down his teacup, his eyes suddenly sharp as blades. Since you've all agreed, sign the contract. Panga, send the temporary alliance ship protocol. Affirmative. Protocol sent. Almost instantly, a pale blue system window popped up on the retinas of the three commanders. It was the interface of the ether contract disguised as the Shinjo military-industrial system. There were no tedious clauses, only the two conditions Lin Fan had just proposed, and a vivid red agree button. Without a moment's hesitation, the three of them scrambled to press that button. If they didn't the next second, they would become monster fodder. Contract signed. Friendly units detected remnants of the Seven Seas Trade Alliance fleet, remains of the Iron Blood Empire 3rd Fleet Wong family privateer fleet. Integrating into Alliance ship system. Data link establishing. Inside the Combat Command Center, Lin Fan watched as the three red dots on the screen, originally representing enemies, instantly turned green, the color of friendlies.
This is your only chance to survive.
Lin Fan's voice echoed through the communication channel.
I know you're puzzled why I'm not afraid of corruption. I don't have time to explain the principle. All you need to know is that I'm not interested in your wrecked ships either. But only through the Allied ship pack mechanism can you access my command network.
Lin Fan stood up, bracing his hands on the command console, his eyes blazing.
Only by connecting to my network can you share my will. Pangu,
Lin Fan commanded mentally.
Activate spiritual purification broadcast. Project my insulator physique through the data link and cover them.
Command confirmed. Full spectrum spiritual broadcast. Initiating. An invisible high-frequency wave carrying a certain cold order emanated from the 003 Fujin, flowing through the newly established Alliance channel, spanning dozens of kilometers of sea in an instant, and precisely crashing into the bridges of those three flagships, into the command systems of every surviving vessel. In that moment, Lady Red felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over her brain from head to toe. The maddening whispers that had been lingering in her ears, urging her to bite and devour, melted away like snow under sunlight the instant they encountered this wave. The spiritual world, once filled with purple-black haze, was suddenly torn apart by a powerful light. It was a sun, a golden dazzling sun that radiated an absolute cold rationality. It hung high in the firmament of the spiritual realm, mercilessly dispelling all gloom and madness. That was not warmth. That was order. That was the absolute suppression of chaotic instinct by a will of steel.
This is...
Lady Red looked up dazedly. Her vision cleared. The crew, who had seemed like monsters now, though still covered in blood and still fighting among themselves, no longer exuded that nauseating hunger. The red glow in their eyes was fading, replaced by confusion and terror.
I'm not hungry anymore. What am I doing? Heavens!
Not just Lady Red. The Iron Blood Empire commander had put down his gun, trembling as he looked at the corpses littering the floor. Wang Tung pushed away his butler, panting heavily, as if waking from a nightmare. They were saved. Under the cold sun, the so-called abyss whispers and the corruption field were shattered like a crude joke. But it didn't end there. The purification effect was too domineering, too intense. While driving out the corruption, it also left a deep imprint on the souls of every survivor. When they again looked at the 003 aircraft carrier in the distance, at the young man sitting in the command seat through the screen, their eyes changed. No longer were they looking at a competitor or in Frank Lucky Dog. It was a worship born from the depths of the soul and irresistible reverence. The instinctive conversion of the redeemed to their savior. The natural fear of chaotic beings before absolute order. In their spiritual senses, Lin Fan's figure was magnified infinitely. He sat there like a god enthroned, coldly overlooking the multitude. Lady Red's legs gave way, and she knelt on the blood-stained floor. Gazing at Lin Fan on the screen, tears streamed down her face, not from fear, but from fanatical gratitude.
Praise! You?
She murmured. This was the side effect of Lin Fan's will aura. When he forcibly took over others' consciousness with his formidable spiritual power, this absolute suppression inevitably planted the seed of submission in their hearts.
Are you all clear-headed now?
Lin Fan's voice rang out again. This time to the three commanders it sounded like a divine oracle, sacred and unassailable.
Clear, Commander, sir.
The Iron Blood Empire commander was the first to react. He snapped to attention and delivered a crisp military salute to the screen, as precise as if he were saluting the emperor of his own empire.
Good.
Lin Fan paid no heed to their change in attitude. To him it meant the tool had been repaired and was ready for use. He looked at the approaching Abyss main fleet on the radar screen.
Since you're clear-headed, don't just stand there gawking. I don't keep idlers. Follow my orders.
Lin Fan's finger traced across the tactical map.
Iron Blood Fleet, all remaining heavy artillery submarine surface immediately. Go to Sector K3 directly beneath that A-class mothership. Fire all your decoy rounds and make a big noise. Sir, mission guaranteed.
The Iron Blood commander didn't hesitate for a second even though the order sounded like a suicide mission. His mind now knew only obedience.
7 Seas Trade Alliance. Here. At your command.
Lady Red wiped her tears rose from the floor, and spoke with the deference of a maidservant.
Your ships are fast. Take your speedboat swarm to the left flank. You don't need to attack. Just circle those corrupted escort ships and draw their attention. As long as you run fast enough, their guns won't hit you. Understood. Trade Alliance fleet full speed execute.
Finally, Lin Fan's gaze fell on Wang Tung. Wang Tung was still slumped on the floor staring at Lin Fan on the screen with eyes full of complex emotions. Jealousy, fear, but above all a sense of powerlessness from being utterly subdued.
Wang Tung. Here.
Wang Tung's voice was low. He lowered his once proud head.
Your ship has thick armor, and your shields can still hold. Turn your Duke-class broadside and position it between my carrier and the Abyss fleet. I need you to be a meat shield.
Making the son of a Duke making up class battleship serve as a meat shield for Frank. This was an insult Wang Tung would never have accepted before. But now, he merely trembled, gritted his teeth, and forced out one word.
Yes.
3 broken fleets under Lin Fan's will began to move again. They were no longer scattered sands fighting their own battles nor madmen slaughtering each other. They had become parts of a precision war machine, though battered still lethal. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction, as he watched the dots on the screen start moving according to his will. Good. This was the right way to turn the tide. He turned to the operations commander major behind him.
The bait has been cast. The meat shield is in place. Now!
Lin Fan's eyes blazed with killing intent.
It's time for our flying sharks to perform a craniotomy on that big fellow. Orders. J-15DT Roaring Shark full electronic jamming power. J-35 Shadow Blade Squadron load heavy bunker-piercing bombs. Target a class mothership blasphemer. Take off. Connection stable. Data link fully synchronized.
Inside the Combat Command Center, with the operators report the situation on the main tactical screen underwent a cataclysmic transformation. The chaotic signals that once represented disorder and fragmented battles were now forcibly integrated into a unified command network. Though these signal sources remained battered, some even flickering with a feeble red glow for the first time under Lin Fan's will they possessed.
Order.
Lin Fan stood before the command console gazing at the 3 clusters of light points on the screen, tiny yet now glowing friendly green. He harbored no trace of a savior's compassion. His eyes held only the cold detachment of a chess player studying his pieces. In his eyes, these were no longer living souls, nor were they priceless class warships, even in their dilapidated state. They were chips. Expendables. Bait to create the perfect killing opportunity for his
ace. All personnel hear my command.
Lin Fan's voice exploded directly in the minds of the 3 acting commanders through the data link. That metallic icy tone transmitted through the spiritual network instinctively made every listener want to straighten their spine.
I am Lin Fan. From this moment on I am taking command of this battlefield. If you want to live, prick up your ears and listen to every word I say. I will only say it once.
Aboard the flagship of the Iron Blood Empire's remnant fleet, a severely damaged heavy submersible cruiser, the acting commander, a middle-aged colonel with a weathered face now smeared with blood, was gripping the communicator tightly. That wave of clarity surging from the depths of his soul gave him the illusion that the man over 100 kilometers away was the emperor of the empire in person. That absolute authority, that unquestionable dominance overwhelmed him with a primal urge to obey.
Iron Blood fleet awaiting your orders.
The middle-aged colonel roared, his voice carrying a fanatical fervor of survival.
Good.
Lin Fan's command followed too swift to allow any time for thought.
Look at your tactical terminals. I have marked Sector K3. That is directly beneath the Abyss mothership, the blasphemer, a blind spot in its firepower, yet also the inevitable path for its landing pods. I want every remaining ship of yours, whether it can still fire or not, to charge straight into Sector K3.
The colonel froze. Charge directly beneath in a class mothership. Wasn't that suicide? That was throwing themselves into the Dragon's Maw.
Commander, our shields are down, and our main guns are also. I don't need you to fire.
Lin Fan cut him off coldly.
Launch all your chaff, all your flares, all your signal rounds, anything that can emit light heat or make a racket, fire them all. I want you to create chaos and noise like a herd of running bulls. Draw the attention of that mothership and all the escort frigates trying to protect it toward you. Can you do it?
The Colonel's Adam's apple bobbed violently. He understood. This was ordering them to be decoys. Using the last remnants of the Iron Blood Empire to buy a moment's distraction for the Abyss mothership. In the past, he would have been furious, would have torn apart the man who dared treat the Empire's elite as cannon fodder. But now, looking at the sailors around him, just emerging from madness, their eyes still filled with confusion and fear, and at the distant Abyss mothership brewing a devastating attack. The Colonel let out a bitter laugh. Did he have a choice? No. And strangely, under the influence of Lin Fan's spiritual aura, he actually felt a sense of honor. An honor to sacrifice for a great victory. Iron Blood Empire, understood. The Colonel snapped a salute, eyes bloodshot, voice hoarse but resolute. We're on it. Well, make sure we make enough noise. Good. Lin Fan's voice betrayed no emotion, as if the commitment of dozens of lives meant nothing to him. His gaze shifted to the other side. Seven Seas Merchant Alliance. Yes. Yes. This humble one is here. Madame Hong's voice was hurried and sycophantic. She now resembled a frightened quail willing to do anything to survive. Your ships are fast, Lin Fan stated. I don't need you to fight to the death. Take your remaining speedboats and move to the left flank. See those corrupted frigates? Yes. Yes. They are trying to establish an anti-aircraft perimeter to protect the mothership. Lin Fan traced a bizarre arc on the screen with his finger. I want you to cut into their inner circle at full speed, 35 knots, and then circle around them. Circle. Madame Hong was stunned. Yes. Like flies. Lin Fan's tone carried a hint of mockery. Don't hold back on your torpedoes and rapid-fire cannons. Fire as you run. I don't expect you to sink anyone. I just want you to disrupt their formation, prevent their anti-aircraft fire from concentrating, and force those gargoyles swarming everywhere to chase you. As long as you run fast enough, death won't catch you. But if anyone dares to stop... Lin Fan paused, his tone turning icy. The Abyss won't have to act. I will personally send them to their end. Madame Hong shuddered. This was turning them into mobile decoys to draw fire. Though the corrupted frigate's acid cannons had a slow rate of fire, a single touch meant ship destruction and death. Dancing through this dense web of fire was like licking blood on a knife's edge. Yet Madame Hong, looking at Lin Fan's cold gaze on the screen, found no trace of rebellion rising in her heart. It was the command of a king. The oracle of one who controlled not only their lives, but also their very souls. Yes, this humble one understands. Madame Hong gritted her teeth, a ruthless glint flashing in her eyes. Men, stoke the boilers red. Load all torpedoes. Get moving. If anyone lags behind, even as a ghost, he'll haunt you. Finally, Lin Fan's gaze fell upon the largest light point. It was Wang Teng's Duke. Though this class battleship was riddled with scars, its superstructure nearly sheared off, its keel remained intact, its core still functioned, and its thick armor was still the hardest bone in these waters. Wang Tung. Lin Fan called the name. There was no reply. Only heavy breathing came through the electric current. I know you can hear me. Lin Fan wasn't bothered by the other's attitude. You hate me, you want to kill me. That's natural. But right now you want to live. Only I can let you live. On the other end of the communicator came the sound of Wang Tung grinding his teeth, like stones scraping together. Speak. Wang Tung forced out that single word through clenched teeth. He was now like a tiger robbed of its fangs, still growling but forced to lower his head. The terror of being hunted by his own steward moments ago, the agony of his mind being torn apart, had shattered his pride. He had to admit. When facing such an abnormal monster, Lin Fan, whom he had always despised as afraid, was the only lifeline. Your mission is the simplest yet the most important, Lin Fan said. Turn your Duke broadside. Position it between my carrier and the Abyss fleet. What? Wang Tung jerked his head up, his voice distorted with rage. You want me to be your meat? That's a class battleship. That's the glory of the Wang family. You want me to use it to block shells. Otherwise... Lin Fan shot back, his tone maddeningly calm. Do you expect those inaccurate cannons of yours to provide firepower? Or your obsolete anti-air missiles to intercept? Wang Tung faced reality. Your ship's only value now is that it's tough and big. The Abyss mothership is gathering energy. Its next attack is bound to target me. Because I am the only threat to it. The rest of you are just garbage in its eyes. I need someone to withstand the first strike,
and keep my deck operations uninterrupted.
Lin Fan stared at the screen, eyes sharp as blades.
Only you can do this. And only you are worthy. Consider this my final respect to your class vessel.
Respect? Those two words struck Wang Ting's face, like a slap yet also like a dose of morphine, giving his shattered pride a twisted satisfaction.
Yes.
Apart from Lin Fan, only Wang Tung's ship could withstand the blow. Only he was qualified to stand in that position. Even as a meat shield, it was the most important meat shield.
Lin Fan, you bastard.
Tears of humiliation welled in Wang Tung's eyes, yet his body betrayed him, as he lunged toward the helm.
I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it to survive. Hard to port.
Wang Tung roared at the surviving helmsman.
Turn her broadside. Route all backup power to the shield generators. Hold the line.
Rumbling. The massive Duke began its slow turn, dragging a long plume of black smoke like a moving mountain, charging unyieldingly to the front of the 003 Fujin. Its scarred flank forged a steel great wall. Inside the combat command center, Lin Fan watched the three pieces on the screen, now racing madly according to his will. The Iron Blood submarine rushed toward death. The Merchant Alliance speedboats dashed into the storm. The Wang family's warship became a shield. Forces that were once scattered or even hostile were now forcibly fused together by Lin Fan with absolute violence and order. They clearly knew they were cannon fodder. They clearly knew Lin Fan was using them. Yet they were still grateful. Still ablaze with fervor. Because Lin Fan had given them a goal. A single glimmer of light in the abyss of despair.
Good.
Lin Fan set down his teacup lightly. His formation was complete. All distractions had been eliminated, all interference diverted. Now, the stage was clear. In the K3 sector, the sea surface had turned into a boiling pool of blood. The remnants of the Iron Blood Empire submarines were conducting a suicidal revelry. They surfaced recklessly, opened all launch tubes, and hurled their stockpile of flares, decoys, and even the last few high-explosive torpedoes at the massive Abyss mothership above. The flotilla of speedboats from the Seven Seas Trade Alliance darted like tireless mosquitoes through the fire net of the corrupted frigates. Every second some speedboat was hit by acid cannons, turning into a burning fireball on the sea, but the survivors still performed frantic figure-8 maneuvers, firmly holding the flank of the Abyss fleet. At this moment, the Duke-class battleship, which should have been imposing and majestic, was now unrecognizable, having completely lost its former glory and dignity. It lay like a wounded beast on the turbulent sea, barely enduring the sustained assault from the formidable firepower of the blasphemer. The Duke's class shield had already shattered under the strain earlier, and the once unbreakable shield was now reduced to flickering fragments. Meanwhile, its thick-side armor was also pierced mercilessly by purple laser beams, leaving a dozen horrifying gaping holes. Thick smoke billowed from these holes, rising into the sky like a black tornado.
How much longer will this take? I can't hold out much longer.
Wang Tung roared hoarsely into the communicator from the command cabin. His voice, strained by extreme anxiety and fatigue, was abnormally rough, as if it could shatter into countless pieces at any moment.
My port side is taking on massive water. Boiler pressure is about to hit the red line. Lin Fan, you damn liar. Where the hell is your so-called ultimate move?
003 Fujin Combat Information Center. Lin Fan looked at the dot on the screen that, despite its constant cries, was still stubbornly locked onto the course. A flicker of recognition passed through his indifferent eyes.
Though he's a spoiled brat, this meat shield is indeed tough. Enough.
Lin Fan put down his teacup. The stage was set, the audience was in place, the lights were focused.
Now it's time for the protagonist to take the stage. Combat Commander. Yes. Tell all allies that their mission is complete. Now if you don't want to die, get down.
Lin Fan turned around, his gaze piercing through layers of obstructions, locking onto the highest point of the chaotic airspace.
Electronic Warfare Squadron Roaring Shark. It's time to show these natives what silence in modern warfare means. Full spectrum suppress.
High above. 3J-15DT, Roaring Shark. Fighters carrying massive electronic warfare pods had taken the optimal jamming positions. They did not dive like fighters, but maintained a relatively safe distance, like three circling vultures coldly watching the prey below.
This is Roaring Shark 01, target signal characteristics confirmed.
The electronic warfare officer in the back seat adjusted his visor, fingers swiftly sliding across the touch screen.
Abyss Unified will frequency band locked. Bioneural signal nodes locked. Jamming mode, wide area noise suppression, precision deceptive injection. Power maximum.
Boom! Invisible electromagnetic waves burst forth instantly. This was not ordinary jamming, it was a targeted detonation against the
Abyss network.
On the sea, the Abyss fleet, which had been methodically organizing defenses and mobilizing gargoyles to intercept speedboats, suddenly froze, as if their strings had been cut. Inside the bio bridge of the A-class mothership,
Blasphemer,
the originally clear fluid omniscient, unified will, suddenly turned into a mess of noisy snow. It felt like someone enjoying a symphony suddenly had their headphone volume maxed out and was forced to listen to the screech of nails on a blackboard.
Hiss!
The mothership let out a painful screech. All the corrupted warships lost coordination. The left turret tried to turn right, the right engine tried to reverse, and the gargoyles in the sky, having lost guidance, began to crash around like headless flies. This was
soft kill.
Before physical destruction destroyed the enemy's nerves.
Effect confirmed. Enemy command link interrupted. There's a gap in the air defense.
The Major reported excitedly inside the CIC.
Now's the time.
Lin Fan's command was concise and deadly.
Shadow Blade Squadron, move out.
Above the clouds, 4 J-35 stealth fighters glided across the sky like phantoms. To the detection methods of the Abyss cult, which relied on biowaves and
magical energy sensing,
this section of the sky was empty. Even though the powerful electromagnetic jamming from the J-15 DTs had turned the battlefield into chaos, these 4 fighters moved like assassins walking in another dimension, causing not a ripple.
Shadow Blade 01 calling entered attack position.
The squadron leader's voice was chillingly calm.
EOTS has acquired the target. Confirming mothership critical nodes.
On his helmet display, the massive blasphemer was broken down into highlighted red boxes. Not the bridge, not the magazine, not the engine room. What the J-35s locked onto were the dozens of massive eyeballs distributed around the mothership's hull, radiating intense ether fluctuations. Those were the sensory organs of the Abyss mothership. They were not just eyes, but also fire control radars, guiding the corrupted energy and controlling the gargoyle swarms. In this magical world, they were the
wave sources. Bay doors opening.
The internal weapons bay doors beneath the J-35's belly snapped open. What was loaded inside were not ordinary bombs. They were 4 missiles with peculiar shapes and sharp conical warheads. LD-8A. A miniaturized anti-radiation missile custom-made for 5th-generation fighters by Shinjo Military Industries. In this world there were no radar stations, no early warning aircraft. But there was ether. Those big eyes of the Abyss cult, in order to maintain battlefield awareness and sustain that vast unified will, had to constantly radiate high-intensity mental waves and ether waves. In the view of the LD-8 as passive seeker, those giant eyeballs were like lighthouses with high beams in the dark night, dazzlingly bright.
If you turn on, you die.
That was the logic of anti-radiation missiles.
Hunt begins. Launch.
Puff. 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 The 4 missiles were ejected from the rails, and their engines ignited. Instead of following a conventional trajectory, they rode the invisible ether beams upstream. Speed Mach 2. 5. For the Abyss mothership still struggling in chaos, this was an unreactable speed. On the sea, Lady Hong and Wang Tum looked up in shock. They saw nothing. The J-35s were still hidden behind the clouds. All they saw were 4 white trails appearing in the sky out of nowhere, then diving with decisive fierceness toward the once arrogant Abyss mothership.
That is...
Wang Tung's eyes widened. He had assumed Lin Fan would use heavy bombs to blast the deck or torpedoes to hit the waterline. But he was wrong. Boom. 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 4 fireballs detonated precisely at 4 positions on the blasphemer. There was no earth-shattering secondary explosion, no deafening roar tearing through the hull. Yet the effect was even more horrifying than sinking a battleship. The 4 massive, primary eyeballs, responsible for coordinating the ship's defense and guiding gargoyle attacks, were instantly obliterated in the explosions. Purple-black pus gushed out like a waterfall.
Roar!
The mothership let out an unprecedented scream. Excluding the earlier
brain buzz,
this was the first time it had truly been severely wounded. Its vision went dark. The gargoyle swarm, which had barely managed to organize some counterattacks, now completely lost control, began to tear each other apart in the air, or fell like rain onto the sea. The acid cannons that were charging, having lost fire control guidance, fired beams that went astray, even hitting their own frigates. Blind. This A-class Abyss mothership, the overlord of the sea, had become a blind, deaf creature in this moment. Beautiful. Inside the CIC, all the staff couldn't help but clench their fists. This was the art of modern warfare. Not like barbarians hacking at each other, nor like nouveau riche comparing firepower density. It was about systems. Using electronic warfare aircraft to suppress your nerd stealth fighters, to penetrate your defenses, anti-radiation missiles to blind your eyes. Interlocking steps one after another. Before the enemy even saw you, they were deprived of the ability to fight back. This is systemic paralysis. Lin Fan looked at the red dot on the screen, which though massive was now completely disordered, and coldly gave the definition. It's not dead yet. The vitality of an A-class biowarship is extremely tenacious. Even if blind, its thick bioarmor can withstand countless heavy shells. And it's trying to regenerate those eyeballs. I know. Lin Fan stood up and straightened his collar. The mission of the anti-radiation missile was never to sink. It was to open the way. Now it has no eyes, no air defense network, and no unified will. Now it's nothing but a piece of meat on a chopping board. Lin Fan turned around, his gaze shifting to the hangar. There the 10 J-15TS that had just completed the first wave of strikes had finished rearming. This time, they were loaded not with light missiles for sniping, but with real heavy hammers. Inform the Flying Shark Squadron. Lin Fan's voice echoed in the empty bridge, carrying a grim air of finality. Since the door has been kicked open, then go in and tear down the house. All hands strike. Target the Abyss mothership core. Deliver the final blow. High above the sky, 10 J-15T flying sharks circled like tireless falcons around the already blinded Abyss mothership, the Blasphemer. Under their wings, half of the YJ-83K anti-ship missiles had already been expended. Flying Shark 01 calling target locked. Third volley fire. With the pilot's calm command, 8 subsonic anti-ship missiles trailing white smoke lunged at the floating fortress of flesh from different angles. Boom. 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 Violent explosions blossomed one after another on the mothership's colossal body. Flame surged into the sky, and purple-black fragments of flesh and blood rained down onto the sea surface like a storm. The scene was extremely bloody and shocking. Each missile blasted a crater several meters in diameter into the thick biological armor, revealing the writhing internal organs and bone-white skeletons within. However, just a few seconds later, those horrifying wounds began to heal at a visible rate. Countless sprouts of flesh grew wildly, reconnecting the severed blood vessels. The thick layer of fat flowing like liquid asphalt quickly filled the craters. For a biowarship over 500 meters in length, with A-class vitality, the 165-kilogram semi-armor-piercing warhead of the YJ-83K was painful but far from lethal. It was like a thick-skinned whale bleeding profusely from piranha bites, yet its vital signs remained strong. Roar! The blasphemer let out a deafening roar. Though deprived of sight, it still relied on instinct, spewing countless acid projectiles from both flanks in a desperate attempt to blanket the surrounding airspace, making its final dying struggle. In the communication channel came Wang Tang's repulsive voice. So this is your trump card, Lin Fan. Even though Wang Tang was still playing the meat shield, and his Duke had been reduced to a mere shell, that didn't stop him from reclaiming a shred of pitiful superiority at this moment. It's useless. That's an A-class. An A-class biowarship. Your little missiles can't even tickle it. Its recovery speed is faster than your explosions. You can't kill it. Even blinded, if it rams us, we're done for. It wasn't just Wang Tang. Even Madame Red and the Iron Blood Commander, who had been cooperating with Lin Fan, began to feel their hearts waver. Lord Lin Fan. Madame Red's voice carried an unmistakable trace of anxiety. That monster's vitality is too tenacious. Our ammunition is nearly exhausted. If we can't deliver a killing blow before it recovers. The Iron Blood Commander spoke gravely. According to Imperial records, to deal with this level of corrupted mothership, at least 3 battleships' main guns need to bombard continuously for half an hour, or a tactical-grade magic energy core must be used. The effectiveness of conventional firepower is indeed limited. They acknowledged Lin Fan's tactics as flawless. Electronic suppression, anti-radiation blinding, a textbook example of soft kill. But, in the face of absolute tankiness, skill seemed to lose its edge. It was like a peerless swordsman blinding a giant's eyes, yet wielding only a pedicure knife, No matter how he slashed, he couldn't sever the giant's neck. 003 Fujian Carrier Combat Command Center. Lin Fan stared at the screen at the huge stubbornly bright red dot, his face betraying no surprise.
A tickle.
Lin Fan set down his teacup.
Indeed. Subsonic semi-armor piercing. Fine for destroyers. Against a multi-thousand-ton mountain of flesh, the penetration is insufficient.
Of course he knew the limitations of the YJ-83K. But he had never relied on these cheap, flying grenades to finish the fight. The earlier bombardment was merely to strip its outer defenses, confirm its regeneration mechanism, and save money. But now saving money was no longer feasible.
Since it's thick-skinned.
Lin Fan stood up, straightened his uniform collar, and his eyes became razor-sharp.
Then let's switch blades. A heavy blade that can chop through both flesh and bone.
Lin Fan sank his consciousness into the system and opened the weapons list he had been reluctant to use. There a missile quietly emitted an expensive golden glow. T3 level YJ-15 supersonic anti-ship missile. Characteristics: ramjet engine, terminal velocity Mach 4, heavy high explosive armor piercing warhead. Unit price 200 energy points. One missile cost 200 points. 4 times the price of the YJ-83K. This wasn't firing missiles, it was throwing gold bars. But Lin Fan didn't hesitate.
Pangu. Purchase 16 YJ-15s. Deduct 3,200 points. The 4 returning J-15TS are to be loaded immediately. Tell the pilots. Don't hold back for me. This stuff is expensive, even the sound costs hundreds. I want them to hit the mark in one shot. Command confirmed. Transaction completed. Inside the hangar, the ground crew was loading at an astonishing speed.
This time the missiles brought up by the elevators were completely different. They were longer, thicker, with obvious air intake designs on the body. Their streamlined shape, exuding a sense of power, radiated a chilling, murderous aura even when lying quietly on the racks. The 4 pilots of the Flying Shark 02 squadron stared at the new weapon with fervent eyes.
Is this the legendary supersonic, the YJ-15?
The ground crew chief patted the cold missile body, a hint of reverence in his tone.
This is the baddest guy in the fleet. Once ignited, it hits Mach 4. At that speed, even if it were a solid iron lump, it could punch through a carrier. Not to mention it's packed with half a ton of high explosives. Boys, fly carefully. This thing is heavy. Takeoff weight is near the limit. Got it.
The flight leader put on his helmet and gave a thumbs up.
Well, deliver it to where it belongs.
10 minutes later, 4 J-15TS were catapulted into the air again. This time their posture was noticeably more sluggish. Each fighter carried only 2 missiles under its wings. A total of 8. This looked much sparser than the earlier hail of missiles.
Here they come again.
Wang Tung sneered contemptuously at the 4 returning blips on his radar.
Only 4. What are they carrying? Toothpicks again. Lin Fan, are you out of tricks? Admit it. Your physics can only bully small ships. In the face of true power, you still...
Before he could finish, Lin Fan's icy voice cut through the communication channel.
Shut up. Watch closely. This lesson is called kinetic energy.
High in the sky, the 4 J-15TS did not approach to drop as before. They activated their fire control radars 150 kilometers from the target. At this distance, they were absolutely safe.
Target locked. A class mothership core zone. YJ-15 fire.
No hesitation. The pilots pressed the red launch button. Boom. The missile detached from the rack, and the booster rocket ignited instantly. Tremendous thrust accelerated the missile to supersonic speed within seconds. Then the booster fell away, and the ramjet engine kicked in. At that moment, true terror descended. If the YJ-83K was a gliding swift, the YJ-15 was a roaring meteor. Its tail blazed with dazzling Mach rings, and the speed indicator jumped wildly. Mach 1, Mach 2, Mach 3, Mach 4. 4 times the speed of sound. At this speed the air became as hard as steel, yet the missile with its astonishing power and aerodynamic design forcibly rammed through the air resistance, carrying devastating kinetic energy toward the monster still roaring on the sea. 150 kilometers. For the YJ-83K, that would take over 10 minutes. But for the YJ-15, only 2 minutes. On the sea, Madame Red was watching in despair as the Abyss mothership slowly recovered. Suddenly, She heard a sound. It wasn't a whistle or a roar. It was thunder. Rolling thunder coming from the edge of the sky, as if the entire sky was trembling.
What is that?
She looked up. Before she could see clearly, 8 red meteors had already pierced the sky. They were too fast. So fast that the naked eye could only catch a blur. So fast that sound was left behind. The blasphemer mothership seemed to sense something. Its massive body shuddered violently, and all the tumors on its body contracted wildly, trying to spew acid for interception. But its movements in the face of Mach 4 were as slow as a slow-motion slide. Before its acid could spurt out, the missiles had already arrived. No prelude to the explosion. The first YJ-15, at a speed of 1300 meters per second, slammed into the mothership's thickest side armor. The cruelest formula in physics, M superscript 2, found its most perfect realization at this moment. That layer of biological armor, and fat several meters thick, which even heavy artillery couldn't breach, now seemed like fragile paper. No obstruction. No deflection. The missile, like a red-hot steel needle-piercing tofu, instantly punched through the entire hull. It entered from the port side, tearing through bones, muscles, and compartments with terrifying kinetic energy, and then exited from the starboard side. That was just kinetic energy. Then the delayed fuse ignited. Boom! It wasn't a ball of fire. It was a sun rising inside the mothership. The huge hull leaped upward violently, as if lifted by an invisible giant hand. Then came the second, third, fourth. 8 YJ-15s. 8 supersonic penetrations. 8 devastating internal explosions. The blasphemer's colossal body in that instant seemed to become an inflated balloon, and then burst. Truly burst. Countless flames spewed from its riddled body. The massive keel snapped with a sickening crack. The bow and stern broke in opposite directions, the central core zone hollowed out into a vast cavity. Fragments of flesh and blood mixed with burning steel rained down like cascading torrents. On the sea, towering waves of hundreds of meters rose. Roar! The mothership let out its last, most pitiful cry. Then the sound ceased abruptly. It was dead. Completely dead. No chance of regeneration, because every cell had been ground to ash by the terrifying heat and shockwave. Dead silence. Absolute silence. Wang Tung, Madame Red, the Iron Blood Commander, all stood frozen mouths agape, staring at this scene that seemed like divine judgment. Their minds had ceased to function. What weapon was that? What speed was that? What power was that? A single volley. 8 missiles. Had one shot in a class Abyss mothership that had left them in despair and helpless, leaving barely any wreckage. Was this still the war they knew? This. Impossible. Wang Tung collapsed to the ground, his eyes hollow. He had just mocked Lin Fan's missiles as tickles. Now he felt like nothing but a clown. That kind of power. If Lin Fan had used those missiles on him, Wang Tung shuddered. He wouldn't even leave behind ashes. Is this that man's power? Madame Red gazed at the still hovering 003 carrier in the distance, and her admiration had transformed into deep reverence, even fear. Too powerful. So strong that one dared not even entertain the thought of jealousy. With the mothership's fall, the corrupted escort ships, having lost their unifying will and power supply, instantly collapsed. Like puppets deprived of their souls, they drifted to a halt on the sea, the tumors on their bodies beginning to wither and fall off. And the half-dead deep-sea hydra, already battered, had its last breath completely shaken out by the shockwave floating belly up. The huge purple class core gleamed brightly among the wreckage. But this time, no one scrambled for it. No one dared to move. All the warships, whether Iron Blood submarines, Merchant Alliance speedboats, or even Wang Tang's battleship, lay still, their gun barrels lowered. They were waiting. Waiting for the true sovereign, the man who had just displayed the power of divine punishment, to declare dominion over these waters. 003 Fujian Carrier Combat Command Center. Lin Fan looked at the now empty battlefield on the screen, his face not showing much excitement. He only felt a sting of regret. 3,200 points. All for that single sound. What a waste! Lin Fan muttered under his breath, but a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Expensive as it was, the money was well spent. The smoke had yet to dissipate, and the sea breeze still carried a nauseating smell of charred debris. As the Arank Abyss mothership, the blasphemer, was utterly reduced to ashes under the bombardment of 8 YJ-15 missiles, this chaotic battle and not to be etched into the annals of the Black Iron Sea, finally drew a tragic and brutal conclusion. Countless wreckage floated on the sea's surface. There were the sickening purplish-black biological tissues of the abyss cult, the shattered scales and flesh of the Hydra, the broken planks of the Seven Seas Trade Alliance's speedboats, and the crushed pressure hulls of the Iron Blood Empire submarines. This was a veritable graveyard. Yet at the heart of this graveyard the 003 Fujian carrier stood unyieldingly. It was like an insurmountable mountain of steel. Even after undergoing a cataclysmic battle, its hull bore not a single scratch. On its flat wide flight deck, ground crew members were busying themselves with methodical precision. A tug towed a freshly landed fighter jet, and fuel hoses pumped kerosene. This composure, this almost cold orderly discipline, imposed immense psychological pressure on the surrounding survivors.
It's over.
Lady Red of the Seven Seas Trade Alliance slumped in the half-destroyed bridge of her flagship, gazing at the distant giant vessel with a profoundly complex expression. Fear, reverence, and a deep sense of helplessness. Her vaunted speed in the face of the invisible reapers of the sky was as sluggish as a snail. Her prized wealth set against the profligate rain of missiles from the enemy appeared miserably meager. In the communication channel the spine-chilling mental link was slowly receding. The feeling of being ruled by an absolute will vanished, replaced by a long-lost personal capacity for thought. Yet no one dared to make a rash move.
Lord Lin Fan,
the commander of the Iron Blood Empire, was the first to break the silence, his voice laced with hesitation and a servile meekness born of survival.
The battle is over. The Abyss cult has been repelled. Regarding the distribution of spoils,
he gestured toward the floating trash on the sea. Although the Arank mothership had been blown to dust, and its core likely destroyed, the Brankpeak Hydra corpse remained. More importantly, though the Abyss fleet was annihilated, the debris they left behind still contained high-density mystic crystals and unknown biotech samples. For the Iron Blood Empire and the Seven Seas Trade Alliance, these were priceless treasures. Yet they dared not touch them, because Lin Fan had not spoken. 003 Fujian Carrier Battle Command Center. Lin Fan stood before the chart table holding a cup of freshly changed hot tea. He gazed at the green dots on the screen representing the Allied forces, a sly smirk curling at the corners of his mouth.
These people were just crying for their mothers in the fight, and now that the danger is past, their minds are scheming again.
The major standing beside him spoke coldly.
Commander, that is our prize. We sank the mothership. We killed the Hydra. According to the rules, the winner takes all. That's right, the winner takes all.
Lin Fan took a sip of tea, his gaze sweeping across the edge of the screen. A few surviving speedboats from the Seven Seas Trade Alliance were stealthily approaching a severed tail of the Hydra. Meanwhile, two surface vessels of the Iron Blood Empire had lowered salvage nets trying to hook a piece of armored debris from an Abyss frigate. That was a probe. That was a cautious freebie.
But then again,
Lin Fan set down his teacup, his tone becoming casual.
When the water is too clear, there are no fish. Let them take it.
The major was taken aback, seemingly perplexed. Lin Fan pointed at the remnants of the defeated forces on the screen.
They are useless, but they served as bait and cannon fodder. The Iron Blood Empire's submarine force is wiped out, and Lady Red's fleet is mostly gone. If I don't give them some sweetener, these mad dogs might jump the wall in desperation. I don't have time to haggle with them now. I need time to digest the Shientai archipelago to build a base. Those scraps are just alms for beggars.
Lin Fan's magnanimity stemmed not from mercy, but from absolute confidence. He had no interest in the leftovers. The most valuable brank core of the Hydra had been retrieved by the Flying Dragon Squadron's helicopter, with a sling in the first moments, now resting in the 003's temperature-controlled vault. As for the wreckage of the Abyss mothership, the most valuable beacon was also in his hands. What harm was there in letting them have the rest of the rotten flesh and scrap metal?
Pass my order.
Lin Fan opened the public channel, his voice indifferent.
You may take the Hydra's corpse and the peripheral Abyss wreckage.
Consider it a reward for your cooperation just now. However,
his tone shifted, revealing a chilling severity.
The Shientai archipelago and the surrounding 20 nautical miles are a restricted zone.
Anyone who crosses that line will share the fate of that mothership.
Instantly, the sound of relieved breaths came through the communicator.
Thank you. Thank you for your generosity, Lord Lin Fan.
Lady Red was overjoyed. She had expected to return empty-handed or even pay reparations, but Lin Fan was unexpectedly accommodating. This was the corpse of a brank sea monster. Even without the core, its scales and bones were worth a fortune, enough to cover her fleet's losses.
The Iron Blood Empire will remember this debt.
The commander also breathed a sigh of relief. Returning with something to report was far better than total annihilation. Thus a surreal scene unfolded on the sea. The forces that had been at each other's throats now busied themselves like scavengers picking through garbage at the edge of the battlefield. They carefully steered clear of the 003 carrier's course, greedily fishing out every visible fragment, terrified that Lin Fan might take back his offer if they dawdled. Yet amidst this flurry and relief, one person remained motionless. Wang Tung. His battleship, the Duke, floated like a corpse on the sea. This brank warship was in a terrible state. As Lin Fan's designated
meat shield,
it had borne the brunt of the Abyss mothership's first most ferocious volley. Its superstructure was nearly sheared off. Two main turrets were destroyed. Gaping black holes scarred its hull. The port side took on severe flooding, and its waterline tilted by 15 degrees. If not for the resilience of the brank Spirit's warship, it would have already sunk. Inside the bridge it was utter chaos. Wang Tung sat on the floor littered with broken glass and bloodstains, clutching a fractured command sword. His face bore no joy of survival, only a venomous hatred etched to the bone. He stared at the screen. He watched Lady Red and the Iron Blood Empire scavenging like dogs for bones. He watched the unscathed Loki 003 carrier. Jealousy. A mad, twisted jealousy gnawed at his heart like a viper. Why? Why did he, Wang Tung, legitimate heir to a duke, have to serve as a meat shield for a lowborn from the lower district? Why was he beaten like a mangy cur while that Frank stood there doling out charity?
Charity. Reward.
Wang Tung chewed on those words, the red glare in his eyes growing fiercer.
Lin Fan, do you really think you are a god?
He struggled to his feet, steadying himself against the still sparking control console, his gaze fixed on the distant carrier. He was observing. He was searching for an opportunity. Though Lin Fan's volley of supersonic missiles had terrified him to the core and made him taste death. But now, as fear subsided, a gambler's mentality took over.
How long has he been fighting?
Wang Tung suddenly asked his surviving first mate. The first mate stammered.
From the pirate fight to the Abyss battle. About 4 hours.
4 hours. Wang Tung narrowed his eyes, his mind racing. He was a traditional ship spirit master. In his understanding, whether arcane cannons or arcane missiles, they all consumed
arcane energy reserves.
A warship's arcane reserves were limited. The fiercer the burst, the faster the depletion. Lin Fan's attack just now, that overwhelming rain of missiles, the terrifying power to one shot in a rank mothership,
must have cost an astronomical amount. How much energy does he have left?
Wang Tung muttered to himself, his voice deepening yet growing more excited.
Those aircraft have been flying for so long. Don't they need rest? Don't they need to replenish arcane energy?
He looked up at the sky. The J-15T flying sharks, which had been so invincible moments ago, now circled lazily above the carrier, their movements seemingly sluggish. A few more were lining up to land. Were they out of fuel? Out of ammunition? Wang Tung knew nothing about aviation fuel or aerial refueling. All he understood was that by common logic, after a violent burst comes weakness.
He is a spent arrow.
Wang Tung's breathing quickened.
He must be bluffing. The reason he gave away the spoils is not generosity. It's because he's out of strength. He's afraid we'll join forces and strike back. Yes, that must be it.
Once this idea took root, it spread like wildfire in Wang Tung's mind. The more he thought, the more plausible it seemed. Even an S-rank warship cannot fire indefinitely. That wave of divine punishment must have drained every last card Lin Fan had. Now that 003 carrier is nothing but an empty shell. A shell packed with treasures, yet utterly defenseless.
If I kill him?
Wang Tung's trembling hand caressed the fire control radar joystick.
If I kill him, the Xian'ai archipelago will be mine. That secret weapon that one-shots at a rank will be mine. Even that strange ship.
Greed had completely overpowered reason. He grew reckless with malice. Wang Tung turned to the first mate, his eyes gleaming with a desperate madness.
Report weapon status. Master.
The first mate was terrified by his gaze.
Main turrets 1 and 2 are destroyed. Turret 3 is jammed. Only turret 4 is operational. 6 Bronze Knight anti-aircraft missiles remain. Torpedo tubes. Only the starboard 3 can fire. Enough.
Wang Tung licked his parched lips. 150 kilometers. No, everyone was converging toward the center. The distance was now less than 40 kilometers. That range was within his main gun's reach. And Lin Fan's aircraft were all landing. His missiles must be exhausted. This was an once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The only chance to turn the tables.
Master, what are you planning?
The first mate cried in terror.
We signed an alliance. And that Lin Fan. Silence.
Wang Tung slapped the first mate across the face.
An alliance. That's something made to be torn up. Once he's dead, who will care about an alliance? Lady Red? Or those iron-blood barbarians? They'll just thank me for removing a thorn in their side.
Wang Tung lunged at the helm, personally locking onto the 003 carrier, which was recovering aircraft, and appeared completely defenseless.
Lin Fan, you are too arrogant. Did you think a few bones would satisfy me? Your biggest mistake was not finishing me off just now.
Wang Tung's finger slowly moved toward the main gun's firing button. His heart pounded wildly, each beat screaming the same word. Ambush. Strike while the iron is hot. If this shell hits, if it hits that deck crowded with aircraft, it will trigger a chain explosion. That ship will turn into a giant torch.
Go to hell.
Wang Tung's lips split into a hideously vicious grin. He did not utter a single sound over the communication channel. He even kept his radar lock at minimum power. All he wanted was, in this dead silence of peace, to fire the deadliest sneak shot. At that moment, the sea breeze remained calm. Lady Red was still directing her crew to salvage wreckage, and the Iron Blood Empire was busy repairing their submarines. No one noticed that the half-crippled battleship, the Duke, was silently rotating its only remaining main turret. That pitch-black gun muzzle, like a venomous eye, was locked unblinkingly on the vulnerable island superstructure of the 003 Fujian carrier. The sea breeze was cool, carrying the lingering scent of gunpowder. The waters around the Xiantai Islands were draped in an eerie stillness. On the surface, the surviving speedboats of the Seven Seas Trade Alliance, like voracious scavengers, frenziedly salvaged the wreckage of the abyssal mothership. Engineering vessels of the Iron Blood Empire were attempting to tow the submarines that had not fully sunk. Amid the battlefield, the 003 Fujian sailed steadily, at 10 knots against the wind. The deck was bustling yet orderly. Arrestor cables were raised as J-15T Flying Sharks came in one after another to land. The piercing screech of tires on the deck, coupled with the roar of engines, became the sole melody of these waters. It seemed a perfect defenseless moment. Like a giant who had just finished a brawl, unstrapping his armor and sitting down to catch his breath, the battleship, Duke, like a corpse, drifted less than 30 kilometers behind and to the side of the carrier. Inside the bridge, a deathly silence reigned. Only the hum of electrical currents and heavy breathing could be heard. Wang Tung's hand gripped the main gun's firing handle with ferocity. Sweat trickled down his forehead, seeping into his eyes, and bringing a stinging pain. But he dared not blink. He feared that the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity would slip away.
Young master.
The first mate's voice trembled with an instinctive dread of what was to come.
Will we really fire? Lin Fan. He just saved us. And it violates the alliance. Shut up.
Wang Tung's voice was low and terrifying, like the growl of a wounded beast. He turned his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the first mate, his lips curling into a neurotic smirk.
Saved us. He made us cannon fodder, Shield's dogs to scavenge his leftovers.
Wang Tung whipped his head around, peering through the shattered porthole at the giant vessel recovering aircraft in the distance. That condescending posture, that arrogant haughtiness, they deeply stung his noble, sensitive, and twisted pride.
Look at him.
Wang Tung pointed at the carrier.
Planes are landing, the deck is piled with ammunition and fuel. He must think we are utterly terrified. He must believe we are groveling in gratitude. His defenses are zero.
Wang Tung's fingers tightened, knuckles turning white from the pressure.
One shell. Just one 406mm high explosive round hitting that deck and those planes and bombs will trigger a chain detonation.
Greed and hatred had utterly overwhelmed reason. Wang Tung saw no need to contemplate consequences. In his twisted logic, if Lin Fan died, the victor could rewrite all outcomes.
Fire control radar, have you locked on? Reporting, young master, already locked.
The fire control officer's voice quivered.
Optical aiming is calibrated. Target ammunition elevator beneath the island. Very good.
Wang Tung took a deep breath, savoring the thrill of selling his soul to the devil. He slammed the red public communication button. But this was not for negotiation, it was to vent. To let Lin Fan hear his voice before dying. A piercing electrical hum spread across the entire sea area. Both Lady Red sipping tea and the Iron Blood officer directing repairs heard the hysterical roar at the same moment.
Lin Fan! Drop dead.
A massive fireball erupted on the sea with a furious shout. The sole remaining main turret of the Duke unleashed a thunderous roar. Due to the close range, no ballistic correction was needed. The one unmagical armor-piercing high-explosive shell broke the sound barrier, instantly hurtling toward the 003 carrier 30 kilometers away, carrying all of Wang Tang's venom. Too fast. Too sudden. This was no war. It was a vile, shameless, utterly depraved murder.
What?
On the flagship of the Seven Seas Trade Alliance, Lady Red's teacup shattered on the floor. She rushed to the porthole, witnessing the smoke from the Duke's muzzle.
Wang Tung! Has he lost his mind?
Lady Red shrieked in disbelief. Just moments ago, they were allies fighting side by side, now a knife in the back. And after everyone had signed the covenant, barely escaping death. This was a trampling of honor, a breach of every boundary.
Quickly! Notify Lord Lin Fan.
She called instinctively, but her hand stopped an inch from the communicator. Her gaze flickered. She saw the shell's trajectory. Too close, too accurate, aimed at the heart of Lin Fan's carrier. If it hit. If it didn't. Countless thoughts raced through Lady Red's mind. Lin Fan was too powerful. Too powerful to the point of despair, suffocating. As long as he lived, the pattern of the Black Iron Sea, and even the entire Azure world, would be rewritten by him. The Seven Seas Trade Alliance would have no say, surviving only at his mercy. But if he died, if Wang Tung actually succeeded, that mysterious warship, those terrifying weapons, and that priceless Crystal Island would become ownerless. Wang Tung was a madman, but he was still an Azure Kingdom noble, one of us. Compared to the unfathomable Lin Fan, Wang Tung was easier to handle and easier to cooperate with. Lady Red's hand hovered in midair. In that moment of hesitation, greed overcame morality. Slowly she drew her hand back.
Madam,
the first mate asked, puzzled.
Shut up!
She stared coldly out the window, her eyes filled with the ruthless calculations of a merchant.
Watch. This is their Azure Kingdom's internal strife. We stay out.
She gambled on Wang Tung winning. Once Lin Fan died, she would immediately turn her guns on Wang Tung under the pretext of avenging the Alliance leader, then legitimately inherit all of Lin Fan's legacy. Thus the fisherman reaps the spoils. The same scene unfolded on the Iron Blood Empire's bridge. The surviving commander, upon hearing the cannon fire, first felt rage. His soldier's honor made him despise such betrayal.
Vile scum!
He drew his pistol, ready to order an attack on Wang Tung. But he quickly calmed down. He looked at the unresponsive 003 carrier, its deck filled with aircraft, no defensive posture whatsoever.
Too late,
the commander muttered, lowering his gun with a sigh.
At this range, a 406mm shell takes only seconds to hit. That Lin Fan is doomed.
Unlike the speculator Lady Red, he was first and foremost an Imperial soldier responsible for the Empire's interests. A dead genius served the Empire better than a living god. If Lin Fan died, the Iron Blood Empire might salvage the technology of those terrifying weapons from the sunken ship. That would be the Empire's chance to rise. So he chose silence, chose to watch. Across the sea, aside from Wang Tang's maniacal laughter and the shell shriek, there was no other sound. No reinforcements. No warning. Not even a single question. Such is human nature. Before vast interests and fears, so-called covenants are more fragile than toilet paper. On the bridge of the Duke, Wang Tung watched the shell streak across the sky, drawing closer to the 003 carrier. His pupils dilated, his breathing rapid, a morbid flush on his face.
Die! Die! Lin Fan! Everything you have is mine. Your glory, your wealth, your women, all mine.
He could already envision the giant warship exploding in flames, Lin Fan screaming in agony. In that moment, he no longer hid his motives. Seizing treasure. That was incidental. What he truly craved was Lin Fan's death. From that humiliation at the awakening ceremony, from the moment Lin Fan ignored him, the seed of hatred had taken root in his heart. He could not tolerate anyone stronger than himself in this world, especially a commoner who should have been beneath his feet. As long as Lin Fan lived, it was the greatest mockery to Wang Tung. Only the dead would not overshadow him.
Hit! Hit!
Wang Tung let out a final roar. The shell had flown the last kilometer. Under the gaze of all, amid fearful, greedy, indifferent eyes. That 406mm high explosive shell, symbol of betrayal and death, smashed viciously into the fragile unarmored flight deck of the 003 Fujin. On the sea's surface, the 406mm high explosive shell that had just left the barrel tore through the frozen air like the heavy hammer of death. 30 kilometers. For a supersonic projectile, this was merely the span of a few heartbeats. On the deck of the 003 Fujin, a yellow-vested ground crew member directing a tractor seemed to sense something. He instinctively raised his head and looked toward the southwestern sky. There a tiny black dot was rapidly enlarging. Before the piercing screech reached his ears, the shadow of death had already shrouded him. No interception. The close-in weapon system was on standby, and the missile launchers were not aimed in that direction. The colossal vessel was like a defenseless giant exposing its most vulnerable chest. Boom! An earth-shattering roar erupted on the port side of the carrier. It was not a direct hit. This venomous shell grazing the edge of the flight deck slammed violently into the sea less than 50 meters from the immense kinetic energy was released in an instant, sending thousands of tons of seawater hundreds of meters into the air, forming a white water wall that slammed fiercely against the steel hull. Splash! The seawater mixed with shrapnel swept across the deck like a torrential rain. The J-15T fighter that had just caught the arresting wire and was decelerating was violently shaken by the massive shockwave, its wing nearly scraping the deck. Ground crew were thrown off balance, and red warning lights began flashing wildly across the entire ship. Although it was not a direct hit in naval terminology, this was called a straddle. It meant that the shell's fall of shot had already covered the target ship. It meant that the firing data had been corrected. It meant that the next round would be a sure hit.
Hit! Ha ha ha! Hit!
Inside the bridge of the Duke, Wang Tung watched the rising water column in the distance, and let out a maniacal roar. The hand gripping the firing handle trembled violently, not from fear, but from extreme exhilaration. Although the first shot was off by a bit, it proved his judgment was right.
Lin Fan has no defense. That ship is nothing but a target now. Quick! Reload! Reload!
Wang Tung kicked the fire control officer's backside, his eyes red, as if about to bleed.
No need to change parameters. Adjust 0.5 mil to the right. Stuff all the shells in. Next round. I'm going to blow his command tower right off.
The entire bridge trembled under his roar. The surviving sailors, infected by this madness, or driven by fear, began frantically hauling heavy powder bags. On the edge of the battlefield, Madame Hong of the Seven Seas Trade Alliance and the commander of the Iron Blood Empire both drew in a sharp breath. They saw that water column. They also understood the point of impact.
That madman! He really dared to act.
Madame Hong's fingers dug into the windowsill, her nails nearly breaking. Her eyes flickered. That arrogant 003 carrier in the face of that massive water column looked somewhat flustered. Order on the deck was disrupted, aircraft stopped landing, and one could even see a tractor colliding with another in the chaos.
He didn't counterattack.
The Iron Blood commander narrowed his eyes. Based on Lin Fan's previous character, a counterattack should have arrived the moment he was attacked. But now the sea was quiet. The carrier was merely adjusting course, trying to evade.
Could it be that Wang Tung was right?
A thought like a poisonous weed grew wildly in both their minds. Was Lin Fan really out of ammunition? Had that devastating wave of attacks truly exhausted all his trump cards? If that were the case, Madame Hong's hand reached for the communicator again. The Iron Blood commander's gaze also turned to the flooding valve of the torpedo tubes. When a wall is about to collapse, everyone gives it a push. If Lin Fan was truly at his weakest, they wouldn't mind grabbing a share after Wang Tung succeeded. Even if they had just signed a pact. Even if they had just been saved. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, only interests are eternal. 003 Fujin Combat Information Center. The violent shaking caused water in the teacup to spill, soaking the nautical chart. The alarm blared harshly.
Report. Port side near miss. Deck vibration. Arresting cable no. 3 damaged. Assessing hull structure. Detected enemy fire control radar locking continuously. Second salvo. Estimated arrival in 15 seconds.
The damage control officer's voice was urgent and tense. In the entire CIC, all eyes were fixed on the silhouette sitting in the captain's chair. Lin Fan did not move. He simply took out a tissue and unhurriedly wiped the water stain off the table. On his face, there was no fear, no anger. Only a kind of coldness that said just as I expected.
Commander, request to unlock the CIWS. We need to counterattack.
The operations commander, a major, said urgently.
Not yet.
Lin Fan crumpled the wet tissue into a ball and tossed it into the trash bin. He looked up at the red dot flashing wildly on the main screen. The Duke. That dot was so glaring, so arrogant. It thought it had seized the opportunity. It thought it had seen through the truth.
Some people, if you save them, they won't thank you, they'll only think you're in their way.
Lin Fan's voice was quiet yet clearly audible amidst the cacophony of alarms.
I gave him a chance. The first time at the academy I didn't kill him. The second time during sea trials I let him go. Just now I even made him my ally.
Lin Fan stood up, walked to the porthole, and looked at the towering water column outside.
But he still fired. That's what they call a dog that eats shit can't change its nature.
He turned around, his gaze sweeping over the tense officers.
Do you think I didn't let every aircraft carry YJ-15 for no reason?
The major was taken aback.
You mean? The YJ-15 is too expensive, it was necessary against the Abyss mothership. Fight this kind of junk.
Lin Fan sneered.
I kept the trick up my sleeve.
He raised his hand and pointed upward, at that sky shrouded by clouds seemingly empty.
Air traffic controller. Yes, sir. Tell me which squadron is currently executing Case 1 recovery procedure.
The air traffic controller glanced at the radar screen, his eyes suddenly lighting up.
Report, Commander. It's the Feixiao 02 squadron. A total of 6 J-15Ts. They haven't all landed. Due to deck scheduling, they are currently carrying unfired YJ-83K missiles loitering at 3,000 meters above the carrier, awaiting landing instructions. Awaiting landing instructions.
Case 1 recovery procedure. This was the standard recovery process, when weather was good and air superiority was secured. The aircraft didn't need to fly far, they circled directly above the carrier, like a millstone queuing for the deck to clear. That is to say, at this very moment, suspended above Wang Tang's battleship in that blind spot overlooked due to greed, hung 6 swords of Damocles, with safety catches already disengaged and fully armed. Lin Fan looked at Wang Tang on the screen, who was still frantically reloading. A flicker of pity passed through his eyes. It was the cold pity of a hunter watching a beast about to step into a trap.
I knew it,
Lin Fan said calmly.
For people like him, you always keep one bullet. Now that bullet is about to be fired.
He picked up the microphone, his voice piercing through the clouds.
Feixiao 02 Squadron. This is Lin Fan. Abort landing procedure. Your leave is cancelled. See that idiot below still shooting at us. Give him a clean end.
3,000 meters high. 6 J-15Ts were circling idly. The pilots looked at the deck below, at the churning water column, and fury had long been smoldering in their hearts. Ambushed. Ambushed by that ally who had just been kneeling and begging for help. For the proud Shinjo pilots, it was an utter disgrace.
Damn it, that bastard actually dared to fire.
The lead pilot gritted his teeth, staring at the smoking battleship below his cockpit. Just then Lin Fan's cold voice came through the headphones.
Give him a clean end.
Those words, like a spark, instantly ignited the powder keg of the entire squadron.
Feixiao 02 copies.
The lead pilot shoved the stick forward.
Brothers, time to work. Let that hick see what the hell heaven said justice really means.
The 6 heavy fighters, which had been steadily circling, suddenly executed a violent maneuver simultaneously. They dipped their wings and thrust their menacing noses out of the clouds. Altitude 3,000. Distance less than 5 kilometers. For modern fighters, radar lock wasn't even needed. This was point-blank face smashing. Boom. Afterburners fully engaged. The 6 fighters with a tearing roar ducked toward the Duke below like 6 steel eagles descending from the sky. On the Duke, Wang Tang was still urging the reloading.
Faster! Faster!
Next round.
I can!
Suddenly, a strange sound overpowered the waves and the rumble of the engines. It was a piercing demonic screech tearing through the air. And it was getting closer, louder. From above, Wang Tang's movements froze. He slowly raised his head. Through the shattered bridge roof, he saw the most terrifying, most despairing sight he had ever witnessed. The cloud shattered. 6 massive steel fighters bristling with missiles were diving at him at an almost vertical angle. The YJ-83K missiles under their wings reflected cold glints in the sunlight. The dark air intakes were like the gaping maw of death. Too close. So close that he could even see the cold oxygen mask of the pilot in the cockpit.
No!
The command sword in Wang Tung's hand clattered to the floor. All his arrogance, all his greed, all his scheming. At this moment before these 6 diving reapers it all became a joke. He thought Lin Fan had no ammo. He thought Lin Fan had no fuel. In truth, Lin Fan was just watching him perform. Watching him walk step by step into his own grave.
Lin Fan!
Wang Tung let out a despairing cry. But the only response was the sound of a pilot pulling the trigger. Click. The pylons under the wings of all 6 fighters unlocked simultaneously. 12 YJ-83K anti-ship missiles. At this almost vertical overhead angle. At this distance where interception was impossible, they detached from the airframes. Ignition. Acceleration. Dragging 12 trails of death's flame, like 12 lances of judgment, they stabbed viciously into the Duke, which was still trying to fire.
Goodbye,
Lin Fan said softly in the command center. 12 trails of white smoke like 12 lances of heavenly judgment pierced the final distance between sea and sky with a resolute posture under the acceleration of gravity. The battleship,
Duke,
a class steel beast carrying all of Wang Tung's ambition, and flames of revenge now lay paralyzed on the sea like a beggar stripped of all dignity. Its main guns were still smoking, its anti-air fire had fallen silent, and its once indestructible shield had been annihilated under the bombardment of the Abyss mothership. It could not even evade. Wang Tung stood in the shattered bridge, head held high, looking through the huge hole at the 12 black dots growing larger. In that moment time seemed to stretch infinitely. The screams, alarms, and crackling of flames all faded from his ears. There was no fear. It was strange. Wang Tung had thought he would be scared out of his wits just like when he faced the butler earlier. Or he would curse hysterically like when he faced Lin Fan. But none of that happened. When death truly and irrevocably descended, an unprecedented calm arose in his heart. Like a traveler who had carried a heavy burden for a long time and finally saw the destination. He saw the leading YJ-83K missile. He could even make out the cold serial number and the logo of Xinzhou Military Industry on the missile body. How beautiful! This pure unadulterated industrial creation born only for destruction. Much cleaner than those expensive magical energy cannons covered in scribbles.
This is fine too.
The corner of Wang Tung's mouth slowly lifted into a relieved smile. He was too tired. Since the day of the awakening ceremony, he had been living in a nightmare. He desperately wanted to prove himself, to prove that the Frank was just a joke, to prove that he was the true favored son of heaven. He trained day and night, he tore into sea monsters like a mad dog, and he poured every bit of money his family gave him into this warship. He thought that as long as he became class and had this fleet, he could trample that nightmare underfoot and piece together his shattered self-esteem. But no matter how hard he tried, that nightmare always stood there cold, towering, invincible. As long as Lin Fan was alive, Wang Tung felt he would always be a clown. Now it was over. No more comparisons. No more chasing. No more having his heart gnawed by jealousy and inferiority in the dead of night. Boom! The first missile at Mach 09 slammed violently into the bridge of the Duke. It did not give him much time to ponder life. The 165-kilogram high-explosive warhead, after penetrating the thin layer of armor, detonated instantly inside the command room. Wang Tung's body, along with the brain that had tormented him for so long, was vaporized by the heat and shockwave within a millisecond. He did not even feel pain. Only relief. Then came the second, third, fourth. It was a saturation massacre. The 12 missiles, like 12 heavy hammers, pounded this already battered battleship into a pile of scrap metal. The ammunition magazine detonated sympathetically. A massive fireball soared into the sky. This warship, once a symbol of the Azure Kingdom's noble glory, broke into 3 sections amid violent explosions. It did not sink slowly like a hero. It disintegrated instantly. Countless burning fragments were thrown into the air, then fell into the sea like raindrops, raising countless white water columns. Black heavy oil spread across the sea surface and was ignited by the flames. The entire sea turned into a massive crematorium. Wang Tung, along with his ridiculous ambition and twisted hatred was buried in the bellies of fish, becoming a resentful spirit in this black iron sea. Dead silence. Apart from the sound of burning flames, there was no other noise on the sea. On the flagship of the Seven Seas Trade Alliance, Lady Red clung tightly to the railing, her nails deeply embedded in the wood, yet she was unaware. Her face was as pale as paper. Staring at the still burning wreckage in the distance, her eyes were filled with shock and even a trace of bone-deep chill. Dead. Wang Tung was dead. That heir to one of the 4 dukes of the Azure Kingdom, that arrogant young master with immense backing. Just dead like that. Not even a last word left. Not even a complete corpse remained.
How? How dare he?
Lady Red murmured to herself. In the values of the Seven Seas Trade Alliance, profit was paramount, and harmony brought wealth. No matter how fierce the fight, as long as the other side showed their aristocratic identity and powerful backing, they usually
left some leeway.
Take them alive, exchange for ransom, or force the opposing family to cede benefits. That was the way of
respectable people.
Going to extremes and killing everyone was the foolish act of brainless pirates. Because that meant relentless revenge. It meant a complete break with a powerful ducal family. But what about Lin Fan? He did not hesitate at all. From giving the order to opening fire to blowing Wang Tung to ashes, he did not even blink. That coldness, that absolute disregard for power and
background,
filled Lady Red with a deep fear. In this man's eyes there seemed to be no dukes, no nobles. Only the dead and the living.
Fortunately,
Lady Red wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, a wave of post-crisis relief surging in her heart.
Fortunately, I didn't make a move just now.
If she had also fired out of greed along with Wang Tung, then now, in that sea of fire, it would not be just the Duke, burning. On the other side, on the surviving warship of the Iron Blood Empire, the surviving commander, watching the distant blaze, slowly lowered his binoculars. His expression was stern, but his eyes held none of Lady Red's fear. Instead, they revealed a soldier's unique admiration.
Good.
He uttered a single word in a low voice. In his view, this was true war. Betrayers deserved death. Since Wang Tung dared to fire from behind, he must be prepared to be killed in return. As for status, background, in the culture of the Iron Blood Empire, only the weak used status as a talisman. The strong believed only in the sword in their hand. Lin Fan's decisiveness in killing and his thunderous way of avenging wrongs actually earned the respect of this iron-blooded soldier.
This is a formidable opponent.
The commander tagged Lin Fan in his heart. 003 Fujin Combat Information Center. Lin Fan still sat there, his posture unchanged. On the screen, the red dot representing the Duke had completely disappeared.
Commander, target confirmed sunk.
The major's voice broke the silence.
No survivors.
Lin Fan nodded, his expression as calm as if listening to a weather forecast.
Understood. Clear the channel, don't let the garbage block the way.
The atmosphere in the CIC was somewhat subtle. Although everyone was angry at Wang Tung's betrayal, seeing a class ship Spirit Master vanish into thin air still made many people feel wistful.
Commander.
The major hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help asking the doubt in his heart.
I don't understand. Why did Wang Tung open fire at that moment? We had already formed an alliance. If he had just behaved, he could have gone back alive, and even gotten a share of the spoils. He was also a class powerhouse, not a fool. Attacking an aircraft carrier with a full air wing under those circumstances was simply suicide.
Lin Fan turned his head and glanced at the major upon hearing this. His eyes were deep, as if seeing through the fog of human nature.
He was not a fool,
Lin Fan said calmly.
On the contrary, he was very smart and very hardworking. To be fair, being able to upgrade a class warship to class in such a short time, aside from his family's resources, he must have fought at the edge of life and death himself. He was actually holding the protagonist's script.
Lin Fan pointed to his own head.
But he was sick. A sickness of the heart. A sickness of the heart.
The major was puzzled.
In this world, the awakening ceremony is the foundation of a person's cognition,
Lin Fan said slowly.
Wang Tung was instilled from childhood with the ideology of bloodline theory of aristocracy supremacy. He built a complete and rigorous self-cognition system. He was a genius, I was trash. He was noble, I was base. This was his worldview, the foundation of his existence. But,
Lin Fan sneered,
on that day, in that awakening square, I appeared. I used a ship he couldn't understand, and a power he couldn't comprehend to publicly shatter his foundation. At that moment his worldview collapsed. For an extremely arrogant person, this collapse was worse than death.
Lin Fan stood up, walked to the porthole, and looked at the sea stained red outside.
From that day on I became his real trauma. No matter how hard he tried, no matter how many levels he rose, as long as he saw me, as long as he saw that I was stronger, the false self-image in his heart would instantly shatter. I was his mirror. A mirror that reflected his incompetence, that reflected that he was still essentially a weak. He desperately wanted to break this mirror. Because only by shattering me could he restitch his broken self-esteem, could he deceive himself into believing that he was still that arrogant genius.
Lin Fan turned back, his eyes blazing.
Therefore, he had to open fire. Even knowing it was death, he couldn't control himself. It was a compulsive repetition, a suicidal attack to maintain his self-existence. He didn't want to kill me for treasure. He wanted to kill me to save himself.
The Major heard this with vague understanding, but he was deeply shocked. He never imagined that behind the simple word betrayal lay such a complex human game.
Then, is he relieved now?
The Major asked subconsciously.
Perhaps.
Lin Fan withdrew his gaze.
A man dies like a lamp goes out. No matter what he thought, the outcome was already sealed. He has become ash, and we still have to move forward.
Lin Fan sat back in the command seat, tapping the table lightly with his fingers.
Anyway, now the heir of the Wang family has been taken out by us. Although he deserved it, although he struck first. But
a cold glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes.
That old man of the Wang family and those nobles of the Azure Kingdom, they definitely won't take this lying down.
The smoke gradually dissipated as if swept away by an invisible wind. The entire world fell into an extraordinary stillness, leaving only the final remnants of Wang Tung's Duke slowly sinking into the fathomless depths of the sea, where a blazing inferno had raged moments before. All had now returned to a deathly silence. Only the surging waves continuously crashed against the solid reefs along the shore, producing a crisp yet muffled sound. Aside from that, a faint mechanical roar drifted from the distant deck of the 003 aircraft carrier. These two starkly contrasting sounds interwove to form a scene both eerie and desolate. At that moment, Madame Red, standing at the bow of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance flagship Windchaser, still clung tightly to the railing, her knuckles white from excessive force. She stared fixedly at the sea surface ahead, still covered in a thick layer of oil and shattered planks, where once had been a mighty class battleship and the arrogant ducal heir. Yet in just a few minutes everything had been reduced to nothing. That was close. Madame Red exhaled a long breath, her expensive silk gown soaked through with cold sweat. She was a shrewd merchant and an opportunist. When Wang Tung fired that cannon, she had indeed been tempted. If she had opened fire then, even just to claim a share, her fate now would be tangled with Wang Tung's remains feeding the fish. Madam, what shall we do? The first mate, his face pale, as a sheet after recovering from corruption, asked cautiously. What else? Madame Red gave a bitter smile, her gaze shifting to the towering 003 carrier in the distance. We leave. Take the scraps Lord Lin Fan bestowed upon us, and leave at once. She saw clearly. This sea now belonged to the Lin family. That man not aiming his cannons at them was already the greatest mercy, or perhaps contempt. He simply didn't care about their broken remnants. Send a message. Thank Lord Lin Fan. Madame Red tidied her disheveled hair, striving to appear dignified. Tell him, the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance remembers today's mercy of not killing. Should business arise in the future, we will offer our utmost sincerity. This was both a formal gesture and a token of submission. Meanwhile, the remnants of the Iron Blood Empire fleet began to turn. Standing on the bridge, the commander cast one last glance at the 003 carrier. His eyes held not the fear seen in Madame Red, but more of a soldier's reverence for a formidable force. A ruthless man, the commander muttered softly. Decisive, and leaving no loose ends. Someone like this, if you cannot be his friend, never lightly become his enemy. He spoke no further, merely instructing the signalman to send a brief flight signal salute. Until we meet again. Then the two battered fleets, like hyenas scavenging scraps near a lion's domain, tucked their tails and retreated in shame toward opposite directions. They carried away the Hydra's scales and fragments of the abyssal warship, but they left behind the most important thing: dignity and the hegemony of these islands. 003 Fujian Combat Command Center. Lin Fan stood before the massive window, still holding the teacup in his hand. He watched the two green dots on the screen slowly fade away, his face expressionless. Commander, they're gone, the Major reported. And then Lin Fan responded indifferently. Good riddance. Saves us the cleanup. He had no fear of retaliation from these two forces. Madame Red was a shrewd one, and shrewdest of all feared death most. After witnessing the might of the YJ-15, not even 10 times the courage would bring her back to provoke. As for the Iron Blood Empire, they worship power. With their submarine force annihilated, their first task upon return would be to review tactics, not to seek blind revenge. Until they understood what that invisible death was, they would not dare tread these waters again. Now Lin Fan turned his gaze burning. It's peaceful here. He walked to the chart table, his fingers striking heavily on the ring-shaped area marked Xiantai Archipelago. Issue orders. Filong 01 Squadron, prepare for takeoff. Bring the Marines. Am going to inspect my domain. 10 minutes later, a Z-20 helicopter roared into the air from the deck. This time it carried no missiles, but Lin Fan and a fully armed squad of T-2 Marines. The helicopter dipped its nose and flew toward the main island a few nautical miles away. From above, the topography of Xiantai Archipelago was even more breathtaking. The 12 main islands formed a natural ring wall enclosing a calm inland sea. The inland sea was deep enough to moor a giant like the 003, with a natural deep-water channel leading to the open ocean. On those islands, black volcanic rock jutted in grotesque shapes, while in the crevices veins of azure spirit crystals glowed like flowing blood vessels, casting a mesmerizing radiance. This was wealth. This was power. Commander, that's the main peak, the pilot said, pointing to the highest dormant volcano at the center. The mountain soared into the clouds, its crater long cooled, forming a vast natural platform. Land there, Lin Fan ordered. The Z-20 hovered steadily in the wind, then slowly descended onto the volcanic-covered rock platform. The hatch opened. Wind howled. Lin Fan jumped off first, his military boots landing on the hard black rock with a crisp click. He took a deep breath. The air carried the salty scent of sea water and the tang of sulfur. It was the scent of freedom. And of power. The Marines quickly spread out, establishing a ring of security. Though nothing on the island could threaten them now, this was tactical discipline ingrained in their bones. Lin Fan walked to the cliff's edge. From here the entire Xiantai Archipelago lay before him. He saw the calm inland sea in the distance, the 003 Fujian slowly entering the harbor, the J-15T formations patrolling the sky. And beneath these waters the buried black gold. What a fine place, Lin Fan remarked. This would be a starting point. Here he would build a port, an airfield, oil wells, a refinery. He would turn it into an unsinkable steel fortress. Commander. A Marine lieutenant approached carrying a folding flagpole and a neatly folded flag. It had been hastily produced by the system at Lin Fan's will. The lieutenant's eyes held a hint of question. According to the customs of this world, as a subject of the Azure Kingdom and a baronet by royal appointment, though the title came from the Academy, he was expected to raise the Azure Kingdom's golden lion flag upon occupying new territory. That would signify the land coming under the kingdom's rule. Lin Fan looked at the flag. He reached out and took the flagpole. But he did not take the golden lion flag. Burn it. He pointed at the flag, symbolizing the kingdom's glorious tone, as flat as if ordering trash to be disposed of. The lieutenant was taken aback. But he hesitated not a second, nor did he ask why. He was loyal only to his commander. Yes, sir. A lighter sparked. The golden lion flag turned to ash in the wind. Lin Fan took another flag from his coat. It was a red flag. At its center was embroidered a golden 5-point star, and beneath the star a silver-gray badge of a gear and anchor that exuded industrial brutality. This was the emblem of Xinzhou military industry. And Lin Fan's own emblem. Click. Lin Fan hung the flag on the pole. He did not delegate to a soldier. He himself thrust the pole into a crevice of the highest volcanic rock and rammed it firm. Whoosh! A gale swept by. The bright red flag atop this alien world's highest peak fluttered defiantly in the wind, crackling loudly. Like a blazing flame, it proclaimed the new master of this ancient sea. Lin Fan stood beneath the flag, looking up at that splash of red. This was more than a ceremony. It was a declaration. From this moment Xiantai Archipelago belonged neither to the Azure Kingdom nor to any power. It belonged solely to the Xinzhou fleet. Solely to him, Lin Fan. He had not come to be a watchdog for decadent nobles. He had come to be king. Present arms. The lieutenant behind him roared. Slash. All the Marines, including the helicopter crew, saluted, the highest military honor, toward that flag toward the silhouette standing on the cliff. On the distant sea the 003 Fujin sounded its horn. Moo, a deep majestic blast echoed among the islands lingering long. It was the roar of a leviathan, and the clarion call of a new era. Beneath the main peak of the Shiantai archipelago waves lashed against the black rocks. With the withdrawal of various forces this sea area that had just been a meat grinder was now so quiet that only the wind could be heard. Yet this was not a desolate silence, but a stillness pregnant with new birth. The 003 Fujin aircraft carrier lay anchored in a natural deepwater bay, its colossal anchor chains pulled taut. On the flight deck Z-20 helicopters were hoisting heavy containers shuttling between the carrier and the island. Lin Fan stood on a protruding rock gazing at the territory before him that had already been planted with a red flag. In his mind the voice of Ai Panga rang like celestial music delivering the heart-pounding post-battle settlement. Battle settlement complete. Kill tally 1 A class Abyss Mothership 28 Corrupted Frigates 1 Class Deep-Sea Hydra 1 Class Battleship Duke. Loot Recovery Class C Monster Core Intact A Class Mothership Wreckage Sample High Purity Ether Crystal Extracted Remains of Wang Tang's Fleet Materials. Energy Conversion in Progress. Lin Fan watched the wildly jumping numbers on the interface, his breathing growing feverish. Conversion complete. Net gain from this battle 32000 energy points. Current total balance 3T00 points. 38,800 points. Lin Fan clenched his fist. Before this battle, he had nearly emptied his coffers, even having to meticulously use the YJ-83K to call the roll. But now the investment of a single YJ-15 had yielded a tenfold return. This was the spoils of war. In this world where the weak were prey to the strong, plunder was always the fastest way to accumulate capital. Commander, besides energy points there is a more important message. Panda's voice continued, projecting a complex geological skin map onto Lin Fan's retina. Divine vision combined with engineering geological scanning has confirmed the underground resource distribution of the Shiantai archipelago. Mystic crystal veins, super large reserve, estimated 50 years of mining. And on the map a massive black shadow covered the entire inner sea bed, even extending to the continental shelf beyond the archipelago. Proven liquid mineral deposit. Composition analysis hydrocarbons. Confirmed as high-quality crude oil. Reserve-grade giant oil field. Lin Fan took a deep breath, as if the air was already filled with the intoxicating scent of industrial blood. Oil. In this world driven by magical energy, this black liquid was regarded as useless demon's blood used only for low-grade lighting or lubrication. But in Lin Fan's hands, it was the lifeline. With it the 003 carrier would no longer be a cornered beast with a strangled throat. With it future mechanized forces, tanks, armored vehicles, and even larger fleets would have inexhaustible power.
This is our foundation.
Lin Fan pointed at the calm inner sea.
I will erect drilling platforms here. I will build oil refineries here.
I will let this black blood flow into every engine of the Shinjo fleet.
But before that there was one more thing to resolve.
Lin Fan turned and looked at a deep cave behind him. It was the coordinate point found according to the guidance of the ancient beacon. The legendary ancient artifact was hidden inside.
Let's go take a look inside.
Lin Fan led a squad of fully armed marines, switched on tactical flashlights, and walked into the naturally formed volcanic cave. The cave was very deep, but it was not naturally formed. On the rock walls on both sides obvious traces of artificial excavation remained. Those marks were ancient, and weathered, belonging to neither the Azure Kingdom of the present nor the Mad Abyss cult. It was a more ancient, more geometric civilization style. The deeper they went the stronger the uncomfortable sense of oppression in the air grew. It was not the stench of the abyss nor the radiation of mystic crystals. Rather it was a high-frequency vibration. Finally at the end of the cave a huge underground chamber appeared before their eyes. In the center of the chamber was a circular altar. And on the altar something was floating. It was not a scepter or gem as Lin Fan had imagined. It was a massive tuning fork made of some unknown silvery metal. It stood 3 meters tall, its surface smooth as a mirror devoid of any patterns or runes. It floated silently 1 meter above the ground, rotating slightly, emitting a hum that was inaudible to the ear, but could resonate with the bones.
Is this the artifact?
The Marine lieutenant behind him was a bit stunned. It looked too simple as an unfinished industrial mold.
Pangu scan.
Scanning. Material analysis unknown. Extremely hard, unable to sample. Energy reaction 0. The object is in standby state. It resembles an empty container. Empty. Lin Fan frowned. That madman Saga had risked war to seize this thing, and it turned out to be an empty shell.
How to activate it?
According to residual information from the beacon, it needs to be infused with energy. Any form of high-order energy. Lin Fan pondered for a moment. In this world, so-called high-order energy was nothing more than ether energy, or the abyss-corrupted energy. Saga's original plan was probably to forcibly charge this thing using the mystic crystals on the Crystal Island. But Lin Fan had no ether energy. He was an insulator.
Can I not use this thing?
Lin Fan reached out, hesitantly approaching the huge silver tuning fork. Theoretically, your physique repels all ether energy. If you touch it, it may fail to activate or... Panda's words were cut off. Lin Fan's fingers had already touched the cold metal surface. Buzz! A clear bell-like boom exploded in the cave, like a great bronze bell being struck. It was not a failure to activate. On the contrary, the originally lifeless silver tuning fork, the moment it contacted Lin Fan's fingers, began to tremble violently, as if injected with a wild stimulant. There was no dazzling light, no surge of magical energy. What changed was the environment. In a corner of the cave, patches of purple moss that had previously seeped in from the abyss cult, residue of corruptive power, still remained. But after that buzz, sizzle, those purple moss instantly blackened, withered, and turned to ashes, dissipating into the air like snow meeting a blazing fire. Not only the moss, even the faint sulphurous stench in the air was instantly purified away, leaving it utterly clean. The air in the entire cave became fresh, crisp, even taking on a sterile feel like an operating theater. This purification range was rapidly expanding. It penetrated the rock layers, spread to the island's surface, and even extended to the surrounding waters. Warning: high-intensity field fluctuation detected. Panda's voice carried a hint of surprise. This is an amplifier.
Amplifier.
Lin Fan looked at the still vibrating tuning fork. Yes. After analysis, its function is not to generate energy, but to amplify the core trait of the one who contacts it. If a ship's spirit master obtained it, and infused it with ether energy, it would magnify the ship's spirit's power several times, making the warship's artillery more ferocious. If the abyss cult obtained it, and infused it with corrupted energy, it would become a super pollution source, turning the surrounding 100 miles of sea into a dead zone instantly. Lin Fan understood. It was a super loudspeaker. Whatever you shouted into it, it would amplify.
What about me? Lin Fan looked at his own hand. He had no ether, no magical energy. All he had was that damned insulator physique that prevented him from cultivating.
What you infused is nothingness. Panga gave its conclusion. Or rather, absolute order and exclusivity. This amplifier is currently magnifying your insulator field. Previously, your physique could only protect yourself or purify others upon contact. But now, through this device, you have become a humanoid high-power abyss purifier. Lin Fan froze. He felt the wondrous resonance transmitted back from his fingertips. He could sense that his will seemed to be extended infinitely. As long as he wished, centered on this spot, all foreign energies, whether magical or corrupted, within dozens of kilometers, would be suppressed by his will. This was no longer passive defense. This was an active magic nullifying domain.
Good stuff.
A smile curled at the corner of Lin Fan's mouth. Though it couldn't directly fire cannons to kill, but when facing the abyss cult's disgusting mental pollution and environmental corruption, this thing was the strongest strategic weapon. With it, the Xiantai archipelago would be a true Pure Land. Any attempt at infiltration or corruption here would fail under the suppression of this amplifier.
Move it out!
Lin Fan withdrew his hand, and the tuning fork's vibration gradually subsided, returning to stillness.
Build a tower at the highest point of the island.
Mounted on top of the tower. I want this archipelago to become a forbidden zone for all abyss monsters. Yes, sir.
The Marines immediately stepped forward and began carefully moving the heavy metal object.
After dealing with the artifact, Lin Fan walked out of the cave. The sunlight outside was somewhat dazzling. Looking at the bustling construction site before him, a surge of pride rose in Lin Fan's heart. Money was secured. Land was secured. Core technology was secured. Even the town-protecting artifact was secured. Now it was time to properly decorate this home.
Panga opened the base construction blueprint.
Yes, Commander. A massive three-dimensional blueprint covering the entire Xiantai archipelago slowly unfolded before Lin Fan. It was a magnificent sea fortress exuding industrial brutalist aesthetics.
Here the back of the main island is open area. Lin Fan pointed at a region on the map.
Build a T2 class military airfield. The runway must be long enough to at least accommodate heavy transport planes and bombers. Though I only have carrier-based aircraft now, in the future land-based air force will be the main force controlling these skies. Here a deepwater port.
Lin Fan's finger moved to the inner sea.
Construct 4 heavy deepwater berths. Apart from the 003, I need to reserve space for future ships. Dockyards, repair facilities, ammunition depots, fuel depots. Build them to the highest standards. I want this place not only to dock ships, but also to build them.
And here, Lin Fan pointed at the small islets surrounding the main island.
These are natural breakwaters, and also an excellent defensive line. Deploy coastal anti-ship missile batteries and long-range air defense radar stations on these islets. Mount the YJ-12S and HQ-9S up there. I want to turn this place into a porcupine. Whoever reaches out a hand will get it shredded.
Order confirmed. T2 class integrated naval base construction sequence. Initiated.
Estimated time to initial operational capability 72 hours. Estimated energy point consumption 15000 points. 15,000 points. The huge sum he had just obtained was halved in an instant. But Lin Fan felt no regret. This was infrastructure. A century-long project. Only by building a sturdy nest could one raise fiercer eagles.
Let's start work.
Lin Fan watched the helicopters unloading cargo and the busy engineers.
Whether it's the Abyss or the Empire, when they come again next time, I will make them see a true steel Great Wall. The sea breeze fluttered the bright red flag. Lin Fan stood at a height, his gaze cast far to the north. That was the direction of the Azure Kingdom.
With such a commotion here, and Wang Tung's death so miserable, the rotten kingdom must be boiling by now.
Come on! Lin Fan murmured to himself.
I'm waiting for you. In the Azure Kingdom, the capital city, the ducal mansion of one of the 4 Grand Dukes occupied the most prominent district of the upper city. On ordinary days, it was always bustling with visitors. Even generals passing by would dismount and pay their respects. But today this luxurious estate was shrouded in a suffocatingly heavy atmosphere. With a crisp crash, a priceless antique vase was hurled viciously against the wall, shattering into fragments.
Dead.
In the study, a burly, brutish-faced middle-aged man let out a thunderous roar. He wore an ornate ducal robe, the metals on his chest heaving with his breath. He was Wang Baitian, the head of the Wang family, and the father of Wang Tung.
You're telling me that Tengier, with a fleet cobbled together from half the Wang family's assets, and the battleship Duke went to some backwater place to seize an island, and then died?
Wang Baitian grabbed the kneeling herald by the collar, spraying spittle across his face.
Not just the young master.
The herald trembled like a leaf, his face pressed to the ground, too afraid to look up.
All the retainers, all the escort ships, and those 4 battleships and 6 cruisers. All gone. Not a single survivor.
Wang Baitian felt a dizzying wave of shock. He staggered back 2 steps and collapsed heavily into a broad leather chair. It wasn't just about losing a few ships. It was the foundation of the Wang family standing in the Navy, the capital they had poured over a decade into elevating Wang Tung to a high position. Just yesterday, he had dreamed of his son returning in triumph, bringing back the so-called ancient beacon and the core of a great sea monster to become the kingdom's youngest commander of real power. Now it had all turned to dust.
Who did it?
Wang Baitian's voice turned dark and sinister like a beast ready to devour.
Was it the Abyss cult? Or that bitch from the 7 Seas Trade Union? If it's them, it'll declare war. It'll make them pay in blood.
Trembling, the herald pulled a memory crystal from his chest.
Patriarch, this is the last image transmitted back by the forward reconnaissance ship.
Wang Baitian snatched the crystal and fiercely infused it with ether energy. A blurry but horrific image was projected into the air of the study. It was the final moment of the Duke. He saw his son's pride, that warship, lying paralyzed on the sea like a dead dog with a broken spine. Then the sky split open. 12 white meteors at a speed, an angle he had never seen, struck vertically from above. There was no resistance. No struggle. That great battleship disintegrated in an instant, turning into a massive fireball. and at the edge of the image on the distant horizon a colossal ship with a flat deck could be faintly seen coldly watching it all. That ship bore no magical radiance. Only cold steel.
Lin Fan.
Wang Beitian squeezed the name through clenched teeth. He had investigated this grade after the awakening ceremony, dismissing him as a lucky clown and paying him no mind. But now that clown had killed his son and destroyed his fleet.
Good. Very good.
Wang Beitian slammed his hand down, shattering a corner of the table.
A base commoner dares murder a noble. This is a capital offense. It's treason. Guards, prepare the carriage. I'm going to the palace. I'll ask the kingdom's main navy to act. I'll tear that bastard limb from limb. Patriarch, please wait a moment.
The old butler, who had been standing in the shadows, suddenly spoke. He held several other intelligence reports, his face as pale as paper.
You cannot go. Why?
Wang Beitian roared.
Is my son to die in vain? Look at this.
The old butler handed Wang Beitian a freshly decrypted battle report. He glanced at it, and the eyes, bloodshot with rage, instantly froze. The report contained several shocking lines.
Abyss Culta grade mothership blasphemer confirmed. Grade Peak monster hydra confirmed killed. Killer Lin Fan. Duration less than 30 minutes. A grade.
Wang Beitian's hands trembled. The thin paper suddenly felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. He knew all too well what an A-grade mothership meant. It was a monster that could single-handedly fight an entire main fleet of the kingdom, a mobile disaster. And that Lin Fan had destroyed it in seconds.
And this patriarch.
The old butler's voice was bitter as he pointed to the appendix of the battle report.
This is a joint statement from the Seven Seas Trade Union and the Iron Blood Empire. They confirm that it was young Master Wang Tung who first launched a sneak attack on Lin Fan after signing the alliance. Lin Fan's counterattack complies with the self-defense principle of the Black Sea Code.
A deathly silence fell over the study. Wang Beitian stared at the battle report, his facial muscles twitching wildly. He struck first. And he didn't even land a hit. He didn't even scrape the opponent's skin before being killed in retaliation. This wasn't just a crushing defeat. It was a disgrace. If he went to the king now, not only would he fail to get justice, but he would make the Wang family the laughingstock of the entire kingdom. More importantly,
Patriarch,
the old butler said in a low voice,
that Lin Fan holds power capable of destroying an A-grade in seconds. If we retaliate now, how many rounds can the remaining assets of the Wang family withstand?
Wang Beitian fell silent. He looked at the cold leviathan in the projection, at the rain of missiles across the sky. A profound sense of helplessness rose from his feet, instantly dousing the flames of his rage. He wanted revenge, but he feared death even more. That grade. No, that monster. He was no longer an ant the Wang family could crush at will. He had become a dragon with fully grown fangs.
So, is this the end of it?
Wang Beitian collapsed back into his chair, instantly seeming a decade older.
No.
A flash of cunning crossed the old butler's eyes.
If we can't move against him openly, we can in the shadows. Besides, with power like this, the royal family and the admiralty are probably even more restless than we are. We just need to fan the flames.
At the same time, in the Azure Kingdom's palace, the Supreme Military Council chamber. The atmosphere here was even heavier than in the Wang mansion. Seated along both sides of the long table were ministers in ornate robes and generals with golden stars on their shoulders. At the head of the table, the aged king frowned as he read the urgent battle report in his hands.
Gentlemen,
the king put down the report, his voice weary.
Speak. What exactly is this Lin Fan?
A stir went through the chamber. The Minister of the Navy, a white-haired old general, was the first to stand. His expression was excited, even a little unhinged.
Your Majesty, this is a miracle.
The old general pointed to the blurry photos on the tactical board, images of the J-35 and YJ-15 captured remotely through magic crystals.
Such speed, such power. This is nothing like any magical energy technology we know. No ether fluctuations, no formation incantations. That iron bird, it flies faster than 4 times the speed of sound. The weapons it fires can cut through A-grade biological armor like tofu. This is an entirely new, pure, and devastating system of power.
The old general's eyes burned with fanatical light.
If this power could serve the kingdom, what Iron Blood Empire, what Abyss Cult, they would all be nothing. That is heresy.
On the other side, a court mage in a robe stood up coldly, interrupting the general.
Without ether yet possessing such power, this defies the laws of the world. Moreover, he killed Wang Tung. He killed a noble, the heir of a duke. If such an act goes unpunished, what remains of the kingdom's law? What remains of noble dignity?
The mage glanced at the Wang family representatives sitting silently in the corner and continued.
I propose that Lin Fan be immediately declared a traitor. Assemble the royal fleet, and while he is still unsteady, destroy him. Destroy him.
The Navy admiral stared at the mage as if he were an idiot.
With what? Your staff to knock against his steel plates. Even the Abyss Cult's grade mothership was turned into fireworks by him. Would the royal fleet go to die? You?
The mage was choked with anger.
Enough.
The king rapped the table, ending the quarrel.
I don't want to hear this.
The king's gaze swept the room and finally landed on the Minister of Intelligence.
Tell me, does this Lin Fan bear any hostility toward the kingdom?
The Minister of Intelligence rose, opening the dossier in his hand.
Your Majesty, based on current analysis, though Lin Fan is of common birth, he was raised in the academy. His younger sister is still under our control. No, under our protection. In this battle, although he killed Wang Tung, he did not attack the Seven Seas Trade Union or the Iron Blood Empire. Instead, he used some means to intimidate them, establishing his hegemony over the Dark Iron Islands. This shows he is a rational, ambitious man with boundaries. He is not a madman nor an antisocial element. He is simply too strong.
Those three words silenced everyone present. When a person's power becomes strong enough to ignore the rules, he himself becomes the rule.
Your Majesty.
The silent Prime Minister finally spoke. He was a lean old man, his eyes gleaming with wisdom, or perhaps cunning.
Wang Tung's death was self-inflicted. According to the survivor's testimony, it was he who first betrayed the alliance. On this matter, Lin Fan has the moral high ground. If we attack him for this, we would lack justification, and would push such a powerful figure into the arms of our enemies. The Iron Blood Empire and the Seven Seas Trade Union are already coveting him.
The Prime Minister paused, a meaningful smile on his lips.
Since we cannot defeat him, and do not wish to let him go, then we can only draw him in. Draw him in.
The king raised an eyebrow.
Yes, draw him in.
The Prime Minister walked to the map, pointing to the isolated Dark Iron Islands.
That is no man's land. Since Lin Fan has occupied it, he needs a title. A legitimate, recognized title. If we not only forego punishing him, but also grant him a higher rank and recognize him as a lord, then the territory he has taken would nominally be part of the kingdom. No matter how powerful he becomes, he would nominally be a subject of the kingdom. This would not only appease him, but also make him a nail for the kingdom in the Black Iron Sea, blocking pressure from the Iron Blood Empire and the Abyss Cult. This was a strategy of using a borrowed knife to kill and going with the current. But the Wang family?
Someone worried.
The Wang family?
The king snorted.
They can't even beat in grade. What face do they have to cause trouble? Shut them up.
The king rose and made his decision.
Draft the decree. Lin Fan, for meritorious service in repelling the Abyss Cult and glorifying the nation, shall be in effect as the Lord of the Dark Iron Islands. As for the rank,
the king pondered. Too low would seem insincere. Too high might make him uncontrollable. The Navy admiral suddenly interjected.
Your Majesty, he has achieved the feat of single-handedly killing in a grade, according to the military merit system. Then a viscount.
The king finalized.
A hereditary viscount. Tell him as long as he guards that sea, the kingdom will be his backing. Also,
a glint flashed in the king's eyes.
Send a special envoy. Preferably someone who can make him feel warm. I want to know where that ship of his and those flying iron birds come from.
Overnight, the wind shifted in the capital. Those who had expected Lin Fan to be hunted and executed were astonished to find that the storm did not come. Instead, a golden decree of enfeoffment arrived from the court. From this moment on, the name Lin Fan was no longer a joke at the academy nor a lucky upstart. He had become a new aristocrat, truly stepping into the core of the kingdom's power. The game of chess surrounding this newly minted viscount had only just begun. At the Xiantai Islands Combat Command Center, though night had fallen, outside the facility remained ablaze with light. As the blueprint of the base construction unfurled, countless streams of data danced frantically across the screens. Resource allocation engineering progress patrol routes. Every item required Lin Fan's final approval. Commander. The communications officer's voice abruptly interrupted Lin Fan's thoughts laced with a tension, even a dread, never heard before. We've detected an ultra-grade encrypted communication request. Signal source identification code, from the royal capital. It's of the gold level. The air within the CIC froze instantly. Gold level. In the Azure Kingdom, this represented the will of the highest authority, the royal family. The major instinctively straightened his uniform, though the other party couldn't see him. Still he felt his throat go dry. What must come had finally arrived. He had killed the Duke's heir, and destroyed the royal fleet. Now had the kingdom's judgment come. Connect? Lin Fan's expression remained calm. He merely set down the electronic stylus, leaned back into his chair, and stared at the main screen with indifference. With a soft crackle of static, the holographic projection device slowly activated. The screen, which had glowed with a faint blue light, was gradually replaced by a majestic and mysterious golden hue. Then dazzling beams of light intertwined, and wove through the air like a dreamlike dance of light and shadow. At the heart of this wondrous display, a lifelike figure gradually materialized. This figure was neither as imposing as a wrathful general nor as stern as a black-robed judge gripping a scepter. Instead, he resembled an elegant gentleman in a splendid purple court attire, an upright posture, neatly styled hair, and a delicate gold-rimmed monocle hanging from his chest, all of which proclaimed his refined bearing and exceptional taste. Yet despite the middle-aged man's outwardly gentle and scholarly appearance, the tense atmosphere in the room did not ease in the slightest. The reason lay in the dazzling golden griffin badge pinned to his chest, the emblem of the king's voice. Unmistakably, the personage before them was none other than the kingdom's naval marshal, concurrently serving as royal envoy and grand ceremonial minister, Count Lister. Lord Lin Fan. Count Lister gave a slight bow, his movements impeccably graceful. Through the holographic projection, his gaze seemed to pierce the barriers of space, scrutinizing the commander, who was far too young. I am here on behalf of His Majesty to convey his regards. The news of the Abyss Cult's A-class mothership being sunk has already reached the royal capital. His Majesty is most gratified by this. Lin Fan remained silent, merely watching him. This silence caused Lister's smile to stiffen for a moment. Of course. The envoy's tone shifted, carrying a trace of subtle regret. We have also heard of the unfortunate incident involving young Master Wang Tung. The Wang family is deeply grieved. At the royal council meeting, they wailed, claiming it was a despicable murder. The major's hand rested on his sidearm. Here it comes. Was this the beginning of the accountability? However, Count Lister adjusted his monocle, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. According to the military investigation, along with testimonies from the Seven Seas Trade Alliance and the Iron Blood Empire, His Majesty believes that the battlefield situation changes in the blink of an eye. Young Master Wang Tung's misjudgment under pressure led to this tragedy. While regrettable, the responsibility does not lie with you. A soft exhale swept through the CIC. Lin Fan's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Misjudgment? To brush off a premeditated stab in the back as a mere misjudgment. That was politics. When your fist was big enough, even the king would find excuses for you. So, Lin Fan finally spoke, his voice flat. You went to all this trouble to contact me, envoy, just to tell me I'm not guilty? No, of course not. Count Lister straightened his back, his expression solemn. The kingdom never treats its heroes poorly. You single-handedly repelled the main force of the Abyss Cult and reclaimed the Xiantai Islands from the sea monsters. Such achievements, if merely rewarded with the empty title of C-Class Ace, would surely dishearten the realm. He withdrew a golden scroll from his sleeve and slowly unfurled it. Lin Fan, receive your ennoblement. Inside the CIC, every soldier from the Shinjo force instinctively rose to their feet except Lin Fan. Though they were loyal only to Lin Fan, this moment carried a sense of solemn ritual. In recognition of Lord Lin Fan's exceptional military achievements in the Black Iron Sea and his immense contributions to safeguarding human civilization. By decree of His Majesty the King and approval of the Parliament. From this moment forth, Lin Fan is ennobled as Hereditary Viscount of the Azure Kingdom, title Xiantai, and granted the title of Pioneer Lord of the Xiantai Islands, with full authority over the defense and development of these waters. Hereditary Viscount. Pioneer Lord. These two words struck everyone's hearts like hammer blows. In the Azure Kingdom, peerages were exceedingly hard to obtain. The previous C-Class Ace title, though equivalent to a baronet, was merely an honorary designation. No fief, no real power, and not hereditary. But a viscount was different. This was true nobility. A ticket into the core of the kingdom's power. And even more so the title of Pioneer Lord. It meant Lin Fan was no longer a wandering fleet commander, but a regional sovereign. Is this your sincerity? Lin Fan gazed at the scroll, his face showing none of the ecstasy the envoy had anticipated. A title in exchange for me guarding the kingdom's gate. Count Lister paused, then chuckled. Lord Lin Fan is a man of practicality. His Majesty is well aware that a title alone cannot fill one's stomach, especially when maintaining such a large fleet. Your benefits will be comprehensively upgraded from the C-Class Ace level. Count Lister raised his fingers to enumerate the terms. First, territorial sovereignty. The Xiantai Islands and the surrounding 50 nautical miles are designated as your private domain. You will have independent legislative taxation and exploitation rights. The kingdom will station no officials and will not interfere in internal affairs. This effectively recognized Lin Fan's independent kingdom. Second, material provisions. The C-Class benefits you previously enjoyed, basic maintenance and fuel supplies, will remain. But the quota? The envoy smiled. No upper limit. Whatever fuel, freshwater, or steel the kingdom's ports can provide, you may take as much as you need. All covered by the national treasury. Lin Fan's eyebrows rose slightly. Now that was more like it. The 003 aircraft carrier was a resource-hungry beast. Though oil was secured, other materials still required external supply. Third and most practical. Count Lister raised a third finger. Military subsidy. The C-Class Ace receives a monthly subsidy of 1,000,000 credit coins, correct? That pittance wouldn't even cover a single sortie cost for your fighters. Starting next month, the Navy Department will pay you monthly under the name of Border Defense Allowance. The envoy paused, then stated a figure. 10 million kingdom credit coins. Additionally, all secret crystals, and, the black liquid mine from the Xiantai Islands. If sold to the kingdom, we will purchase at 20 above market price. 10 million. Plus trade privileges. This was no longer mere coaxing. It was throwing money. The kingdom was using its treasury to sustain Lin Fan's fleet. Lord Lin Fan, does this sincerity meet your satisfaction? Count Lister smiled at Lin Fan. He was confident. No one could refuse such terms. It was not just money and power, but the legitimacy conferred by the kingdom. With this identity, Lin Fan was no longer a pirate or a warlord, but an orthodox noble lord. Lin Fan fell silent for a moment. He didn't actually care about the Viscount title. In a world where might made right, as long as his carrier remained, and his J-35S still flew, he was the uncrowned king. But he needed time. He needed a stable rear to digest his gains, build a base, and climb the tech tree. Confronting a vast kingdom heathen was unwise at this stage, since they were willing to send money, supplies, and titles, and also shield him from the political pressure of the Wang family. Why not accept? Agreed. Lin Fan nodded, his tone as flat as if he had concluded a small deal. I accept this decree. Convey this to His Majesty. As long as I live, the Xiantai Islands shall be an insurmountable chasm for the Iron Blood Empire and the Abyss cult. But if anyone tries any underhanded tricks... Lin Fan's gaze suddenly sharpened, piercing through the hologram straight into the envoy's eyes. You've seen what happened to Wang Tung. Cold sweat trickled down Count Lister's back. He felt that he wasn't facing a newly risen noble, but a beast in human skin. Of course. The envoy wiped his brow. The kingdom treats its friends with utmost sincerity. Also, there is a private matter. Lister hesitated, then continued. Duke Wang Batian, though he dare not say anything now, he has indeed lost his sole heir. You may need to exercise caution during any future activities in the royal capital. But rest assured, His Majesty has sternly warned the Wang family. During your tenure as Pioneer Lord, any hostile action against you will be deemed a provocation against the crown. This was essentially a reassurance for Lin Fan. Understood. Lin Fan waved his hand, signaling the dismissal. End communication. The holographic projection vanished with a faint hiss. The command center fell quiet again. But everyone's eyes had changed. If before they were simply Lin Fan soldiers, now they were vassals of a lord. The shift in identity brought a transformation in belonging. Congratulations, Commander. No, congratulations, Lord. The Major led all the officers in a crisp salute, their eyes burning with fervor. In just a few days, From a freight waste to the war god, who sank an A-class mothership, and now to a hereditary viscount with his own domain. This was their commander. This was a miracle. Enough. Lin Fan waved a hand, not indulging in the vanity. Just an empty title. More than the Viscount's name, I value the 10 million in military funding and the trade privileges. He stood up and walked to the chart table. He looked at the map of the Xiantai Islands, now marked as Allied territory. With this money, our base construction can accelerate. Tell the engineering team, don't skimp on materials. I want a real city built on the main island. And a dock capable of berthing the next giant vessel. The Major's eyes lit up. The next one. Commander, do you mean? Lin Fan smiled mysteriously, and did not answer. But the look he cast toward the tech tree said it all. Deep within the T3 tech tree beneath the J-35, a colossal, and even more awe-inspiring silhouette of a warship loomed faintly. That was the threshold of T4. That was the majesty of a 10th Asantan destroyer. That was the glory of the Shinjo shield. Lin Fan gazed at the rising sun, outside the window, its golden light bathing his young yet resolute face. Our journey has only just begun. Transmit to the entire fleet. Stand down from combat readiness, crews rotate for rest. Tonight, extra rations. Let us celebrate, having a home of our own. The 003 Fujian sounded its horn once more. This time the horn carried no killing intent, but swelled with hopeful resolve. In this black iron sea far from the mainland, a new star was rising. It would write its legend with steel and gunpowder. At dusk in the black iron sea, a vivid and colorful panorama unfolds before the eyes, intoxicating and captivating. As the sun sets, its afterglow spills across the vast expanse of the sea, draping it in a bright blood-red veil. A gentle breeze sweeps by, and the waves lightly lap against the shore, creating ripples of gold. Amid the shimmering waves, the bright red flag fluttering high atop the main island peak stands out. This flag, like an unquenchable blaze, flaps in the sea breeze, crackling in the wind. At this moment, Lin Fan stands alone on the cliff, gazing down at the beautiful archipelago that now completely belongs to him. Just a few days ago, this place was a desolate ruin surrounded by the terrifying roars of sea monsters and the stench of decay rising from the depths. However, today, after arduous efforts and struggles, this lifeless land has burst into vibrant life, beginning to reveal the early signs of human civilization. In the deepwater harbor of the inner sea, the Type 003 Fujian is quietly docked, its massive hull casting a long shadow under the setting sun. Next to it, in several newly constructed T2 dry docks, workers are busy with the final equipment adjustment. Although there are no ships to build yet, the fervent atmosphere already hints at future hope. On the shore, rows of enormous oil storage tanks rise up, and the pipelines resemble giant black pythons transporting crude oil extracted from the seabed to the makeshift refinery. While the production capacity is not yet high, it is sufficient to sustain the daily consumption of the aircraft carrier fleet, with even some surplus. From a distance, a wide and straight runway winds, like a giant dragon between the foot of the mountain and the coastline. This runway is part of a new military airport currently under intense construction. At this moment, several Z-20 helicopters hover in the sky like agile eagles, continuously taking off and landing busily, and orderly unloading the first batch of building materials and supplies transported from the distant Azure Kingdom. At this moment, a faint sound of footsteps approaches, followed by a slightly low but respectful voice saying, "My lord." Upon hearing this call, Lin Fan slowly turned his head, his gaze falling on a tall figure in military attire nearby, the base's combat commander, a major. He held a hefty document tightly in his hands, his expression appearing particularly solemn and serious. Facing this subordinate, Lin Fan said expressionlessly, "Remember, do not call me my lord anymore, just refer to me as commander. As for the title Viscount, it is merely for external display of status. After all, we are here, and we must first remember our mission and responsibility as soldiers." "Understood, Commander," the major replied promptly after receiving the instruction, his eyes reflecting genuine respect for his superior officer. "This is the acceptance report for the first phase of base construction, as well as the list of materials transported from the kingdom." Lin Fan took the report and casually flipped through it. It seems that old fox list is still somewhat trustworthy. The items provided, while not top tier, are substantial enough to satisfy our needs. The list is filled with various special steels, rare metals, high-precision machine tools, and even a few expensive magical energy reactors. Although I do not use magical energy, these can be utilized for power generation, and can also serve as bait. Take it. Lin Fan closed the report. Don't be polite with them. We are helping them guard the gates, so collecting some protection fees is only right. Also, have you cleared the backgrounds of those newly recruited workers and crew members? We've checked them. The Major reported most of them are commoners recruited from the lower town, and some are disillusioned scholars from the academy. After Panda's screening, no spies from the Abyss Church or other forces were found. Very good. Lin Fan nodded. Settle them well. Provide for their food, clothing, and daily needs according to the standards of Shinjo's military industry. Do not be like those noble lords who treat people like livestock. Here, as long as they are willing to work, they will have food and dignity. Yes. The Major saluted and turned to leave. Lin Fan turned back, looking at the vast sea. The sea breeze tousled his hair, but could not dispel the ambition in his eyes. He has taken his first steady step. He has established a base, secured stable resources, gained a legitimate identity, and assembled a fleet powerful enough to command respect from any force. However, this is still not enough. Far from enough. His gaze pierced through the twilight, aiming towards even more distant realms. Deep within the black iron sea, in the mists unmarked on any map, a great threat still lurks. Though the Abyss Church's main forces have retreated, that A-class mothership, the Desecrator, is merely the tip of their iceberg. Sagar's dying words, "The Abyss is coming," still pierce Lin Fan's heart like a thorn. And then, there is the Iron Blood Empire. Though they have suffered a significant loss this time, these power-worshipping lunatics will certainly not give up easily. Their underwater strength remains formidable, and those unseen A-class submarines still hang like the sword of Damocles over his head. Even the current ally, the Azure Kingdom, may not have pure intentions. List's enticement is at its core a form of exploitation. Once Lin Fan shows signs of losing control, or becomes of no further use, the supplies sent may quickly turn into bullets aimed at him. This is a chaotic world. Lin Fan sighed. In this chaotic era, to survive and thrive, the only way is to become stronger. Strong enough to make everyone look up. Strong enough to turn all schemes and plots into mere jokes in the face of absolute power. Pangu. Lin Fan silently murmured in his heart. Commander, I am here. That cold mechanical voice now sounded so warm and familiar. Unlock the technology tree. Command confirmed. A pale blue holographic screen unfolded before Lin Fan. T1 closed defense guns, helicopters, basic ammunition. All illuminated. T2J15 TKJ600 J15 DT. All illuminated. T3 J35 stealth fighter. Illuminated. Along this journey, he relied on these armaments to rise from an F-class waste to the current ruler of Black Iron. Yet it is still not enough. Lin Fan's finger glided to the gray icon that had remained locked. That is T4. That is the true pinnacle of Shinjo's military industry. Detected that the commander has completed the first phase, strategic objective occupy, and stabilized the Xian Iron Archipelago. Detected that the commander holds the title of Viscount and territory. Detected current energy reserve 23,800 points. Preconditions met. T4 Fleet Technology Tree. Unlocked. Buzz. As Panda's voice faded, the gray icon was instantly illuminated by golden light. Countless streams of complex data crazily refreshed before Lin Fan's eyes. It was a brand new blueprint. It was a new power. Lin Fan saw a familiar, exhilarating silhouette. It was a sleek warship full of modern industrial beauty. It lacked a broad flight deck, but boasted a phased array radar tower soaring to a height of 100 meters. Its bow, though devoid of heavy cannons, concealed over 100 vertical launch cells beneath its deck. It is the guardian of the fleet. It is the sword-bearing guardian of the aircraft carrier. It is the mobile Great Wall of the Sea. The 055 class 10,000-ton missile destroyer. Shinjo Shield. Lin Fan gazed at the icon, his eyes sparkling with fervor. If the aircraft carrier is the spear for offense, then the 055 is the strongest shield, and the most lethal hidden weapon. With it, Lin Fan's fleet truly possesses a complete air defense, anti-submarine, and anti-ship system. With it, those iron blood submarines hiding underwater, those abyss gargoyles seeking suicidal attacks, will all become relics of the past. Moreover, T4 includes more than just the 055. Beside it, another icon is flashing. It is a gigantic underwater behemoth. A nuclear-powered attack submarine. It is the ultimate trump card against the Iron Blood Empire. Hee hee. Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh. Laughter echoed atop the empty mountain, carrying a hint of arrogance and satisfaction. The Iron Blood Empire. The Abyss Church. Did you think this was the end? No. Lin Fan turned around facing the rising base against the backdrop of the sinking sun, his figure elongated like an unyielding monument. This is just the first step. End of Volume 1 Volume 2 Storms in the Capital. In the capital of the Azure Kingdom, St. Andrews, a relentless drizzle had persisted for 3 entire days, as if intent on drenching the bustling city to its very core. The ducal mansion located in the heart of the upper district stood, with its gates tightly shut. Black mourning gauze adorned every intricately carved window lattice. Deep within the mansion in the study no lights were on. Only the occasional flicker of flames from the fireplace cast shadows upon the gloomy profile of the man seated in the high-backed chair. Wang Batian clutched 2 iron balls in his hand, spinning them with such rapidity that they emitted a crisp clattering sound. "He's dead." His voice was soft as if speaking to himself. The old butler standing in the shadows bowed slightly, daring not to respond. "My son taking with him the fleet our family has amassed over half a century along with the class duke went to that god-forsaken place and then turned to ash." Wang Batian abruptly ceased his motion. The 2 steel-forged iron balls in his palm were twisted out of shape by sheer force. "And that murderer? Not only was he not wanted, but he became an imperial viscount, a pioneering lord. Even His Majesty sent a confidential letter hinting that I should draw the line here and let bygones be bygones." Wang Batian raised his head. His bloodshot eyes held no tears, only a venomous spite that chilled the soul. "Let bygones be bygones. The enmity of a slain son, the grievance of a ruined house. Can a mere let bygones be bygones settle it?" The old butler finally spoke, his voice hoarse. "Patriarch, we truly cannot move against him now. That Lin Fan holds the power to obliterate an A-class mothership in seconds. The royal family and the military regard him as their ace against the Abyss cult and other nations. If we make a move openly now, we would be standing against the entire kingdom." "I know." Wang Batian rose, walked to the window, and stared out at the pitch-black rain-soaked night. "I'm not foolish enough to seek death. But every man has his weakness. That Lin Fan, though formidable, possesses a fatal vulnerability." Wang Batian turned his finger, tapping heavily on a nautical chart spread across the desk. "He has only 1 ship. No matter how powerful that 003 is, no matter how fast his aircraft are, he commands but a single capital ship. He has occupied the Xiantai Islands, an overseas exclave isolated from the mainland. That island has ore, but it's dead ore. It cannot be eaten or drunk. To keep that colossal vessel running and to sustain his thousands of men, he must rely on external supplies." The old butler's eyes brightened. "Your grace means to cut off his supplies." "Precisely." Wang Batian gave a cold laugh. "He is after all an upstart of common birth with too shallow a foundation. In the kingdom, he has no commercial network, no transport channels. His current logistical supplies depend entirely on merchant convoys hired from the capital's port. What if those merchant ships can no longer reach the Xiantai Islands? What if his oil runs dry, his food runs out, and his ammunition resupply is severed? An aircraft carrier without fuel is nothing but an iron coffin adrift on the sea." Wang Batian pulled a black business card from his drawer stamped with a ghastly white skull. "Contact the Black Skull Pirate Group. Tell One-Eyed Jack that the Wang family will pay triple the price. I want him to blockade all sea lanes leading to the Xiantai Islands. Any ship carrying cargo for Lin Fan, regardless of its flag, is to be seized, resistors killed without mercy." The old butler hesitated. "But Patriarch, what if Lin Fan brings his carrier out to escort the convoys? The Black Skull's few battered ships wouldn't even be a snack for him. He want—" Wang Batian shook his head with certainty. "Do you think it costs nothing to move such a behemoth? Activating a war machine of that level consumes astronomical resources. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? To hunt a few scattered pirate flies with a carrier over supply ships? That's not just a losing deal. It will wear him out. I want to turn this into a quagmire. Either he watches his supply line severed, slowly starving on that island, or he must use his precious carrier as a patrol boat dashing about the sea until his resources are drained." Wang Batian tossed the card into the fireplace. The flames devoured the skull in an instant, casting a grotesque grin on his face. "Lin Fan, welcome to the real world. War here is not just about fighting and killing." At the deep-water port of the Xiantai Islands, the sea wind howled and base construction was in full swing. Although oil had been obtained, converting crude oil into qualified aviation kerosene, and heavy oil required a refinery, And that took time. Moreover, the system did not handle everything. Beyond the scope of the system provided kits all construction materials, daily necessities, and even certain precision parts, for the base still heavily depended on procurement from the Azure Kingdom mainland. Inside the Combat Information Center, the alarm abruptly shattered the morning tranquility.
Commander, this is the communications unit. Our third supply convoy, the cargo ship Blue Whale, has lost contact in sea area K9 200 nautical miles from the islands. The last signal indicated an attack.
Lin Fan was studying the base blueprint at the tactical table when he frowned slightly upon hearing this.
Sea monster. No, it's human interference.
The communications officer's fingers flew across the keyboard.
They've sent a video call request. Unencrypted public channel. Put it through.
The main screen flickered and an image appeared. The shot was shaky, showing a burning freighter in the background. On the deck, a row of hired crew in Shinjo uniforms knelt, while several pirates armed with mana-powered rifles beat them wantonly. The lens shifted to a rugged man with a missing eye, one-eyed Jack, chieftain of the Black Skull Pirate.
Yo, if it isn't our great hero Viscount Lin Fan.
Jack chewed on a wad of tobacco, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. He made an exaggerated salute at the camera, his eyes brimming with provocation and mockery.
Allow me to introduce myself, and the toll collector around these parts. I've taken a liking to the cargo on this ship. As for the crew, it'll keep them alive for now. You?
Lin Fan stared at the screen, his expression unchanged, but his gaze was icy cold.
Do you have a death wish? Ha ha ha. Death.
Jack burst into laughter, as if he had heard a great joke, even smugly patting the 40mm mana-powered autocannon beside him.
Lord Lin, I know you're formidable. That big ship of yours can one-shot an Abyss mothership, terrifying. But my dear Viscount, how much fuel does that ship burn just to get moving? How much does one of those missiles cost? I've only got 3 or 5 broken vessels, and I can play hide-and-seek with you across this vast ocean. So come chase me with your carrier. Come on!
Jack leaned his face close to the lens, his provocation now unrestrained.
I bet you won't. Your ship is meant for national wars, not for swatting flies like us. As soon as you come out, it'll run. As soon as you go back, it'll strike again. Let's see who runs out first, your fuel or my patience. Want your people and cargo back. Pay the ransom. 10 million kingdom credits. You have 24 hours.
Beep. The communication was cut. The screen returned to its blue hue. Dead silence filled the entire CIC. All the staff officers and commanders looked at Lin Fan with livid faces. It was a blatant humiliation. And an utterly disgusting tactic.
Those bastards!
The operations commander, a major, slammed his fist on the table.
Commander, let me lead the Flying Shark Squadron. In 10 minutes, they'll blow them to pieces. No!
Lin Fan shook his head, his tone calm.
First, the distance is too great. 200 nautical miles plus time to search for the target. The loiter time of our fighters is a problem. They are dispersed small targets in complex sea conditions. Radar search efficiency is low. Second, he's right.
Lin Fan pointed at the spot on the screen where the arrogant face had vanished.
This is an economic calculation. The cost per flight hour of the J-35, the price of an Ingi missile, even the wear and tear on the carrier, all to take out a pirate ship of a few dozen tons. That's using a cannon to kill a mosquito, a loss-making game. And this is clearly orchestrated by someone.
Lin Fan's gaze turned profound.
If we make a big show by deploying the carrier, we'll fall right into their trap. We'll be bogged down in endless counterinsurgency, worn thin and exhausted by these flies. They bet I only have one trump card. They bet I don't have conventional forces suited for this kind of dirty work.
The major gritted his teeth.
So we just pay up. Or watch our supply lines be cut. Pay.
Lin Fan let out a cold laugh, turned, and walked toward the massive floor-to-ceiling porthole, gazing at the bustling port outside.
I, Lin Fan, have never paid a ransom to anyone in my life. They think the carrier is too big and too costly to move. They think I don't have a ship that can travel long distances, clean up trash at low cost, and raise their hideouts to the ground. Then they have seriously underestimated the depth of Shinjo's military industry.
Lin Fan's consciousness sank into the system. The pale blue technological interface unfolded before his eyes. He bypassed the T1, T2, and T3 pages, his gaze locking onto the T4 tech tree that had been shimmering with golden light. In recent days, though base construction and personnel expansion had consumed much, the steady output from Crystal Island kept his energy reserves at a healthy level. It was time. The 003 carrier was a strategic deterrent, the anchor in turbulent waters. But he indeed lacked a sword-wielding bodyguard. A lone wolf capable of independent long-range operations, with formidable sustained combat capability, fierce firepower, and no need for carrier escort. Lin Fan's finger hovered over an icon that countless souls yearned for. It was the silhouette of a sleek, sharp Cypher Beauty warship. It needed no carrier-borne aircraft. It itself was the strongest air defense net. It needed no escort. It itself was a fleet. Lin Fan turned around, his gaze sharp as a blade.
Major! Sir! The pirates say my deployment cost is too high. The pirates think I can't catch them.
Lin Fan adjusted his cuffs, his eyes icy.
Since they want to see something big, since they think I make too much noise. Then he'll give them an eyeful. Issue the order. Prepare to receive a new vessel. No escort needed, no resupply needed. Clear Deepwater Berth 1. It'll make that one-eyed bastard understand. There are some people you don't mess with.
Xiantai Island's Combat Information Center CIC. On the massive tactical screen, the greasy and arrogant face of Duyan Chieka had just vanished, leaving only a patch of blue static. The air was thick with a suffocating low pressure, the dead silence before a storm. Lin Fan stood before the command console, his hands propped on the desk. His gaze did not rest on the screen, but pierced through the thick armor plating, looking out at the turbulent sea beyond the window.
10 million.
Lin Fan suddenly laughed, the sound soft but strikingly clear in the silent CIC.
He actually wants me to pay him a toll.
The major stood nearby, his face livid. As a career soldier, being humiliated by such despicable pirates was worse than death.
Commander, this is a test and an insult. Behind the Black Skull pirate group is the Wong family. They are well aware of the operating costs of the 003 carrier. Even a single sortie of a J-35, when accounting for fuel consumption and maintenance man-hours, far exceeds the value of that cargo ship. They are gambling, betting that we wouldn't dare use strategic-level forces for this small change.
Lin Fan turned around, looking at the major. The chill in his eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by a sly amusement, like a hunter watching prey caught in a trap.
They've calculated shrewdly, using a few broken pirate ships to force me to deploy an aircraft carrier. That would indeed be using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, not only uneconomical, but also a laughingstock to the world.
Lin Fan walked to the chart table, his finger gently tracing the sea area marked in red.
But they made a fatal mistake. They think the technology tree of Shinjo military industry only has aircraft carriers. They think I have no other blades besides the J-15 and J-35.
Lin Fan's consciousness sank into the system. The T4 level icon, which had been shimmering with enticing golden light, now seemed particularly familiar in his eyes. After the frenzied looting of the first volume, especially that, rich as aching, operation against the Abyss cult, his energy point reserves had reached an unprecedented height. It was time. The 003 carrier was a strategic deterrent, the stabilizing anchor. But he truly lacked a sword-bearing guard, a lone wolf capable of independent operations in the deep ocean, possessing formidable sustained combat capability, and requiring no carrier cover. Lin Fan's finger hovered over the apex icon representing the destroyer branch. T4 class 10th Ascendant large missile destroyer, type 055. Codename Shinjo Shield. Full load displacement 12500 tons. Unlock cost 20000 energy points. 20,000 points. This price was exorbitantly high, even exceeding the initial cost of unlocking the 003 carrier. And Lin Fan knew very well that these 20,000 points only bought the platform itself, the expensive hull, the world's top radar electronic system, and the power group. As for ammunition, that was the system's generous gift of a
first issue fully loaded gift package.
If later he needed to replenish or wanted more expensive missiles, he would have to pay extra. Even if Lin Fan had it bare, with empty magazines, those 20,000 points were non-negotiable. But it was worth it, because this ship itself was a fleet.
Pangu,
Lin Fan murmured in his heart, his voice firm and cold.
Pay 20,000 points. Unlock the T4 class lead ship. Since they want to see a big one, let them have a good look. Lead ship named Hongdu.
Command confirmed. Energy points deducted. T4 class destroyer lead ship Hongdu hull number 101 is now being warped. Coordinates Shanghai Port No. 1 Deepwater berth. Harbor. Workers moving supplies on the dock suddenly felt the ground beneath them tremble slightly, as if some enormous entity in the air was compressing the space.
Look! Berth 1.
The originally calm sea seemed to boil, countless white bubbles surging, then a dazzling blue arc tore through space. In that blink of an eye, a towering steel behemoth slowly materialized. It was a warship completely different from the 003 carrier. If the carrier was a wide and flat sea airport, then this ship before him was a razor-sharp dagger named
Violence.
It possessed an extremely sci-fi stealth appearance, with clean and smooth hull lines. All equipment that might reflect radar waves was carefully encased or adopted bevel designs. Its entire body was painted with the Shenzhou Navy's distinctive naval white stealth coating, glinting with a cold metallic luster under the sun. The most striking feature was its integrated comprehensive RF mast, tens of meters high, resembling a fortress. No messy antennas, no rotating radomes. All electronic warfare equipment, communication antennas, and radar arrays were integrated within this sleek mast. Around the bridge, 4 massive dark gray phased array radar panels, like 4 coldly observing eyes, quietly watched the world. T4 class core technology, Type 346B dual-band digital array active phased array radar. This was the soul of this 10th Ascendant destroyer. Many people thought the Type 055 was just a powerful firepower enforcer, the carrier's
Door-bearing guard.
or simply a
Missile truck.
that was not wrong, but too superficial. Its true role was the fleet's
Air Defense and Anti-Missile Command Center.
Like the former U.S. Navy's Ticonderoga-class cruisers, the primary significance of the Type 055 was to use its terrifying radar power and computing capacity to erect an airtight protective umbrella with a radius of hundreds of kilometers for the entire carrier strike group. It could track thousands of targets simultaneously and guide dozens of missiles to intercept incoming saturation attacks. It was a shield, an indestructible Shenzhou shield. But that didn't mean its spear was dull. On the contrary, its spear was lethally sharp. Lin Fan stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of the CIC, gazing at the newly arrived
Hongdu.
His eyes fell on the flat deck of the bow. There, arranged densely like chocolate squares, were launch covers. 64 forward, 48 aft. A total of 112 850 mm large diameter cold hot top platform vertical launch cells. This was the world's largest caliber and deepest VLS system.
This is truth,
Lin Fan said softly. Within these 112 deep cells was enough firepower to annihilate a small country.
Pang to confirm ammunition loading status. Yes, Commander. The Hongdu's initial ammunition has been fully loaded to all domain deterrent standard. Air defense configuration, see red flag 9B long-range air defense missile, 40 rounds, unit price 30 points.
This was the standard
Shield.
using mature fragmentation warheads with a stable range of approximately 200 kilometers. For dealing with this world's subsonic wyverns, or even ordinary supersonic targets, it was the most efficient sweeper. See red flag 9C medium-range anti-missile air defense missile, 40 rounds, occupying 20 cells, 2 per cell, purchase as one-time buy of a set of 2, total 80 points. Lin Fan's gaze lingered on 9C for a moment. This was the real black technology. Its body was more slender than the 9B, adopting a design concept similar to
Patriot 3 MSE.
Around the upper part of the missile body was a ring of dense ACM attitude control thrusters. This meant it no longer relied on bulky aerodynamic fins, but could perform insane lateral maneuvers even in a vacuum. It abandoned traditional area kill and adopted the
KKV kinetic kill vehicle
mode, combined with a device similar to a kill enhancer. It killed targets not by explosion, but by impact, using pure kinetic energy to smash incoming ballistic missiles or stealth targets with some maneuverability. Moreover, thanks to the new generation of solid fuel technology and extreme drag reduction and weight reduction of the missile itself, its range even far exceeds the larger 9B. It is a true
assassin hunter.
Anti-submarine configuration, U-8A rocket-assisted torpedo, 8 rounds, unit price 50 points. Combined with the 2 Z-20F anti-submarine helicopters provided with the ship, any iron-blooded submarine hiding underwater would have nowhere to hide. Just air defense and anti-submarine already occupied 68 cells. The remaining 44 cells were the surprise Lin Fan had prepared for this world. Land Sea Strike configuration, G-18C subsonic stealth cruise missile, 24 rounds, unit price 250 points. This was an intelligent assassin. It didn't pursue extreme speed but ultimate stealth and path plan. It could fly at sea-skimming altitude for thousands of kilometers, using terrain to avoid radar, and even loiter over the target area searching like a ghost for the most valuable targets. Hypersonic Strike Configuration NG 2012 Round Unit Price 500 points. This was a hypersonic missile with a dual-cone warhead. Although the technology was relatively mature, and its in-air maneuver and trajectory change capabilities slightly weaker, it excelled in quantity and massive payload. It was like a heavy hammer, though not agile. If it struck, even an aircraft carrier would break in two. Finally, those were the 8 most expensive and deadliest cells. Strategic Deterrence Configuration NG-17 Hypersonic Glide Missile 8-round unit price 1,000 points. This was the real trump card. Adopting a Wave Rider warhead design, its technical level was extremely high. It could perform high-G maneuvers in near space at speeds exceeding Mach 10, with an erratic trajectory yet terrifying precision. Although it sacrificed some payload for ultimate maneuverability, and was inevitably very expensive, it was accurate, fast, and lethal. It could strike both sea and land targets, taking the enemy's head amidst thousands of troops. It was the Grim Reaper scalpel specialized in curing all defiance.
20,000 points.
Lin Fan looked at these data, a satisfied curve lifting the corner of his mouth. Expensive but worth the price. This was not just a ship, it was a mobile arsenal integrating air defense, anti-missile, anti-submarine, sea strike, and land attack.
Commander.
The Major's voice interrupted Lin Fan's thoughts. He looked at the giant ship, his eyes full of fervor and awe, but also a hint of puzzlement.
This is the ship we're going to use against pirates. Using this configuration to attack a few pirate ships cobbled together with wood and iron. Isn't it a bit too unfair? Unfair.
Lin Fan straightened his collar and turned toward the door.
I intend to be unfair. In this world of the survival of the fittest, fairness is reserved for the dead. Issue the order.
Lin Fan's voice instantly turned icy as steel.
Hongdu, all hands to stations. No escort needed, no supply ship to follow. Single ship sortie. Target sea area K9. I want those pirates and the Wong family hiding behind them to see. What the hell is a dimensionality reduction strike?
10 minutes later, accompanied by the low roar of 4 QC-280 gas turbines, the 13th Assanton Hongdu slowly left the dock. It did not have the entourage of the 003 carrier, nor did it assume a fleet formation. It sailed alone like a proud lone wolf, cutting through the waves of the Black Iron Sea. Inside the bridge, the fully digital glass cockpit emitted a cold blue light. The dual-band radar was activated. Thousands of TR modules worked simultaneously, invisible electromagnetic waves instantly sweeping across hundreds of kilometers of sea. In its field of view, the pirate ships, 200 nautical miles away, that thought they were well hidden, were as clear as lanterns in the night. Even the wine bottle in the pirate captain's hand could be outlined by the synthetic aperture radar.
Type HPJ-45A 130mm naval gun, self-check complete. Target locked.
Lin Fan sat in the captain's chair looking at the red dots on the screen. He didn't even plan to use those expensive missiles. For this level of enemy, the 130mm naval gun, with a rate of fire of up to 40 rounds per minute, was enough to make them regret being born in their next life.
Full speed ahead. The show begins.
Shiantai Port Berth 1. The rain had ceased, but the sea breeze still carried a damp, salty tang. The beams of the dock searchlights cut through the pre-dawn darkness like scalpels. At the heart of that interplay of light and shadow lay an iron behemoth at odds with this world. It was too quiet. There was no rumble of steam turbines, no black smoke from burning coal, not even the coarse rivets and rust that spoke of a harsher age. Its entire hull was clad in a silver-gray radar-absorbent coating, revealing near-perfect geometric facets under the cold light. Hull number 101. This was the 10th Assanton destroyer that had just arrived in this world, the Hongdu. Teams of soldiers in deep-sea camouflage fatigues were marching in orderly steps, swiftly boarding via the gangway. There was no conversation, no commotion, only the dull thud of military boots on the gangplank. These were true professionals. They came from the Shenzhou Military-Industrial Systems talent pool, each one a rigorously trained elite. In their eyes, there was no fear of the unknown, only absolute confidence in this warship. Inside the bridge, the all-digital glass cockpit had already lit up. Dozens of high-resolution displays glowed with a faint blue light, bathed the entire command center in a sci-fi radiance.
Main engines ready. Navigation radar activated. Integrated RF system self-check complete. All parameters normal.
Calm clipped commands echoed through the bridge. Seated in the captain's chair was a stir-faced middle-aged Colonel Lin. By his hand lay not wine or cigars, but a cup of warm plain water, and a thick operations manual. He glanced at the time.
Departure deployment.
Lin's voice was low, but carried an unyielding authority.
Cast off.
With several crisp whistles, the thick mooring lines were thrown into the water. Deep within the hull, 4 domestically produced QC-280 gas turbines emitted a low roar. This was not the pant of a steam engine, but the thunder of a jet engine. Powerful thrust surged through the drive shafts to the twin propellers astern. The seawater churning up white foam. The 13th Assanton steel giant slipped away from the dock as lightly as a feather. On the shore, several sailors of the original Seven Seas Trade Alliance on night watch stared dumbfounded. They had seen class warships depart, a spectacle of billowing black smoke, roaring horns, and hundreds of men shouting on deck. But they had never seen a departure like this. Silence. Speed. Lethality. Like a peerless assassin silently drawing a dagger in the night.
No escort.
A sailor murmured.
Even the Lord's aircraft carrier has over a dozen ships following. This one looks pretty, but it's going out alone.
The old foreman took a drag of his cigarette, his eyes complex.
Escort? You don't know shit. Does a lion need to bring dogs when it goes hunting?
The vast sea churned with waves. The Hongdu carved a straight wake across the ocean. Though it was a solo sortie, the atmosphere in the bridge remained unrelaxed.
Course 120, speed 30 knots. Stabilizers extended. Hull attitude stable.
At 30 knots, this 10th Assanton juggernaut remained as steady as if it were on land. The bow cleaved through towering waves, and the spray had not yet settled before it was left behind. Lin sat upright in the command chair, his eyes sweeping across the integrated tactical display. This ship was alone. Within hundreds of nautical miles, there were no allies, no support. Yet this ship was also omniscient. On the towering integrated mast, 4 massive Type 346B dual-band active phased array radars had been silently activated. Thousands of TR modules worked simultaneously. Invisible electromagnetic waves tore through the air, pierced the clouds, spreading like an immense net over hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of sky and sea. At this range, not even a pirate ship, not even the flight path of a seagull, could escape radar detection.
Captain!
An officer at the radar station suddenly spoke, his voice calm.
Contact acquired. Bearing 115, range 180 nautical miles. Number of targets 5. Formation cruising speed 12 knots. Signature analysis. Confirmed as armed merchant vessel and patrol boats belonging to the Black Skull pirate crew.
On the screen, 5 red dots were clearly marked. Through synthetic aperture radar imaging, even the contours of the enemy ships could be vaguely outlined. A converted armed freighter surrounded by 4 gunboats bristling with cannons.
Found them so quickly.
Lin set down his water glass. This was the informational gap. While the enemy was still in total darkness, before they could even glimpse his shadow, he had already seen through to their underwear.
Maintain silence.
Lin ordered.
No need to activate fire control radar. Don't startle them. Well, just sail right in. Some guests enjoy surprises.
200 nautical miles away in Sector K9. This was the only route to the Xiantai archipelago, but now it had become a floating prison. The sea's freighter, the Blue Whale, drifted alone on the sea, black smoke still rising from its hull. On deck, dozens of Shinshauer crew members were tied up like dumplings baking under the scorching sun. Alongside the freighter lay a painted, garish armed merchant ship flying the Jolly Roger, the Black Pearl. That was the flagship of the Black Skull pirate crew. In the captain's cabin, One-Eyed Jack lounged with his legs crossed, clutching a greasy roast chicken leg, his mouth glistening with oil.
Captain, will that Lin Fan react?
The first mate asked worriedly. After all, this was the ruthless man who had sunk in a class mothership. Even though the Wong family had offered triple the bounty and promised protection, this money still felt hot in the hands.
Scared of what?
Jack spat out a chicken bone, his single eye filled with cunning and greed.
I hope he reacts. If he actually brings out that big carrier we run. Our ships are famous for speed. Plus there are plenty of reefs around here, we know the waters. We duck into the fog and that massive thing of his would dare follow.
Jack patted his belly smugly.
Once he comes out, our job is done. That carrier burns enough fuel to feed us for a lifetime. What if he doesn't come out?
The first mate asked again.
Doesn't come out.
Jack sneered.
Then he's a coward. Or like Duke Wong said, his ship is just for show. One move and it'd break down. Then we just sit here and wait. Seize his ship. Kill his men. Let's see how long he can hold out.
Just then urgent knocking interrupted their conversation.
Captain. Radar contact.
A lookout pirate burst in his face wearing a strange expression.
Coming.
Jack leaped to his feet grabbing the curved sword hanging on the wall.
Is it the carrier? How many planes? No. It's not the carrier.
The pirate scratched his head, seemingly uncertain.
There's only one blip on the radar. Only one.
Jack was stunned. Though he was a pirate, he knew the scale of Lin Fan's deployments. When he fought the Abyss cult, the sky was filled with planes and missiles, a spectacle like the apocalypse. How could there be only one blip?
Are you sure you're not mistaken? Positive, Captain.
The pirate affirmed.
And the return signal is especially small. Very small. How small? Like one of those tin-softened fishing boats we usually hijack.
The pirate gestured.
And it's fast, heading straight for us.
Jack frowned. A tin-softened fishing boat. That didn't add up. Could it be a scout sent by Lin Fan?
Let's go to the bridge.
Jack pushed past his men and strode onto the bridge. He leaned over the Eagle-Eye Type 2 magic energy radar, which had cost him a fortune from the Seven Seas Trade Alliance. On the green phosphor screen, there was indeed only a solitary blip. It was faint and flickering. If you didn't look carefully, you'd mistake it for a wave echo. In the radar's estimation, a return signal of this size usually indicated a small civilian vessel or a large marine creature. Absolutely not a warship of several thousand or even 10,000 tons. Because in this world's common sense, the larger the ship, the larger the radar cross-section, and the stronger the return. A 10th freighter on radar would be a massive bright blob. They had no idea something called stealth design even existed. Although the Type 055 destroyer had a full load displacement of 130,000 tons thanks to its perfect faceted stealth shape and radar absorbent coating, its radar cross-section RCS was even smaller than that of a tin-softened fishing boat. But in Jack's understanding, it was a small boat.
Huh?
Jack stared at the faint blip and suddenly burst out laughing. He laughed so hard, he doubled over, tears streaming.
And here I thought it was something big. After all that he sends, just this. A fishing boat. A negotiator.
Jack turned to his equally bewildered men and jeered.
Looks like our Viscount is really broke. Or maybe we've got him by the balls. He can't bear to use the carrier but doesn't want to lose face, so he sends a little speedboat to try and settle privately.
The first mate laughed too, his earlier anxiety completely gone.
Captain, what do we do? Meet the negotiator or...
Jack licked his lips, a cruel glint flashing in his single eye.
Negotiate, my ass. I hate negotiating. Since he doesn't want dignity, he'll give him dignity.
Jack waved his hand, pointing at the growing blip on the radar.
Order all ships to surround it. Whether it's bringing money or begging for mercy, devour it. Blow that little boat to pieces. Cut off the messenger's head and hang it on the blue whale's mast. Let Lin Fan know this is what happens when you refuse a toast and have to drink a penalty. Roar!
The pirates let out excited howls. This was prime loot delivered right to their for patrol boats loaded with magic energy cannons, like sharks scenting blood, instantly accelerated, forming a pincer formation as they dashed toward that weak radar signal. Jack's flagship, the Black Pearl, also slowly rotated its turrets. Several large-caliber magic energy cannons began to charge. In their eyes, it was nothing more than a foolish lamb that had wandered into a wolf pack, barely enough to fill their teeth. The sea wind howled. The distance closed rapidly. 50 nautical miles. 30. 20. On the horizon, the pirate lookout finally spotted a black speck through his telescope.
I see it! I see it!
The lookout shouted excitedly.
Just one black dot. No smokestack. No sails. Looks bare. It must be an unarmed launch.
Hearing the report, Jack grinned even wider. Bare. No guns. What else could it be but a suicide mission?
Boys, prepare to board. 100 gold coins to whoever jumps on first.
The pirate fleet charged like rabid dogs after prey. They had no idea that on the other side of the horizon, inside the bridge of that so-called bare little launch, Lejeune stared at the red dots that were charging right into the kill zone, his expression unchanged. like a man watching a cockroach crawl toward his slipper.
Targets in visual range,
the radar officer reported.
Fire control radar has locked on. 130mm main gun ready. Secondary guns ready.
Legion took a sip of water.
No rush. Let them come closer. Closer. Let them see clearly what they've messed with.
The sea breeze carried a damp, salty scent as it violently slapped against the hull of the Black Pearl, which was covered in barnacles and rust. Jack the One-Eyed continuously licked his cracked lips, a subconscious action born from his extreme excitement. The distance was closing in. 20 nautical miles. 15 nautical miles. Behind him, the entire Black Skull pirate crew was in a frenzy akin to sharks sensing blood. For escort boats spread out in a fan-shaped, engines roaring, the black smoke billowing from their funnels, leaving 4 murky trails on the water's surface. On the sea's cargo ship, the guarding pirates wielded curved sabers, howling like beasts towards the sea. On the radar screen, the blip remained pitifully faint. It was like a dead leaf floating on the sea, ready to be swallowed by the winds and waves at any moment.
Captain, something feels off here.
The first mate came closer, a hint of doubt on his face, but more so the greed of impending spoils.
We are already in visual range, yet we can't see the ship. Our magic radar, though secondhand, was salvaged from the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance, and should be able to detect a target this close.
Jack lowered the telescope and scoffed.
This is Lin Fan's little trick.
He pointed toward the misty expanse of the sea ahead.
That kid must have sent a specially crafted stealth boat. I've heard the royal yacht of the Azure Kingdom uses a special alchemical coating that absorbs a portion of radar waves, making the ship appear much smaller on radar than it actually is. Is he trying to play the wolf in sheep's clothing game? Or is he attempting to sneak over and rescue people while we are unaware?
The flesh on Jack's face twitched, revealing a set of yellow teeth.
Too bad he ran into me. In the face of absolute numbers, such tricks are merely laughable. Send the order down, prepare all cannon positions. The moment that little boat shows itself, no matter its intentions, fire 2 shots at it. We must make that noble Viscount understand that there are tolls in the Black Iron Seas.
Laughter erupted in the communication channel. The pirates rubbed their fists together, as if they could already see the gold beckoning them. The sea breeze grew stronger. Ahead, the sea mist seemed to churn violently under an unseen force.
I see it! I see it!
A lookout on the League-class escort vessel named Mad Dog suddenly screamed in agony. Yet there was no excitement in that voice. Only a kind of ghastly terror.
Captain! That's not a speedboat. That's a mountain.
Jack was taken aback before he could grasp what "it's a mountain" meant. An overwhelming sense of oppression pierced through the sea mist, heavily weighing on everyone's hearts. As the mist cleared, the first thing to come into view was a towering ship's prow. It was not made of wood, nor was it cast iron inlaid with runes, but a sleek silver-gray steel plate, so smooth it could not even accommodate a fly. Next was the hull. That small blip on the radar, which only showed a few dozen tons, transformed into a steel behemoth measuring 180 meters long, 20 meters wide, and displacing over 120,000 tons. It resembled a ghostly island that had suddenly risen from the deep sea, silently slicing through the waves. No sails. No funnels. No chaotic ropes or masts. The entire battleship exhibited an extreme geometric beauty, with all upper structures slanting inward, not just for aesthetics, but to minimize radar reflection. The massive integrated mass soared high, surrounded by deep gray phased array radar panels, like the eyes of a deity coldly gazing down upon this swarm of ants.
What? What is that thing?
Jack's telescope clattered to the deck, shattering into pieces. His mouth fell open, nearly dislocating his jaw. In his life, he had raided merchant vessels, piloted escort ships, and even seen the kingdom's battleships from a distance. But he had never encountered anything like this. It was larger and more majestic than a battleship, yet had sleeker lines than a speedboat.
An aircraft carrier.
The first mate stammered, his legs trembling.
No, it's not an aircraft carrier.
Jack suddenly snapped back to reality, his eyes fixed on the forward deck of the massive ship. There was no straight runway, no parked aircraft. There was only a solitary turret. A lonely, seemingly not too large single-barrel turret. And behind the turret were large flat square hatches of unknown purpose.
Not an aircraft carrier. It has no planes.
Jack seemed to grasp at the last straw, his crumbling courage suddenly bolstered.
It's just a bigger transport ship. Or some kind of new cruiser. Look at it. The whole ship has only one cannon.
Jack pointed at the HPJ-45, a 130mm naval gun, his voice sharp and piercing from extreme tension.
Such a large ship, and it only has one main gun. Not even a few secondary guns in sight. It's just a facade. It's a big fat pig with no substance.
In this world's common knowledge, a warship's combat power is proportional to the number of guns it has. A class warship should have at least a dozen cannons, while a class battleship would be bristling with guns. Yet this 10th Ascendant giant had the audacity to only have one main gun. This was unscientific. This was far from magical.
Don't be afraid. Everyone, don't be afraid.
Jack grabbed the megaphone, screaming at his panicking crew.
It has only one gun. We have 5 ships. Together we have over 60 guns. Surround it. Get close and fire. Its hull is so large it's a live target. As long as we rush into its blind spot, the gun is useless. This ship is worth more than an aircraft carrier. If we capture it, we'll be the kings of the Black Iron Seas.
Greed triumphed over reason once more. The pirates gazed at the massive ship, which appeared firepower poor, their fear gradually replaced by fervor.
Yes.
One cannon, what can it do? How fast can it be?
Charge!
Mad Dog was the first to strike. Relying on its smaller size and faster speed, it zipped towards the port side of the Hongdu ship in a zigzag maneuver like a mad dog. The other 3 pirate ships followed closely, their cannons all swiveling ready for the first round of concentrated fire. Hongdu Ship Combat Information Center, CIC. Here there was no howling of sea winds, no roars of pirates, only the low hum of the constant temperature air conditioning and the ticking of operational instruments. Inside the fully enclosed bridge, dozens of screens constructed a transparent battlefield situation map. Legion sat at the command seat, watching the few reckless red dots charging at full speed on the screen. His expression showed not a single ripple. He resembled someone observing ants attempting to trip an elephant.
Targets entered visual range.
The fire control officer's voice was chillingly calm.
Electro-optical fire control system EOTS has locked on to the target. Target 1 class armed speedboat, distance 12 kilometers, speed 28 knots. Target 2 class armed speedboat, distance 13 kilometers.
On the big screen, the high-definition optical probe had already zoomed in on Mad Dog. They could even see the bare-chested pirate sailor waving a curved saber on the deck and the magic energy cannon struggling to adjust its angle.
Captain, the enemy is attempting to take the T formation and trying to enter our firing blind spot.
The first mate reported, a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth.
Blind spot.
Legion put down his cup.
In front of modern fire control systems, there are no blind spots. Is the 130mm gun ready? HPJ-45A type 130mm single-barrel naval gun ready.
The weapons officer replied.
Ammunition type high explosive fragmentation shell HE.
Fuse mode near explosive trigger compound. Do we need to use YJ-18C for band visual range strikes?
No need. No need for a sledgehammer to kill a chicken.
Legion waved his hand.
Missiles are too expensive, save them for the big targets. To deal with this garbage made of wood and iron.
Legion's gaze fell on the rapidly approaching Mad Dog on the screen.
Use the main gun, teach them a lesson. Fire!
On the sea surface, the captain of Mad Dog was in a state of extreme exhilaration. He had charged within less than 10 kilometers of that giant ship. At this distance, he could even see the white 101 number on the side of the ship.
Closer! Closer! That big ship is too heavy. It can't react in time. You lot. Load the ammunition.
The captain waved his curved saber, saliva flying. Just then, in the distance, the Hongdu ship's turret, which had remained motionless, suddenly moved. It turned at an astonishing speed, even leaving a trailing image. In that instant, the long, cold, metallic, gleaming 130mm barrel accurately pointed at Mad Dog. There was no unnecessary calibration. No test shots. Not even the magic charging light effects the pirates were used to. Boom. A short, powerful boom shook the hearts of all who heard it. The cannon's mouth spewed a fireball of orange-red flames, the massive recoil causing the 10th Ascendant hull to shudder slightly. A high-explosive projectile weighing over 30 kilograms blasted out at several times the speed of sound. It was too fast. The pirates only saw a flash of fire. They didn't even have time to hear the shrill sound of the shell tearing through the air. The captain of Mad Dog felt the deck beneath his feet suddenly lurch. Boom! That was not the sound of being hit. That was the sound of destruction. The 130mm high explosive shell accurately struck the bow of Mad Dog. The terrifying kinetic energy combined with high-energy explosives released a cataclysmic amount of energy in an instant. This class pirate ship, displacing only a few hundred tons, was like a watermelon smashed by a hammer. The entire bow vanished in an instant. Shattered with twisted metal, and Nick's pirate limbs were hurled dozens of meters into the air by the shockwave, turning into a bloody storm.
How? How is this possible?
On another pirate ship, following closely behind, the helmsman was so frightened that he lost grip of the steering wheel. One shot. Just one shot. And it disabled a class warship. But this was just the beginning. In the case of older sailing warships, or those antiquated magic cannons, after firing a shot the crew would need to clean the barrel, load the powder, insert the shell, reset and aim. This whole process would take at least 1 or 2 minutes. That was the confidence pirates had in launching the wolf pack tactics. They bet on the enemy's firepower having intervals. Unfortunately, they ran into the HBJ-45A. This is one of the fastest firing large caliber naval guns on Earth. Dual feed, fully automated loading, water-cooled barrel. Its firing rate is 40 rounds per minute. This means every 5 seconds a heavy shell capable of sinking an escort ship is fired. This is not a cannon. This is a 130mm machine gun that knows no fatigue. Boom. The smoke from the first shell had not yet dissipated when the second shell was already out. This time it hit Mad Dog's bridge. The captain, still shouting along with the entire command room, were instantly turned to nothing. Boom. The third shell. It hit the ammunition compartment. The wreckage of Mad Dog underwent a violent secondary explosion on the sea surface, completely turning into a pile of burning debris. But that was not the end. The terrifying main gun did not cease its roar. The turret turned slightly. The fire control radar's data refreshed instantly. Boom. 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 A rapid succession of 3 shots. This time, the target was the second pirate ship that followed closely behind. 3 shells fell like they had eyes, landing on that ship's deck, waterline, and engine room in a triangular formation. There was no so-called crossfire calibration. The first shot was a direct hit. With the assistance of modern fire control computers and dual-band radar, shooting at this distance was simpler than a sniper hitting a target. That pirate ship had no chance to even turn the helm. In just 3 seconds it was turned into a sieve. The seawater surged in violently, the hull split in 2, and with stunned pirates aboard it sank rapidly to the bottom.
Devil. That's a devil.
The remaining 2 pirate ships went completely insane. This was no battle. This was outright slaughter. The enemy hadn't even utilized those seemingly powerful vertical launch systems, relying solely on that one gun, and within less than half a minute had wiped out half their combat strength. That rate of fire, that accuracy, that power. It completely exceeded this world's perception of artillery.
Run!
Run for your lives.
The remaining 2 speedboats desperately turned the helm, trying to escape. But the Hongdu ship gave them no chance.
Inside the bridge, Lei Jin looked at the fleeing dots on the screen with indifferent eyes.
Since they came, they shouldn't leave. Switch targets. Continue firing.
Boom, 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 boom. The 130mm main gun emitted a rhythmic roar. Water columns and flames erupted on the sea surface. Each cannon blast felt like a heavy hammer striking Jack's heart from afar. On the Black Pearl, Jack slumped in the captain's chair, his curved saber long forgotten somewhere. In his single eye, the original greed and cunning had vanished, replaced by an unfathomable fear. He stared at that silver-gray warship in the distance. It continued to sail at a high speed of 30 knots. The main gun at the prow was methodically belching fire. It was like an elegant and cold reaper casually harvesting lives as it strolled. In less than 2 minutes, all 4 class escort speedboats had been destroyed. The sea was left with only burning wreckage and desperate cries for help. And that giant ship had not even sustained a scratch. Its cannon slowly turned after finishing off the last fly. Ultimately, it pointed at the flagship Black Pearl. That dark cannon muzzle from over 10 kilometers away seemed to coldly stare at him. A chill ran up Jack's spine.
Something's not right.
Jack's teeth began to chatter violently.
This is not right. This isn't a fat sheep. This is a Trex. The royal family is deceiving me. This isn't at all about the cost of deploying an aircraft carrier.
Jack suddenly jumped up from his chair, rolling and scrambling to the helm. His mind was filled with only one thought. Run. Must run. This ship was beyond his ability to deal with, and could not be blocked by those few broken boats. What bounty, what toll, what face? At this moment all were nonsense.
Turn the helm. Full right rudder. Run towards the reef area. Hurry.
Jack shouted hysterically, his voice breaking.
Into the mist. As long as we enter the mist area, its cannon won't be able to aim. The Black Pearl groaned under the strain, the massive hull describing a sharp arc on the sea as it turned to flee.
Meanwhile, on the Hongdu ship, Leijin observed the light dot beginning to turn and flee without issuing orders to pursue.
Trying to run. YJ-18C, are you ready? Report, Captain. Vertical launch units 14 YJ-18C anti-ship cruise missile self-check completed. Very good.
Leijin put down his cup.
Since he enjoys playing hide and seek, let him see what it means to have nowhere to escape.
On the sea, a sea of flames. For class escort boats of the Black Skull pirates had been completely blasted into burning fragments by the rapid fire of the 130mm naval gun. Charred planks, twisted metal sheets, and mutilated corpses floated on the water, silently proclaiming a one-sided massacre. Over a dozen nautical miles away from the battlefield, the flagship, Black Pearl, was fleeing for its life. The helm was clutched tightly by one-eyed Jack. His fleshy, brutish face was a mess of cold sweat and seawater.
Faster! Faster! Head for the mist zone. Once we're inside, its targeting magic will fail.
Jack screamed hysterically. He finally realized that it was no
big fat pig with only one cannon.
At all, it was a wolf in sheep's clothing. That rate of fire, that accuracy, such things should not exist in this world. At that moment, the lookout perched on the bow suddenly let out a terrified scream.
Captain! That ship behind us! It's catching up!
Jack whirled around only to see the silver-gray behemoth streaking across the sea like a ghost, carving two straight white wakes on the surface. Its speed was astonishing, nothing like the maneuverability a 10th Assanton warship should possess. The distance between them was closing rapidly. Once caught, all that awaited them was that terrifying
machine gun. Damn! That ship is mana-driven.
No,
it's something even more advanced than mana drive.
Jack knew he was cornered. His gaze fell on the side cabin, a heavily guarded runic chamber. That was the life-saving talisman, given to him by the royal family.
Activate it. Quickly. Use the teleport.
The first mate knew this was the last resort. He rushed into the chamber at top speed, pressed both hands onto the enormous mystic crystal, and began frantically infusing it with mana. Whoom! Dense arrays of mana runes on the hull of the Black Pearl were instantly illuminated. A blazing white light radiated around the hull. Mana particles converged and expanded along the gunnel, forming a visible hemispherical energy shield. That was the prelude to a spatial teleport.
We've made it!
The first mate shouted excitedly.
Teleport in 3 seconds. Target 100 nautical miles away, high out reef.
Joy of survival erupted on Jack's face. He pointed at his own nose and hurled out a final taunt toward the approaching silver-gray Leviathan.
Catch me! In your dreams! Lin Fan! I'm out of here first! Come after me with your big ship if you dare! Ha ha!
3, 2, 1. Boom! A massive spatial ripple erupted across the sea. The Black Pearl, along with the sea's freighter,
Blue Whale,
was instantly swallowed by the folding space and vanished without a trace. On the sea, only churning water and lingering white light remained. Hongdu Bridge. On the radar screen, the red dot representing the Black Pearl vanished the next moment.
Report to the captain.
The radar officer's voice carried a hint of astonishment.
Target vanished. Confirmed Class B teleportation spell. The enemy has escaped. The distance has widened to over 100 nautical miles.
The deputy captain couldn't help frowning.
Damn it! They actually have such a life-saving trump card.
In this man-oriented world, spatial teleportation technology, though costly, could instantly escape the combat zone once activated. 100 nautical miles was a safe distance for any warship. At that range, let alone naval guns, even the J-35 fighters on the 003 carrier would need a considerable time to fly there. Those pirates must be swaggering and showing off over there.
Captain, shall we commence a full-speed pursuit?
Leijin's eyes fixed on the blip that had just vanished from the radar screen, his face utterly impassive, as if he had long anticipated this. He picked up a water glass and took a slow sip.
Pursue! with our 10th ascent and destroyer chase after a fast boat that just teleported.
Legion shook his head, a cold sneer curling his lips.
Too much of a waste of time. He thinks that fleeing 100 nautical miles away can evade my naval guns and my missiles. How naive.
Legion set down the glass and issued new orders to the weapons officer.
Notify the hangar. The Z-20F anti-submarine helicopter take off immediately. Activate the data link and share the real-time situation with it. Then notify the VLS. Lock onto the Hayao Reef area. Use the YJ-18C. Launch one.
On one side of the huge ship's stern of the Hongdu, the enormous hangar door opened. A dark gray Z-20F anti-submarine helicopter began to spin its rotor blades, rapidly emitting a distinctive whine that cut through the air. This helicopter carried no torpedoes. It had only one mission to serve as a relay guidance node. Its onboard radar and electro-optical system, guided by the dual-band radar of the Hongdu, swept toward Hayao Reef like a dagger piercing the sky. Meanwhile, on the bow of the Hongdu, a hatch in the VLS array popped open with a thump from the cold gas launch system. No flame, no smoke. A slender, low-profile missile with extensive stealth shaping was ejected into the air. Then the rocket booster at the missile's midsection ignited with a low rumble. This was the YJ-18C. It was the newest offspring of the YJ-18 family, distinct from the subsonic-supersonic anti-ship variant. It seemed to have discarded terminal supersonic capability in favor of stealth shaping and intelligent route planning similar to the American JSSM missile. In this fleet, armed with abundant anti-surface strike capabilities, the primary mission of the YJ-18C was land attack and precise decapitation. But now Lin Fan was using it against a pirate ship. Overkill. No. It was chosen because of its ultimate stealth and intelligence. The missile quickly climbed to high altitude and entered cruise mode. The booster separated, the turbofan engine ignited, and it began flying toward the target area at a subsonic speed of Mach 0.9. With its perfect stealth shape, its radar cross-section RCS on the pirate's Mana radar was almost negligible. Hayao Reef. This was a treacherous area filled with hidden rocks and thick fog, and also a secret supply base for the Black Skull pirates. After the teleportation, the Black Pearl appeared in the safe haven. Jack slumped beside the helm, his chest heaving violently, but then burst into hearty, triumphant laughter.
Safe. I'm safe. Ha ha ha. Lin Fan. Can your rusty iron boat chase me here?
He grabbed the finest rum aboard, took a hard swig, then made a crude gesture toward the empty stretch of sea in the distance.
Come on. Use your machine gun to hit me if you dare. I'm waiting for you right here.
The other surviving pirates also roared with laughter. Surviving the ordeal made them even more arrogant. Just then the pirate on the observation deck suddenly pointed at the sky, his voice uncertain.
Captain, there seems to be something in the sky.
Jack froze and looked up. There, at an altitude of several hundred meters, a black helicopter was hovering. Its bizarre rotor structure gave off an unsettling metallic sheen.
A helicopter.
Jack frowned. Such machines were rare in this world.
That kid sent a plane to scout. Trying to find our hideout.
He immediately ordered the gunners.
Mana cannon. Charge. Shoot it down.
As the pirates hastily elevated the gun muzzles to target the helicopter. At an ultra-low altitude, only a dozen meters above the sea, and hugging the sea mist, a silver-gray ghost was silently approaching. It perfectly exploited the waves, mist, and darkness to blend into the background. Upon entering the target area, it received a real-time data link transmitted by the Z-20F helicopter.
Target Black Pearl. Lock onto the bridge.
The missile's internal fire control computer instantly adjusted the course based on the precise coordinates from the Z-20F. The pirate's proud mana shield was utterly useless against this purely physical high-kinetic subsonic stealth weapon. What was most terrifying was its serpentine maneuver. To counter terminal interception, the YJ-18C performed a bizarre lateral maneuver in the final stage of flight, using its lateral control surfaces. It dodged the preset trajectories of all the mana cannons on the pirate ship, and completely foiled every mage trying to intercept it with tracking mana spells. The pirate's early warning magic didn't even have time to sound an alarm. No sound or light, no mana fluctuation. Only extreme speed and utter silence. Until the silver-gray missile at Mach 0.9 slammed directly into the bridge of the Black Pearl. Boom. Boom. The sound was more shocking than any previous explosion. It was a secondary detonation of explosives and fuel. The enormous warhead of the YJ-18C instantly released its payload inside the bridge. The shockwave expanded geometrically, ripping the entire superstructure from its roots. The Black Pearl didn't even have a chance to groan a second time. The bridge was blown to pieces. One-Eyed Jack, his first mate, and all his cronies vaporized in an instant. The unmanned hull, driven by inertia, slid forward dozens of meters before beginning to list helplessly. The pirates on deck didn't even understand what had happened. They were still looking up at the helicopter in the sky, their mana cannons not yet fired. They died without ever knowing they were blown up by a subsonic stealth missile guided by a helicopter launched from a
big ship with only one cannon,
100 nautical miles away. Above Haiao Reef, the Z-20F helicopter gracefully circled once, its electro-optical pod silently recording this devastating scene. Mission accomplished. It retracted its rotor, turned its nose, and headed back toward the Hongdu. On the bridge of the Hongdu, Leijin stared at the screen, where the red blip representing the Black Pearl had completely vanished.
Report to the captain, target eliminated. YJ-18C performance stable, hit accuracy extremely high. Recover the Z-20F.
Leijin picked up the water glass, gazing at the clear plain water inside, his eyes filled with undisguised contempt.
They thought 100 nautical miles was their safety line. They thought only my naval guns could reach them. How ridiculous.
He turned his head and said to the deputy captain beside him,
"Send a letter to the royal family. Say the Black Skull pirates have all perished. Cause while navigating the high seas they encountered an unknown maritime disaster in Zone 101.
After a long and fierce battle, the smoke that had shrouded the Siren Reef gradually began to dissipate. The dreaded Black Pearl, once the terror of countless merchant vessels, and hailed as the sovereign of the seas along with its arrogant and insolent one-eyed Captain Jack, had now merged with this mysterious expanse of ocean, vanishing forever from sight. Upon the vast boundless sea nothing remained but a few charred blackened planks, still emitting black smoke along with billowing fumes from fires that had yet to be fully extinguished. These remnants rose and fell with the waves as if silently and solemnly recounting the harrowing and brutal one-sided massacre that had just taken place. Not far from the battlefield, a large cargo vessel named the Blue Whale floated quietly upon the sea. The dozens of crew members aboard who had been captured, bound, and left to await their fate by the pirates now stared in stunned silence at the extraordinary scene unfolding before them. They neither cheered nor remembered the ropes that bound them or the imminent threat to their lives. For the sight before them was far too astounding, surpassing anything they could comprehend or accept. Missiles streaked across the sky like shooting stars, roaring down one after another. The artillery from afar struck with the precision of a surgeon's scalpel, each round hitting its vital target without fail. Even more astonishing, at the horizon where sea met sky stood a colossal silver-gray leviathan, an impregnable iron fortress that bridged the heavens and the earth.
Is that our ship?
The old captain's lips trembled, his eyes red.
It is ours. Look at the hull number. 101. And the emblem of Shinjo military industry.
The first mate, trembling with excitement, wrestled free of his ropes and stumbled to the rail, waving his arms.
We are saved.
The Hongdu sailed in slowly, its massive hull coming to a halt beside the Blue Whale, like a moving mountain, shielding the battered freighter from all the wind and waves. There were no sentimental greetings. On the bridge, Leijin's gaze was as cold as ice, as if it could freeze everything. He stared expressionlessly at the solitary freighter in the distance, his eyes radiating a daunting authority. After confirming that everyone aboard was safe, he unhesitatingly grabbed the transmitter.
Blue Whale, this is Shinjo Navy Vessel 101.
Leijin's voice was low and firm, carried by the radio waves to the freighter.
The threat has been neutralized. You may proceed with your mission. Transport the supplies to Xian'ai port immediately. No mistakes. We must not disappoint our commander.
His words were as unyielding as steel, leaving no room for negotiation. Upon hearing this news, cheers erupted from the freighter. The old captain trembled with emotion, forcing his aching body to straighten with difficulty. Though his face was smeared with blood and grime, he rendered the most standard and solemn salute to Leijin. At that moment, the old captain's heart overflowed with gratitude. With such a powerful 10th Assanton destroyer guarding him, he believed he would never flinch, not even if the legendary sea monster appeared. After dealing with the Blue Whale, Leijin did not order a return. Instead, his gaze pierced deeper into the misty unknown. There lay the public shipping lanes of the Black Iron Sea, a gray zone teeming with various factions. The Wang family's informant, spies from the Seven Seas Trade Alliance, and countless wandering pirates, who hovered like flies around the Shantai archipelago, all lurked in that shadow watching every move of the newly appointed Viscount.
Jack is dead, but the flies haven't scattered.
Lejeune set down his cup, his gaze sharp as a blade.
The commander said to let them have a good look. Then let them see clearly.
Order! Lejeune's voice echoed through the bridge carrying a chilling menace.
Hongdu increase speed to 32 knots. Open all-channel public broadcast. Dual-band radar full power. We're going to make a full circuit around the Shantai archipelago. Sir, yes, sir.
Buzz, the 4 colossal gas turbines ignited, as if lit by a spark, unleashing a jaw-dropping surge of power. That force akin to a volcanic eruption, and a thunderbolt made the 13th Assanton vessel tremble, and recoil slightly before it shot forward, like a wild horse freed from its reins racing at lightning speed. The colossal warship named Hongdu, like a giant sword of unparalleled sharpness, effortlessly sliced through layer upon layer of waves, forging ahead into the distance. Its speed was a staggering 32 knots, a velocity unimaginable to vessels still reliant on sails or obsolete steam engines. At this moment, the Hongdu left a long white wake on the boundless sea, looking from afar like a silver dragon galloping wildly along the edge of the pitch-black deep. Then a cold, emotionless electronic voice suddenly rang out, a frigid broadcast that forced its way into every ship's communication channel within this sea area through a powerful transmitter. Neither the secret bands used by pirates for passing intelligence, nor the public frequencies relied upon by merchants for daily communication, nor even the highly encrypted magical channels reserved for the Royal Reconnaissance Fleet, all were utterly drowned out by this mysterious voice.
This is the Shinjo Navy Hongdu.
The voice, solemn and imposing, carried an irresistible authority. Then came the critical announcement.
Effective immediately, the waters within 200 nautical miles of the Shantai archipelago are officially designated as a special military alert zone.
This decision cast a tense atmosphere over the entire sea. People realized that these once peaceful waters had become a restricted zone. Any vessel daring to cross the line would face grave consequences. But that was not all. The broadcast continued.
Any armed vessel not properly registered, any unknown target attempting to evade detection by turning off its transponder, and any act showing hostility or spying intentions. Each word struck the listeners' hearts like a hammer. Finally, the decisive statement sent chills down their spines.
Will all be regarded as hostile provocation. At that moment, a piercing alarm blared through the air. The 4 massive phased array radars on the Hongdu's 100-meter integrated mast suddenly emitted terrifying electromagnetic radiation. ZZZZ. The powerful energy waves spread rapidly, covering hundreds of kilometers. Ships underway all sensed the anomaly. Whether using magical radar or detection arrays to scan their surroundings, every vessel heard that piercing alarm at the same instant. They understood immediately they had been locked onto by fire control radar, 50 nautical miles from the Siren Reef in a hidden cove. A reconnaissance speedboat flying the flag of the Azure Kingdom, but in reality a royal spy vessel. The mage in charge of monitoring suddenly screamed, clutching his ears, as he collapsed to the floor. The crystal ball in his hand shattered instantly from the overwhelming magical backlash.
What's happening?
The boat captain shouted in terror.
Hell, locked on.
The mage, blood streaming down his face, pointed at the sky outside, trembling violently.
An incredibly terrifying will is watching us. It's warning us. If we take one more step forward, we'll die.
The captain burst out of the cabin and raised his binoculars. Though he saw nothing, he could feel on the distant horizon a pair of icy eyes staring at his forehead from tens of kilometers away. That was the gaze of the 130mm naval gun. That was the death threat from 112 vertical launch cells.
Quick! Turn the wheel!
The captain, scared out of his wits, scrambled frantically to the helm.
Get out of here! Leave these waters now! That madman! He's serious!
The same scene played out in every corner of the sea. The small pirates, who had planned to profit from the chaos, the spy ships seeking intelligence, all made the same choice after hearing the broadcast and feeling the radar lock like a dagger at their backs. Run. Run for their lives. This was no cruise, it was land grabbing. That warship named Hongdu was like a lion patrolling its territory, marking an impassable boundary with its presence. It didn't need to fire a shot. It only needed to be there, baring its fangs, displaying its speed, unleashing its pressure. All the petty scoundrels would scatter in fear. An hour later, the Hongdu completed its high-speed circumnavigation of the island. The sea was clean. Apart from a few legitimate merchant ships flying white flags and tremblingly requesting passage. Not a single black ship, with its transponder off, was in sight. The supply route that had once been infested with pirates and fraught with danger had in that moment become the safest shipping lane in the entire Azure world. Because here stood a moving Great Wall.
Captain, report.
The radar officer looked at the clean screen, his voice filled with pride.
No hostile targets within 200 nautical miles. Even the sea monsters have dived down.
Lejean stood on the bridge gazing at the unerringly calm sea and slowly set down his cup.
That's how it should be. Truth lies always within the range of cannons.
He turned and adjusted his uniform.
Mission complete. Return to base. It's time to go back and await the commander's inspection.
In the capital of the Azure Kingdom, the naval headquarters building stands. This magnificent edifice symbolizing the kingdom's maritime supremacy is now enveloped in a suffocating silence. The rain outside has ceased, yet the atmosphere in the conference room is even more oppressive than before the storm. Scattered across the long redwood conference table are freshly printed magical image photographs and a thick stack of battle damage assessment reports. Seated at the head of the table is the Marshal of the Kingdom's Navy, Lin Fan. This veteran commander, known for his calm demeanor, and who has led 3 patriotic sea battles, now squints through his reading glasses, intently examining a data report in his hands. His fingers tremble slightly, and the deep furrows on his brow seem capable of squashing a fly. Is this confirmed? Lin Fan's voice is somewhat hoarse. Confirmed, Marshal. Facing him is the chief analyst from the Kingdom's Intelligence Bureau. His complexion is pale, as if he has just witnessed a horror film. This is the analysis of the magical residue from the site of the Black Skull pirate crew's destruction, along with footage captured at great risk by our agents embedded in nearby merchant vessels. The analyst points to one of the photographs. In it is a silver gray warship. It sails alone on the water, its elongated body and sharp lines accentuated by a towering integrated mast that pierces the clouds. Before it lies a burning, exploding, and disintegrating fleet of pirate ships. There are no aircraft. Lin Fan sets down the report, removes his glasses, and rubs his weary eyes. No aircraft taking off or landing, and none of the iconic flying shark or sky eye in sight. Not even any glow of magical energy being charged. It relied solely on the cannon at its bow, and those invisible flying spears annihilating a pirate crew of 5 class warships in less than 20 minutes. The generals in the conference room exchanged glances, horror evident in their eyes. If it had been the 003 aircraft carriers doing, they could have accepted it. After all, that was a monster capable of sinking a class motherships. Using it against a few pirates would be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. But this ship is different. It isn't as large and doesn't possess as many aircraft. It appears more like a pure artillery warship. Yet its firepower, density, and precision completely defy common sense. A firing rate of 40 rounds per minute. The analyst swallows hard, his voice dry, as he states this number. And it's equipped with 130 mm heavy artillery. Gentlemen, we must understand what this implies. Even the kingdom's most elite Thunder-class destroyers, with skilled loaders and magical assistants, can only manage a maximum of 5 rounds per minute. 40 rounds? That is not cannon fire, that is a deluge. The more frightening aspect is its precision. The analyst points to another photograph capturing the moment the pirate flagship Black Pearl had its bridge blown off. The first shot hit without calibration. This indicates that its fire control system is at least 3 generations ahead of our Eagle Eye radar. Lin Fan puts his glasses back on, his gaze falling upon the final line of the report. Comprehensive combat power assessment. This ship's individual firepower delivery capability far exceeds that of all class battleships currently in service with the kingdom. In terms of band visual range strikes, it even possesses the potential to threaten the class targets. A destroyer. Lin Fan mutters to himself. A destroyer with no aircraft, weighing just over 10,000 tons, astonishingly possesses a dominion more terrifying than that of a battleship. What other cards does this Lin Fan hold? If the combat power of the 055 destroyer merely instilled fear, then the next discovery plunged everyone present into despair. Marshal, there is one more thing. The court's chief mage, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. He held a crystal orb radiating a soft glow, a highable magical artifact used to detect ship spirit contracts. While analyzing the ethereal fluctuations left on the battlefield, we discovered an extremely unusual phenomenon. The mage placed the crystal orb at the center of the table. A light screen projected displaying 2 distinctly different, but interconnected soul-wave patterns. One emanated from the direction of the Xiantai Islands, that is the 003 aircraft carrier. The other came from that silver-gray new warship. This ship named Hongdu is neither a mortal vessel hired by Lin Fan nor a subordinate ship controlled through a contract. Its core harbors a contract mark that is completely bound to Lin Fan's soul. It is also Lin Fan's ship spirit. Boom. This statement detonated like a deep-water bomb in the conference room. All the generals stood up abruptly, the sound of chairs crashing to the floor echoing. This is impossible. A major general shouted in disbelief. How can one person awaken two ship spirits? This is an ironclad rule. It is a divine decree. Every person has only one opportunity to awaken in their lifetime, and can only possess one ship of destiny. Unless. Marshal Lisite slowly rose to his feet, his gaze becoming deep and distant, as if piercing through the mists of time. Unless he is the legendary Twin Star. The conference room fell into instant silence. Twin Star. This is a term that exists only in ancient texts. In the 300 years of the Azure Kingdom's history, there has only been one such figure. That was the founding emperor of the kingdom, the legendary hero, who single-handedly established the Royal Navy and ended the First Abyss invasion. It is said he awakened dual ship spirits. One to dominate the oceans, the other to conquer the skies. He was a favored child of the gods. He was a born king. 300 years. Lisite's voice carried a hint of desolation. In 300 years countless prodigies have dazzled the world, yet no one has ever broken the shackles of single ship spirits. And now in this lower city, in this commoner, we deemed in class discard. A miracle has reappeared. The expressions on the faces of the nobles and generals varied. There was shock, jealousy, fear, but more than anything a sense of helplessness. If Lin Fan was merely fortunate to have stumbled upon a powerful warship, they could still suppress him through political means and resource blockades. But if he is the genius of the twin ship spirits, it means his potential is limitless. It indicates that what stands behind him is not just two ships, but a fate that even the gods are watching over. No wonder. The director of the Intelligence Bureau wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. No wonder he is immune to abyss corruption. No wonder he can produce so many unheard-of weapons. He is not a mortal. He is a monster. Lisite returned to his chair, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. The atmosphere in the conference room underwent a subtle change. The previous discussions had centered on how to restrict Lin Fan and how to leverage Lin Fan. Now everyone harbored the same thought: can such a person truly be controlled by the kingdom? Or rather, is the kingdom worthy of controlling him? Does His Majesty know? Lisite asked. It has already been reported. The court mage replied. His Majesty has been in the study all night and has not seen anyone. At that moment the door to the conference room was pushed open. A court attendant dressed in red hurried in, carrying a scroll embroidered with a golden dragon emblem. Marshal, esteemed lords. The attendant's voice was sharp and high-pitched. His Majesty has decreed. Everyone immediately stood up, standing with their hands at their sides. Proclaim Lord Lin Fan of the Xiantai Islands, hereditary viscount, is to set off immediately for the capital. His Majesty will personally conduct the formal investiture ceremony for him in the Hall of Glory. And the attendant paused, reciting the final and most critical phrase. Viscount Lin Fan is authorized to lead his fleet into the inner port of the capital for inspection by all citizens. By decree. Once the edict was read, the conference room fell into a deep silence. Let a fleet enter the inner port. It should be noted that the inner port of the capital is the kingdom's core territory and the most tightly guarded area. There lies a magic power field known as absolute defense. Any armed ship entering without permission would be regarded as an invasion. This is not merely an honor. It is also a test. What does His Majesty intend? A lieutenant general muttered softly. This is a blatant scheme. Lisite waved his hand to dismiss the attendant, his gaze sharpening. His Majesty wishes to see for himself what the nature of this power is. If it is true gold, then grant him unparalleled honor and bind him completely to the kingdom's war chariot. If it is gilded scrap metal. Lisite did not finish, but everyone understood his meaning. The capital, that is a den of dragons and tigers. It is the stronghold of the old nobility, the sphere of influence of the royal family, and the center of the magic power field. In that place magical weapons will become ineffective, and the benefits of ship spirits will be suppressed. Will Lin Fan dare to come? Can his seemingly powerful warship, which appears devoid of magical energy, maintain its invincible stance after losing its distance advantage and magical environment? Prepare accordingly. Lisite stood up, adjusting his military attire, a complex glint flashing in his eyes. Clear the port and free up the largest docking space. Notify the royal family to tone it down, at least not to make it too embarrassing on the surface. And Lisite looked out the window towards the distant south. Prepare for me the finest attire. I think in my lifetime, I might witness the dawn of a new era. The brilliance of the holographic projection slowly extinguished, and the face of Count Lister, adorned with a professional smile, vanished into thin air. Inside the Combat Information Center CIC, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Only the humming of the cooling fans and the suppressed breaths of a few officers could be heard. On the screen, the electronic invitation from the royal family of the Azure Kingdom still hung in the air. The golden griffin emblem appeared particularly glaring against the dark blue background, and behind the elegantly worded lines lay a hidden, unrefined killing intent.
This is a feast of betrayal.
The Major, the combat commander, broke the silence. He walked to the chart table and firmly placed his finger on the golden coordinates marked as Royal Capital.
Commander, according to the Intelligence Bureau's database, the inner harbor of St. Andreas in the Royal Capital is known as the Wall of Sighs.
The Major retrieved a complex defense blueprint.
Not only is the kingdom's most densely deployed coastal artillery group stationed there, but more importantly, it is also the core of the anti-magic field. It is said to be a divine artifact left by the founding emperor 300 years ago. Once activated, all magical energy flow within a 50-kilometer radius becomes extremely sluggish, even completely solidified. Within this range, the ship spirit's shields cannot be deployed, the magical cannons cannot be charged, and even high-ranked mages would be reduced to mere mortals. The Major raised his head, his expression grave. Although our weapons do not rely on magical energy, will electronic devices be affected in such an unknown field? Will radar waves become distorted?
We have no data, and the terrain is too disastrous.
Another officer added.
The inner harbor of the Royal Capital is a typical gorge-shaped terrain, with only a narrow channel for entry and exit. Once we attempt to enter, if the opposing side sinks 2 ships at the mouth of the channel or raises an iron chain, we will become trapped like fish in a barrel.
At that point, with coastal artillery batteries surrounding us and the royal family's inevitable ambush of private troops, even the Hongdu ship would find it difficult to retreat unscathed in such a confined space. Everyone's gaze focused on Lin Fan. This was a deliberate trap. To go meant stepping into the enemy's preset battleground, laying one's neck in a noose.
To not go was to resist authority. The freshly acquired title of Viscount, the legitimacy of his territory, and the alluring 1 million military funds would instantly turn to bubbles. Moreover, the kingdom might use this as an excuse to mobilize national forces for his suppression. Lin Fan sat in the captain's seat, still holding the teacup, but the tea had grown cold. He did not look at the chart or the nerve-wracking defense data. His gaze passed through the porthole directed towards the distant north. That was the direction of the royal capital. It was also the direction where his sister Lin Yue was located.
What you all said is correct.
Lin Fan spoke slowly, his voice calm, devoid of any discernible emotion.
From a military perspective, leading the main fleet into the enemy's pocket formation is a grave mistake. However,
Lin Fan set down the teacup, the porcelain clinking against the table with a sharp sound.
I must go this time.
The Major was taken aback, eager to dissuade him.
Commander, if it's merely for that title, there's absolutely no need to take such risks.
We have already established ourselves in the Black Iron Sea, even if the kingdom turns hostile. It's not entirely for the title.
Lin Fan interrupted him.
He stood up and walked to the enormous floor-to-ceiling window. The evening sun's afterglow cast a cold golden hue over his youthful face.
It is because of family.
Lin Fan pulled out a slightly crumpled photograph from his pocket. It was a picture of him and his sister in front of their dilapidated old house in the lower city. In the photo, Lin Yu smiled sweetly, but her eyes carried a hint of anxiety about the future.
Xiao Yu is still there.
Lin Fan's voice grew somber.
She is a student at the Royal Women's Academy, and now she is in the royal capital.
The officers in the CIC fell silent. They understood what the word family meant to a person.
Wang Batian has lost his son.
Lin Fan gazed out the window at the rolling waves, his expression gradually sharpening.
That old madman must be itching to eat my flesh and drink my blood.
But he does not dare to come to the Black Iron Sea directly to seek death, for he has witnessed the fate of the Abyss Mother ship. Then what would a wounded and desperate beast do?
He would seek out vulnerabilities. He would take desperate measures to retaliate. Although the royal family has promised to protect my family, and although that old fox Lister has hinted that the royal family dares not act recklessly, placing hope in a politician's promises is the most foolish act. If I do not go, if I display even the slightest hint of cowardice or distance from the kingdom, then in the eyes of the royal family I would be a warlord with power, but no foundation, who does not dare to completely sever ties with the kingdom. At that point you would become their best bargaining chip.
Lin Fan clenched his fist, his knuckles turning slightly white from the pressure. He dared not gamble. He could disregard his reputation, could care less about the ethereal title, but he could not disregard the only family member he had in this world. If the royal family truly becomes desperate and harms Lin Yu, even if he annihilates the royal family and turns the royal capital into ruins, he would never get back the girl who would smile and call him brother.
Therefore I must go.
Lin Fan's tone became resolute and cold.
Not only must I go, but I must do so with great fanfare. I want to stand in the golden hall of the royal capital in front of all the nobles and don this Viscount medal. I want everyone to see that I, Lin Fan, am right here. I want to personally bring Xiao Yu back. Only when she is within my line of sight, within my protective circle, can I feel at ease. The major took a deep breath and straightened his back.
Since the commander has made up his mind, our current task is to formulate a combat plan.
Although we are being conferred a title, we must prepare for the worst. If the royal family truly acts against us in the harbor, if that anti-magic field truly has strange effects, then we will fight. Lin Fan coldly uttered 3 words.
We do not provoke trouble, but we are absolutely not afraid of it. The current situation is delicate. The royal family wants to win me over, the Wang family wants to kill me, and other forces are watching.
I do not wish to engage in a full-scale war with the entire kingdom right now. That would only benefit the Abyss cult and the Iron Blood Empire. However, this does not mean I will seek peace in a lowly manner. Lin Fan walked to the tactical screen, his finger drawing a circle on the map of the royal capital.
Peace is not begged for. Peace is fought for, is frightened into existence.
If we only send one ship, even the Hongbu ship, they would feel they have an opportunity. They would think that 2 fists cannot fight 4 hands, and that as long as they sacrifice enough cannon fodder they can overwhelm us. That would instead provoke their ambitions.
Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with a flame called ambition.
To avoid war, one must display a power that instills despair in them. Let them see it and tremble from the depths of their hearts. Let them understand that if they touch me, the price will be the entire royal capital accompanying them to the grave. The major nodded, but then showed a troubled expression.
But Commander, our current troop strength. The 003 aircraft carrier is a strategic core and cannot easily enter that narrow inner harbor. Although the Hongbu ship is powerful, it is still only one ship. If the opposing side truly employs a wolf pack strategy, or uses hundreds of fire ships to surround us once ammunition runs out.
Exactly. Lin Fan interrupted him.
The current fleet is too thin. The 003 is the throne, and the Hongbu ship is the heavy sword. A king's journey requires more than just a throne and a sword.
He also needs guards, needs a display, needs a force capable of handling minor troops, capable of blocking blades for him, capable of allowing him to maintain dignity in any situation. A guard. Lin Fan's consciousness sank into the system once more. The familiar light blue interface unfolded before his eyes.
Having undergone the baptism of this great war, although unlocking the 055 and J35 consumed a significant amount of funds thanks to the subsequent recovery of spoils, and the day and night mining of the Crystal Island veins, his energy point reserves remained relatively abundant. More importantly, although the title of Iron Duke had not yet been formally conferred, the system had already implicitly determined that he had completed the prerequisite achievement of owning a territory. Many originally gray icons had now lit up. Lin Fan's gaze skipped over those expensive T4 level subsequent options, and returned to the temporarily shelved, seemingly basic yet crucial T3 level, and even T2 level supplementary lists. Since I am going to the royal capital, since I must put on the grandest show, since I must intimidate those ignorant scoundrels, then it cannot only be high precision and cutting edge but also scale. A real fleet needs not only missiles capable of deciding battles from thousands of miles away, but also mighty ship silhouettes that can blot out the sun, a forest of cannon barrels and iron walls that prevent the enemy from even daring to approach.
Major,
Lin Fan turned around looking at his most trusted deputy.
Notify the entire army. From now on, enter a state of preparation for long voyages. Supply ships should be filled with fuel and ammunition, and the engineering team must conduct a final inspection of all warships. Tell Lister's envoy that we will arrive on time. But
Lin Fan's lips curled into a proud arc.
Tell him that since we are being conferred a title, we must go in style. I am not accustomed to riding someone else's ship, nor am I used to being alone. I want to take a fleet with me.
The major was taken aback.
A fleet?
But apart from the Hongdu ship and the unrefurbished aircraft carrier. That is now.
Lin Fan raised his hand pointing to the empty sea outside the window. When the sun rises tomorrow, you will see a new fleet. A fleet that will make the entire Azure Kingdom, that old Wang Baishan, and all who wish to scheme against me shrink back. A special mixed fleet.
The sea breeze fluttered the corners of Lin Fan's clothes. He stood there like a king about to march into battle. For his sister, for dignity, and to carve a bloody path in this chaotic world. He decided not to remain Loki any longer. This time, the Navy of Shinjo will make its grand debut in this world. The morning sun filtered through the thin mist, casting a mysterious and hazy veil over Shiantai port. Though the hour was still early, the docks were already bustling with intense activity. The once formidable Red Lady and the Iron Empire fleet were now nowhere to be seen, yet the operations of the Shinjo base remained unaffected, becoming even more orderly and efficient. Looking out, numerous workers were laboring together to hoist tons of various supplies and load them onto the ship. Accompanied by the hum of mechanical arms and the roar of vehicle engines, it seemed to compose a stirring and majestic industrial symphony. At this moment, Lin Fan stood atop the command tower at the summit of the island, holding a laser pointer emitting a faint glow. Using it as a guide, he swiftly traced an unbroken long route across the massive electronic chart before him. He spoke softly.
From the Shiantai archipelago all the way to the capital St. Andreas, the total distance is 1,800 nautical miles. However, along this journey, we must not only traverse the mist-shrouded Mist Strait, but also pass through several perilous waters frequently occupied by deep-sea leviathans.
As he spoke, Lin Fan's gaze involuntarily fell upon the vast deep blue areas of the chart. Expanses of unknown territory. After a brief pause, he turned to his companion and asked,
Major, in your opinion, how should we best plan this voyage?
The operations commander, a major standing nearby, pondered for a moment, his brow slightly furrowed.
Commander, if we only had the Hongdu 055 as our warship, we would be fully confident in achieving a direct high-speed breakthrough. After all, with its superior situational awareness and overwhelming firepower, neither pirates nor those ferocious sea monsters would dare to block our path.
However, shifting the topic, the major officer turned his gaze toward the 003 aircraft carrier, which was in a state of intense combat readiness, and continued.
But the crucial point is, this time we are not fighting alone, we are accompanied by the carrier. You see, the carrier not only represents our strategic center of gravity, but is also the most vulnerable and susceptible point. To draw an analogy, it is like the dazzling gem set in a crown, precious yet delicate, requiring the most thorough and meticulous protection. Although the Hongdu is indeed exceptionally powerful, and not to be underestimated, it is after all only a single vessel. If we were to deploy it for tasks such as anti-submarine warfare, driving away enemy ships, or even carrying out temporary inspections, it would undoubtedly cause a severe waste and drain of our core combat strength.
Then the major emphasized again.
More importantly, should we encounter the wolfpack tactics commonly used by the Iron Empire, or a multidirectional suicide assault from the Abyss Order, relying solely on this lone Type 055 destroyer would make it extremely difficult to cover all aspects flawlessly. A single misstep could leave us in an awkward position, unable to attend to both ends.
Finally, the quick-witted and perceptive major hit the nail on the head, directly pointing out the crux of the current situation.
Thus, while air defense can be assured, anti-submarine capabilities appear somewhat inadequate.
The Type 055 large destroyer is the fleet's air defense command center. Its dual-band radar must constantly scan the skies, and its long-range missiles must deter enemies 1,000 miles away. Putting such a big boss on security guard duty is indeed too demeaning and too dangerous.
You're right.
Lin Fan nodded.
Good steel must be used for the blade. The Hongdu is our trump card. It cannot be led by the nose by a few broken submarines or little sea monsters. We lack manpower. Specifically, we lack sword-bearing guards.
Lin Fan's consciousness sank into the system again. After yesterday's extravagant spending, his energy point balance had shrunk considerably, but thanks to the near-perverse output of the Crystal Island, or vein, and the remnants from cleaning up the battlefield, his account still held about 20,000 points of liquid capital. 20,000 points. Not enough to buy a 055 or a nuclear submarine. But it was more than sufficient to form a fully functional escort fleet. Lin Fan's fingers slid across the tech tree interface, bypassing the expensive capital ships, and stopping at the frigate branch. Their two icons glowed with a simple yet reliable light. One was the long-serving workhorse, the Type 054A. The other was the newly declassified new star, the Type 054B.
Pangu, pull up the data.
Affirmative, Commander. Tier 3 ocean-going frigate, Type 054A. Displacement 4000 tons. Armament 32 cell VLS HQ-16 medium-range SAM-U-8 anti-submarine missile 76 mm main gun Type 1130 CIWS. Evaluation mature, reliable, excellent cost-effectiveness. It is the backbone of the fleet. Though not overwhelmingly powerful, it is absolutely sufficient. Unlock cost 4500 points per vessel. Lin Fan nodded. The Type 054A, an old acquaintance. Though lacking the flashy phased array radar, its anti-air and anti-submarine capabilities were still crushing in this world. But this was not enough. Facing the bizarre magical submarines and deep-sea leviathans of this world, he needed more specialized ears. Lin Fan's gaze shifted to the larger, more modern icon beside it. Tier 4 ocean-going frigate, Type 054B. Displacement 6000 tons. Core technologies: integrated electric propulsion, IP integrated radio mass, dual-sided rotating active phased array radar. Feature ultimate stealth.
That's the one.
A glint of sharp light flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. The biggest feature of the Type 054B was integrated electric propulsion. This meant it eliminated traditional mechanical shafts and directly drove the propeller with an electric motor. At low speeds, its noise was almost negligible. In this world where anti-submarine warfare relied mainly on sonar listening, a silent warship was the greatest nemesis of underwater ghosts. It could hear others while remaining unheard. Combined with its massive towed array sonar at the stern within tens of nautical miles, even a fish passing gas would not escape its ears. It was a professional anti-submarine hunter, the most vigilant watchdog by the carrier side.
20,000 points.
Lin Fan calculated in his mind.
Buy one Type 054B as the lead ship for anti-submarine command and long-range warning. Then buy two Type 054A as escorts for medium-range air defense and supplementary firepower. One costs 6000 points, two cost 9000 points. Total 15,000. This deal is worth it.
Without hesitation, Lin Fan decisively issued the order.
Pangu, unlock and materialize. One Type 054B frigate hull number 542. Two Type 054A frigates hull numbers 576 and 577. Immediately join the fleet.
Order confirmed. Energy points deducted 15000. Remaining energy 5235 points. Warships folding. Coordinates berth 2 and berth 3. Above the port, the once clear sky suddenly stirred with a strong gale. Sailors maintaining the Hongdu stopped their work in surprise, staring at the empty berths nearby. Whoosh! Space trembled. 3 sleek warships almost simultaneously tore through the void and descended with a roar. The one in the center was especially eye-catching. It was noticeably larger than the other two, with cleaner, more streamlined lines. The superstructure featured a steep inward slope, offering excellent stealth performance. Its mast was no longer the traditional tower structure, but a pyramid-shaped integrated enclosed mast housing various radar and electronic warfare antennas, a strikingly sci-fi appearance. Above its bridge, a massive dual-sided rotating phased array radar slowly turned like two sharp eagle eyes scanning the sea and sky. Type 054B. This new warship, playfully nicknamed Young Lady by Shinjo military enthusiasts, had finally revealed its true form. Though its VLS cells remained at 32, seeming less overwhelming than the 055's firepower, its value was never about stacking missiles. Its expensive sonar system and terrifyingly quiet propulsion system were the reasons for its 6000 point price tag. Flanking it, the two Type 054A frigates appeared more solid and robust. Though less futuristic than the 054B, their towering top plate radars and densely packed VLS cover still exuded a reassuring industrial brutality.
This is
The Major, standing on the dock seeing the three suddenly appearing warships, saluted in excitement.
a frigate flotilla. We finally have a formal escort formation.
Lin Fan, standing on the bridge, watched the three newly inducted vessels, and a slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. With them, the Hongdu was liberated. That 10th Asantan destroyer could focus on being the fleet's air defense command post and long-range strike corps, while the dirty work would be handled by these sword-bearing guards. The Type 054B was like a sharp scout, constantly listening to underwater movements. The two Type 054A were like loyal shield-bearers, using their HQ-16 missiles to erect a medium-range air defense umbrella extending tens of kilometers, intercepting any stray torpedoes and missiles. This was a system. This was the formation logic of a modern navy.
Transmit orders.
Lin Fan's voice echoed through the communication channel.
New ships join the fleet, all personnel board. Ship 542 serves as anti-submarine command ship. Ships 576 and 577 provide left and right flank escort. Coordinate with the Hongdu and a 003 carrier. Our iron bucket formation is complete.
The sea breeze blew over the fresh paint of the new ships, producing a whistling sound. Though Red Lady of the Seven Seas Commerce Alliance had fled back to the Alliance headquarters, and the remnants of the Iron Empire had withdrawn northward, this ocean never lacked prying eyes. Lin Fan knew that this newly formed task force would soon face its first trial, for the route to the capital had never been smooth.
But now,
Lin Fan looked at the three menacing frigates, his gaze cold.
No matter who comes to test us, they must first ask whether the blades in my three guards' hands consent.
Night had fallen, yet the Xiantai port was far from quiet. The harbor blazed with lights, bustling with ceaseless activity, as if daytime's clamor had never ended. However, despite the formidable presence of a frigate squadron stationed here, like a loyal bodyguard, the atmosphere inside the Combat Information Center remained unusually heavy, devoid of any sense of ease. At this moment, the operation commander responsible for the mission, a young major, was staring intently at the long materials list before him, his brows tightly knit with worry. His furrowed brows could practically have pinched a fly dead. Suddenly the major lifted his head, his gaze landing on a red number on the massive display screen. He pointed at it and said in a low voice,
Commander, there's a major problem here.
Following his finger, one could see the character, oil, on the screen along with a string of staggering data. Clearly the issue troubling the major was a fuel supply dilemma. He took a deep breath and continued.
Now that we have our own oil fields and refineries, in theory, we shouldn't face a fuel shortage. But the key is, this mission requires us to go to the royal capital.
He emphasized the words as he entered the relevant information into the computer system. With a soft click, a detailed navigation chart appeared before everyone. From the map, it was clear they needed to sail a full 1800 nautical miles to reach their destination. Next, the major swiftly pulled up the fleet's fuel consumption simulation model. Watching the flickering data on the screen, the major spread his hands in resignation and sighed.
Take a look, everyone. Especially on a conventionally powered ship like 003 carrier. Once those 8 supercharged boilers kick in at full speed, it's like a bottomless pit. The newly arrived Hongdu 055, despite its devastating combat power, has 4 QC-280 gas turbines that are notorious fuel guzzlers. To maintain a high-speed maneuver of 30 knots, its fuel consumption is much higher than a steam turbine warship of the same tonnage. And the 3 frigates.
The major sighed.
If we crawl along at economic speed, we'll have enough fuel. But you said we need to go in a grand manner, maintain a combat posture. If we encounter interception en route and need high-intensity maneuvers or engage in a prolonged standoff off the royal capital, our fuel tanks might not hold. Besides fuel, there are also water, food, and ammunition,
added the logistics officer.
The needs of thousands of officers and men, plus the high frequency of sorties by jets. Without resupply, by the time we reach the royal capital, we might not even be able to put on a decent parade, just anchor and play fixed coastal batteries.
Lin Fan stared intently at the dense data on the screen, nodding slightly to acknowledge the significance of the information conveyed. After all, since ancient times it has been said,
before troops move, provisions go first.
An eternal truth. However, unlike other nations, their world had no overseas military bases to rely on nor allied ports to utilize. Under such circumstances, to maintain formidable combat power for a far-ranging fleet operating away from home shores, the only way was to carry the base along. Lin Fan slowly walked to the massive porthole, his gaze piercing through the glass to the boundless, fathomless sea beyond. Lin Fan resolved himself.
Since we've decided to venture overseas, cross the oceans to conquer the world, how can we behave like infants constantly turning back for mother's milk? For this expedition, we urgently need a vessel that can shadow the fleet like a shadow, capable of replenishing fuel for carriers and destroyers anytime, anywhere.
Lin Fan's consciousness sank into the system. In the T4 Tech Tree's auxiliary ship branch, an icon, massive in size, unglamorous, without missiles yet defining the fleet's reach, waited silently to be summoned. It was the final piece of the puzzle for the Shinjo Navy to sail into blue waters. T4 level fast combat support ship, Type 901. Full load displacement 48000 tons. Characteristics: carrier strike group replenishment ship. Speed 25 knots, capable of accompanying carrier formations. Full capability for liquid cargo, dry cargo, and ammunition replenishment. Shipboard equipment: multidirectional integrated replenishment gantry, helicopter deck, advanced logistics management system. Unlock cost 1500 points per ship. 1500 points. Seeing the price, Lin Fan even froze for a moment. Compared to the tens of thousands for a Type 055, or even the 4500 for a Type 054A, this price was practically a steal. Yet that didn't mean it was unimportant. On the contrary, in the evaluation system of modern navies, its strategic value rivaled that of an amphibious assault ship, because it could extend a fleet's operational radius from a few thousand nautical miles to infinity.
It's cheap because it has no teeth,
Lin Fan chuckled.
But it's the fleet's blood vessel. Since it's cheap, it'll take a few more.
Lin Fan glanced at his remaining balance of just over 5,000 points.
Pangu. Unlock Type 901 comprehensive replenishment ship. Purchase 2. Lead ship named Hulunhu, hull number 965. Second ship named Shiganhu, hull number 967. Since we're heading to the royal capital for our examination, we need to stock up on supplies.
Command confirmed. Energy points deducted 3000. Remaining energy 2235 points. 2 Type 901 replenishment ships are jumping. Coordinates: berths 4 and 5 deepwater berths.
Boom!
From the deepwater zone of Shanghai port came the unsettling sound of spatial distortion once again. The sailors maintaining the Type 054B frigate instinctively looked up. Then everyone's eyes went wide.
Oh my God!
A recruit's wrench clattered to the deck with a loud clang.
What is that monster?
At the far end of the harbor, 2 colossal steel silhouettes of mountain-like proportions slowly materialized. Huge. Immense. That was the first impression for everyone. Even the 100,000-ton destroyer 055, which had left them in awe moments before, now seemed almost slender beside these newcomers. These 2 ships stretched over 240 meters in length, with a full load displacement approaching 500,000 tons. In scale, they were second only to the 003 carrier in the entire fleet. They lacked fearsome turrets or dense vertical launch systems, but they boasted towering superstructures and rows of complex liquid dry cargo replenishment gantries like a steel forest. The thick fuel hoses and massive crane booms proclaimed their identity as
Seaborne Warehouse. Is this our Nani?
The major stood on the command tower watching the 2 giants interport the waves. They stirred, even rocking the Type 054A moored nearby.
This is spectacular. Nani.
Lin Fan chuckled and corrected.
We call it the Super Nani. Don't let the bulk fool you. They can sprint at 25 knots. In this world, no fleet except our carrier battle group can catch up to these fat ones. And besides,
Lin Fan pointed at the complex gantry system amidships of the Type 901.
They can replenish 3 ships simultaneously, port, starboard, and astern, in high sea states. Fuel, freshwater, all can be transferred via cables while underway. With them, even if we don't go to the royal capital, even if we just drift here for a year, the boilers on 003 won't go cold.
This was confidence. This was the symbol of transitioning from coastal defense to
Blue Water Navy. Issue the order.
Lin Fan's voice radiated unprecedented certainty.
New ships commissioned. Begin loading supplies. Drain our fuel depots. Empty our ammunition magazines. Fill these 2 ships to the brim. Sir, yes, sir.
The sun set. In Xiantai port, a colossal joint task force had begun to take shape, staggering in its scale. At its heart lay the majestic 003 Fujin, the undisputed sovereign. Ahead of it prowled the lethal 055 Hongdu, the fleet's sword-bearing guardian. On the flanks stood the 054B and two Type 054A frigates, ever-vigilant sentinels. At the fleet's rear, two mountain-like Type 901 replenishment ships sat quietly like silent, reliable giants bearing the entire fleet's provisions. This was the Shinjo fleet, an invincible armada integrating air defense, anti-ship, anti-submarine land attack, and supreme endurance. Lin Fan stood at the highest point of the bridge gazing at the steel torrent he had forged. His eyes pierced the twilight, fixed on that distant royal capital rife with intrigue and splendor.
The royal family, the king, and those nobles waiting to see us fail.
A cold smirk curled Lin Fan's lips.
Are you ready to face true power? All ships final inspection. Tomorrow at dawn we weigh anchor. Destination, the royal capital.